Possible. This is Robert Card. Take a look at your screen. 40 years old. He's the person police say opened fire at those two locations in Lewiston earlier this evening. If you see him, police say he is considered armed and dangerous, so do not approach him, but call police right away.
I want to read this statement, too, from Senator Susan Collins. We mentioned that all of Maine's delegation has been completely keyed in on this, but she mentioned that as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from all across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. So the president clearly clued in on this. We know, again, that the FBI in Boston has offered their assistance in this investigation. A lot of agencies involved in this tonight.
Absolutely, and the president also in touch with other members of Maine's congressional delegation, including Senator Angus King. So this is having an effect not just here in Maine, but across the country this evening. I also want to point out that Bates College in the Lewiston-Auburn area is in lockdown right now as well. We're hearing about some police activity there too. We'll, of course, as soon as we get more information about exactly what's happening there, we'll keep you updated as well.
Thank you to everyone too who has been sending us updates and video from what they see from their homes. Obviously, very, very active throughout Lewiston this evening. We're seeing police cars in multiple areas, and we know there's definitely a heavy police presence outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where a lot of these victims have been taken. We know that at least one patient was being taken to Maine Medical Center in Portland, which is where they can handle a little bit higher levels of trauma. Obviously, Central Maine Medical Center obviously set up for trauma as well, but I'm sure they're overloaded with a number of people. We saw the crowds standing out there waiting to hear anything.
Yeah. Tough night indeed. I want to see if we have that video from outside of Central Maine Medical Center, but I also want to bring us back to where this all started. I don't know if we have that video ready. This happened again on a Wednesday night, when folks were just gathered after work for some bowling leagues out at a restaurant, when police say this man, Robert Card, who's captured on surveillance video there, entered the bowling alley and then apparently the restaurant at some point. We don't know the exact timeline. They're also looking for that white Subaru Outback you just saw. You can see people just running from the scene.
This is spare time right now, or it was a few hours ago. That was, that area was certainly cleared out. We definitely heard from Mary Ellen Davis as well, who happened to be at the senior center across the way. She was with a knitting group. They were evacuated by police. We know that in that area of Molliston Way there in Lewiston, there are a few restaurants, and like you said, Zach, Wednesday night you have families that are out. You had a bowling league that was at spare time recreation. A lot of people affected by this, and we even heard even in Auburn across the bridge, there were restaurants and bars that were going into lockdown. There were kids who were playing hockey at the rink in Auburn who had to stop playing, and parents had to come pick them up. I mean, a very scary situation in both communities this evening.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to actually hear from Mary Ellen. Chris Costa spoke to her earlier. Take a listen to that.
The police stormed the building when we alerted them to the fact that one of the back doors had been left ajar. So we were told quite sternly to get out of the building. There were about as many police officers in the building as there were knitters.
Oh, wow. Is this a big building?
Seniors Plus?
Yes.
No, it's just a one-story building. Fortunately, almost all the lights are motion censored. So if anybody had come down any of the hallways or something like that, we would have seen them coming long before we would have heard them.
Okay.
So
they evacuated you from the building to make sure that
right now, because we're outside standing in the cold.
Sorry, can you say that again?
We're outside standing in the cold. We're about as safe as we can be right now.
Because so they took you out of the building because they needed to search the building in case someone was hiding in there? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't find anybody.
To the best of my knowledge, the shooter is still loose.
Has anybody told you
One or two
officially
people
how many
supposedly
shooters
killed.
there are?
No.
Okay.
Again, that was Mary Ellen Davis. She was at the senior center across the way from Spare Time Recreation, just recapping her ordeal there, where police came to their building and made them evacuate.
Yeah, and of course that was the scene across a number of buildings in that area. There are other restaurants, other venues. You mentioned earlier kids at the hockey rink. So many people had to do just what she did, shelter in place, not knowing what was going on outside the doors. Hopefully many of them have now gotten to safety if they could, as police search for that gunman. We're thinking here, some people have asked, what about blood donations at a time like this? With all these folks flooding to the hospitals, they desperately need blood when they're treating these patients. So we did reach out to the Red Cross, and they tell us they've been working to overcome a blood shortage since.
It's being reported that this guy had some mental health issues. They're saying here, and Cinema posted this on Twitter. Let me see. It shows here. They're attempting to locate Robert Card as a person of interest in a mass shooting at Shemingi's Bar and Grill Restaurant and the Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston. Card is a trained firearms instructor believed to be an Army Reserve stationed out of Saco, ME. According to law enforcement, Card recently reported mental health issues to include hearing voices, threats to shoot up a National Guard base in Saco. Card was also reported to have been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks during the summer of 2023 and subsequently released. Wow. Was last known to be operating a Maine registration white Subaru Outback with a black bumper. Wow. Charisma, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. What in the heck is going on? See.
County 10.
Yeah, but just put the scanner on right now. I just turned it on.
I'll call you.
Moses Subaru was supposedly found at boat launch. Yo, 22 people killed already so far? What?
Around 6:30. Reporters on scenes, in multiple scenes. We've been at Spare Time Recreation, Schmengi's Bar and Grill you see there on Lincoln. All right, we're going to toss over to police at Lewiston City Hall.
Riza, what's up? Thank you for the super chat. It says thank you for covering this. Oh, they're doing the presser right now? Look at, they got a press conference.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. First time. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we will have to confirm information from our
surveillance video there.
Make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. The Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there.
That's insane.
This is a very fluid situation, so the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that, and when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of, but I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think
we hear like
that's helpful,
16, 20,
because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help
Crazy,
the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police, to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point.
Damn, a person of interest, not even a suspect?
Or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label and list and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm
potentially
happy to say that.
20-some people killed. We got politician answers from this guy.
And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. These are the flyers that we were mentioning. So please grab those.
What in the hell is going on?
Thank you very much.
That was Commissioner for Maine's Public Safety, Michael Soschuk, just briefing the press on what's going on. Really, we didn't get much information out of that, except that they continue to be searching for 40-year-old Robert Card, who they are calling a person of interest in this. And they did locate a vehicle that they believed he was in Lisbon, but it was empty. So they are asking people in Lisbon to shelter in place while they continue their search. Robert Card is believed to be armed and dangerous. They are also still asking people in Lewiston to shelter in place at this point.
Yeah, the only other major bit of information there was that there is a reunification center they've opened up as well. That's at the Auburn Middle School at 38 Falcon Court, I believe. So they have opened up a reunification center for families there. And in terms of the numbers, our reporting, we just want to be clear here. We are reporting at least 22 people killed in that Lewiston shooting. This is according to NBC News through the Lewiston Police Department. But as you heard there, Michael Soschuk, the Commissioner for Department of Public Safety, was not ready to firmly say just how many. And of course, this is tough for them. We understand taking reporters' questions like that. So they're trying to make sure that information is right before they officially say it. But we just want to be transparent about where that number is coming from on our end.
Wow.
And of course, we certainly recognize this is very difficult for families to be watching and unsure of whether their loved ones, whether their friends were at Schmengi's or whether they were at Spare Time or somehow caught up in the midst of
people need to know.
It's people in Lisbon Falls who are being asked to.
He's on the loose. It's a fucking psychopath, a serial killer on the loose. And what they're giving is like politician answers type of thing. Like they answer like politicians. That's what. Wow. Okay.
Haven't heard from, their father they tried to call or their son they tried to call. And so that's a place where you can go to get some information. You can find out more information on a loved one. They also have a behavioral health liaison there, which is going to be very, very important moving forward.
Yeah, in the days and even
we're still
weeks ahead,
doing nothing for anybody right now. Behavioral health, whatever.
For everyone to come to grips with this, especially those families who are directly impacted. We can't even imagine what they're going through tonight.
So good luck. If you're out there in Maine, they don't have any information for you.
This is the man police say
a blurry picture
for tonight.
The vehicle,
and that is the car they
if you're
say
out there,
they
go
did
figure it out
find,
yourself. You're on your own.
In Lisbon.
What?
If you know anything about where
and they don't know where the hell this guy's at.
Is he's 40 years old. You were asked to call police. They say you can just call 911
and it's been a threat before?
if you happen to see him tonight, because this is a manhunt at this point. They are the hundreds of officers from across the state and even New England coming in to try and track this man down. His picture right there on your screen. They are saying he is a person of interest in this case tonight.
And again, if you don't have to go to this reunification center in Auburn Middle School, please stay home.
What's crazy to me too is that they're afraid to even call him a suspect. They're playing like like a safe space type of thing. They don't even want to call him a suspect. He's a person of interest. Are you kidding me? What, potentially 22 people dead? And you guys are playing like this. Like, let's do the safe words. He's probably potentially a suspect. What? 20-some people?
Coming in more and more of schools in the greater Lewiston area saying, no, we're not going to bring kids in. It's just not the time for that. So
no, I'm not going to chill. You chill, bro.
Check with your local school district. You probably received the text message or email tonight. But there are other schools that we have received messages from. If you haven't heard from your school, like Bonnie Eagle, the superintendent's acknowledging that they are weighing the decision, and we'll make a final announcement in the morning. But of course, understanding the gravity of the situation. situation.
That's people
tonight.
like
This is
running
video
away, I
from
guess?
earlier tonight outside of Spare Time
Oh, man.
Recreation, and yet speaking on that school subject, this is we keep
Talking
talking
about
about
chill.
how much
Explain
this
to people there,
impacts
talk about
people all
chill.
over
Nah,
the
you
state.
chill.
There are schools in Poland, Mechanic Falls, Bowdoin, Brunswick,
Be nice.
that have closed. And
Respect
and
the
reason I said
killer.
Bowdoin is because that's where Robert Card is from. That's what police are telling us. But we know Poland, Mechanic Falls, Brunswick, Grey New Gloucester. They're not directly close to Lewiston, but they're.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on anymore. People just getting killed left and right. There's so much going around the world, right? And then I just got back to the house. I was out. People kept messaging me about this. I heard about it. And so I just got back to the house and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
About how this is still a very fluid situation.
Cavalcante.
Still very active scenes all over Lewiston that we're hearing from
see
our
what else they
reporters,
got.
and still a very active scene in Lisbon Falls where our reporter Hannah Kumler is. Right now you're looking at video from Central Maine Medical Center where crowds have just gathered outside waiting for any sort of information on their people who were either at Schmenge's Bar and Grill tonight or at Spare Time Recreation.
Yeah, just seeing the number of people gather around that hospital
Crazy.
tonight waiting for the news about their loved ones is quite unimaginable. I imagine they're trying to get some folks away from that hospital and get them to this center in Auburn, and just trying to kind of make sure things are set up for them
press
so that they can
conference
get
already
them the
happened. It's over.
information they need.
Literally, basically
We
said
are still
nothing.
getting some photos and videos in from our reporters who are out on the scene, but
Let's
they
see what
have
else-
been out there
what else do we have?
since we first heard of this situation. And we just heard from Michael Zoschuk, who said the situation. We are still getting some photos and videos in from our reporters who are out on the.
It's the same one. Okay.
A lot of
When
people
are
out.
out of work.
Yeah.
At the bar, at the restaurant,
Around
at the bowling
6
alley, just off of work, trying to relax with friends, trying to relax family with friends, and then the unimaginable happened. And I don't want to overstate that it wasn't just those people necessarily. It was also the entire Lewiston area that got that alert on their phone, right? It was sheltered in place wherever they were, whether it was a grocery store or a hockey rink, getting that message
Jamie,
on their
thanks for
phone
the
and not
super chat.
knowing what was happening. Obviously, just a really terrifying situation tonight.
And we spoke with our reporter Alex Haskell a little bit earlier tonight, and it was just, this is all very new for all of us. This is something that we have not seen here in Maine before, but he was so shocked by the fact that while they were driving into Lewiston, just to get to the scene, they drove by a man who was walking, because the streets were fairly empty by that point. People were getting the message, stay home. Walked by a man who was on the phone and just started running because he clearly got the information about what was going on. And he said it's terrifying. Something.
Jamie, thanks for the super chat. It says, thank you, Mel, for saying what so many of us are thinking, but have no problem. I freaking love you. Love you too. Thank you so much for that. I don't even know, man. I don't even know what to say anymore about these shootings, these mass shootings. You can't go anywhere with your family. You can't take your kids anywhere. And I'm trying to, so this was in Maine. They're saying this guy's 40 years old. They said supposedly this guy reportedly was like hearing voices. Or let me get myself on the screen. Oh, okay. Supposedly hearing voices, and that he threatened to shoot a National Guard base where he was stationed at. So like this guy's been a problem. And they said reportedly was committed to a mental health facility over the summer and was released after a 2-week stay. What the heck? In addition to at least 22 casualties, at least 50 other people are believed to be injured. He's a trained firearms instructor that has been dealing with mental health. Wow. I don't know why these people instead of like going to kill a bunch of people, why don't they just kill themselves or something? Like, why? I don't understand. Like, they're hearing these voices and instructions or whatever, and they want to ruin society, why don't they just take themselves out? Why is he killing people, reportedly 20-something people, and on the run? Like, what the heck?
Of Bowdoin. They say he is a person of interest in the mass shooting at Spare Time Recreation and Schmenge's Bar earlier this evening. So if you see Robert Card, you are asked to call police. Police saying you can just call 911. Especially if you feel like there's an unsafe situation. He is considered armed and dangerous, so you should not approach him. But if you see him or know where he might be, please give police a call.
And just a reminder that there is a reunification center that is being set up right now at the Auburn Middle School. That's 38 Falcon Drive. If you're worried about your loved ones, your people, that's the place they're telling people to go right now to get a little bit more information about where that person may be, whether they are.
Red Bomb, thank you for the super chat. Says this is exactly why I got my conceal and carry last week. Yeah, I don't blame you. Stay safe, y'all. Yeah, seriously, it's just so crazy out there. I don't even get it. I don't know.
That they can't handle there in Lewiston, and they have even closed their campus to any outsiders tonight. It's open, obviously, to their patients.
So? It's going to be worse than Cavalcante.
At this point, they're
Maine
preparing for the worst,
game.
and so they're asking anyone else to stay away from their campus tonight.
I want to talk to our folks in the control room right now. Do we have anyone, any of our reporters available?
Jeez.
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, so we are continuing to work to get more information. We have reporters out in the field. This is some surveillance video from earlier in the night. The car, police say they did find, but empty, and they're looking for Andrew Card of Bowdoin.
Robert Card.
Robert Card, excuse me, of Bowdoin.
Kayla, what's up?
And this image we have shared a lot tonight. Tough
Who made
to
your
look
mom?
at.
Just kidding.
Of a gunman entering Spare Time there with a large weapon and inflicting horror on many people there tonight.
And just to clarify as well, you know, we just heard from Commissioner for Public Safety Michael Soschuk about how it's been a little frustrating for them to see different numbers out there, and they would not confirm any casualties for us. But the number that we have here came from NBC, and they say that came specifically from Lewiston Police. So we're sticking with it. 22 people is what we are told who have been killed in this shooting at Spare Time Recreation, and then at Schmenge's Bar and Grill.
Schmenge's Bar and Grill.
Just 4 miles away. And again, this is the car that police say they found 10 miles away in Lisbon.
Schmenge's Bar and Grill.
20-minute drive there. And we heard from Hannah Kumler earlier, who was there, and she kind of showed that they were closing off some major routes, but it seemed there was still some traffic flowing. So some people still out and about despite these orders to stay inside if you can. But police obviously centering in on an area in Lisbon where they continue their search for this person of interest tonight. If you see him, please give police a call.
And again, that shelter in place has been in place in.
So I guess this guy's on the run. There's a literal manhunt for him. I don't know where could this guy be hiding? How do you kill that many people and you're on the run? I'm just gonna
Soschuk earlier, didn't share some firm numbers, did share information about just the sheer response here that we're talking about. Obviously, you've seen the images of the police cars and whatnot swarming the scene, but in this case, he's talking about hundreds of police officers, law enforcement officers from Lewiston, from the county, from the state, from across New England, even the ATF, FBI, from the Boston Bureau, other federal agencies getting involved in this search at this point, because as it drags on, it gets harder and harder for them to track down the person. But of course, it's a numbers game. So they're saying if we can get enough feet on the ground looking for him, hopefully they can track him down, which is why they need your help. Really, if you think about just how vast Maine is, how quickly it is, how easy it is rather to get to more rural areas. If you happen to see him anywhere in the greater Lewiston area, area or beyond, police really ask you give them a call. You can do so anonymously, whatever you need to do to get information to police so they can track this man down tonight.
Which that in itself, that number too, is that's a huge number. Hundreds of police in Maine right now searching for Robert Card, the 40-year-old person of interest from Bowdoin. They found his car in Lisbon. Hundreds of police. It's an astounding number. You think about the number of agencies that would have to be responding to this here in Maine. A lot of response here.
Yeah, we haven't seen something of this magnitude, a manhunt like this, since perhaps the murder and death of Corporal Cole in Somerset County that had agencies from across the state and country come in. Of course, that was a horrific time for our state, and this is yet another on a just a whole another scale. And speaking of that, we've been trying to kind of keep in touch tonight with each other about that this is real. That we are human, we're experiencing this with you, and we can't even begin to imagine what folks in Lewiston are going through tonight. All of those people who were gathered outside of Central Maine Medical Center waiting for the news about their loved ones. I think we even have some sound on that from someone at Central Maine Medical Center earlier who was just waiting to hear the news about their loved one. All right, it looks like we don't have that, but we do have Hannah Kumler back. She is live in Lisbon. Hannah, has the situation changed there? It looks like there may not be as many cruisers behind you.
Actually, there's probably the same amount. It's kind of a little bit deceiving because it's so dark behind me, but that's because their headlights and their lights on top of their vehicles are off right now. So there is still a very strong presence. We've had cars moving around us this entire time, kind of patrolling the area. We're still in front of Lisbon High School. Once again, we moved from across the street. Here's a cruiser coming by right now. So you can see that it is active. The chopper is still in the sky. If we do happen to get a shot of it, we'll of course show you. We were across the street earlier when an officer approached us and let us know that, hey, it's not safe right here, and I wouldn't be here if I were you, sort of thing. So we got in our car and we came a little bit further away, and then once the shelter in place was put in place, Sam and I were in the vehicle and are just hopping out to just kind of update you on the scene here. I heard you earlier, Zach and Amanda mentioned that Lisbon Street is shut down, but you're still seeing cars moving about. It is just blocked off right here. So this is like if you were to be going from Lisbon Falls into Lisbon Center. Cars are not being let through here. We've seen several cars either turn around, or if they live past this block where that cruiser is sitting, then they're allowed to go through. But police are checking every car that goes that way, and some are turning around in the gas station and heading back. So for those familiar with this area, we're at Lisbon High School, which has announced that they are closed tomorrow, as so many other schools are in the state of Maine because of this horrible incident. And also, we're right in the Route 196 junction. So that is Ridge Road and Lisbon Street. Where there seems to be a lot of officers gathering, a lot of activity, is at the base of Frost Hill Ave. Now, at the end of that street is a boat launch on the Androscoggin River. That's where we've heard a lot of there might be something happening there. We attempted to go down to the boat launch, but we're turned around. So they have blocked off that road after our attempt, shortly after. And it seems like the chopper that's circling has a spotlight that is, I think, both land. I'm not entirely sure, but the Androscoggin River is behind us, and that is where we first saw the chopper. So not entirely sure what is happening, but we just know that it remains active here in Lisbon Falls.
But Hannah, it looks like earlier we were noticing there was some traffic flowing through the area that's died down, probably likely because it's late. But
right.
You've noticed fewer and fewer people on the road since that shelter-in-place order has been put in place?
I think so, yeah. I mean, for instance, right now 2 cars are pulling up, and we'll see what happens to them if they get turned around or they're let through. But I think just not kind of a quiet area anyways. If the most action is happening, it's going to be at this junction. But I do think that it's gotten quieter, whether that's a shelter in place or just because the night is winding down. I'm not sure. But I think word's gotten around, as we've seen on social media, that there's a lot of commotion happening down here at Lisbon Falls and that people are instructed to stay in their homes. we're looking at something happening right now at the mobile station across the street. It looks like several vehicles are pulling into this parking lot, which has kind of been an area where a lot of law enforcement are gathering. But you're looking at it right now. We have about 5 or 6 vehicles that just pulled in. I will say almost all of the officers that we've seen here tonight are armed with large guns, not what we're used to seeing, certainly what Lisbon Falls is not used to seeing. You can see this is Lisbon Street that you're looking at, a car maybe turning around here at the gas station. It's just a familiar sight, kind of what we've been dealing with tonight. So yeah, we'll continue to keep you updated. Not entirely sure what's happening, only can say that an officer did approach us and said that they were working a scene about a half mile away, and that's when they instructed us to get some distance from where they were at just for safety reasons. So.
Yeah, and Hannah, by looking at those cars that we just saw in that shot there, it looked like they are unmarked police vehicles of some kind. Just looking at like those vehicles pulling into the gas station there. Obviously, we don't know if something's happening at the gas station or if maybe it's kind of more of a staging area just because it's the outside edge of the area they've closed off. But Hannah, thanks so much.
We've had multiple staging areas. The Colisée in Lewiston. There were certain streets in Lewiston. We've seen them stage outside of Central Maine Medical Center. Obviously, they were staged outside of Spare Time for a while, and Schmeggy's as well. And again, this speaks to that large police presence. This is something that's kind of pulled all hands on deck at this point. Commissioner Michael Soschuk saying hundreds of police officers are involved in this search for 40-year-old Robert Card. He is the person of interest. He is the person that police are looking for.
Yeah, and not just hundreds of officers working tonight. We have a lot of healthcare professionals responding in this situation. News Center Maine's Jack Molmid has been outside Central Maine Medical Center throughout the evening. And earlier, Jack, there were a number of family members or friends outside of the hospital there kind of waiting for information. They've since announced a staging area for them to go, but are there still folks there?
Hey, Zach and Amanda. There's barely anybody really trickling in and out here at the Central Maine Medical Center, right where we've been for the last 2 hours or so. But like you said earlier, about 2 hours ago, there were dozens of family members, parents, people lining up to give their information to people working here at the hospital about their loved one, to see if their loved one was involved or hurt or injured or died in any of these shootings. We spoke with people who were just confused and frustrated over what was happening here too. But over the past 2 hours, it's really just been a slow trickle of people in and out of here. Obviously, people walking inside were affected by this in some capacity. Either they have a loved one who is being treated here at the Central Maine Medical Center, or they have a loved one, unfortunately, who passed away. Again, it was 22 people killed here in Lewiston this evening. 22 people in Lewiston. And like we've been saying, it's not just a Lewiston event that's happened. This is a Maine issue. This is a nationwide issue, that a tragedy that we've seen here. 22 lives taken. And there's been armed guards, armed law enforcement members here as well, most of the time, keeping watch. We were actually on the main street here and had those armed guards tell us to get down to the rampway here so that we could stay away of the main road while they continue to search for that suspect that we've been talking about for so long. And if we could pan a little bit to my left here, we could see that's where the main entrance is of the center. And I don't know where the camera is right now, but you could, if you look carefully, you could see some of those armed guards walking around, kind of making sure that people who have had family who have been impacted can come and go safely, so that they can come and go safely, because we still have somebody at large here in our community in Maine who police believe shot and killed 22 people here. And as you heard Commissioner Soschuk say, hundreds of police officers, quite a few of them here, making sure that those people who have loved ones impacted this can safely enter. One of those loved ones we did talk to, her name is Julie. She said she moved here to Lewiston when she was 17 or 18 years old. We say this a lot, that we don't think it could happen here, but the way she said it, just especially coming from a mother who tells me that she doesn't know if her son, who was involved at Schmeggy's bar, she got the call that he was shot there. She doesn't know if he's alive or dead. Last we spoke to her, she still doesn't know. She voiced her frustration over it. Take a listen to what she had to say here.
I'm a little freaked out. I want to know. You know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel
agree.
so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking to that right now.
I mean, that's what.
So as we stand here, there still is that active shelter in place.
I mean, that's what I was kind of saying. Like the lack of transparency, it's just kind of odd. They literally have a press conference to say nothing. And I mean, I don't know. I might be just being aggy, but I'm just thinking like if I was in the area, if I lived out there with my family, if I lived out there with my daughter and stuff like that, and these people were like not giving any kind of answers, they're just like, some people were killed. We're not going to talk about it. We'll take 2 questions. We're not going to really talk about this. Some psychopath firearms instructor trained by the military recently committed to a mental institution. Bro. I'm going to try to set up my laptop. You want the membership? Oh, hey, Amanda, you want the membership link? Yeah. For iPhone, it's different. I'll pin it in the chat. It's kind of like, I don't know what kind of communication this is. It sounds like some Biden type of communication, right? Like that's shit you get with Biden. Not really anything. They don't tell you shit. They're reporting that, supposedly 22 people killed. That's a fucking big deal. And he's on the loose. It's not like they caught his ass. He's on the loose. Bro, I mean, it's like, okay. So I'm also kind of just chilling. I was going to set up my laptop. I kind of want to just lay down and listen. I might set up my laptop just to listen to you guys. I mean, listen to the audio and like chat with you guys.
Either bringing their questions or their concerns. And we also want to mention, as I'm sure you have been hearing tonight, Lewiston isn't the only place to, stay inside, be safe. Also Lisbon. Both stay inside in those locations. And again, this location in Auburn is safe with the police officers here. Now, I want to toss to some sound that we heard from the commissioner, just talking about, all the police that have been involved in this effort to keep everyone safe and find the suspect.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information.
Thank you for the membership.
So that we can bring,
appreciate that.
The suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
Yeah, I'm about to lay down this.
And again, some of those police officers here tonight, I will give you that address again, 38 Falcon Drive, Auburn Middle School. This is a reunification center. If you have questions, concerns, looking for a loved one, this is the place to be. Brian and Lee, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you very much. And Alex, standing by what he probably described as that reunification center, and for the woman that Jack spoke with and that we just saw, this kind of streamlines the process, if you will, to get the information to the people who are missing their loved ones, don't know if they're okay, have questions about getting status updates on them, and instead of trying to find all of the people, picking a central location, getting them there, and then there's one place for everybody to get the information that they need and they so desperately obviously deserve.
And certainly you would imagine also helps the law enforcement side of getting the names of the people who need to be contacted and coordinated and all of that. We're talking about a lot of people tonight. 22 people is what NBC is reporting through Lewiston Police. But as we heard in the briefing that we were so anxiously waiting for a while from the Commissioner of Public Safety, not committing to a number at this point. And certainly can appreciate that perspective and can appreciate your perspective of wanting a number, needing some information to hold on to.
And at the same time, as a Mainer, as somebody watching, I wanted to hear him say 22, right? Because I wanted to not think it might be more.
Right.
Right.
Tell
And
me
obviously
that.
hoping less, but I was hoping to hear something more definite, clearly understanding why the commissioner can't do that. So many things going on. First and foremost, they still don't have Robert Card. He's the suspect. He's the person of interest. Choosing words carefully there. He's the person of interest. There he is, 40 years old, born April 4th, 1983. He is the one that the police are looking for, and they still do not have him. We're at 12:06 and a half here on Thursday morning, and we still have not found this man, which is why the shelter in place is in place in so many places to keep everybody safe. This started in Lewiston at 6:56 tonight, so 5 hours ago plus, and we're still going, looking for him. They thought they maybe they found his car anyway in Lisbon at the boat launch on Frost Hill Road in Lisbon. The car was found, but he was not with the car. So, and it's been relatively quiet, if you will, the chatter about where they're seemingly looking for him next. So that's obviously a point of concern, because right now they don't have him, and until they have him, we don't know where he is. So.
Right, and I think in those, we know in those kind of initial first few hours after we learned about this, there were reports of a group of police officers here, a group of police officers there, and there was that feeling of, okay, this is very wide, and there is at least I think a breath of calm now that we're not hearing as much as that. To your point, we've seen these focused areas like where Hannah Kumler is near that boat launch, and as you had mentioned earlier, we were on the air a couple hours ago, that all of Androscoggin County is in essentially this shelter in place. Lisbon was specifically identified, as we learned, because that is where they found the vehicle that they believed he was in without him. So there is that warning tonight.
And not just that, because if you didn't hear this earlier, Maine Medical Center, out of an abundance of caution, also on lockdown. If you're not a nurse or a doctor or a worker or a patient, you're not getting in. So the hospital has locked down as well to be safe, because we do not know where Robert Card is. He hasn't been caught yet, and therefore safety has to be paramount here.
And the question was asked during the briefing with Public Safety Commissioner, are there other shooters? Are there other people you're looking for? Wouldn't necessarily answer that question either, simply saying that this person on your screen right now is their person of interest. These are the photos police released, however, of who they are now saying is Robert Card. That is the entryway of Spare Time Recreation, which is in Lewiston off Mollison Way, just off Main Street.
And you guys tell me too if you want to listen to the scanner or not. I mean, I can put the scanner on audio if you want to hear that. There's nothing going on with that. There's not much. I can leave both of them on. I don't know if it's going to overlap. Both? You want to do both? I can leave both I can leave the scanner and the U station on. I was sitting at my laptop too, because I was thinking maybe I can just kind of like lay down and just listen with you guys. Just trying to set this up. But I don't know.
Interested in what's going on here. Everybody wants to know. Everybody cares. It all comes from a place of love. Nobody's trying to do, misspread information that's not correct. But be very careful with what you think you've seen or heard or know, and make sure that it is verified information, as Commissioner Sawchuk touched on earlier. That will make everybody's life a lot easier.
Close the borders, man. I'm tired of this shit.
Keeping everybody as calm as possible in this very chaotic situation, tragic situation. The news is not good. There's nothing good to talk about. about here. And it's just, we need to keep as many people safe as we can, and we need to find Robert Card as soon as possible.
Another note on the school closings, and as you said, as those will likely increase.
There's nothing much on the scanner, so I think what you guys are saying, I'll
13 County Code 4. 10-4-13.
I'll leave it both up because they're not really saying much. I think I can do both.
Because that'll impact your world in the morning. So they are compiling a list of those closings. You can find them on the News Center Maine app if you've lost track of who is and who's just looking at it. And as we get that confirmed, we'll have that there as well.
Especially because we're reading to you in real time.
33, it'll be Campbell's, it'll be in Route.
Literally going in, one, and out. It's not just schools. The Lewiston DMV will be closed tomorrow. They announced that a little over an hour ago. So that's not a school. That's that's a business. I'm assuming there'll be other businesses, certainly in the immediate Lewiston and Auburn areas that will follow suit.
We got to find out more about this guy. So what's his name? His name is Richard Card or some shit. Richard Card or Robert Card, and they're saying he was military. They're saying he killed 22 people. They're saying there's 22 people dead. They don't want to confirm that in the press conference for
17, go ahead.
The useless press conference that really said
by the
nothing.
Ramada, there was a vehicle that smashed out the front window and took off in a hurry. It looked like it was black. It went towards Webster Street and I lost it.
It's pretty wild to me, too, that you can allegedly kill 22 people and not be caught by police. What? Right? Like, what? What day, like the times that we're living in. And the weird thing to me is that they want to play it safe. How they talk, how they refer to him, a person. They don't want to say suspect. We got to play it. They're still playing the safe bullshit, right? Like let's be safe. We don't want to offend anybody. Or legally, somebody that's being safe too. Allegedly killed 22 people. Law enforcement is attempting to locate Robert Card as a person of interest in a mass shooting at this bar, Schmeggy's bar, and Spare Time Recreation. And I guess we have to play it safe. We don't want to offend anybody. We'll play it safe. That's the vehicle right there. That's him. That's the vehicle. That's him with a gun. They're saying he was in like the military reserves. Fuck this guy.
Yeah. Are you, so do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure. But also concerned, I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position, where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed.
17, go ahead.
On what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like.
Sounds like they'll try to enter Ramada. He couldn't get entered. He smashed it with a long object. Trying to gain entry to Ramada. Driving a black SUV.
There are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we...
I got hit it with a long object. Everything else was muted by the background noise.
Every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal, and so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
All right, so we've heard from a lot of different organizations and school districts and places that are going to be providing support for people already outside of Androscoggin County. Obviously, in Androscoggin County, there are kids who this thing started, at 7 o'clock tonight. Kids are awake. Kids are awake still, and they're watching, and they're worried, and they don't know. And it's stuff that we talked about earlier that they've practiced just in case, and the just in case is so there are resources available. So if you're watching, and whether you're directly or indirectly or not at all affected, other than being a Mainer,
I'll be escorting a couple individuals to Lewiston to Gray.
Please find them for yourself, for your children, for your loved ones, for anybody who might need one. Okay. Sam Rogers is live in Lisbon. We're gonna go check in with him. Hey, Sam.
If there's something crazy, just be like, turn on. Hey, Lee and Brian, apologies. We're just doing a quick little reset as Hannah Kumler and I have been on scene here by Lisbon High School for about an hour or so. Just want to get everyone up to speed with what we are seeing here. As you can see, cars are still traveling through Lisbon Street. Ridge Street was just reopened about a few minutes ago. We've been able to see police letting cars go this way off my left shoulder. Again, Lisbon Street here in Lisbon Falls going towards Lisbon Center has been closed off. You can see an officer off my right shoulder has been turning drivers away. Again, since we've been here, keeping this area contained. I don't think you're able to hear it on my microphone, but again, a chopper and helicopter has been circling the Androscoggin River looking for something, whether it's that person of interest. We did get here with the plan of going to a boat launch down Frost Hill Avenue. That's about half a mile, maybe closer to a mile in our east-southeast direction. We weren't able to get all the way down that way. Hannah Kumler behind me is seeing, it's going to be really tough to see, but that chopper is heading over our left shoulder. And before we even got here, we drove from Portland up to Sabattis, just trying to find anything related to this investigation. And we saw, as we got closer to Lewiston and Auburn, it seemed like almost every mile or two, a cruiser pulled off the side of the road near an exit, near a turnaround, with the spotlight facing onto the roadway, trying to find any vehicle that matched any description of that person of interest. Now, a few minutes ago, or longer than that, it seems, when the Public Safety Commissioner was addressing the people of Maine, he said that this area where we are in has just been ordered as a shelter in place. And it's well after midnight at this point. Lisbon Falls, not exactly that busy, but we have seen a slight decrease in activity. Brian and Lee, we'll check back in with you in a few minutes.
All right, Sam.
Sam, thank you. We also want to go right now live to Jason Levesque, the mayor of Auburn, speaking with our crew there right now.
There's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up and cope with it tomorrow.
by bus?
So again?
Who is it that's arriving by bus?
So what we did is we took the witnesses of the 2 locations. We actually brought them to a holding area so we can interview them, clear them, and then we wanted to bring them all over here so they can have what we call a reunification process with their loved ones, which is the proper way to do it. We wanted to make sure that evidence could be gathered and the proper protocol could be followed.
Can you talk to us about the different ages of the witnesses? Were there kids that witnessed?
Yes. It's all ages. It was all ages. I just talked to some teenagers, and it was all ages.
And what can you say about the law enforcement officers working this very serious situation?
It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable. We have our entire force out here right now for the city of Auburn, plus Lewiston, county, state, everybody is here. That's one thing about Maine. And if you're not from Maine, you won't understand it, but when someone's in need, everybody comes, and everybody has come to this. I've got Poland Volunteer Rescue in the back helping people in case they need it. I mean, this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. So, yeah, you can train for this. You can never be completely prepared, but I've been talking to a lot of our officers tonight, and that we all should be proud of them.
And that support from just beyond the region, beyond Maine, really.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of phone calls from around the country, text messages out from folks, and everybody knows about this. Obviously, it made national news. But at this point, we're going to really focus inside of our community. We're going to heal our community. We're going to persevere. We're going to get through this, and it's no time not to. So it will take a while. Something like this doesn't just get solved overnight, and nobody can expect it to. But we got a really strong community. We've overcome a lot, and we'll overcome this.
Jason, what's the scene like in there right now?
There?
Yeah.
Relief. It's really relief. If you think about it, I mean, this is a happier place right now in the entire area. This is a reunification center where people, witnesses saw traumatic events are coming together with their family and loved ones who were worried to death about them, and they're coming together. So it is happy. But on the flip side of the happiness, what you're seeing is the turmoil and the trauma that they're going through, especially the witnesses. And that, unless you've been there, you can't really understand. You can't really describe, frankly, other than you can feel empathy for them, and that's what we're going to try to do here.
Where were the witnesses between the events and now when they were brought?
They were at an undisclosed location, centralized, safe location. We brought them there, and obviously police did too as we're clearing the scene. It's going to be a long process to clear the scenes. But then, we brought them once everything was settled. We can bring them back here safely, and obviously all the statements were taken and so forth. That needs to happen. So, I mean, investigation is investigation, and that's a paramount importance at this time.
Mayor, forgive me for asking. In other mass shooting incidents in other parts of the country, the reunification point has sometimes been a moment where a loved one comes to the tragic realization that their relative didn't make it.
Yes.
Have any of those interactions taken place here tonight?
Yes. I'll just leave it at that.
What sort of the process have the hospital workers been working to connect more and more people to them?
I haven't talked with the hospital directors, our emergency room staff. They're extremely busy, and we all need to respect that. They are working with known victims right now, whether it be casualties or fatalities, and they're going to work through that process with the appropriate guidance, mental health support networks that we have. We actually have trained professionals here from the state police as well as local churches that are trained in crisis response that are actually helping people through this.
How long can we expect the center to be open?
Until it's done. Anything else?
Thanks, Jason.
Okay. No.
Thanks very much, Mayor.
All right, that's the mayor of Auburn, Jason Levesque, standing by at the Reunification Center, which is at Auburn Middle School. As the mayor talked about, some of those reunifications, good. Family members not knowing where their loved ones were, getting to see them. And the mayor was really open and honest about the fact that one of those situations ended well, and sometimes people went there hoping for good news and they didn't get it. So it's just a tragic situation that the mayor of Auburn was just speaking about.
We want to bring in Greg Marley from NAMI, Maine. Thank you, first of all, for coming to our studio in the middle of the night. I'm sure you have been pretty plugged into everything that's been going on.
Not nearly enough, but trying to catch up as everyone is in this shocking news.
We all are.
Yeah.
At this point, we are, as Lee said, 5 or so hours into this at this point. This is raw. This is fresh. There are people who are just discovering what has happened here. What is step one for walking into this day?
Step one is if you're in a place that's safe and your family's safe, reassure yourself, breathe, kind of get your emotions under control so you can support your family, support your children. If you're one of the people that has those questions, is my family safe? Are my friends safe? Try and breathe and know what you can get answered tonight. You're going to be frantic, but this is going to be a long, long process. So take care of yourself, take care of the people you're with, reach out, and try not to be alone. This is a time to be with people who love you, to hold each other close.
Greg, we talked about this a little bit. There's never a good time for something like this to happen, but it happened at about 7 o'clock. Not a lot of kids had gone to bed yet. A lot of kids are, through no fault of their own, they're surrounded by all this news, and their families and their parents or siblings reacting to this news. So a lot of parents are still awake watching, and maybe a lot of kids as well that have a million questions. This is the stuff they've practiced for just in case, and are just in cases now. How do you handle this with your children? I know a lot of parents would love to know, what do I say? Whether they're in Androscoggin County or they're in Cumberland or Aroostook County.
Yes. I think the big piece is, if you're a parent, if you've got the news, try not to get that news repeated every 5 minutes. So you're not
Falls 4, County 17, y'all set?
Let them know, then speak simply and directly about what happened. Reassure them that they're safe, that your family is safe, and then slowly allow them to ask questions, answer what you can. And there's a lot of things we don't know yet, and be okay saying we don't know yet, and we may not know until tomorrow. So that they can begin to settle into a routine and maybe get some sleep tonight. And maybe you can get some sleep tonight as well. Mom, Dad, yeah.
Yes, because we will all need it, yes, to process the rest. A few minutes ago, Chris Costa spoke with a professor who studies mass shootings and kind of the data that we've learned over the years from those. His words were, there's a frustration tonight for certainly people in his world that study that data. My word is, I feel like our state was violated tonight because there is such a feeling of it hasn't happened here, we haven't had to deal with this. Yeah. How do we square that reality from it's always been somewhere else, now this is my neighborhood?
Well, I think in a lot of situations, people have been waiting for this shoe to drop because we see the headlines from across the country, and Maine has been somewhat insulated. And tragically, that ended tonight. And it's that acceptance, that reality that this is a state where violent crime happens as well, a mass shooting, and it's going to retool our whole perception for a while.
I do have a follow-up question to our students and our children. You and I have had conversations in the past, actually about a year ago, of a hoax situation. And part of that conversation was, gauge your child, maybe allow them to lead the conversation if they're showing interest. Is this different though? Because it's here? Should you as a parent be
I think you need to let your children know in a really basic way what happened. So that they're not hearing it from someone else, outside of your control. Choose a time, get them settled. If you can wait and do it tomorrow morning and after they've gotten sleep, definitely do that. But then be ready for questions. Be ready for their questions, depending upon their age. Younger kids are going to want to know: are we safe? Am I safe? Is my pet safe? Is my family safe? And reassure that, and then ask questions about, because one of the things they're going to want to know: why would anyone do this? And that's one of those things we can't really explain, other than someone was really, really ill to take this violent action. And to reassure them that this is not something that happens often, and again, they're safe.
So, in all fairness, we are talking about this in this conversation as something that happened. This is something that is still happening. They don't have the man yet that they're looking for. There are still people that are sheltered in place. They can't go out of their house. They're sitting here at 12:30 at night, and they're wondering, what am I supposed to be doing?
County Falls 1.
For their current state of safety, not just the stuff that's already happened. And that's a tough place to sit in, this uneasiness and this unknown.
You can make your way to Cumbie's 53 Main Street. Callers reporting that she's on lockdown. However, she can hear somebody outside talking.
We don't know where
weirding her out.
That perpetrator is.
He really said, is his pet safe? What, are you kidding me? I know there's people, that the animal lovers out there, that they could give a shit about any kind of actual person. He really said, is his pet safe? What? Come on, man.
in the Lewiston-Auburn area where it's more immediate, again, shelter in place. Don't be alone. Know who you're talking with. Reach out to your friends and family to know they're safe. Just to reassure you.
There's nobody around.
And hold your loved ones close tonight, and reassure them.
A final question. I'm sure we will see much more of you over the next day, but at least for this moment of this is a lot. This is a lot to process. This is a lot to handle, and there are a ton of unknowns. How do I find some good right now?
Right now, you need to first is to accept what happened, to get through the shock, and then look around you. Look around your home. Look at the what's concrete. Breathe into this. Note what's around you that's safe and known. Pull out that book that your child has always loved to read, that movie that settles them down. Active steps to settle our limbic system that's so aroused right now. That's going to be really important. Reassure that, we have gone a long time without this type of crime in the state of Maine, and it's really unusual. We live in a state that most of the time is really safe. It doesn't feel safe for a lot of people, but we're going to get back to that. But first we have to deal with this and to support that sense of safety around us. If you're a parent, also monitor how escalated you get, how fearful you are, and so you don't overwhelm your children with that.
Don't push those necessarily onto them. Greg Marley from MANHUNT, Maine, we appreciate it for joining us, and I'm sure we will have many more conversations. Thank you.
I'm afraid so.
All right, we want to update you guys on this. This is important and maybe speaks directly to why Commissioner of the Maine State Police, Michael Sawchuk, would not give a solid, firm number on how many people have been killed, because that is a question everybody wants to know. It's an important number. He was hesitant to answer that. So we have been telling you, and you see at the bottom of your screen, NBC has been reporting that 22 people had been killed. That number has been adjusted. NBC is now adjusting that number to somewhere between 15 to 20 people. As many as 50 injured. Not all, though, from gunshots. Some injured while they were just trying to escape wherever they were at the time. So not direct results of gunfire, but certainly of the situation. So to the Commissioner's point, this is a fluid situation. It's ongoing gathering of information, and we want to make sure that when we learned it was 22, we wanted you to know that. We're learning it is now seemingly somewhere between 15 and 20, literally on a piece of paper. Wanted you to know that. So.
And that's really what the last 5 hours have been, of getting information coming in, doing our best to confirm it, and who is confirming it, and information to you. And that's what we will continue to do. And I think we are doing our best to be as transparent with you about what we know and what we don't know.
When you ask the question about what is good, right? What is good, and I was listening to Mayor Levesque from Auburn talk about not just everybody in Lewiston. They're going to show up. It's their community, and then Auburn shows up, and then Poland shows up, and then Sanford shows up, and the state shows up, and everybody. What do you need? We'll be here.
We'll be there.
And this is what we do. We would love to not have to do it on a night like this, but as I mentioned, a few hours ago, whether it was the ice storm or 98 or other until we get official word at some point that Robert Card, the man of interest that they're looking for, has been found, and he hasn't been yet. So we did hear from Commissioner Sawchuk of the Maine State Police a little bit earlier, and here's some of what he had to say.
And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well.
So again, the Commissioner of Public Safety speaking a short time ago. He was at Lewiston City Hall, which was a meeting point for the members of the media, and obviously law enforcement coming there. They have since closed City Hall and kind of relocated crews. Again, the big takeaway from that was the reunification center at Auburn Middle School across the river, which is what we heard from the mayor speaking a short time ago. That is a point to go. If you had, or you think you had a family or friend there, and you need that point of communication to be reunified, that is where to be. We have, this is video from Auburn Middle School, where that reunification center is happening right now.
This is such an important piece of the puzzle here, Brian. There are so many people with questions right now. You know, where are they? How are they? I can't get in touch with them for whatever reason. Maybe somebody's running out of there and a cell phone falls and you maybe get in touch with them and you're fearing the worst. And so this is such a necessary part of this process for people to get the answers they're so desperately in search of. So again, it's at the Auburn Middle School. If you don't already know this and you needed to know and you're looking for this information, if you go to the Auburn Middle School, that's where you can get whatever questions are answerable, whatever they can tell you, that is the place to go to find out a very important piece of everybody's night here with direct connections to what has happened. This is tragic night for the state of Maine.
And the mayor was asked, you know, how long will you stay open as a reunification center? And he said, as long as needed. This is what our job is there now. And that was his focus. You know, Lee and I were talking when we were on with you a few hours ago. With a number like this of, you know, the readjusted number from NBC is 15 to 20, possibly 50 people injured. Most of us are going to know someone who was there or connected somehow to someone. And we recognize that, and we know how difficult that is. We learned tonight that a member of our News Center Maine family lost a family member tonight. So this is going to touch a lot of families, and we're aware of that. So we are being cautious with the information coming in.
Yeah, and it makes it, you know, this job is hard enough. You know, we talk about the news every day, and we're talking about generally sometimes, you know, places that aren't here or you know, or that aren't in Maine or they're not directly connected to us. And this one hits home for everybody. This is what we were always hoping would never happen here. And you know, we had been blessed with being able to say that, and now we can no longer say that, and it's just there aren't enough words, and we talk for a living, and there aren't enough words to properly put this in perspective of just how awful this night is going to go down in history, and these next days and months and years, and all the healing that's going to have to happen for all of us, directly or indirectly affected. Jack Mulman's been on the scene since pretty much this whole thing started about 5-6 hours ago. And he's going to join us now live. Hey, Jack.
Hey, Lee. Yeah, that's right. It's been extremely long, frustrating, terrifying 5 to 6 hours for many of the families who have been here at the Central Maine Medical Center. That's where we've been for the last few hours here. When we got here, it was the scene with dozens upon dozens of family members waiting in line, waiting to see if their family member survived or not after getting a call that their family member may have been a victim in that shooting. So they made their way here to give the name of their loved one who may have been involved in that shooting that we've been talking about for so long here, that tragic shooting that NBC's reporting took the lives of 15 to 20 people and ultimately injured around 50 people. And we saw people line up at Central Maine Medical Center here to give the names of their loved ones. Many of them stuck around to listen to it. Others kind of just went about their evening to really just kind of digest what happened here. I think a lot of us here in Maine and in the state, and even in this region, are just really working to digest really what happened here. But if you want to take a look now at the front of the hospital here, if you look to my left here, you could see that front entrance to the Maine Central Maine Hospital. Since all those people entered the names of their loved ones, many of them have left, but armed security guards, armed reserve patrol, Maine State police officers have been there, making sure people can enter, come and go as they please. Obviously, the people who are walking through, many of them family members of those who may have lost their lives or may have been injured in this shooting that with the suspect still at large. A little bit of info about that suspect. We are hearing that his name is Robert Card. AP, Associated Press, is reporting that he was trained as a firearms instructor, trained by the military, who's recently committed to a mental health facility, according to a state police bulletin. The police intelligence bulletin the Associated Press says was sent around to different law enforcement officials on Wednesday night after that shooting that we've been talking about here that claimed the lives, as NBC reports, from about 15 to 20 different people. Now, at the end of the day, where we've been standing here at the hospital, we've just been hearing just horrific stories of people who are just trying to understand the severe loss that's happened here today, including one woman. Her name's Julie. We spoke to her. She moved to Lewiston here when she was 17 or 18 years old. She found out her son was shot at the
County 31, you all set?
Maggie's bar here in Lewiston earlier, and so she got the
31 all set, send me the next.
hospital. She really doesn't know the status of him at this time. She's still left without any answer. Let's take a listen to what she had to say about her frustration over this all.
My ex-husband and my son were playing pool, and next thing I know, I saw on Facebook that there was a shooting at Schmeggy's where they were playing, and then nobody would tell us anything. Just go to CMMC. His wife, his son, my ex-husband are here. Friends are here. We're all waiting, and we've heard nothing. They won't tell us if he's alive, if he's in critical condition, if he's passed. They won't tell us anything.
They told us that this is an active scene, and they're currently looking into that. And so you can really see the frustration there on Julie's part, and she's not alone. Many of the family members just waiting now to see if their loved one has made it or not after this horrific tragedy that took place here in Lewiston, not only shaking up Lewiston, but the state and the region as well. National headlines pouring through about what's happened here. Now, as I speak, there is an ongoing lockdown to track down this active situation, the active shooter situation of them trying to track down that suspect. Person of interest, they're saying, who is Robert Card, age 40 years old. They're saying he's still on the loose. They're still trying to track him down. So there is a shelter in place here in Lewiston, as well as Lisbon. The law enforcement advises that people in those areas stay inside, lock your doors, don't go outside, don't travel for any unnecessary.
33 County will be 10-8, vehicle removed from the ditch.
Here, at the Central Maine Medical Center, the closest hospital to where those shootings took place, at the bar, at the bowling alley, and where police are stationed down the road to go and look for this suspect. We'll toss it back to you guys.
Jack Mohammed at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston tonight. Jack, our thanks to you. And Jack's seen a variety of scenes tonight and has walked us through it. When he first arrived in Lewiston, he went directly to Spare Time Recreation, the bowling alley, where the shooting happened, and was met by law enforcement with guns, and they told him to go away. And we've seen some viewer video that we received of people running out of that bowling alley tonight after the gunshots there. And Jack then moved to the hospital where he has seen so many people.
Sure. Yeah, and those images that you see, and you talk about the people running away, and we want to be clear on the 50 people, 50, that have reportedly, according to NBC, been injured in this. Not all of them direct results of gunshots. A lot of them possibly from trying to get out of the situations they were in, because you hear gunshots, you run, and a lot of people possibly injured that way as well. But 50
18 County,
injured.
10 for 18.
All the people scattering in a hurry. So there will be, we've talked about some of the things that will and won't be happening tomorrow besides schools because of this situation. There'll be no public bus transportation in Lewiston tomorrow. So
Mac 1 County off at home.
10 for Mac 1.
Tomorrow in that area. So, and the Secretary of State's office has put on social media that their hearts are with the city of Lewiston tonight. So.
Yeah, we heard from Representative Adam Lee in Auburn tonight saying a similar thing. So he's right in that community, saying, he and his family are sheltered in place, they're safe, and encouraging others, as we've heard so much tonight, to hug your loved ones and be thankful for what you have tonight, and thankful for our law enforcement and our hospital staff, who we know are working diligently to save lives, likely right now, from what happened tonight. So again, there's a lot of unknowns. There continues to be, even after the briefing from the commissioner. Still a lot of questions again about what happened. The biggest thing at this hour, and likely the cause of why we're seeing so many things being canceled tomorrow, is because Robert Card is on the loose, and there's still an ongoing hunt, at least in Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon as well, we know, and likely further than that for him at this hour. So his photo's on your screen, and that's kind of the big message at this hour of this person is still out there.
Yep, and there was a large police presence, which we showed you earlier. Hannah Cumler, Sam Rogers were in Lisbon at a boat launch on Frost Hill Road. The car that Robert Card was reportedly traveling in was a white Subaru. They did find the car. He was not with the car. So so the search continues, and that chatter, if you will, of surrounding areas and where they might be headed next, and that has been fairly quiet. So the search is obviously still on. If you do see him, to echo the words of Commissioner Soschuk, do not approach. Mr. Carter is deemed to be armed and dangerous as right now specifically called a person of interest. They were very deliberate with the words there.
Yes, they were.
And so they do not approach him. You're not asked to do that. If you see something, even if you see somebody who might be that person, to please reach out to law enforcement, and certainly better to be safe than sorry. And then the commissioner also talking about the reunification center that's happening at the Auburn Middle School, which is such an important piece of this puzzle for so many people that have so many questions that are looking for answers.
Yeah. And that's the big thing, is trying to get answers for so many families at this point. Alex Haskell has relocated tonight to the reunification center at Auburn Middle School, joining us now live with what's going on there. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Brian and Lee. We've really seen things pick up here at the Auburn Middle School. A lot of families getting help, and news, good and bad. We chatted with the mayor of Auburn here not too long ago. I think many of you probably saw that interview. Just wanted to share some of the things that he said to us. Dozens of witnesses of the shooting were brought here, and they varied in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And he said, a lot of people have been able to get help here, but also receive some, the most terrible news possible in all of this. Some people were here when they found out that they lost loved ones in this. And, I've been chatting with people as they come out of this center. I just chatted with Lind, who came here looking for her husband, and she just walked out and found him. So some good news here tonight in Auburn. I just want to make sure, going through my notes, making sure I'm not missing anything that we can share with you. Obviously, we've been talking about how this center, or this middle school, is a reunification center. This is the place to come if you are looking for a loved one, if you have questions, if you have concerns. This is the place to be, and it is safe. We see many police officers here. They're walking with folks to and from the building. They're checking cars as they come in, so a very safe place to be. But we will keep an eye out here as folks continue to get help. We have mentioned counselors are here too for folks to speak with. Lee and Brian, I'll toss things back to you.
All right, Alex, thank you. And I just, I can't imagine what Alex is seeing. Yeah, right. Like that's hard, obviously, for the people who are going there to get their questions answered, for the people who have to answer those questions,
right.
And then to watch that and to see either the elation of the reunification or maybe the not. And it's just brutal.
Yeah, and I think we saw it on the mayor's face. We heard from Mayor Levesque a few minutes ago, and was asked, are both sides of that conversation happening for people who are showing up? And I think you saw it all over his face of how brutal and painful it is to see those horrible conversations unfolding of people who showed up there hoping to find their loved one and getting horrible news tonight.
Yeah, the news is bad all the way around. We're not going anywhere, so we're here around the clock, and we're going to get this thing hopefully resolved sooner than later for everybody's sake, and just to give a little peace of mind that the person of interest that they're looking for, at least right now, Robert Card, does get found. Just to look at him one more time. Again, you really shouldn't be out and about, but if you do happen to, be someplace where you see somebody who resembles that, you're asked to certainly contact your local authorities wherever you might be at that time. And again, do not approach, as he's considered to be armed and dangerous, and is the person of interest, or at least a person of interest, in what has happened tonight. And just a tragic night for the state of Maine, for all of us who are from here or not from here. You don't have to be a Mainer to feel for the loss that our state is feeling tonight, and certainly the empathy that we have for all the people going through everything they're going through, and everybody in the state is going through this. Some, maybe at a more severe level than others, but there's nobody that is not affected by this, that doesn't, view Maine the way that we view Maine, being the born and breeders. I think our state is held in a regard that this isn't the kind of a place where this thing wouldn't happen. And, that has been kind of our, we've been sure we can practice for it, and we can train for it, and we can make sure that we're ready just in case, but, it's not going to happen here. And, that's it's awful. There's no appropriate words to label exactly just how awful this is, that this is happening in our state.
And we also recognize these photos you're looking at right here were released from, as you see, the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office and Lewiston Police as well. They wanted us to share these pictures with you of a moment they said unfolded tonight at the bowling alley there. And I'll be frank, when we received those in the newsroom, they were audible gasps. They are jarring photos to see, especially when you know where they're taken from. They're not a photo from a town somewhere else. They're in our neighborhood now. So we recognize that there's a lot to process in seeing these images and knowing what unfolded tonight.
And I can't get over still the timing of the incident, which according to Commissioner Sawchuk was 6:56 p.m. That bowling alley, that had kids, right? There's kids in the bowling alley. There's adults in the bowling alley. Maybe Wednesday's bowling night for your team, your workplace, your group of friends, whatever it is. You think it's a fairly innocuous activity to go out and go bowling, and then something like this happens, and your world gets turned literally upside down, and we all sit around now and search for answers, search for healing, and for peace, and for our state to help us in that regard, and search for Robert Card. I mean, I don't think anybody will, certainly rest easily until that very important piece of this whole, domino is taken care of. And obviously, as Commissioner Sawchuk alluded to, literally hundreds of law enforcement officials from our state are currently working right now as we speak, trying to find this person of interest, and they should have the speed and the wisdom and the knowledge and the ability to make that happen as soon as possible.
You're looking at his photo again. Robert Card on your screen right now is a person of interest in tonight's shooting that left anywhere from 15 to 20 people dead and possibly 50 people injured as well. You were also looking at some video from outside Spare Time Recreation of just showing that the perimeter that is pretty much around the building as well, and how far back people are being kept from that building. Certainly a tremendous crime scene there to process for officials as well. And in terms of kind of the scope of the response to this, obviously this has the nation's attention tonight. Personally, I've had messages from people all over the country realizing what's going on here, asking that everything's okay. Other journalists who I know on their way here to cover this, and saying that, on their drive here on the highway, law enforcement passing them. So this is where there is a focus right now. And I think in large part because there's that giant question, where is he right now? And that is unsettling.
Yeah, it doesn't make you feel good. I mean, even just talking honestly with my own family. I mean, they're awake right now. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I've got kids of all age groups, and they're all, they have concern. They have friends in the Lewiston, Auburn area. They don't know if their friends are okay. They can't get in touch with them. And so I'm answering their questions as I'm sitting here talking to you, searching for our own answers for work and for life, and everybody's in the same situation. But I think your word unsettling really hits it on the head. It's just, we're all just on edge because we just don't know what's going to be next. Is, God forbid, the next thing going to be something awful that we hear about in another part of our state? Is the next thing that we're going to hear be, thank goodness they got him, and we don't know the answer to that question. And as I was mentioning before to the doctor that was gracious enough to spend some time with us, unknowns are hard, right? I mean, knowns are easy to deal with, or easier to deal with. Unknowns are hard, and this is a very big unknown. And we certainly trust that all the men and women that are out there right now doing their jobs, in full force with the entire state on the lookout here, will do their jobs that they've been so highly trained to do well, and that this will come to a resolution soon.
One of those challenging unknowns, I think, is, in the search for our search for answers and your search for answers is, there is, correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, but there is no next definite time we will hear from police.
Yeah.
Earlier, we knew we were anticipating hearing from them. We were
31 County, and close it out. Okay.
At this point, it's a little open-ended,
Tempo 31.
which I think adds to the uncertainty of the night of when will we know something more.
And another hard part, journalistically speaking, is as we try to gather information, the people that we would generally go to gather information are a little busy right now.
Very busy.
So answering a text or a call or, hey, help me out, it shouldn't be and isn't their top priority. They're all, full force ahead, focused on the task at hand, which is to find their person of interest, Robert Card. So it makes it harder to gather that information. Then if something is resolved, then you can, call or text a source and say, hey, okay, I've got 5 minutes here. I can chat with you a little bit. And so our reporters, which are also scattered throughout the state, are working hard to get as much information as they can, as accurately as possible, as quickly as possible, accurately first. And that's what we're all waiting for. So, yeah.
And we know that at some point you will hopefully go to sleep, but tomorrow you will wake up and there will be the questions of school and work and what's open and appointments. And we are constantly working to compile that information for you in the new Center Maine app. So if you're not able to stay up with the minute-by-minute updates we're giving you there, we're putting it all there for you as well for when you do try to figure out what Thursday looks like.
Yeah, and I think it's important. We're going to get to an interview we want you to hear in a second. I just think it's important to kind of emphasize this one thing that Commissioner Soschuk said, and it really kind of stuck out, and we had said it earlier before he spoke. The information that you're searching for yourself, right? The information that you're searching your phone, you're checking the internet, you're texting your friends who maybe live in the areas that we've mentioned. Be real careful to just vet your information properly, to know that what you're understanding and you're learning is real and not something that's not, that might cause unnecessary panic, unnecessary stress for you, and that your information is accurate. Because in a situation like this, with so much interest and so many eyeballs and so many people weighing in, that you should know what you're seeing, reading, hearing is real, and not anything besides that. So that's important.
There is comfort in that,
knowing
where the information is coming from.
All right, Chris Costa did an interview for us a little bit earlier, and we want to hear a little bit of that.
And if you don't mind, expanding on maybe helping the general public understand, one of the focuses of your most recent publication, right, was about the comparison between thwarted public mass shootings and actual completed attacks. Can you help kind of give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's a serious versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're, complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing, that is a warning that lets us know that something is happening and we need to take it seriously.
And to that point, Professor, some information that is circulating that we have been able to verify about what knowledge our Maine Information and Analysis Center may or may not have known about this person. I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And, without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
Thanks for sticking with us. I'm Amanda Hill. This is Zach Blanchard, and that was Michael Roque, who's with Bates College, where they are still under lockdown. Lewiston in general still being asked to keep their doors locked and shelter in place. Now, what we are learning from the AP, which got a police intelligence bulletin, is a little bit more information about the man that police are looking for, Robert Card. They say that he had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. This bulletin says that he had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. It didn't provide specific details about treatment or condition, but it did also say that he had reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. Again, that's all information from the AP, which got it from the Police Intelligence Bulletin. And again, Robert Card is the person of interest that police are looking for. He's 40 years old and he lives in Bowdoin.
Yeah, right now, police agencies from all across the country, really, and across the state are working to track this man down, a person they are calling a person of interest in this shooting, of course, that has killed. NBC News reporting 15 to 20 people in Lewiston tonight and injuring up to 50 others. Numbers that are truly unfathomable, truly hard to process for a lot of us tonight. And one of the elements here, we had reporters at a reunification center in Auburn where people were actually going to get some good news, to actually hear that their family members, their loved ones survived this tragic, unimaginable event. And we heard from Mayor Jason Levesque at that, and he went into the center and he kind of described what it was like to experience that.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. Been talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
Certainly difficult to hear, and a lot of people sort of reeling with this news. We want to bring in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Greg, thank you for joining us.
I'm sorry I have to, but I'm glad to be here with you.
Just heard from the mayor of Auburn there about just the emotions going to this reunification center to either find out someone you love has died or has been seriously injured, or that they're okay. Just the emotions of that.
And the uncertainty. Either way, that not knowing and then knowing one way or the other. So big emotions, need to reassure people, need to support people if they find out that their loved one's been impacted by this.
And also the viewers at home that are just watching this unfold, obviously it's a lot for them to process because Maine, we know, is a big, small town. Is there anything you recommend beyond just a general checking in?
Well, I got a text after the last hour from a friend of mine who saw me and thanked me for being here and said, we're not going to be sleeping tonight because we have a loved one who's in law enforcement in Lewiston, and so we're on pins and needles. And
33 County, myself and 34 are off at 36.
As you say, it's a small town. People have connections. People are going to wonder about friends and family, and that's going to leave us all, escalated.
Absolutely.
And if you're a parent, that's great, but your children as well. How do you take care of them?
Many children not going to school tomorrow. A number of school systems, school districts canceling classes, understandably, not just because there's a manhunt going on, but also because of the emotional toll that this is taking on students. It happened just before 7 o'clock at night, a time when children were still awake. They probably saw it come on the news, and parents had a lot to explain to their kids tonight. I know you were even in touch with the Department of Education, right?
I was on a call around 8 o'clock with Commissioner Macon and other leadership from the department and the student services. There's student safety center as well, or school safety center, and they were making plans on sending out materials to schools across the state on how to manage, how to support their students, how to support their staff. So the Department of Education was trying to support the schools even before they knew what exactly was going on.
There are certainly a number of schools that have already closed for tomorrow, and you can find a list of many of those on our website. We have the closings and cancellations on our website. But you mentioned the law enforcement piece of this, and that's something we just haven't really touched on yet. We talked about the family members who are waiting to hear about their loved ones, but hundreds of law enforcement are involved in this, and so many people in healthcare dealing with this crisis and probably seeing people they know come into that emergency room tonight.
And dealing with unimaginable horror of bodies damaged. For law enforcement, I was driving down here from Rockland and past law enforcement moving rapidly, and I just know that their bodies are just stressed to the max tonight as they're trying to do something to try and prevent this, to try and find the person, to try and be a support, and to try and help other people.
Yeah. What's your message to their families tonight that might be questioning? They see their loved ones go into unimaginable situations all the time, but this reaches a whole new level, and they might just be saying, what do I do when John comes home from work tonight?
Well, and law enforcement families, first responders families are accustomed to their loved ones experiencing trauma, and how do you keep a safe place at home for them to return back to? How do you make sure they've got a hot meal when they get there, peace to sleep, a place to talk if that's what they choose to do? Because they're going to be traumatized as well.
Absolutely.
Even for them, the stress, you mentioned that stress on their body. How do you safely come down from? I know a lot of people, even just watching this, experiencing so much adrenaline right now. Those locked in their homes experiencing adrenaline. How do you safely come down?
Well, those stress hormones, there's some real important tips. First, drink plenty of water. Hydrate. Good food, really work to get rest, and tomorrow exercise, move your body, because that's going to help release those stress hormones. If you do well talking and emoting, find someone safe that you can do that with. All those steps are really important.
How do you tell too when you should not talk, when you should not ask too many questions?
Know your loved one. And some of them will say, when I come home, I just need some time to kind of settle, and then I can talk. I need to go outside and stack some wood or do something just to process with my body, and later I'll be ready to talk. Other people, they're going to be talking to you on the phone on their drive home. So just know your loved one and how they process.
Now is definitely a time to check in and hug your loved ones close. Greg Marley with NAMI Maine, thank you so much. We want to remind you that police are still continuing this search for a person of interest in the shooting in Lewiston that has killed 15 to 20 people, injured as many as 50 others. Right there on your screen, this is Robert Card. According to police, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. Card had been committed, according to police, to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. They didn't give specifics about the treatment, but there are reports that Card had heard voices and had threatened to carry out
County 33 status check.
military training base in Saco. The manhunt continues still for Card. There was initially earlier this evening when we were on the air with you, we were sharing these images of the surveillance footage in that car that they ultimately found in the Lisbon Falls area empty, but they have not found Card. So we, as Amanda said earlier, hundreds of law enforcement officials from all across the state, all across New England, local, state, federal, are involved in this manhunt. Multiple towns have shelter-in-place orders. So Lewiston is still, at last check, in a shelter-in-place, as well as Lisbon. So if you live in those communities and you're still watching us, please stay inside your homes. And if you're heading to bed and when you wake up in the morning, make sure you check and make sure to see what the situation is to keep you and your family safe.
Also want to check because school likely closed in your area, so definitely keep track of that. Now, we talked about the numbers, just the astounding numbers, 15 to 20 people killed, up to 50 injured. And want to point out that the 50 injured, we're told, not necessarily gunshot wounds, a lot of that from escaping the dangers of what was going on, just the stampede of getting out of there. You can imagine the terror in all of that. All night long, we've been seeing images of people running out of spare time recreation, that bowling alley on Mollison Way there in Lewiston. We've heard horror stories from Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. I know we heard from a woman earlier tonight who was waiting at Central Maine Medical Center to hear if her son was okay. She knew he was at the hospital, but she had no other information to go by. So we have had reporters in multiple locations tonight, which is where hundreds of those officers have been dispatched out to as they continue the search for Robert Card.
Right. And we also want to touch on that Maine's hospitals are, of course, on high alert tonight. We are just learning that Maine Medical Center has alerted all on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation for those patients, those victims, to be taken from Central Maine Medical Center, where we saw just crowds of people gathered earlier, to Maine Med, which is, of course, the state's largest tertiary center that trains for moments like this. Of course, we never want them to happen, but they are prepared. And we've heard of at least one person being transported to Maine Med so far, but the hospital tells us that they, out of an abundance of caution and because of the situation, all of Maine Health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. So, of course, that's a big deal, so that they can focus on the patients that need immediate care. We're also hearing that other hospitals in the state are taking similar steps.
I want to talk about this too. Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, a lot of you know she was the founder of the gun violence prevention organization Giffords. A lot of people know her background with this, and she released a statement because so many people are taking note of what's going on here in Maine. And she had said, in part, it doesn't have to be this way and it shouldn't be this way. Entire communities shouldn't have to live in fear of an active shooting. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community, the victims and the survivors. Earlier this week, I visited Uvalde and met with the families and survivors of
Mac 2 County, you can show me tonight.
Another community has to experience this pain. Our leaders must act. Again, that was Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords speaking on what has happened tonight here in Lewiston. And by the way, Maine received an F from the Giffords Law Center's annual gun law scorecard. So certainly noteworthy there to hear from her.
Absolutely. And Greg mentioned earlier the impact on law enforcement and first responders tonight. The National Fraternal Order of Police just tweeted out a statement saying, please pray for all those impacted by the active shooter situations at 2 locations in Lewiston, Maine. Maine State Police and local law enforcement partners are urging people to stay inside. Prayers for all of our law enforcement officers who are racing to respond to the situation to neutralize this threat. So all the families of our law enforcement officers, first responders, medical personnel are in our thoughts as well this evening.
Certainly. Sam Rogers, by the way, has been on scene tonight with Hannah Cumler in Lisbon Falls. We know that's been another active scene for us tonight. Sam, what can you tell us at this point?
Yeah, Amanda and Zach, well, it's been about an hour or so since we last spoke with you. And since then, we can still see that wasn't a police cruiser there, but a number of cruisers in the last 2 hours or so going down this way towards Lisbon Street, because to our right, as we've said throughout the evening, but now we do know about a mile, a little bit more than a mile of Lisbon Street is closed off. We tried to go to the other side just to see if we could get any more information. Police blocking off several access points across Lisbon Street from here,
County 31 status.
the Lisbon Town Center and near the hall. And we actually just got back to Lisbon High School a few moments ago, and when we pulled in, we saw 2 tactical units. I wasn't able to tell if it was state police, sheriff's office, or what agency, but 2 tactical units pulling in behind the high school and the parking lots. If you were with us a few hours ago, you noticed that we were talking about the mobile gas station that we are at.
County 33 status.
Presence still remaining relatively the same. Again, the officer has been off of our right shoulder for hours, making sure that if the folks who can get past the HIM live there or need to go there for some sort of emergency, we've seen a lot of cars pull around and turn around. And again, a number of officers still off to our left. And we have been talking about this chopper. It sounds like a helicopter, looks like a helicopter. We've seen it use a spotlight. You might see in a few seconds when it does another rotation, it's getting closer to where we have been. Again, we're at Lisbon High School. Before, when we were talking to you guys around 8, 9 o'clock, it was kind of more so in the distance, but now you may be able to start hearing it pick up on our microphones. And just to kind of reset for those who have just kind of tuned in, Hannah Cumler and I got up here a number of hours ago as we got closer to the Lewiston and Auburn area. We were heading to Sabattis. It seemed like about 5 miles from those Lewiston exits, we started seeing cruisers parked on the side of the road with their stoplights and their spotlights centered onto the lanes of traffic, trying to identify the person of interest, the vehicle that he may or may not have been in. So that was one thing that we noticed when we were here. And then another thing, again, this police presence that we've been talking about. The officers, some in tactical gear, some drawn with rifles, the majority of them drawn with rifles, remaining by that mobile gas station. We have sit here and talk about police tactics as we look at another truck coming in. That's just another news outlet, so no tactical truck there. But, you know, I'm not going to go and dive deep into details about police tactics, but we have seen a similar number of officers on scene for a variety of different situations. Lee, Brian, Zach, Amanda, you guys have been talking about for hours. In our state trained for this. We've seen that response over the years at various breaking news scenes across the state, regardless of what the alleged crime is. Again, the helicopter coming in right over our head. This is, you're not going to be able to see it, of course, where we're sitting under a tree, but this is the closest we have got to that helicopter. You should be able to hear it over the microphone. Again, Zach and Amanda, Lisbon Street closed off for a mile here in Lisbon Falls. Seems to be like some more activity is picking up. We will, of course, let you know when we hear any more information.
All right, Sam Rogers, stay safe out there. We've heard that helicopter kind of circling those communities throughout the evening, obviously continuing to search for that man. We want to bring in News Center Maine's Jack Moment, who we've been talking to throughout the evening. He's been outside of Central Maine Medical Center, where all of those families have friends, loved ones come together to try and make sense of what happened, track down their loved ones. And Jack, I think you spoke to a local city councilor about what's happening there.
I did, Zach. That's correct. I did speak with Leroy Walker. He is the Auburn City Councilor for Ward 5. As we were standing here over the past few hours, it's been relatively quiet, but he pulled in his car, just walked into the hospital, walked right out, came up to us, says that his son is actually the manager at the bar in Lewiston, Schmeggy's, and he said that he hasn't heard from his son since the shooting took place. He said he's called around to various hospitals and still has not heard from his son. All of the hospitals in the area have said that they have not heard of him at all either. So we had a conversation, as many of the families here at Central Maine Medical Center have been really telling me all this time, is that they really just don't have answers about how their loved one is doing. But in speaking with Leroy, the city council for Ward 5, you know, he's confused, he's frustrated, just like many of the parents that we've been talking with as well. We did get a chance to speak with him, and he kind of talks about how some of it's really setting in on him, that there's a possibility that his son may be dead.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know I'm standing here telling you, because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, or he would have called us, because he manages Schmeggy's. So I know he was there.
And he still doesn't have any answers right now. He said that these next 24 hours will be critical, depending on if he gets information or not. He says that he talks to his son nearly every day, so not hearing his son in these past few hours has been really concerning to him. So he's also in contact with his son's wife and their family as well. Says that they actually just remodeled their home, and says it's going to be a really rough next few days, unpacking a lot of what's happened here. Now, if you look to my left here, you could see that this is the entrance to Central Maine Medical Center, and where those guards are standing right there, that is where the families were earlier today, offering up information about their loved ones to the hospital so they could keep tabs and find out more information on if their loved one who was potentially impacted by this mass shooting has been staying here. Again, we still have a suspected shooter on the large here. Maine State Police say that they're asking people to look out for a Richard Card. He is 40 years old. He is considered dangerous, and the Associated Press is reporting that, Robert Card actually had the man identified as the person of interest. He's a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility, according to state police. Now, if we bring the camera back here, really just standing here for the next these past couple hours, you really get maybe the tip of the iceberg of the gravity of what this loss means for community members here. But being here, you really do feel that loss. And there still is an active shooter lockdown happening here in Lewiston, as well as in Lisbon. Maine State Police and Lewiston PD, as well as Lisbon, are asking people to stay in place, lock their doors, do not go inside, don't do any unnecessary travel. But for now, we are here live outside Central Maine Hospital, the hospital closest to those locations of the shooting, where, as we heard, NBC's reporting, 15 to 20 people here in Lewiston lost their lives earlier this evening. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Yeah, Jack, I want to stay with you for a little bit. First, thank you for your incredible coverage tonight. This is not easy. I do want you to, especially for folks who were not tuned in earlier, can you really just paint the scene for us about what it was like to see the number of people gathered outside of the hospital earlier? And I know you spoke to some other people as well there.
Yeah, Zach, that's true. Being here in the beginning hours of what's happened, dozens of people, like I said, standing out in front of the Central Maine Medical Center, entering.
3334 status.
It was also when those dozens of people were standing here and we were reporting live that we learned that the death toll was going to be so massive. 32 county. Learning the information. 32. That there's so many family members here.
I've cleared that detail. I'm currently in gray. You got anything pending?
I think we'll stick with a lot of people for a long time. It's like I said, it's just hard to wrap your brain around.
32. At this time, we're just working on clearing up the call backlog. I've currently got 31, 33, and 34 working on it. Do you have an MDT?
We know we're outside of Central.
I do not. You're going to have to give me anything you have. I'm just, like I said, gray. If you got anything pending in Poland, let me know. I can have that by.
That they have said that they continue to prioritize the safety
10-4. At this time, like I said, we're just clearing up the LA call log. We have nothing pending on our end.
And surgeries scheduled for tomorrow.
10-4. I'll come back into Lewiston office, take something from them.
Reaching out to people with appointments to try to reschedule some of this, but it shows you, just how impacted our hospital systems have become.
If needed, I'll give you a 21 to save the radio.
Health, the state's largest healthcare system, has shut down their facilities.
Roger that. Use my personal.
So it's definitely having an impact. It's been a couple of hours now, I believe, since we heard from police for the first time about this incident. They weren't able to share a lot of specifics yet, not a lot of numbers, but News Center Maine's Alex Haskell was there at Auburn City Hall, and I believe he joins us now. Thank you, Alex. What more can you tell us there?
Yeah, hey, Zach. So we're here at Auburn Middle School. This is where a reunification center has been set up. And basically, this is where folks can come if they have any questions, if they have any concerns. A major one, if they're looking for a loved one, this is the place to come. And I'll give you the address. It's 38 Falcon Drive. Again, it's the Auburn Middle School. And I've shared this many times. This is a safe place. We've seen many members of law enforcement here. They're shining flashlights in cars and walking folks up to the middle school here, looking for answers. And we were chatting with the mayor of Auburn a little while ago, and he was kind of sharing what's been going on here. Dozens of witnesses of the shooting have been brought here, and these witnesses vary in ages, the youngest being teenagers. And some here have gotten the worst news possible tonight. They were here when they found out they lost a loved one.
33 County, we are 10-8. Ben is all set, was just sleeping.
Woman, her name is Jen. She came here looking for her husband, and after a little while I saw her walk out of the middle school with her husband, and they headed home. So some great
33, is there anything pending?
I chatted with a few other people, and I asked how
33, I'm still looking through LA's call log.
Very helpful.
Don't have many more left, however.
Is not well, and that might be a nice way to kind of cap much of what has been going on here. Just so much help from law enforcement, everyone tonight. But we are not well as we face this tragedy. Certainly not alone. But this is again the place to be if you have any questions, concerns, or looking for some loved ones tonight. We've seen the mayor of Auburn walk people up. Things have slowed down a little bit. Earlier we saw busloads of people, dozens of people being brought up to the building, but things have certainly slowed down a little bit here. I'm going to toss to some sound from the Maine Public Safety Commissioner, who we heard from earlier back in the Lewiston City Hall.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And as more information comes in, of course, this is a great spot to come. I'm going to share the address one more time, 38 Falcon Drive. That's the Auburn Middle School. Come here if you have questions, concerns. Also want to mention, guys, that there are counselors available. So if you need someone to chat to, come here. Zach and Amanda.
Certainly an emotional place to be, Alex. Thank you for your coverage on this. Like we said, we were talking earlier with Greg Marley with NAMI Maine about just the impact of this, the severity of this, of showing up to this reunification center and not knowing what the answer is going to be. Is it going to be good news or is it going to be horrific news?
Yeah, and a lot of people, like the city councilor we heard from with Jack, are living that nightmare tonight. And as you watch this coverage, as you experience this and learn more with us, make sure you're taking care of yourself too, and your loved ones around you. Again, we do want to remind you that as we speak, this situation is not over. Hundreds of police officers from all across the state, all across New England, are looking for this man, Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We're going to pull up his picture now here on your screen. According to police, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. As you can see there, that he was committed to a mental health facility this past summer, and there are some other disturbing reports about him, but if you see him or know where he might be, you are asked to call police. Police saying you can reach out to them by email, on Facebook, just by calling 911. He is considered armed and dangerous, so don't approach him, but police are still actively looking for him as we speak.
And again, a shelter in place remains in both Lewiston and in Lisbon, where those are two very active scenes right now. And Chris Costa, our reporter, actually spoke with someone in Lisbon earlier tonight who kind of witnessed a lot of stuff. We want to hear from them.
I've seen a lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car. Just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
Which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now. He can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and, there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. I really hope he doesn't wake up, and because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
Wow, a conversation a lot of parents across the state are having to have tonight as you watch this coverage. It happened just before 7 o'clock, a time when kiddos weren't quite in bed yet, and they likely saw the coverage on the screen, and parents just have to navigate this in the next few days. We want to bring back in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance for Mental Illness Maine chapter. That conversation is a real one. How do parents navigate it?
Kids are going to need reassurance. They're going to need a whole lot more physical hugs and cuddles. They're going to need simple messaging. And the first step is for that parent to calm themselves so that they're delivering it in an even way, giving them just the facts based on their age and stage, Zach, not over their head. And expect them to have lots of questions and to react in their own style and their own age.
We've mentioned a lot of schools, even not near Lewiston or Lisbon, closing tomorrow, recognizing the scope of this. But you yourself, you spoke with the Department of Education earlier tonight. How are they planning to move forward with something like this, to talk with their kids?
What the department was doing was trying to get out information to the administrators and the clinicians and the teachers on how to support kids when they're back in school, to how to hold the conversations, what resources are available in the state and nationally to help inform that around, it's called psychological first aid, that engagement to help ground and settle someone who's just jangly after this kind of traumatic event.
You also mentioned that you have been speaking with coordinators in the Lewiston, Auburn area tonight. How are they preparing for all of this right now?
Well, I had an email just a few minutes ago with Catherine Ryder, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Tri-County Mental Health. And she said that her crisis response, critical incident response team is out tonight working with law enforcement on death notifications and support. And they're going to be, across the community tomorrow doing the same work, supporting people, doing that critical incident response to help stabilize folks.
So are you working with other agencies across the state, or do you expect to be working with other agencies across the state to support those kinds of efforts as this unfolds?
I think my schedule tomorrow is going to go out the window as I'm trying to support this, what happens in the aftermath of this event.
Absolutely. A whole nother force of important humans comes into play after the fact. Absolutely.
Greg, thank you for joining us again. This is all very, what you said, psychological first aid, just had never heard that before, and it's incredible to hear that, because that is it's sort of like, how do we treat what's on the inside now?
Because we know enough about trauma, we know how people react, and we know some steps that can really help to settle someone. In that reassurance, that normalization, kind of giving them some information about what's going to happen in their body, what's likely to happen emotionally, and to help ground them. And we're all going to need that in the days ahead.
Yes. We are. Greg Marley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, a little bit of a reset for you. We are continuing our coverage of a mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine. Killed, NBC reporting, anywhere from 15 to 20 people, injured 50 more. This is the man police are looking for tonight, captured on surveillance video there before walking into Spare Time Bowling, where he opened fire. This image still hard to see after we've aired it over and over again, with that large weapon unloading on people that were there for a bowling league, that were there for after-work fun.
Yeah, we mentioned the timing of it all. 6:56 is when police were first alerted to what was going on, and it's people were just getting out of work. They were just getting ready to go do this. I heard from a friend tonight.
52 guys,
he was signing up for that bowling league and would have been there tonight. And it's just these connections and how many people are impacted by this. How many people will continue to be impacted by this? We heard from the Auburn City Councilor a little earlier tonight, still waiting to hear from his son, who worked at Schmeggy's. Just the trauma that will continue to come out of this. And as you said, police continue to look for this person of interest, Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We know he's from Bowdoin, and police now telling us he did have a history of mental illness.
Right, and as Amanda was talking about there, this happened at a time in the evening where there were people that were just going out to eat and drink at the bar. The city councilor we heard from said that his son was the manager at that bar, and it's a reminder of, we say it over and over again, but that Maine is a big, small town. There, with this many people, when you look at homicides in Maine last year alone, you're talking about 29 people. Now we're talking about 15 to 20 tonight, in just the last few hours. This is going to impact a lot of people. People are going to know people who were impacted by this, and it's going to have a ripple effect far beyond Lewiston, to really the entire state.
Right, and we saw the images of that car, just to again lay out the scene for you, and I'm not sure if we still have the map that we've been showing all night, but areas of focus were Molliston Way, where Spare Time Recreation is. That's where the bowling alley is. 4 miles away from that was Schmeggy's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. And then police found the car that they were looking for, that they believe he was in. 10 miles, we said, Zach, about 10 miles, 20-minute drive up Lisbon Street into Lisbon. They found it near a boat launch. Robert Card was not in it, so they continue to search for him. And again, both Lisbon and Lewiston are in a state of lockdown, asking people not to leave, although certainly they understand if you need to leave to go to Auburn Middle School. That's where that reunification center is. That's where you can learn more information about maybe someone you can't get a hold of who you believe has been impacted by this, or just go there to be greeted by behavioral health specialists and get a little comfort.
Absolutely. And we've said it over and over again, but there are a number of schools that are preparing for students that they have to explain this to. A lot of them canceling classes tomorrow. As Greg Marley had noted, preparing to get mental health counselors on site, especially in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They will be needed once students are back in class. So you definitely want to check if your kids have school tomorrow. You probably got the text, probably got the email. But I know we've heard from other school districts like Bonnie Eagle, one of the largest in the state, that still hasn't quite made the call. Is going to wait for the morning. So keep an eye on that for sure.
It's not just, elementary, middle, high school. This is impacting colleges as well. We've seen that Bates College went into lockdown tonight. They continue to be in lockdown as far as we know. Central Maine Community College also closing for tomorrow. They will not be open. We also heard from the University of Maine that has a campus in the Lewiston-Auburn area. They have closed for tomorrow. University of New England in Biddeford, they're over an hour away from where this is all happening, and they are continuing to check in with their students who may have family members involved in this, may be impacted by this in some way. All of these community colleges, all of these state colleges, all of these communities in general just impacted by this information. And you mentioned Maine being a small town. There are people, in the county who have been impacted by what's going on here in Lewiston.
Yeah, we should have the video from that scene at Spare Time earlier today. You saw people. We see it over and over and over again when we report on these tragedies nationally, running from the scene there. There were a number of people that were there for a bowling league. We also have someone, our anchor Lee Goldberg spoke with a personal friend whose nephew was at the bowling alley, and he was actually one of 8 deaf people who were there together for a night of bowling. And we are hearing that some of them were shot. And perhaps some still missing. So our hearts go out to those families and many, many others tonight as we just continue to hear the stories of loss, of anger, a lot of emotions going through people's heads tonight.
We heard earlier too from Auburn City Mayor Jason Levesque, who talked about some of this, and he talked about some of these survivors that we're seeing come out of Spare Time and how they're all sort of in a very protected space right now where they can talk to police, they can sort of give their witness statements, but certainly trauma that they are dealing with. But they're sitting with law enforcement now and hopefully are able to help law enforcement come to a conclusion here tonight at some point. And also we heard from Mayor Levesque about the people who are coming to this reunification center at Auburn Middle School. Just, a lot of people hoping for good news. And one of the reporters at this sort of press conference he gave had asked, we see often in situations like this where people come and they find out the worst news and just completely break down. Has that happened here tonight? And Mayor Levesque said yes, and I'll leave it at that. And you can see the emotion. Yes.
Yeah. One of those things that you just can't put words on. I believe Chris Costa is going to join us now. He has been kind of talking to several different folks tonight, witnesses, as well as a professor at Bates College. And Chris, this professor isn't just a professor at a college that is locked down tonight. Right. He's a professor who studies these kinds of things.
That is the shocking coincidence or irony here, I guess, in some way, that a professor who studies these exact type of events as part of his research. He is the Department of Sociology chair at Bates College. His name is Professor Michael Rock. And his research dives into specifically mass shootings and why they happen and what are the factors that either allow them to happen or things that they see through their research that could potentially prevent them. We talked for about 15 minutes on Zoom while all the students on campus there are locked down. And I asked him about his research, See if we have a minute to listen to what he and I talked about, just a portion of it.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. I just are you, so do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
31-10-8.
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
So just to kind of recap what we know, what is difficult about these situations is that as they develop, we learn more information. And as you all are aware, in the age of social media, there are rumors that start to spread, and all of a sudden they become out of control. So what we are going to try to tell you now is about what we know as a fact, confirmed information from police, investigators, officials, and also explain what we do not know and why we do not know it. We know for a fact there was an active shooter in Lewiston at multiple locations, at least two. It started just before 7 p.m. This is all information coming from Department of Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk. He spoke briefly before midnight. We do not know where this began, but we do know that the two locations, according to law enforcement, one of them is the Spare Time Recreation, and about 4 miles away, a little over 4 miles away, is that other location, Schmeggy's Bar and Grill. Now, police have encouraged people in both Lewiston and Lisbon to shelter in place right now. They're asking them to stay inside, lock their doors, because they say that right now on the run is 40-year-old Robert Card. They say he is armed and dangerous. They are saying that people should not approach him. They say he's just a person of interest. They did not go as far to say that he was a suspect, and Commissioner Soschuk made that clear. We didn't get the chance to ask more questions about why that distinction was important. But again, they are not calling him a suspect, just simply a person of interest. Now again, we know that Lewiston police have confirmed those two locations, the bowling alley and the bar. Lisbon police nearby had been reporting earlier I guess now this was earlier today, Thursday, because it's 2 a.m. They had been reporting an active search in the town of Lisbon for what they said was a suspect believed to have been involved in multiple shootings in Lewiston. Now, here's something that we do not know that is important to clarify. We know right now that Robert Card is a person of interest. We do not know that he is the shooter. We can't say that with certainty because we have not heard that.
We just do a quick accounting, figure out which units are clear and which have gone home.
On top of that, when asked, Commissioner Soschuk was not able to say definitively at the moment if there was more than one shooter. So the only person right now to the public to be aware of, do not approach, do not make contact.
10-4, I have 10 and 29 going code 4 shortly.
Been dangerous is the person you're seeing on your screen is a 40-year-old. Police say that is 40-year-old Robert Card of both.
17, you have traffic.
Now, Commissioner Soschuk had said that there was a vehicle of interest located in Lisbon. That's why they were also asking people in Lisbon to shelter in place. Again, we are not able to necessarily make the connection between this
County
and the person of interest that police have put out there right now, but somehow this is...
That Lucia was dispatched to, I believe it was on Old Green Road in Turgeon. However, the actual burglary attempt was at Forks on Sabata Street. When you're not 10-6, can you try to find a number for one of his doors that's been smashed?
The ATF have all been dispatched to the scene, and there could be more. An important note, President Joe Biden, the White House told us that the president spoke by phone individually to Maine Governor Janet Mills, Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, and Congressman Jared Golden about this shooting. He has offered full federal support in the wake of this. Now, one of the big questions out here right now is the number of people. How many people are hurt? How many people may be dead? NBC right now, and we told you earlier, the network had adjusted some of those numbers. We have not received any concrete information from law enforcement officials or hospital officials about how many people are hurt or dead. We do know that Central Maine Medical Center and St. Mary's are coordinating with Maine Medical Center, which is the state's only level 1 trauma center, to coordinate the care of the patients, and that all of these hospitals have basically risen to the highest level of operation right now, which is a mass casualty event. Zach and Amanda, I know you guys had covered the colleges. I know we'd covered the cities. Also, you guys had talked about the several school districts in the area that will be closed tomorrow. That includes Central Maine Community College, the Lewiston, City of Lewiston public offices also going to be closed. This is, as you have mentioned, an event that is rippling widely throughout this community, not just in the city of Lewiston or Lisbon, but throughout this state. There are ripple effects that are taking place right now for the people nearby.
For sure. One more addition to that, too, the LA CityLink buses have said that they are not going to be running tomorrow. And, a lot of people in the Lewiston, Auburn area rely on that transportation. And so this is certainly widespread impact here.
Of course. And we were just getting some new video of the scene where this all happened. As it unfolded, we had a lot of cell phone video to show you, but this is more recent. You can see police are still there. This is at Spare Time Recreation, bowling alley there in Lewiston. You can see a number of cop cars as well as some police tape up in the area.
And again, Zach, sorry to jump in, just to sort of set the
14 County Code 4.
Familiar with that area of Mollison Way. You can see Spare Time, we could not get close enough, but right here, this building is Subway. And then across the street from that, you've got a couple of different restaurants that people certainly would be at on a Wednesday night at 6:50. For sure. Yeah. You can see it a little bit more right there, yeah.
And earlier you had mentioned kids at a nearby hockey rink that were playing some hockey after school and probably forced to shelter in place there as well. So an area where a lot of people had gathering spaces. This is outside of Shemenki's Bar, just about 4 miles away.
County 33 off that.
Second scene where more shots reportedly rang out there. We heard from an Auburn city councilor earlier who says that his son was the manager at that bar, and he still has not been able to locate him.
County 33 status.
Hospital tonight.
And he is certainly not alone in that. A lot of people
33 on
still
10-8.
to hear from their loved ones. And Schmenke's very popular pool hall. And, you know, like you mentioned earlier, people getting out of work, wanting to, you know, get some steam out, probably stopped in to play a little pool. And yeah, just a lot of people tonight waiting to...
22 County, those units had advised they were clear. Can we clear them off the call, please?
Facebook page, they had posted industry night or something like that, even offering a discount for those hard workers that just wanted to go. And maybe
14 County, did you copy code 4?
Wind down, and obviously did not expect a night like this.
Right. Yeah, we continue to hear some upsetting things. Again, just to recap here.
19 County, just advising I'm still mobile in Lisbon, Lewiston area. We have a Lewiston unit with me.
Situation that happened earlier tonight in Lewiston, starting at Spare Time Recreation and happening again at Schmenke's Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street. We believe up to 50 people injured. That's also coming from NBC. And it's important to note that not all of those gunshot wounds, a lot of it injuries from the stampede of just people trying to escape, trying to survive what was going on.
I actually think we want to take another listen to that Auburn city councilor who was looking for the manager of that bar, his son, about what he's experiencing tonight.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, so he would have called us because he manages Schmenke's. So I know he was there.
God, wow. Just awful stuff.
You can see on his face, I don't know how he's holding it together.
No, and I'm sure it's pure shock and adrenaline that a lot of people are running off of right now. And want to remind you too that Greg Marley with NAMI Maine has joined us a couple of times tonight, and he had some really, really important things to talk about being safe and creating a safe space for your loved ones, those who are hurting, and taking care of yourself. So you can find more of that information on our website too if you want to go back and look at that.
Yeah, and this, as we keep saying over and over again, is having a ripple effect really all across the country this evening. Friends that are literally coming to Maine to report on this, checking in, saying, hey, are you okay? Do you need something to eat? That kind of thing. And so all eyes are going to be on Maine for a historic moment that we do not want. And none of us asked for. Meantime, Maine's political leaders are sharing a lot of statements tonight, many of them on their way back from Washington. Many of them have been in touch with the White House, President Joe Biden. One of those lawmakers is Congressman Jared Golden, who, of course, is from Lewiston, has represented the 2nd District for years now. His quote, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement to control the situation and gather information. Let's break for those who are affected and encourage the authorities as they conduct their work.
A lot of people remember Dr. Nirav Shah as well, who was head of Maine's CDC, got us through the pandemic there. He's now with the national CDC. He's in Washington, and he tweeted out earlier, tonight we are all Mainers. As Maine grieves, so does the nation. Also tweeting out the Celtics. Our thoughts are with everyone in Lewiston, Maine. So certainly a lot of people paying attention to what's going on here, and it continues to be an active situation. We continue to wait to hear from police that they have found Robert Card, the man at large that they are looking for.
Right, and we see this time and time again, right, when this happens in our country, these messages going out from all sorts of places. It's a tough night to have it happening in Maine. So take a look at your screen right now. This is Robert Card, who a man Amanda was just talking about. He is the person of interest. Police are actively searching for him tonight. We've heard of several different scenes in Lewiston at Spare Time, at the bowling alley, at the restaurant and bar, as well as in the Lisbon area. In Lisbon Falls, there's a number of police there, both state, local, even federal, and a helicopter. Sam Rogers was reporting earlier, you could actually hear that helicopter circling the scene, searching for this man who was trained as a firearms instructor in the U.S. Army Reserves facility in Saco. There was even state police saying that he was committed to this past summer. So it's perhaps someone that...
Can you start me a call for transfer by telephone? It's going to be at 54 Water Street.
As this continues to unfold, including should he...
And I'll be going out.
If he did have this history of mental health struggles.
Yeah, earlier Gabby Giffords, who you obviously know survived a mass shooting of her own and started a foundation, kind of voiced her concern about that, about seeing these time and time again, and she releases these statements as they happen, as these shootings happen across the country, and now she's talking about Maine tonight.
Yeah, and Maine actually scored an F on her report card, where they kind of look at your gun policies and what's going on in Maine, and we scored an F. And what she actually wrote in a statement in part is, it doesn't have to be this way, and it shouldn't be this way. Entire communities shouldn't have to live in fear of an active shooting. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community, the victims and the survivors. Earlier this week, I visited Uvalde and met with the families and survivors of that mass shooting. I'm angry that yet another community has to experience this pain. Again, Congresswoman Gabby Giffords going on to say that our leaders need to act.
Right, and it's not just anger, it is sadness, it's complicated emotions. There is a reunification center in Auburn tonight where a lot of people have been going, in some cases to get good news that their loved ones did survive, and in other ways finding out that their loved ones died. And we spoke to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque about just what that was like to be there, and all of those emotions. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. Been talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
You've been listening to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque speaking from earlier tonight. We're just swapping out crews to keep you informed throughout the morning here as we're learning information and working to learn more information. I'm Brian Econo, along with Lee Goldberg, of course. A lot to process, a lot to continue processing.
Yeah, and we're switching out shifts, if you will. And in the off time, just gathering information as much as we can, reaching out to the people that we know from being from here and from knowing so many people, and
a lot of connections.
Yeah, so just kind of reaching out to people, and I was just talking to you a little bit. So a friend of mine who reached out, and her nephew was at the bowling alley tonight.
Macri County, I'll be 10-8. Can you keep the call open? Negative contact.
All of them decided to go out bowling for the night. 5 of them were shot, according to her. 3 of them died. 2 of them did not get shot of the 8. And one of them, her nephew, is actually still missing. Apparently he was shot and they can't find him. So this is what people are dealing with right now. And for those, as we just heard from Mayor Levesque, at the reunification center, how important that is for people to get the answers, looking for their loved ones that they can't find, or hopefully that they can find through that.
Because those are really the range of challenges I think so many families are going through now. Of I don't know where they are, or I know where they are, but I don't know their condition, or I've heard nothing. And how you process that through the night, I don't know. I don't know how parents do it or families do it.
So just to get you caught up, police still looking for Robert Card. I'm going to take this microphone out of my pocket because I think it's giving me some.
Yeah, his picture is on your screen right now. This is Robert Card. He is considered a person of interest by the Public Safety Commissioner. We heard from him earlier this evening as well. Connected to shootings of at least 2 locations in Lewiston from tonight. Started around 7 o'clock tonight. The first was at Bowling Alley, Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston, right off Main Street there. You're looking at photos that police have released to us. That's the vehicle they had been searching for a while. And these are photos from inside the bowling alley where you can see what likely unfolded next based on these photos.
It's been a night of chaos for everybody in our state, for people who currently live here, for people who have ties here, for people who used to live here and used to call Maine home, but still obviously hold our state very near and dear to their hearts. It's been a night of disbelief that it could happen. Quote, could happen in our state.
You're the closest I have in the area. I don't know if you could
many states and cities
hang back for a minute. I have a white Ford F-150 with veteran plate 9915 Adam 3. Caller states that he's been following it since Oxford. It's been acting weird, doubling back, driving all over the road.
In our state, as we've seen, far too many times in other states across our country, and
108 northbound Lucy Road,
as they now do for us on this night, as we what happened, how many people have been injured, how many people have been
17 and 10, I'm headed that way. If you find it, I can handle it.
Right, which is another point.
I'm just north of Boothby. I'm going to zip around Durham.
With the commissioner this afternoon.
That's where I'm on Center Street, but like I said, I'm headed north now.
Out there.
Copy, thank you.
Participated in this shooting tonight, and all we could get information on was
29 County Code 4.
Person of interest. No other comment there.
And that's unsettling because, as we talk about and hear from people who were there, people who or witnessed it or experienced it.
Be advised, I got a key holder responding. It's going to be about a half hour.
And yet, we're in a current situation still because this person of interest has not been caught. So that's very unnerving, and it's to some extent disheartening that we're still talking about this here, 2:06 in the morning on Thursday, and we're still trying to find Robert Card, which I think would go a long way towards putting a lot of people's minds at ease to just know, okay, they got him, and now we can start to heal, because that can't start.
Baltimore County, my own unit, 10-8 back to the falls.
This is certainly far from settled right now.
Not to say that there isn't a very large search for him in multiple communities. We've had crews spread out in a number of communities: Lewiston, Auburn, Lisbon tonight. And they have all reported seeing, at various times, police cruisers, zipping past them, headed somewhere. At times, major roads were closed because there was a concentration somewhere. So this search is certainly active and ongoing, and we are continuing to see the images of that through the night. Just still no indication from police that he has been located.
And not just all the law enforcement, which Commissioner Soschuk referenced, the hundreds of law enforcement in our state at every level that are on duty right now, that have responded from all across the state. It's not just in Androscoggin County, it's not just Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon and Sabattis. It's literally everywhere. And I've heard from people who are all over our state tonight saying that where they live, as far south as York County, all they hear is cars on their way. So help has been on the way from every community as this search continues.
County County, were you able to run that place?
Throughout the country. It starts to, and people start to react to it. We've heard from so many.
Going to be listed to a Jordan Elston, born in '88, out of Augusta.
It's at that level that we always see happen in other
valid,
places.
negative 29.
kind of a...
Only thing we have is a traffic stop in Durham on Pinkham Brook Road back in 2019.
NBA basketball teams, tonight's their opening night. The Sacramento...
All right, I'm behind it northbound. I'm just observing the operation at this point.
Coach Mike Brown was asked about the game and did not want to talk about the game. Instead, he wanted to talk about what's happening here in our state.
I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely disgusting, and it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be,
Okay, did you get all the calls, information?
our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about.
10-4.
Because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right.
It's the head coach of the Sacramento Kings of the NBA, Mike Brown, on opening night, and talking about what's happening here currently in our state.
You know, in his reaction that you saw physically with him as he started to talk, you know, I think that's the sympathy we often felt when we hear it happen somewhere else. We're like, oh my gosh, this is terrible. And to know that that's directed at us now is very different. We continue to have crews in multiple communities keeping us abreast of what is happening there as the search goes on. That includes Sean Stackhouse at CMMC. Middle of the night, Sean, tell us what's going on there right now.
Well, Brian and Lee, let's set the scene for you here at Central Maine Medical Center. I've been on scene here for just about an hour, and it has been very quiet here. There have not been many cars passing by. This is Main Street in Lewiston, right here behind me, where Central Maine Medical Center is. We've seen just a couple of ambulances that have come in. It's not clear if those are victims in this instance, but we've just seen a couple of ambulances. We've seen several police cruisers go by as well with their lights on, but we've not been seeing, too many other vehicles that have been passing by normally.
Thank County, I'm 1083 with that in front of Long Pond.
Jack Mulmid, one of my colleagues at Center Maine, had been on scene here at Central Maine Medical Center for much of the evening. He had the opportunity to be here as, dozens of families were coming here to see if this...
County 10, my caller's in a red Jeep. He might pull over and let you speak with him.
These horrific shootings were brought to. No, police have not stated just how many are injured. Right now we're hearing reports of about upwards of 50 injuries. We've not had that confirmed from Central Maine Medical Center to get an idea of just how many of the victims were brought here. There have been ambulances that have arrived here. As I mentioned, Jack Mulmid was on scene and he saw many of these ambulances arriving. This has also been an area that Lifelight has been departing from to bring patients in serious condition to critical care units. Now, as I had mentioned again, this is Main Street, a typically quieter area here in Lewiston. Or typically a busier area, but it has been fairly quiet aside from some ambulances, some police cruisers that we've seen come by. Now, again, Lewiston is in a shelter-in-place order along with Androscoggin County. And our anchors have been bringing you the very latest as we continue to look for a person of interest. Police have not shared too many details about that individual, but we'll be sure to bring you the latest photos as well as the description of the vehicle that this person of interest may be in. Now, again, we're here at Central Maine Medical Center. This is the closest medical facility to where these two shootings took place.
County 10.
And we're going to be here throughout the evening.
Contact with my caller.
The situations here in Lewiston, but for now,
I'm trying to wave him to come up to me. He's just a little slow.
All right, Sean Stackhouse.
10-4. Just be advised, he does have a 1032. He just wanted us to know.
Jack Mulmid had been there for several hours through the night as well, and it speaks to kind of
the female operator, she's fine. I'm just trying to get her information. She doesn't have her license on.
spare time shortly after the shooting. We saw a decent crowd of people gathered outside Central Maine Medical Center, initially trying to find out what was going on with their loved ones. And then there was this reunification center created at Auburn Middle School, which is where a lot of those people then moved to, which is why the hospital scene is now quieter now. So there's been quite the change through the night of what each of these locations look like.
Sure, and the scenes have changed, right, from hectic and chaos and uncertainty to a little less of all of those things at those specific locations. The uncertainty remains with the picture on your screen. The uncertainty remains with trying to find the person of interest, as named by the Maine State Police Commissioner Mike Soschuk, Robert Card. That's everybody's uncertainty right now, because we still just don't know where he is, and until he's caught, that's going to remain obviously the case. And while people are trying to reunite with their loved ones, and the situation seems to have calmed in that area of where everything happened earlier, where obviously 6 hours ago it was, total chaos, and now it's not. Now it's quiet and it's calm in that area, while the hundreds of law enforcement officers that are from our state and maybe beyond are searching vigilantly, sorry, to find that man right there.
These are those photos that were released fairly soon after this shooting happened. Police sent these photos out with initial search for him, and then we later learned his name, again, Robert Card. But these are the photos showing moments before what unfolded tonight at Spare Time Recreation. And the vehicle that was found in Lisbon. We had a crew there where there were a lot of police officers as well. He was not in that vehicle. But it was found tonight as well. So that's where part of the search is continuing tonight as well, and also why Lisbon has a shelter in place and schools are closed there as well for tomorrow.
I mean, there is such a overwhelming feeling of sadness, Brian, that I know that we personally feel here, that we have heard from so many of our former colleagues, of friends who don't live here anymore.
County, you ready for 27?
Mourning for our state and what our state is going through, and what certainly the victims. And
same last name as the RO. Given name is Gabby, G-A. Check that, it's Gabrielle.
The question is,
and her date of birth is?
Be until you get there, and that is
12/11/85.
That these people have to go through this. Our Alex Haskell is there at Auburn Middle School, and has the latest on what's going on there. Hey, Alex.
Hi, Lee. I'll just go off of that. This is a place full of emotion, but also hope, where families can come and hopefully get some answers that they're looking for. And that main answer being, where is my loved one? What has happened to them?
County 10.
We've seen many different answers.
Subject showing out of Augusta has a suspended license.
Mayor of Auburn, Jason Levesque, and he tells us we have heard everything from
suspended effective
the most horrific
4/12/2020.
The loved one in all of
unsatisfied judgment. So it
says. We chatted with this woman. Her name was Lind. She came here looking for her husband, and she walked in the building, and she came out maybe 15 minutes later with her husband at her arm. So that was a good moment in all of this. I do want to introduce you to someone.
Yeah, I caught him.
Her name
is she's currently suspended for what?
Just like so many have tonight.
And for currently suspended, it says it's administrative action. The reason is unsatisfied judgment.
She came here after she was at the hospital because she had been told he was there and he was alive. That turned out not to be the case. They don't know where he is. So she is facing a lot of confusion.
The conviction prior to that was using a handheld mobile telephone while driving.
She also shared
and a seatbelt not used.
Was with his friend who is in critical condition from being at the bar. Here's what she had to say about that situation.
I'm still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are. Right now, we're trying to figure out how we're going to tell his kids. He is almost 14-year-old. Her birthday is in 4 days. How are we going to tell her? Your dad's not going to be there. How does the mother go home to tell the kid? We don't know if he's alive or dead. We don't know where he is. We don't know what's going on.
Again, that was Maria Wilson talking about her partner's friend who is at one of the locations of these shootings, who is in critical condition tonight. Like I said, just a lot of emotion here, some good news, but also terrible news. But people here really trying to get answers for folks, and this is the place to come if you have any questions, if you have any concerns, if you're looking for those loved ones. This is again the Auburn Middle School, and its address is 38 Falcon Drive. We've seen things kind of slow down around here. Earlier they were bringing people in, witnesses of tonight's events by the busloads. Just dozens of people of all ages, the youngest being teenagers, coming here. Brian and Lee, so this is the place to be, and I said earlier, you know, this place is safe. Police are here, so this is a safe place to be.
Alex Haskell, live for us at Auburn Middle School. Certainly a place I cannot imagine the emotion in the air there. So thank you, Alex, for relaying some of what people are going through right now, to what your point was earlier, Lee, of you show up, you know what the question is, you just don't know what the answer is going to be.
But you can feel it in watching Alex talk.
Yes.
Right? Watching Alex talk, my heart hurts. Right? Alex is from Maine, right? He's like us. And
he knows what it's like.
And our job is to talk to people like that poor woman who doesn't know what's going on.
No answer.
And it's literally heartbreaking to be talking about this, about our people in our state, with our people who are here. Lisbon was also a pretty active scene police-wise tonight. They were in the area of a boat launch in Lisbon on Frost Hill Road. Our Hannah Cumler was there when that happened and is still in Lisbon and joins us now. Hey, Hannah.
17, I'll catch up to you later. I'm going code 4.
Yeah.
St. County, she's pulled over, she's getting a ride, and I'm code 4.
Just a 18-wheeler passing in the background, not related to...
Copy, she's pulled over, she's going to get a ride, and you're code 4.
Passing through. So with that, know that some of these roads are open. However, Lisbon Street is still blocked off towards Lisbon Center. When we last spoke with you, we told you it's about a mile that's blocked off in between until you hit the next roadblock, because we did make our way around. I'm standing in a little bit of a different location. I'm at the top of the driveway here at Lisbon High School, which we've been on this campus throughout the evening. But I wanted to show you this driveway here. We saw 3 tactical vehicles come down this driveway. We have yet to see them come back out. In ways, this area where we've been kind of posted up here at the junction on Route 196 is quieter but still active. And the only reason I say that is because also, Sam, if you don't mind swinging around the gas station over here, we had shown you earlier had several vehicles in it, unmarked police cars, and now there still are some, right? But this whole entire parking lot was full. And so there was a moment in time where all of a sudden all of them pulled out and were zooming, going very fast in the opposite direction. So we've had some leave, but then tactical vehicles come, and still no clear answer as this search continues. But I will say that the chopper is still present. It's not here right this second, but it has been the loudest we have heard it, and that's probably because it's been kind of hovering right over Lisbon High School. There have been reports that have been released on social media showing the track of that chopper, the flight path of that chopper, and it's done several loops all along the Androscoggin River, which is right behind Lisbon High School. And so where that chopper's flight track, it's been lots of loops around, but a heavy focus in this area. Once again, we do not know anything. We obviously know that the search is continuing here. We know that the empty car was found in Lisbon Falls, and that we attempted to go down to that boat launch earlier this evening on Frost Hill Avenue, but it was blocked off at that time. Now, there's still obviously a large police presence here, but all of those cars that left, they have not come back. So, a lot of questions still out there, kind of in this period, at least here at this scene, where things are uncertain and stuff is happening, but you don't really know the answers. So Sam and I are constantly looking over our shoulders and getting back into our vehicle and away from the fray when we can, because there is a shelter in place here in Lisbon Falls. We are supposed to be away from danger and safety, but law enforcement has done a really nice job making sure that we're informed of, areas that we can and cannot be, and letting them do their jobs, letting us do our jobs, and just trying to keep everyone informed of what it's like here in Lisbon Falls.
Hannah Kumler, live for us once again in Lisbon Falls. Very interesting perspective, especially to be there and know that tactical vehicles went down one direction and you haven't seen them come back.
Yeah, and at the same time, you have to be real careful, which Hannah obviously did a great job doing. You know, you don't want to overreact to seeing something either.
Right.
So you don't have to, oh,
could be nothing.
This could be it. You know, it also could literally be nothing. So when we know something, we certainly will tell you.
In the meantime, we'll tell you what we see, which is exactly what Hannah was doing. Greg Marley from NAMI, Maine has been with us for a few hours now and he joins us again. We appreciate you being with us. You know, keep coming just back to how much there is to process. That there's the weight, I think, of the numbers we're hearing that are unofficial in itself, and kind of just the uncertainty feeling of this person's out there.
All of Maine is going to sleep tonight uncertain about what's happening, whether this alleged perpetrator is going to be, and so they're going to bed feeling less safe, and they're going to wake up the same way. And parents need to face their children, to reassure them. You know, most of the state is going to have school tomorrow, but not in the immediate area around Androscoggin County. But how do you send your children out on that bus, reassure them that the world is a safe place, that there are people they can turn to, identify those people at school that they rely on, that they trust, because they're going to be uncertain. They're going to need hugs. They're going to need reassurance.
Yeah, I'll tell you how I'm doing it. Full disclosure, I'm not sending my kids to school tomorrow. So that's just a choice I make. I just want to be with them. So they might want to go to school tomorrow, but after being here for by the time this is all over, I want to be with them tomorrow. And I just want to spend some time with them and just talk about what happened tonight, because I know they know. They knew that I left earlier than I usually do, and they certainly are watching and have seen what's going on, and I want to be able to have those conversations with them, and they'll get a lesson outside of school that has probably got as much value as what they were learning in school. So.
And I bet you're not the only parent who's going to do that. I suspect there's a lot of kids who don't go to school tomorrow because those parents are going to want to hold them close and reassure them and be reassured by that love from their children.
You know, Greg, obviously you don't have a crystal ball, so I'm not trying to put you in a position to imagine you do, but we can think of things through history that changed an environment. 9/11 would be one. Life changed after 9/11. Does this change us? Does this moment change Maine?
I think life significantly changed in Maine shortly after 7 p.m. We have not experienced this type of gun violence in the state. We read about it across the country, but it visited us. And so it's going to make the state less safe. It's going to bring up a lot of questions about, is there anything we could have done? Early indications point that possibly this man is struggling with a significant mental illness and psychotic disorder. And does it bring in, how do we get people the help they need so that they don't decompensate and do something violent like this? Lots of questions.
And how important to have that conversation versus avoid the conversation, because I think it's an uncomfortable conversation for a lot of parents, I think, to have with their kids, because it's uncomfortable for them to process it themselves. So they're trying to figure out their own way to get through this, and at the same time convey that to somebody significantly younger. But I'm guessing, and you tell me, it's more important to have that hard conversation than to just not have it at all.
And I think it's important to acknowledge what you know, the basic facts, not going into too much detail, but to tell the story, to be honest about it in the age that the stage that your child can take it in. Because they need to know, and if they hear it from you as their parent, they're gonna trust that more. Because they're going to be watching the news just like we are. They're going to be listening to the radio. They're going to hear people talk about it, and there's a whole lot of rumors out there.
Yeah, and equally important to take care of yourself.
Yeah.
You have to take care of yourself. You're not going to be any good to your kids if you don't take care of yourself. So you gotta take care of yourself as well. So, and not just pretend you can get through it, if you can't.
Yeah.
So.
Put that oxygen mask on yourself. Breathe first, and then give it to your child. Yeah.
I imagine one of the next challenging waves will be, one of the questions we have tonight is we don't know anything about people who were injured or died tonight. We don't know their ages. We don't know if they were their families. So, Alex has been telling us, he's been hearing there was a range of age at these locations. One was a bowling alley, likely younger people. So there's the possibility that there are essentially children who died tonight, which seems like it would be a whole other wave of challenging that conversation with children.
Yeah, and it's going to be challenging for those kids at school if that child does not come back.
Right.
And how do you explain that, and how do you support the rest of the class?
Okay.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot because we're all processing it as it's happening, and as we're trying to talk to you about it, and we're all going through it together. So
Yes.
it's
Greg,
a lot. It's a lot for sure.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
You're sure welcome.
We, of course, will continue bringing you what we know. If you've been watching myself and Lee tonight, we've been very transparent with you that we know a little, and we continue working to learn more, but it's not coming quickly right now.
No, it is. It's tedious, and it's late. It's 2:30 in the morning. I know a lot of people, if you're still awake, we're hoping this would be over by now, and you wouldn't have to worry about this. I'm sure that's what law enforcement would like as well. So
absolutely.
There's a whole slew of people working in that direction, and again, we're just hoping that I'm hoping that to be sitting here any minute from now to be able to say, hey,
I know. I keep
this
waiting
just
for
in.
that alert.
Here's what they're telling us.
Yeah.
So. I'm very, very much looking forward to that.
We've been talking about kind of the two key scenes tonight where shootings unfolded. There was the spare time, you see them on your map right now, and Shemenges, which was about 4 miles away. So these weren't like across the street from each other. There was some distance here. And we also have, if we're able to pull it up, some more recent video from both of those scenes that show kind of the transition through the night that we were talking about. They're clearly still crime scenes, but a very different kind of presence to those.
I mean, and these are people, Brian, that we talked about that, we're going to spend a Wednesday night going bowling.
Right.
I mean, how Maine is that? Let's go bowling on a Wednesday night, and you certainly don't think twice about anything going to possibly happen to you there, or, going out to Shemenges and maybe watching the Celtics season opener, which is tonight, and maybe, just gathering, and it's a joyous occasion. It's a celebratory night. It's a night to just live your life and be footloose and fancy free, and it just turned into tragedy. It's turned into something we've never seen. It's turned into something we've mentioned for that it may happen someday, but let's hope it doesn't. That our professionals have trained for. That our officials have prepped for, where there are plans in place and protocols, and everybody knew what they were supposed to do if God forbid something like this happened. And I think the hope and the plan was that this would never actually need to be enacted, and tonight it has been, and it was, and it is continuing. And it's just, it feels like we're talking about someone else, and then you realize this is us. These are our people. These are our friends. These are our neighbors and our neighbors' friends and our relatives. It's awful. It's absolutely awful.
And the size of the police response here, we heard tonight hundreds of officers from across the state, across New England. Here, certainly in the initial parts, that were big questions about what's happening, an active shooter, a mass casualty event declared at a number of hospitals, to now a full-on search, as Hannah was saying, from the air with a helicopter circling multiple times where she is in Lisbon, to police cruisers passing Sean in Lewiston near the hospital. So kind of just the ongoing search. And the message continues to be, if you see something out of place, if you see who you think is this person, call police.
The message has also been consistent that, stay inside. The stay inside message, the shelter in place message has not gone away. It's actually expanded. It was started in Lewiston, it went to Auburn, and it went to entire Androscoggin County to just stay inside until they find this person that they're looking for. As far as Maine Medical Center, which is 60 miles away, 45 miles away. I mean, it's certainly not in Androscoggin County, and they have shut their doors. If you don't work there, if you're not a patient there, you're not getting in. So they're in sheltering in place as well. As everybody just has to be super diligent about their own safety, their own awareness about the fact that there's someone out there that is clearly dangerous, and to make sure that you stay safe while law enforcement tries to find them.
Keep looking there.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the big question now that it so much is hinging on for the rest of us, if you will. But again, for these 15 to 20 families, Their focus is trying to get answers. And as you see on the bottom of your screen there, as many as 50 people injured. And Lee pointed out earlier here, as we have reported when these shootings have happened in other locations, sometimes the injuries are jumped through a window to get out of a building and cut themselves up. I mean, it could be anything related to the scene.
Well, and it's going to have a ripple effect on, forget the physical injuries. Then you've got the psychological, stuff that people are going to be dealing with for so much time, who were there or saw something or whatever the situation is. There's going to be just so much extra that people are going to be dealing with for quite a long time because of this. And it's awful that it's happening here. We joke in Maine, that I was in Bar Harbor and saw a guy who played Little League baseball with you. Of course you did. Hashtag Maine, right? So then when something like this happens, you might be in Aroostook County or in York County, but you're going to somehow be connected to somebody of these 50 to 70 people. You're going to somehow be connected to them because we are such a large geographical and small populous state that we're bound to know someone who's directly affected by this, which will then directly affect us. And just the effect that it has on us in the first place because this is our state.
Right,
and
this is our home.
The question about does this change Maine? I'm sitting here listening to you ask that, and it made me sad.
It is sad.
It made me sad the fact that I had not thought of that we will be looked at by ourselves differently. I never used to lock my door. Well, now maybe I'm going to. Never used to, do this, and now maybe you think twice about it. And that's one of the things that I love about here. Why I wanted to stay here forever and raise my kids here is because of this state and how safe it is and how it's such a great place to be. And I don't, personally, I will not subscribe that this is going to irrevocably change us where that will not still be what Maine's all about.
Right. That's still
but there will always be this speed bump in our path to perfection of the way life should be, because tonight is not the way life should be.
No, it is not. But that shadow will be here with us forever now.
All right, Chris Costa spoke with a professor from Bates right down the street from where all this happened. I want to listen into some of that conversation.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just Are you? So do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure, but also concerned. I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal, and so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
Chris Costa, by the way, just a representation of our entire team has been working through the night, working to gather information, whether they're at home. Most of us are here in the building, but a double interesting perspective there for someone at Bates in that community, between those two locations where this happened, and studying this very same scenario.
Yeah, and has always studied that scenario in other places.
Other places, right.
Yeah, so
it's down the street.
We're very happy that he took the time to join us on this offline. So, all right, we're going to go back to Lisbon Falls. There's been some activity there. Sam Rogers is hanging out and can bring us up to date. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Lee, well, the last few times we've spoken with you, we really haven't had anything new to report. Police still monitoring Lisbon Street from here into Lisbon Town Center. But just in the past few minutes, we've seen 2 tactical trucks from the Portland Police Department. Tough to see now, but you are looking into the gymnasium window from Lisbon High School. About 4 or 5 minutes ago, we saw a number of police officers wearing tactical gear come in, and you can see Hannah Kumler's behind the camera right where that lone blue light is. We just saw them get out of those trucks. Again, we can't begin to imagine or talk about or be able to predict what is going on. But again, just to refresh everyone up to speed over the last few hours, we are right in front of Lisbon High School. It seemed like there was a period about an hour or so where every 10 minutes we would see a few cruisers fly off to our right down Lisbon Street, kind of near Topsom, but we really didn't see what was going on. We looped back to the other side of Lisbon Street, police blocking off about a mile stretch of the road. And again, it was kind of this repeat repetition over and over again. You can't hear it now, but there was that helicopter patrolling the Androscoggin River, the surrounding area. We were able to see it loop above us, making these wide loops, getting closer and closer in the last few hours or so. But that's really what it's been like. Again, for the past number of hours until those few minutes ago when we did see 2 of those tactical trucks from the Portland Police Department, plenty of law enforcement officers inside. It almost looked like maybe a bad comparison, but like an army truck. Again, tan cruiser coming in, a lot of people in the back. We could see a few of them with the helmets on, with the gear, with the rifles. Again, much of the same theme as we have seen from sheriff's deputies, from local law enforcement. Everyone is kind of, armed and ready, again, for lack of a better term here. We have seen a decrease in the police presence in the past few hours again, but the biggest development, Lee and Brian, is that Portland Police Tactical Team is now in Lisbon Falls. And of course, we are right in front of the high school, have a decent eye on them. Again, we don't want to predict on what they're going to be doing, what is going on right now. I just want to pass along that information.
All right, Sam Rogers live in Lisbon. Thanks so much for that, and we'll certainly keep everybody updated if anything else is worth reporting. So we're letting you know what we see as soon as we see it. So Sam, to his point in mentioning what he was talking about there is Portland's tactical team. Right. So we talked about the hundreds of people in our state that are in law enforcement and first responders that are aiding in this search and in this entire case, and there you go, living proof. So.
Law enforcement is certainly one thing, but I do think it also speaks to the culture of Maine, that you have something going on up there. Okay, I'm on my way. I'm headed there. I'm here to help. And I think we're already starting to see some of that. And we certainly will in the days to come as more information comes out. Mayor Levesque in Auburn alluded to that as well when we heard from him earlier this evening. He's at the reunification center at the middle school, basically saying that that this is where people are coming together.
In the smallest microcosm example of that is this newsroom. Chris Costa's on vacation.
Right.
I was supposed to be going to bed.
Yep.
as soon as I saw this,
you come in.
Didn't ask any questions.
Right.
You come in. We want to be here to help, our friends and our neighbors, and to learn and to do whatever we can to help out. And for this specific situation, our role in helping is providing information and gathering. So, and for others, it's to bring a meal, to give a hug, to be available, whatever it is, and so that's not lost on me, and it's not a surprise. That's certainly no surprise.
No surprise at all.
With all the surprises we have had tonight, that is not one of them. No. That Mainers will show up, and we will take care of this, and we will go back to being Mainers once this is over. So.
We should probably remind you of who police are searching for right now. His name is Robert Card. Police released this photo of him this evening. He is not in custody. He is considered
17 County Code 4
tonight, and it's
17 Code 4.
We're being very specific with that language. That is what the Public Safety Commissioner used to describe him at a media briefing this afternoon. They also released the photos of who they say is the gunman there as well. But this is the primary photo, again, of Robert Card, who police are looking for right now.
All right, so we've got crews covering all of this from all kinds of different angles, and we've done kind of a crew switch where some people have left, new people are coming in, but trying to get some more information. So Sean Stackhouse is now joining us now, and he's at CMCC. Hey.
Lee, good morning. Yes, we are here at Central Maine Medical Center. This is the closest hospital to the locations of these horrific shootings. Now, it is fairly quiet here at this hour. We've seen a handful of ambulances, a couple cop cars, and there have also just been a handful of regular vehicles, as you just saw one pass by. Now, what we have been seeing, and this was a bit earlier on today, my colleague Jack Molmid was on scene, and there were dozens of families, dozens of loved ones that were arriving to Central Maine Medical Center looking for information, unsure if their loved one had died, unsure if they were injured or brought to a different hospital. Even just about 15 minutes ago, there was 3 individuals that came out of the hospital. They did not wish to speak with us, but they shared an emotional moment where they were hugging each other, and it is clear the impact that this has had on the community here in Lewiston as well as Auburn. I had mentioned my colleague Jack Molmid. He had the chance to speak with Leroy Walker. He's a counselor in Ward 5 in the city of Auburn. Now, Counselor Walker says that his son, Joseph Walker, goes by Joey, is a manager at Schmangen, one of the establishments that was attacked. He said that he can feel it in his heart. Take a listen.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, or he would have called us because he manages Schemengees. So I know he was there.
Now, Counselor Walker, who you just heard from, says he has not heard from his son since this has happened, and said that's uncommon, said they typically don't go a day without staying in touch with each other, and this is something that many are navigating and dealing with today and looking for answers. Now, we do know right now that NBC News is reporting between 50 and 20 people have died as a result of this mass shooting, and NBC News also reporting around 50 others have been injured as a result. These are still numbers we're working to confirm with local law enforcement as well as hospitals. This is something we're going to be updating you throughout the evening as we learn more. But again, right now at Central Maine Medical Center, it is fairly quiet here. We've just seen a couple ambulances come by. There are law enforcement officers that are here, but we have not seen too many. There's just one car with its lights on. But again, we'll be continuing to update you as we learn more about the conditions of those impacted in this horrific shooting. Lee.
All right, Sean, thank you very much. Appreciate that. You know, we felt the love, right? We've felt the love from our friends who have texted us. You guys, you know, hey, so sorry for what you guys are going through, and for people who've been watching us from all across the country who have heard about this and have gone, to our app, and you're watching us now to get the very latest on this. And it is nice to feel the love from people. I mean, nothing's going to make this pain go away. We love this state. It's nice to see other people love the state. And scrolling through social media, people have never been to this state. Some say, my heart is with Maine. I've never been there. I want to go there. I wish I could hug everybody in Maine. A great way I saw it, Maine is one giant small town.
Yes.
I love that.
Great description for us.
And how many people are feeling for us and hurting for us. We talked about this a little earlier. Tonight was basically opening night for the NBA, for basketball. It was a celebratory night for people, okay? 3,000 plus miles away in Sacramento, California, the Kings played their first game. The head coach, after the game was over, asked about the game. Didn't want to talk about the game. Want to talk about what's going on here in Maine.
I'm walking over here and somebody says we was a mass shooting with 22 dead.
Show Unit 5, 11 and myself, along with other units.
I don't know.
En route to 61 Twin Road in Auburn to a search of a warehouse. You can pretty much show us out there. We're about a half mile out.
Absolutely disgusting. And it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be, this is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right in front of us.
I mean, there's someone, and I don't know if Mike Brown has any direct ties to our state, but clearly affected by what happened tonight on a night where he should have been, celebrating.
Celebrating, right?
51 County.
Yeah, I mean, how many times do we see those press conferences in a very different tone?
51, go ahead.
You're right. I don't think it doesn't necessarily require a time.
Maybe 10-18, so you know what, please.
We are known for things. We are known for peace, and we are known for just a beautiful place. And
I'm going to be en route to LPD.
It hits a little differently too for people. Oh, Maine, really? Happened there?
There's no place this should happen, right?
No.
I mean, we all can agree on that. There's no place this should happen. Yeah. But when you hear that something like this happens in a place like this, it's not supposed to happen in a place like this, and it does, and it's sad, and it breaks my heart that we're having these conversations and we're talking about this, and we're going to be talking about this for days and weeks to come in the aftermath, when we get to the aftermath, because we're still not in an aftermath. We're still in an active situation. We're still looking for Robert Card, and that is the person who's been named by the Maine State Police as a person of interest in what has happened tonight. And there has just been a massive search for him that is continuing at this hour, and that a lot of people are currently still awake at this hour because that part has not been resolved yet. And I really believe it has a large part of why at 2:51 in the morning we probably have a lot of people that are still awake and watching, because they might not feel like they really want to go to bed until they know that this person's been taken care of. I mean, he's been labeled as armed and dangerous. Is clearly, if this is the person responsible, then there's certainly been enough damage to warrant that warning. And the fact that everybody's been told to stay in place and to not go outside and kind of lock your doors. I mean, the entire Androscoggin County, all of it, not just Lewiston and Auburn. So this is bad. It's a big deal. It's an awful blemish in the history of our state, and it's just, it's awful.
And when we talk about details we don't have the answers to yet, we see the numbers on your screen right there from NBC. Local officials not putting a number out tonight, even though they were pressed for a ballpark. We don't know how many of those were at the bowling alley. We don't know how many of those were at the bar. We don't know how many people were at either location. To Lee's point, there were probably a lot of people watching games tonight. at bars.
Yeah, I mean, and you know what? This is me as a human and not as a journalist for the last 32 years. I don't care. I mean, you know, is it if it's better, is it 10 versus 20 versus 25 versus 7? If it's one
terrible.
person, there's no good answer to that question of how many. I mean, yes, we need to know it. I'm not underplaying that we need to know that answer. It's just tragic no matter what.
Whatever
I mean,
is.
this is just. It's just an awful thing. I mean, I just can't. I feel like I keep saying the same words over and over again because I struggle to find other ones that do this
Any kind
night
of
justice. It's just, yeah, it is. It's heartbreaking.
And we've been seeing the emotion, I think, from our colleague Alex Haskell at that reunification center. That's, you know, Hannah Cumler and Sam Rogers have a very kind of tactical, logistic conversation with us when we're live with them in Lisbon Falls. Alex's conversations with us feel different.
Well, I mean, he is where the emotion is. This is where everybody else is you know, fact-checking and getting information, and it's important, and we need it, right? Like oxygen, we need it. We need the information. Alex is where the emotion is. Alex is finding the families who are showing up, hoping that when they get to Auburn Middle School, that they're going to ask their question and get a good answer. And knowing that they might not. And the sober reality that we heard from Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, that, yeah, when they ask, you know, if my person's okay and the person's not okay, that's also where they're going to find that out. And this is just, you know, it's just such a hard thing to watch people go through this, as you're literally watching them walk into the reunification center and try to get those answers.
And you know, the fact that this search continues at this hour, again, this happened just before 7 o'clock Wednesday night. So the fact that the search is ongoing, and we as a state haven't even been able to start to say, okay, what's next? What does tomorrow look like? Because we need that part to be closed first, makes it all the more difficult.
As we wait for more information, we did have the Maine State Police have a press conference a little bit ago. At this point, maybe an hour or so ago, maybe longer.
We've lost track of time.
But there is not another one scheduled anyway for tonight. There is one scheduled for tomorrow morning, 10:30. That'll be at Lewiston's City Hall. So that we do know that will happen. That's just such a long way away from right now. But that is the next scheduled time that we should be hearing from the Maine State Police with an update on whatever has happened between now and 10:30 tomorrow morning. So,
as we talked a few hours ago, at least we have a time to look forward to now. That helps, I think. We know that perhaps we will get some information then, and we can only hope there is some better news about the search for Robert Card at 10:30.
You are asked and should be reminded as we keep putting up the picture of Robert
12, County M Code 4.
Person of interest that the police are looking for. If you happen to see him, if you happen to be outside of your house, and you see him, you are certainly asked to not approach him. You are asked to call your local law enforcement wherever you happen to be at the time of seeing him. Do not approach, do not engage. Just let someone know. And if you see somebody that you think, you know, is Robert Card, make the phone call.
Right.
Just to find out, just to be safe. It's not for you to decide, you know, if you can positively ID somebody. So if you think that it's the person that they're looking for, then certainly reach out and let them know. We just talked about Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque and you know, being there at the reunification center and how important that location now is to the people who are searching for answers. Yeah. And he spoke with us a little bit earlier tonight. We want to hear what he had to say.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. Been talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
You know, that's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. it's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
Yes, and for far too many families, that's not happening tonight. And they are getting that horrible news, showing up there at Auburn Middle School and finding out their person did not survive.
And we heard Alex spoke with somebody earlier who believes their person has been shot, but they can't find their person.
Right. They don't know where.
Which is, obviously even more disconcerting to not even know where to look versus, go to hospital X and then
Then you find out there.
The unknowns in all of this are just the parts that are really hard to get through.
And there are so many of them right now.
Because it leaves you to your own devices to try to figure it all out. And so certainly the unknowns are not on purpose. I'm sure everybody involved in all of this would love to have everything be unknown
answers,
and give you everybody the answers that they so desperately need. And unfortunately, that's not the case. And that is certainly a very unsettling part to all of this.
The Commissioner of Public Safety even said that when he started his press briefing this afternoon, or tonight, I should say. He was very candid. He said, "I'm sure you have a lot of questions. I probably can't answer most of them." Yeah. So I think to start with that was, okay, this is going to be a lot because there aren't. The police don't have a lot of answers right now, and certainly not that they're able to share while they're actively searching for this man.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for everybody. It's hard for people who are watching. It's hard for people who are going through it and living through it. Again, everybody seemingly reaching out to everybody. Like you see a lot of communications of, stay safe, I love you.
Just want to make sure you're all right.
Yeah, just check-ins for people who maybe had no business or even were ever going to be in Androscoggin County tonight, but just, I don't care where you are. I just want to check in, make sure you're okay, let you know I love you. This is awful. And the common theme of sadness of what is happening in our state certainly goes everywhere. We did talk about Michael Soschuk and what he had to say. The one time we were able to hear from Maine State Police, and that was a couple hours ago, and here's some of what he said.
And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well.
So again, that was the Commissioner of Public Safety speaking tonight from Lewiston City Hall, is where they had gathered reporters who were looking for information. And then they closed down Lewiston City Hall, and reporters were moved primarily to other locations. That's where our Alex Haskell then located to Auburn Middle School. Speaking of schools, a heads up as you will be waking up to start your day. We've compiled a list of schools and districts that are closed Thursday. Because of this, you can find that on our website and in our app as well. Most in that area are closed at this point.
And some outside.
Yes.
We talked earlier, Great New Gloucester High School.
Right.
Not
right
close to
there.
Lewiston or Auburn. They're closed tomorrow. Brunswick schools are going to be closed tomorrow. And Lewiston DMV is going to be closed tomorrow, so not even just schools. I believe all municipal offices actually in Lewiston, I think I saw, are also going to be closed tomorrow. So.
And I would imagine we hear more as we get to that kind of hour that most superintendents would need to make that call. If Robert Card is not caught, perhaps we will see more schools closed.
Just scrolling through all the people who have commented, which so many have. Obviously, Adam Lee, representative, is from Auburn, so this is real close to home for him. Representative Lee saying, "My family and I are safe, sheltered in place. Hug your loved ones, pray for the injured, give thanks to the first responders, law enforcement, and hospital staff tomorrow and beyond. Let's do what we can to make sure that this never, ever happens again." obviously lots of politicians commenting on this, those who represent our state, represent the districts that are affected here, and then just people. Kelly Flagg, last name might sound familiar. Mrs. Cooper Flagg's mom, our high school basketball phenom. Fun fact, Kelly Flagg played for Maine 100 years ago, and I used to broadcast her games, and now she's got a kid who's a superstar.
And that's why tonight is so difficult for this state, because we all know each other.
Kelly, prayers for Maine, to all affected and all of those terrified tonight by happenings way too close to home. One of the things we love about Maine is the relative amount of safety that we feel in our state. It seems that evil has infiltrated even our small corner of the world. That hurts. That's
how we feel.
And I don't remember who said it. I think actually it was you. I'm sorry. We feel violated.
It
right?
feels like a violation.
It really does, and that's such a great way to put it. It just feels like that somebody, this person of interest or whoever they find responsible for this, took something from us. We had safety, right?
That's why we're here. That's why we live
the
here.
fact that this doesn't happen here. And that's not to be naive, never thinking that it couldn't happen. I mean, clearly, we've trained and our kids have trained in school, and our first responders have trained, and they've all gone through the active shooter drills, right? We've documented all those. And you just hoped you're never going to have to use it. And now, that blemish is there.
And Greg Marley commented on that from Maine. He's been joining us a few times tonight. That for a fair number of people, it was probably always in the back of their mind of when will our time be up? Because we've been very fortunate.
And tonight it was a reality. And as we mentioned, Alex Haskell is over at the reunification station in Auburn at the middle school there, and had a chance to speak with somebody who went in to check on their loved one. And here's how that went.
I'm still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are. Right now, we're trying to figure out how we're going to tell his kids. He has almost 14-year-old.
19 and 22 and 30. I'll stay right here until you guys get set up there.
Your dad's not going to be there. How does the mother go home to tell the kid?
Couldn't call to you.
We don't know if he's alive or dead. We don't know where he is. We don't know what's going on.
And there is the crux of what we're all feeling is that woman's emotion of despair and sadness and worry, and we all feel that.
And worry for us, a word we've used so much tonight, the unknown. There's so much unknown on a big scale and on a very personal, my person scale.
Yeah, and you can't put the pieces together to answer a lot of those questions, because all of that is after something is over, you can go back and do that. Right. And this isn't over. And that's my most unnerving thing for me, is that we're still talking about this at 3:05 in the morning, and this person is still out there. And so that is a concern. As we're reading through, one of the people, I haven't had a chance just to get to it yet. There's so many. We heard from Senator King earlier tonight. We heard from President Biden, what he had to say earlier tonight. Senator Collins also stating that as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support that we've received from all across the country, including the personal call I received from President Biden offering his assistance. That's from Senator Collins. So, the support is certainly there from everywhere, from everyone, as the rallying around our state. Again, it makes you feel good. I just never thought we were going to need it.
No, I think we are used to sending the messages of care, and if you need anything, we'll support you, and we have your back, and we're on the receiving end now. So again, 10:30, I think is all of a sudden that's the time that's in my head is locked in.
That's just so far away.
It really feels like it. That's the next time we expect to hear from police about any updates throughout the night that's going on.
We're mentioning, oh, by the way, the things that are closed that we know about tomorrow. Just, if you've got any plans tomorrow in Androscoggin County specifically, you might want to call ahead. I'm not convinced that we're going to have every single thing closed to be able to tell you about, whether live or online. I think some people will just wake up tomorrow, maybe just go, I'm just not feeling it today. We're just not going to open today. I'm going to it's supposed to be beautiful tomorrow. I want to go to the beach.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
just have a mental health exhale kind of day. So
would be good too.
no buses in Lewiston Auburn Transit, not going to run tomorrow. So you know, it's just, you know, when we had the pandemic and Kurt Crowdy went out and shot those moments of zen, that at the end of every newscast we would show you 30 seconds of just the waves crashing or whatever it was. I think tomorrow's going to be a day for some of that, for some of us to just...
Yes, for a lot of us. Breathe for a second.
And just...
with hopefully some more news.
Yeah.
More details.
That would be great.
So we've been talking about the shelter in place that is pretty broad right now because this search continues. We touched base with someone who was sheltering in place earlier this evening, and here's part of that conversation.
I've seen a lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car. Just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
Which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, like I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now and he can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and, you know, there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. Like, I really hope he doesn't wake up, and because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
So that was part of Chris Costa's conversation with someone obviously sheltering in place, staying at home with his family, as so many of you are doing tonight, kind of going through this with us. It raises such an interesting point. I feel like we've talked so much about the mental health challenges of our students and the stresses of the fears of something like this, coming out of the pandemic, and to have those conversations now of, okay, it was here.
Yeah, this is why we do it, right? This is why we practiced our just in cases, because we became the just in case. And, you know, it's...
19 to 30. I'm probably going to set up just down beyond you because we just had a vehicle come out here, Gartley. So there's a few different ways we can get through until they get barricades up.
But it wasn't happening anywhere in the country, and it certainly wasn't happening here. So the fact that I'm going to have these conversations with certainly my younger children tomorrow, the ones I've had with my older children continuously through the night, even the ones who don't even live in our state anymore, who are from here, and I'm just connecting with them and just kind of, you know, just letting them just get their feelings out and the same. It's just yeah, it's just not good. So there's nothing good about it, and it's there's a lot of healing that's going to have to happen for a lot of people, for sure.
Yes, and you know, we've been talking about how, you know, law enforcement trains for this. They have strategies for these situations. What feels a little different, and I'm sure they train for this situation too, because they seem to train for everything. But I feel like the training is kind of that we've talked about here in our reporting, in our schools and business trainings. There's always an immediate end. This is what you do in the moment. Police come, story's done. And this just feels so different. Well, we don't have that part of it.
I mean, to be brutally honest, this is dragging on quite a while, and the longer it goes, the more concern. Because why?
30 to 19, go ahead.
Right, at this point, I mean, in all those drills.
I'm going to go back up and set up at 196 in Mill. Just had a couple of cars coming out of Gartley, so at least you'll be able to get the large trucks diverted, but I'll make sure until they get barricades we can keep everyone out of there.
Okay, so we told you that he met with us, had a press conference, the commissioner for the Maine State Police. We want you to hear everything he had to say. I thought he did a good job in a really hard situation. saying what he could say and certainly not saying what he couldn't say. And he makes a point that I'm going to advance a little bit here about as you jump on social media, as you want to find out what's going on, as you're scrolling through everything you can find to get as much information as you can possibly consume, be wary of where it's coming from. Right. Don't read it and instantly say it's true. Be cautious. Let us feed you what's real versus what's being said.
21 County Code 4.
There's a difference. Everybody's got a place to hear something, and all of a sudden it goes on social media, and it can cause more harm than good, I guess is the shortest way to say it. So Commissioner touches on that and some other things. So this is Michael Soschuk, Maine State Police.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Soschuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions, just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. The Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah,
right now.
I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think that that's helpful, because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police, to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label and list and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That was
from LTD. Public Safety Commissioner Mike Soschuk from, I guess, yesterday now, giving what limited information we are able to get out, confirmed on the record about what has happened so far in our state in the last less than 12 hours, 9 hours or so. And Lee, one thing that strikes me about what could make this investigation very difficult for police is the fact that there are at least 2 locations that we know of confirmed. There could be more. And it actually reminds me of I can't believe I'm about to say that I've covered another mass shooting, but in 2019, there was a mass shooting in Odessa, Texas, where a person hijacked a car and was shooting indiscriminately down the road. Investigators told us at that time it was very difficult for them to be able to put together the timeline of where that person went and when, and what events happened when, because they were driving, 20 miles down a highway. Obviously a different case here, right? Those 2 locations, the bar and grill and the bowling alley, about 4 miles apart. Multiple ways to get between those, which could also complicate things for police. But they're talking about how that one area on Mollison Road still going to be closed for several hours while they investigate. And the next time that we expect to hear from police scheduled is 10:30 tomorrow morning at Lewiston City Hall. Now, it is possible, if they are able to make an arrest or there is some notable development, that we may hear from them before that time. But until that happens, we have the 10:30 press conference at Lewiston City Hall.
And to your point about putting the pieces together and how did this all happen, and what led to all of that is after the fact, right? That's all past tense. Yeah. Because it's over, so now we can now go do this.
Yes, this is a good point.
This isn't over, right? We're still trying to find Robert Card. And that is, first and foremost, that has to happen before all of the other things have to happen.
Right.
So that'll be stuff that we get to. And and it'll take what it takes, but we have a clear and present danger. I think Commissioner Soschuk spoke to that. This is someone to watch out for.
And we have in several cities and towns, Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon, currently urging residents to shelter in place.
Well, all of Androscoggin County, the entire Androscoggin County has been told, according to their communications department, the whole county, to shelter in place. It's been that way for a while. Nobody goes anywhere. And, you know, out of an abundance of caution, absolutely, because it's happening not just in Androscoggin County either. Other communities are doing the same thing.
And keep in mind that if you need to go somewhere on Thursday, there are going to be many locations across Androscoggin County and outside of it that will be closed.
Yeah, definitely call ahead and make sure wherever you think you're going is actually a place you can go.
But to your point, it is strange to think about the fact that we're talking about tomorrow and what you might do tomorrow with what police have said is a armed and dangerous person of interest still at large.
And one of those shelters in place is outside of Androscoggin County's Maine Medical Center. They decided they were going to shut down as well, and nobody's going in there unless you're a doctor, a nurse, an employee, or a patient. And Baldridge has more from Maine Med on how they're handling what they're dealing with in helping out.
Maine Medical Center was affected by the mass shooting that occurred in the Lewiston, Auburn area on Tuesday night. The hospital was on lockdown for several hours into the morning. Many of you are asking how you can help. The American Red Cross says they can provide as much blood as needed. But if you want to donate, you can find a local blood drive on the Red Cross's website. We're waiting to hear from community leaders about fundraisers. Any other way, the hashtag LAStrong is trending online to help people around the world show support. In Portland and Baldridge, News Center, Maine.
This whole night started, according to police, 6:56 p.m., so that's over 8 hours ago. Spare time bowling, one of the first places that we certainly heard about where there was so much damage and so many questions that need to be answered about that. Hannah Yashivi is there live right now, 3:23 a.m. our time, and Hannah's at Spare Time Bowling. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee. I just got here to Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston, and just to set the scene before I introduce you to my guest, we are on Mollison Way. To my left, there's a Subway. To my right, there's a Legends. And if you don't know the area or you don't live here, it's about a 5-minute walk from the Martin store, which is a big store here in Lewiston that people know about. But to better set the scene, because I actually just got here, I have a neighbor who lives here. Mar, thank you for being with us this morning. And I saw you as soon as we were setting up our gear. Tell me a little bit about why you are here when there's a shelter-in-place order.
Because there's a mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, and it doesn't happen here. And I had to come and find out what's going on. I got friends, I got family, I've got a lot of people I know here. I just couldn't believe it.
Tell me a little bit about your reaction when you woke up to the news that this happened in your own backyard.
I woke up at 12:20 a.m. because I had a little cold and I had fallen asleep like 3:30 and I couldn't believe it, so I got on my phone. And on my YouTube little thing, it said Gray Hughes was live, and it said mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, 20 dead, 30 injured, and the suspect's still on the loose. And I just had to get in my car and come. I don't know why.
And you were telling me that before you came here to scope out the scene, you stopped by your mother's house. Why did you do that?
Because I wanted to make sure that her house was locked up and she had the bar in her sliding glass door, because she never locks her doors.
And that's something that people here in Lewiston and in some other neighboring towns and even in Maine don't do. I mean,
No,
we live in
doors.
right.
We're not worried about anything. Like, you leave your doors open, you never question that there's going to be someone crazy like this on the streets, ever. This doesn't happen here.
How are you feeling right now?
I think I'm still in shock. I think it's going to be worse tomorrow when we actually find out what happened, and hopefully they're going to catch them. But I'm curious to know if I have any friends or family that was at the bowling alley, because I have a feeling that tonight was the league night where they bowl in the leagues. I think it was Wednesday night, but I'm not really sure. I've been to the bar, but it was years ago. I couldn't even really remember walking into it.
Mar, I appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Be
Please
safe.
stay safe,
You
and
too.
please, if you can go home, because there's a shelter in place order. But we appreciate you being with us this morning.
Be safe too, hon.
Thank you. And Lee, just to set the scene a little bit better for you guys, when I was driving here from Portland, as soon as I pulled into Lewiston, there's a big sign that read "Shelter in Place," and that's the type of signs that it's those electronic signs we see when there's inclement weather, for example. Well, the sign was reading "Shelter in Place," so that shelter in place order is pretty much active as of 3:26 this morning. Mar just locked her mother's door. People are encouraged to do exactly the same. 40-year-old Robert Card is still at large. Police officers are looking for him. I have just seen two other cars that are not cruisers, but this is filled with cruisers driving back and forth. And I am about a 5-minute walk away from the bowling alley, so I am not able to see what the scene is back there. This is the closest I could get. And just to give you one more testimony, Lee Goldberg, our anchor, texted me saying that one of his friends told him that there was 8 people were having a night out yesterday night right here at the bowling alley. And that this friend is telling our anchor, Lee Goldberg, that 5 of those 8 people were shot. 2 of those have died, and 3 were not hurt. Once again, that's a close friend from our Lee Goldberg that is reporting that it was a group of 8 deaf people that were trying to enjoy themselves here at the bowling alley, and that is all I know right now, but I will try to get as much information and details for you guys in the next few minutes. Back to you.
All right, Hannah, thank you. And I think reactions like the woman that Hannah just spoke with will be widespread of the people who, again, in the aftermath, will talk about what they saw, where they were, what they experienced. I had people, I spoke with some people earlier, they were at the Cumberland Farms right down the road from the bowling alley, and went in, and there were people hiding behind the desk, and you know, and this person that I spoke with didn't even know why. Just went in to get a soda, didn't know, had shown up a few minutes after and said, you know, what are you guys doing under the desk? And that's just a surreal feeling. And I think that the woman that Hannah just spoke with said it hasn't sunk in yet, right? Like we're talking about it, it's happening, but you know, because it's developing and it's happening, there's not a lot of time to sit around and process, other than the initial just shock and disbelief that we've been having this conversation.
Because events like this in this state to this point had never happened, right? And the last time this state saw a manhunt of really any significance was back in 2018, after Somerset County Corporal Eugene Cole was shot and killed. I mean, this is not a common occurrence, mass shooting or any type of mass casualty incident like that. We need to get to Hannah Kumler, who has some more information for us from one of the scenes now. Hannah?
Okay.
IFP, so...
Okay.
All right, we have to come back to her. Yeah, we're trying to figure
are going to hear, though, you spoke with a Bates professor a little earlier tonight.
I did.
Who literally studies this kind of incident and is, a stone's throw from where all this happened tonight. I mean, very interesting perspective here.
It's a kind of strange perspective to have to analyze the event that happened in your own backyard. His entire career has been built around doing the research of understanding why these events happen, what could be done to reduce them in the future, and now it's happening right in his own backyard. And if you look at the map where the 2 locations are, Bates College is in between the bar and the bowling alley. So at some point, it's possible that the shooter drove right by the person who's made his entire career around this research. Take a listen to what he had to say.
And if you don't mind expanding on maybe helping the general public understand, one of the focuses of your most recent publication, right, was about the comparison between thwarted mass public mass
Absolutely.
shootings and actual completed attacks. Can you help kind of give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's a serious and versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're, complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But cutting across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing, that is a warning that lets us know that something is happening and we need to take it seriously.
And to that point, Professor, there's some information that is circulating that we have not yet been able to verify about what knowledge our Maine Information and Analysis Center may or may not have known about this person. I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And, without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
That is the chair of the sociology department at Bates College, Professor Michael Brock. He had said earlier in the evening that this is the worst mass shooting in Maine history, which would make sense, given the amount of information that we have. This has never happened before. He also said that gun laws cannot get more lax than they are in the state of Maine. Which we didn't have a chance to talk about in much detail, but is something that will definitely be a point of conversation, if not in reporting, definitely by policymakers in the days ahead. Yeah, and these, as we have always observed in other places where this happens, when it happens in your community, You react, you adjust, you try to make sure it doesn't happen again. So Maine will have no choice but to be reactionary in some regard to the things that have happened tonight once we discover all the things that happened that led to this, to try to make sure that we don't have a night like this ever again as we try to come to terms with the fact that we are even having one of these in the first place. We did try to go to Hannah Kumler earlier, who's in Lisbon Falls. We have now made some contact with her, so we'll check in with Hannah, see how things are going there. Hey.
Hey guys, yeah, kind of more the same here in Lisbon Falls for the time being. I'm still at the at the driveway of Lisbon High School right now, and was telling you guys earlier that this driveway that kind of loops down and around, you can see an ambulance. Back there is where a Portland PD rescue vehicle as well as a tactical truck drove down there. They're still down there as we speak. And then the gymnasium, there's a small window at the bottom right-hand side of the high school here, and you can see into the gymnasium. We saw several law enforcement officers in people go inside in their tactical gear and helmets and with their weapons in there, and so there was kind of quiet, but then there was a little bit of a commotion because it looked like they were maybe putting their tactical gear back on. We never saw them come out since then, so we've been posted here just monitoring what's happening. But right before you came to me, 2 unmarked police vehicles came through this checkpoint here. The road is still blocked here on Lisbon Street, and just took off as soon as they got through the checkpoint. And so there are cars headed towards like downtown Lisbon. If you are familiar with the area, that downtown street where a lot of shops and businesses are, they're headed just in that direction. Not sure, cannot say where exactly they are going, but tactical vehicles are here. We've seen a few of those tonight. The chopper has been around and been present, but I will say for the last maybe like 30-40 minutes, I have not seen or heard it. I can almost hear it in the distance, however, I have not seen it, so that's just something to know. I will say that this area, I mentioned this earlier, it's kind of weird, it is very active, but at the same time, it's died down a little bit. So earlier in the evening or morning, there were police officers and crews set up at the base of Frost Hill Avenue. That's a road, if you remember, that the boat launch is down. It's a road that we tried to go down and were turned away, and it was eventually blocked off. Now those vehicles are gone, and at one time there was, about 10 cars or so there. And so there's definitely movement happening. Some of the roadblocks have been removed. For instance, the one on Ridge Road, which is directly behind where I'm standing here, it's across from the high school, that roadblock has been removed. The one on Lisbon Street still stands. But we are here at Lisbon High School, and it seems like there's a lot going on here. The chopper had a flight pattern that was circling around, I wouldn't say specifically the high school, but in this area, as well as land and on the Androscoggin River. If you aren't familiar with this kind of downtown, it is kind of a main throughway, which is Lisbon Street, which we're standing on right now, we're next to. You have Lisbon High School, and then there's wooded area, of course, but then the Androscoggin River is behind that, running adjacent to this entire street. So that is where it seems like there is a lot of activity. However, we cannot confirm that at this time. There just seems like a focus on this area. And so as we were talking about just what it feels like to be a Mainer and living through these experiences, whether you're a journalist or not a journalist, Alex is feeling something, being, exposed to everything in his environment and how horrible that can be. Here, I guess the feeling, and I mentioned it a little bit earlier, is just like a little unnerving because you're not quite sure. You have cars going this way and cars going that way. And so there is a shelter in place in Lisbon Falls, but I think probably a lot of residents are just waiting for that sigh of relief, as is the rest of the state of Maine. But for now, guys, I'll toss it back to you. We're still here in Lisbon Falls. We'll continue to update you as soon as we learn anything here in Lisbon.
Hannah, thanks. And you bring up a really good point, and Brian and I talked about this a little bit. Give us a known. We might not like it, but we can handle it. Mm-hmm. Give us an unknown, and it's unnerving. We don't know.
And your mind starts to race.
Yeah, because then you're left to your own, okay, am I safe here? Am I safe here?
Which is why
Where could this person be? Maybe they got on a boat. Maybe they jumped on a plane. Every possible scenario goes through your mind. From outsiders, because we don't know what law enforcement is doing, and so we're trying to figure it out. And everybody wants to know: am I safe where I am? And we talked about that with schools tomorrow. Whether or not schools should be open tomorrow if this person is still out there. And this happened so early in the night that kids were still awake. Kids know probably a lot more kids that know that this has been going on. Right. They've certainly seen what their parents have been paying attention to. This is caught the attention of our whole state and our nation. And it's there's just a lot of unknowns, and unknowns are hard. Rather have knowns than those. So
yeah, and speaking of capturing the eyes of the nation, President Biden has spoken with individually Governor Mills, Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, Congressman Jared Golden. The only person I didn't see on that list was Shelley Pingree. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just wasn't sure if maybe it was accidental or just hasn't happened yet. It is 3 a.m. Next time we're expecting to hear any concrete update from investigators, 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. Right now we're going to try to send things over to Raya Wooten, who is on one of the scenes now with more. Raya, tell us a little bit about where you are right now.
Hey guys, I am at Auburn Middle School on 38 Falcon Drive. This is where they have designated the area as a reunification center. This is where families would come if they have questions, if they're looking for a loved one, if they're unsure. They're even offering counseling here. There are some behavior liaisons here to kind of help people work through their emotions. If you're just now joining us, just to catch you up on a few things, we are giving some morning coverage over from the night of that mass shooting that took the lives of anywhere between 15 to 20 individuals and possibly injured 50. So here, people are coming earlier. You may have been with Haskell, and he pretty much was watching families as they were coming in, checking in, and it was a little emotional area earlier. It's kind of calmed down here, as you can see. There's not too much going on, but this is what I would call the calm and the quiet between the storm, because as far as we know right now, the person of interest is still at large. So pretty much of what we've seen earlier at this scene, there have been families who came out. One woman said that she was looking for her husband, and happily she was able to find him. Unfortunately, there are some people, who haven't had those good outcomes as we've been here. There have been some people who said that their loved one was reported to be here. They didn't find them here, and then they left here to go to the hospital. There's a lot of unanswered questions here right now, and here is how tight-knit Maine is. The mayor of Auburn was actually helping people into the building, helping people get situated, and I think that's what a lot of people need right now, is just some sort of reassurance, and just even that this designated area for reunification was organized and set aside as quickly as it was. People say that it has been helpful for them. So we're going to continue our coverage here. We'll continue to keep you updated live in the field, and back to you guys in the studio.
Raya Wooten live in Auburn, and Lee, I cannot imagine for those families showing up to the reunification center, which just so happens to be a middle school, and not knowing if your loved one is there or not, and then having to decide, should I go to the hospital to try to find my loved one, only to probably not be let in, if I understand correctly, right?
Yeah, well, at least at Maine Medical Center.
Okay,
I don't know what they're doing at Central Maine or at St. Mary's. But yeah, you're going there looking for answers, and you're hoping to get an answer that you'd like to get.
And the Auburn mayor told us earlier
Levesque
tonight.
said no. I mean, it's not always going to be that way. I mean, whatever it is, it's going to be. And so it's very possible that people have gone there tonight and they've asked their questions. Hey, have you seen my person? And the answer is, we're sorry to tell you.
Yeah, he said that has happened.
And that's it's all heartbreaking. It's all heartbreaking. So I'm glad there is a place like that, though, so to at least streamline that process, because for the first few hours it wasn't like that. Right. It hadn't been set up yet, and people were all over the place trying to find answers. And now that at least we can direct people to a specific place to go to try to get your questions answered, and certainly we'll pray that you get the answer you're looking for. So there's that. There is not an arrest yet or a capture of Robert Card. They're still looking for him. Hundreds of law enforcement, according to Commissioner Soschuk, from all around the state. We heard Hannah Kumler reference earlier. That's the picture released by the Lewiston Police Department. You have been strongly advised, you at home, if you happen to see Robert Card, to not try to approach him, don't try to arrest him, don't try to detain him, just let somebody know. And even if the commissioner went as far as to say, if you think that you've seen him, let somebody in your community know. Even if you get it wrong, we'd rather, take a shot at it than not even look into it. So if you happen to see anything and you happen to be in a place where you can be out of your house and you run into somebody that looks like this, or you see some from afar, please pass it along to your nearest law enforcement agency.
We do know that there are, as you mentioned, several agencies involved. Ones you would expect: Maine State Police, Lewiston Police, many of the local town municipal police departments, county sheriff's offices, including Androscoggin, Cumberland, York, but also on a more federal level, the FBI, the ATF, as well as the U.S. Marshals Maine Violent Offender Task Force. We also have been told by New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu that he is providing both safety and medical resources for people in Maine dealing with this situation right now. So, and I think in some cases one of the helicopters we've heard came from New Hampshire. So this has now turned into not just a state effort and a statewide effort, right, but now a regional and federal effort as well to capture this person, a person of interest. The commissioner has not yet called this person a suspect, not called Robert Card a suspect. We need to understand a little bit more about what the difference is and why that's an important distinction to make. But the bottom line is that person is still at large, considered armed and dangerous.
And listen, nobody wants to find Robert Card more than law enforcement right now, and Maine has a lot of woods, right? We've got a lot of good hiding places in the state of Maine.
And it's particularly in that part of the state.
Yeah, and it's dark, and all of those things. But the longer this goes, and all the agencies you just referenced that are here helping, it makes it concerning that he hasn't been found yet. If there are hundreds of people looking, and you've got federal agencies and all the state agencies, then why hasn't he been found? That's a simplistic look at it.
Right.
Understanding it's way more complex than that, but that is the uneasiness that we all feel at 3:48 in the morning, waiting to get news. He's been caught. Exhale, start to pick up the pieces. So speaking of picking up the pieces, Schmenge's Bar and Grill, one of the places where some shooting happened tonight. The manager of that establishment spoke with our Jack Moment earlier tonight. Here's what he said.
I also been talking with the city manager on the phone, trying to make the connection with the police that may be down there at Schmenge's, asking them to identify my son, but they had the state police take over things like this. So until the state police have done their final whatever they do to identify everybody and do their thing within the building, nothing can be let outside the building from them. But this CMMC, their workers have just told us after being here for how long we've been here? 4 hours. 5 hours, whatever. We've been here and we've been asking if Joey Walker, is he here? Joey Walker, have you brought him in? Do you know where he is and whatever? And the answers were, we'll check on it. We'll do our best to get back to you. We'll check on it. Finally, some other gentleman that we hadn't seen all night came in and said, I have the names of most people that are here and whatever. So if your son's name doesn't come up, then he's not here. And we've already checked other hospitals, so we knew he wasn't in any of the other hospitals.
All right, just to be clear on that, I think I misspoke when I was introducing who that was. So that man is a city councilor in Auburn, and his son is the manager of Schmenge's, and he, at the time that we spoke with him there, had not been located yet. So,
interestingly, about an hour ago, the Bar and Grill posted on its Facebook page, with not an attribution to who was writing it other than just coming from the bar's account, but it says, "My heart is crushed. I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone. I would imagine that's the sentiment that pretty much everybody in the state is feeling tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Chris, it's a Wednesday night, right? It was a Wednesday night where kids went bowling, adults went bowling, people went to Schmenge's to watch the Celtics play.
Right.
You know, it's just, it's a relatively innocuous, let's go out on a Wednesday in October, Maine night.
Right.
And it has turned into this absolute living nightmare that our state will never forget, that our state has never seen before. And that is going to leave a permanent scar on the pureness and the wholeness of Maine. And that's not to be naive and think that, oh, well, it couldn't possibly happen here. And there's the post that Chris was referencing. Because we've all been thinking about this for a long time now. You know, could it happen? Let's be ready in case it happens. We're trained for it. We're ready. The kids practice it in the schools, right? The law enforcement in every community has their active shooter drills. You've been part of those drills for news stories on you know, the kind of training that our first responders go through to prepare for nights like this. All the while, somewhere in our heads, hoping, thinking maybe probably won't happen here, but just in case we'll be ready.
Right.
And then when just in case presents itself, it's jarring because it's not what you expect. And I don't think there's a community out there that sits anywhere in our country that goes, well, we expect it'll happen here. Nobody does. But when it does, and it's you, and it's not somewhere else, where you don't send your thoughts and prayers, you're actually here. And you're actively participating in that, it's jarring.
One thing that I imagine would make things very difficult for those very first responders running, you know, kind of towards the gunfire, so to speak. And we don't know that actually occurred in this instance, but the idea of somebody having to run into a scene where people are hurt or dying, they have ways that they prepare for that in public locations. Schools, movie theaters, shopping centers. When I've spoken with these law enforcement teams that do this type of work, they have strategies of how they prepare for this. I would imagine it gets more difficult going to a private business, especially something small, locally owned, may not have, you know, the same level of detail as, for example, a big box store may have a protocol that gets handed over to investigators. You know, hey, here's a map of our building, so on and so forth. It may take a little bit longer with a smaller entity that, as you have just mentioned, was never expecting to have to go through something like this.
Helen and Emery, if we can get Greg Marley sound, I want to talk about him. He's a licensed clinical social worker who was kind enough to come in and join us earlier tonight. And, you know, this is a conversation that's going to need to happen. It's going to need to happen with your kids. Mm-hmm. It's going to have to happen with yourself, with your spouse, with your siblings, with anybody that you care about that is going to be directly or indirectly affected by all the things that happen tonight. And once we find out more, once we get to that part of this process of understanding who the 50 injured and the 15 to 20 killed were, so we're talking, you know, upwards of 70 people, right. In a state like this, we're all bound to be touched somewhere in our
6 degrees of separation,
right,
type thing.
Somewhere,
right.
We're all going to know someone or connected to someone that either knew someone or however it works, right? So it's conversations that are important. And it's a delicate process because we are also obviously processing ourselves. If we have children, they're going to want to have a million questions that you're going to want to be able to talk about, you know, responsibly, to not, you know, instill any panic or fear, but be real as you can possibly be, age specific wise.
That is the most difficult part for parents. I mean, obviously you never want to go through something like this, but that you may have kids. If you have more than one kid, you may be having two completely different conversations with a 7-year-old versus a 12-year-old or a 14-year-old or a high schooler.
Sure.
And the questions that one of them may have and the detail that one may want to get into versus what, you know, maybe a younger child is capable of comprehending about this situation. Can't imagine having to have that conversation with a kid.
I'm sorry, Helen, did you say from who? Yeah, all right, we're going to hear from the Auburn Mayor, Jason Levesque, who spoke earlier. He was speaking as they were getting ready to announce the reunification station happening at the Auburn Middle School, what that process would look like. Obviously, Auburn, the neighbor to Lewiston, and super supportive in all of the needs that have been happening in all of Androscoggin County today. So here's what Mayor Levesque had to say.
The reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. And talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
You know, that's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
Yeah, go home and hold your family. I mean, that's what everybody kind of wants to do tonight. That's a common theme. So we would all like to do that, and unfortunately, some of us will not be able to do that. So.
Why don't we try to send things over to Hannah Yeshivi? She is in one of the areas. Last time we spoke with her, she was on Mollison Way, which is an area.
At the Spare Time Bowling.
Which is an area that police have closed off that road due to the ongoing investigation. They said it's going to be closed for quite some time. Hannah, what more information do you have from us from there?
Good morning, Lee and Chris. And we just got here about an hour away, an hour ago, and we're as close as we could get to the Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley right here in Lewiston. And just to set the scene a little bit clearer for those of you guys who don't live in Lewiston or don't know the area very well, there's a big Martin's store that's just a 5-minute drive away from here, and like a 10-minute walk from where I'm standing. We are about 4 minutes walking out of the bowling alley. To my right, this is where cruisers, as you can see behind me, have stopped us. So I don't have a clear picture of the scene, which is behind me. That is the very first stop where 40-year-old Robert Card, at around 7 p.m., started his shooting. According to NBC News, there are more than 15 people dead that we know as of right now, and they are sourcing Lewiston PD on that number. But right now, to give you a little more a picture of what I've seen, lots of cruisers back and forth, some of them speeding, some of them taking it a little slower. People are not out and about. I just spoke to a neighbor. She was actually the only person I saw here. She was, I think, with her significant other, and she lives a few blocks away, and she was telling me she woke up around midnight to the news. She lives right here, and she decided to just quickly run to the scene because she just wanted to know. She lives here, she works here. She wanted to know if there was anything she could do. Obviously, she was anxious, and the first thing she told me she did was go to her mother's house, which is actually very nearby to her house, to lock her door. She was telling me that a lot of people in this neighborhood and in other neighboring towns don't lock their doors here in Maine. We're lucky that we live in a pretty safe state, but that order in place is still on. And something interesting, Chris and Lee, that I saw while I was driving here to this location, as I said, I just got here about an hour ago, was this big sign right as I pulled in to Lewiston saying, shelter in place. And as I said, this sign is typically those electronic big signs when there's inclement weather or when you should take it slower. It just said shelter in place. So I do know that that shelter in place order is still active. People are encouraged to stay home. School in this area in Auburn and in other neighboring towns is canceled for the day. 40-year-old Robert Card, person of interest, is still at large as of what we know right now. And there is something that I do want to share with us that Lee Goldberg, our anchor, told me about that happened right here at the bowling alley behind me. Yesterday night on Wednesday, 8 people were trying to enjoy themselves and maybe try to avoid the big crowds that are here. Maybe on a Saturday and Sunday they were here. It's 8 people. And then we know that 5 of them were shot. 2 of those 5 have died, and 3 of them were not hurt. And this is according to a close friend of Lee Goldberg, who they were inside. These 8 people were, they were trying, as I said, to just enjoy themselves on a Wednesday night. There were a lot of other activities happening on an October night here in Maine. And it's just quiet right now. One cruiser to my left, another one to my right. A lot of reporters around me trying to deliver and bring you all the news that we get minute to minute. And I'm going to be here for the next few hours and bring you more details as I learn more. Back to you, Chris and Lee.
All right, Hani Yeshivi, thank you so much. Again, police looking for 40-year-old Robert Card, who they say is armed and dangerous. The Commissioner of Public Safety has called Card a person of interest in this active shooter investigation. They've not named him as a suspect. They deliberately pointed that out during a news conference late Wednesday night. We are expecting to hear from police again at 10:30 this morning, so that's coming up in about 6.5 hours from Lewiston City Hall. And unless there is some major development, police have told, such as an arrest, police have told us that we should not expect to hear any updates until that time. There are, as we've talked about a lot, there are so many unknown factors in this. And Lee, I've heard you throughout the past couple of hours talk about how it is so critical that we are not basically copying and pasting, sharing without thinking about some of the information that we see on social media. Already in our newsroom, one thing that we're trying to combat is videos that are circulating online that we are trying to figure out their authenticity. It is a very, very difficult landscape right now in social media, and that is why the Department of Public Safety has asked us to relay information as it comes from them, as opposed to us trying to seek out other sources of it. There's reasons for us to do that. There's ways we can help the public by delivering other pieces of information that are not necessarily related to the investigation.
Sure. Well, I mean, misinformation can obviously cause unnecessary panic and unnecessary worry, and can certainly be detrimental to this entire process. So while everybody is interested and everybody has social media and everybody wants to know what's going on and wants to dig for information from home, it's real important, as Commissioner Sostek alluded to understand where you're getting information from. Don't spread it or share it or talk about it if you don't know for sure that what you're reading, hearing, seeing is true, and that's important.
We had this exact same incident happen earlier in our coverage when NBC News was reporting 22 people dead. Now you see the number at the bottom of our screen now says 15 to 20. They had interviewed a city official with the city of Lewiston who had given them that number. We reached out to that same city official. They said, "Oh, we've been told not to do any more interviews until we get some more concrete information." So you can understand how even in the people who are supposed to be the most plugged into this, there can be things that end up kind of spinning out of control. Which is why, although it is so difficult and tense and stressful for us to have to wait until 10:30 in the morning to get more answers, it will be probably the most definitive confirmation we have of what actually transpired in Lewiston.
Hopefully. I mean, hopefully that's, there'll be lots more knowns versus unknowns, because we have a whole bunch of those right now.
Right.
This has obviously affected the state of Maine, people who are from here, people who currently live here, people who maybe used to live here, right? This has affected everybody in the country. This is affecting people from all over the place. The Sacramento Kings, 3,000 something miles away, had their season opener tonight, NBA basketball, big night for them, celebratory start of a new season. Their head coach is Mike Brown. I don't know if Mike Brown has ever been to Maine. Maybe he has, I don't know. Game's over, goes to his press conference and asks, "Hey coach, let's talk about the game." Mike Brown, Sacramento, California, coach of the Kings, want to talk about what's going on in Maine. Take a listen.
I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely disgusting, and it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be, this is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right in front of us.
Wow. Sobering, and obviously not the first person to make those comments. The frustration over seeing these types of events play out in cities and towns, in all, I can't say with certainty every single state in our country, but there are no state border lines when it comes to this type of violence, unfortunately.
Well, I think what you're trying to get to is when these happen, you're instantly on to where's it going to be next, right? And we've heard people make comments like this before about things that have happened in other cities.
Right.
And they continue to get made, and there continues to be a next place. And today we are that next place, and that is something that 1.2 million people, at least the greater majority of them, never thought would happen here, and it did. And we are going through it as we speak. So there's that. Raya Wooten is joining us live, and she's going to bring us the latest as well. I think she is at the Reunification Center in Auburn Middle School. Hey, Raya.
Hey, yes, we are still here at Auburn Middle School on 38 Falcon Drive. This is where families would come if they're looking for information, if they're looking for a loved one, if they're looking for some counseling or someone to kind of help them through some of those emotions. If you're just now joining us earlier, Alex Haskell, he spoke with a woman named Maria Wilson, and she was looking for her significant other here, and she had some trouble finding him, and she was really going off little information, and she was just going through those whirlwinds of emotions. Take a listen here.
I'm still in shock. I think we're all in shock. I think us as a community are. Right now, we're trying to figure out how we're going to tell his kids. He is almost 14-year-old. Her birthday is in 4 days. How are we going to tell her? Your dad's not going to be there. How does the mother go home to tell the kid? We don't know if he's alive or dead. We don't know where he is. We don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so very, very emotional. And that's the reality for a lot of people tonight. A lot of the conversation that we've had on air, guys, is how you talk to your family and talk to your children about this, about a tragedy like this that hits hard into the core, especially in a community as tight-knit as Maine is. Even I myself, as I was leaving out to come here and to cover the story, I kissed my kids goodnight. And unfortunately, some people didn't get the opportunity to kiss their loved one or their child or their husband or their wife or their cousin. And it weighs heavy. It weighs very heavy, and people are going through those emotions. So if you find yourself going through emotions, if you are in distress, if you need more information, there's definitely people here at the Reunification Center that can at least offer or lend some support and help you navigate through this. Earlier with Alex Haskell, he said that the mayor of Auburn was here walking people in, supporting them through the process, being of service in whatever way that he could possibly be. And that stems true for a lot of people who were out on the grounds this morning, who were out on the grounds overnight, and will continue to be here with you, giving you the latest updates and keeping you posted and informed on what's going on. Back to you guys.
Raya Wooten, live in Auburn tonight. Heartbreaking message from that mother about how she's going to have to explain to her kids why her partner's missing.
Well, this is going to be, sadly, a conversation that, as of now, 15 to 20 people are going to have with their families. Not to mention the 50 others that have some type of physical damage, not to mention the others that are going to have psychological damage. So there's multi-layers to this onion of pain that our state is feeling right now. We spoke with Greg Marley, who's a licensed clinical social worker with NAMI. He was kind enough to come in and talk to us earlier tonight about how to have these conversations, the importance of them, the approach to take, all that important information for us to have as we process ourselves and as we help the ones that we love process as well. Take a look.
We want to bring back in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance for Mental Illness Maine chapter. That conversation is a real one. How do parents navigate it?
Kids are going to need reassurance. They're going to need a whole lot more physical hugs and cuddles. They're going to need simple messaging and the first step is for that parent to calm themselves so that they're delivering it in an even way, giving them just the facts based on their age and stage, Zach, not over their head. And expect them to have lots of questions and to react in their own style and their own age.
We've mentioned a lot of schools, even not near Lewiston or Lisbon, closing tomorrow, recognizing the scope of this. But you yourself, you spoke with the Department of Education earlier tonight. How are they planning to move forward with something like this, to talk with their kids?
What the department was doing was trying to get out information to the administrators and the clinicians and the teachers on how to support kids when they're back in school, to how to hold the conversations, what resources are available in the state and nationally to help inform that around, it's called psychological first aid, that engagement to help ground and settle someone who's just jangly after this kind of traumatic event.
You also mentioned that you have been speaking with coordinators in the Lewiston-Auburn area tonight. How are they preparing for all of this right now?
Well, I had an email just a few minutes ago with Catherine Ryder, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Tri-County Mental Health. And she said that her crisis response, critical incident response team is out tonight working with law enforcement on death notifications and support. And they're going to be, across the community tomorrow doing the same work, supporting people doing that critical incident response to help stabilize folks.
So are you working with other agencies across the state, or do you expect to be working with other agencies across the state to support those kinds of efforts as this unfolds?
I think my schedule tomorrow is going to go out the window as I'm trying to support this, what happens in the aftermath of this event.
Absolutely. A whole nother force of important humans comes into play after the fact. Absolutely.
Greg, thank you for joining us again. This is all very, what you said, psychological first aid, just had never heard that before, and it's incredible to hear that, because that is it's sort of like, how do we treat what's on the inside now?
Because we know enough about trauma, we know how people react, and we know some steps that can really help to settle someone. In that reassurance, that normalization, kind of giving them some information about what's going to happen in their body, what's likely to happen emotionally, and to help ground them.
Yeah.
And we're all going to need that in the days ahead.
Yes. We are. Greg Marley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Psychological first aid, it jumps through the screen when you hear that. I mean, it's such a simple way to put it. And it's so important. And we thank Greg Marley for joining us. We will be hearing more from him today, Thursday, and I'm sure more even in the days to come. A huge resource for us to help get the message to you on how we all are supposed to process this, present company included. I mean, I'm listening to every word he says. This is not something we've done. Right? This is not something we've been through. We don't know how we're supposed to act. We've seen other people do it, but we've never done it. Right. And that makes it different. And it's Maine, right? It's just not supposed to happen here.
We are going to take a second and let you listen to the most updated information that we have from Department of Public Safety Commissioner Mike Soschek, who spoke, this was now yesterday, late yesterday, at a press conference to tell us sort of the basic information that we have right now about a person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, still armed and dangerous, police say. Here's what information Commissioner Soschek told us last night.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Soschek. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you those opportunities to set the record straight on that. Right now.
I do appreciate that, and I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation, so the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that, and when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police, to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label and list and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Mike Soschuk of the Maine State Police a couple hours ago in the first and only appearance we've heard from law enforcement yet. Another one scheduled for 10:30 this morning, so about 6 hours from now. That is the next scheduled time we're supposed to hear from law enforcement. Obviously, if something happens, an arrest, a development, something, I would imagine we might hear before that, but that's the next time that something is scheduled, 6 hours from now, which just seems like an eternity as we wait for police to capture Robert Card. Hi.
Hi. As we continue to do wall-to-wall coverage here, obviously, you know, we're here at News Center Maine doing tag team coverage. Just stepped in for Chris Costa, Lee Goldberg here, been on all night long. And as we try to move our coverage forward and bring you all the latest details and anything new that we're hearing, we realize that some of you may be just waking up and just joining us and may not have some of the basic, you know, of exactly what happened when. Stay with us because we're going to be bringing you all those, you know, basic details over the next few minutes to get you brought up to date on what exactly we do know. And then as far as the feeling that is out there, you know, you guys have been talking about this all night. There are a lot of feelings that go along with what's happening right now. There is confusion, there's fear because the person who committed these crimes still has not been caught. There is outrage, but I think it's all shrouded in a feeling of it's just surreal. I think that the word that it goes as an umbrella over it all is just surreal. And again, it's not the idea that, oh, it couldn't happen here. I think we were all well aware that it could happen anywhere. But when it actually happens and you're actually moving through the details of what happened and trying to figure out how it happened and who's involved, it kind of feels like you're moving around underwater.
Yeah, Brian Iacono, I think, put it great earlier tonight. He said it feels like Maine was violated. And again, not that we live in some utopian bubble that nothing bad can happen, but we kind of live in a utopian bubble where not a lot of bad things happen. So when something like this does, it's jarring. I don't think, you know, to your point, we're not naive to think it's not going to happen here because we've been preparing for it, right? The kids have been ready. They practice in school. Law enforcement's been doing their drills for years now to prepare for if it happens, and our if it happens happened to be today. There's going to be a lot of things closed tomorrow, not just in Androscoggin County. So whatever you think you're going to be doing tomorrow, just make sure you call ahead. Certainly schools outside of Androscoggin County have already said they're closing, and we've got a whole bunch of them on our website. We're going to bring you as many as we have. I think the best common practice will be just to make sure you call ahead. It's not just schools. The bus isn't going to run in Lewiston tomorrow. The DMV is not going to be open in Lewiston tomorrow. So there's other businesses and things. And I think as people wake up and we learn more, and depending what happens, honestly, between now and 8 a.m. or 9 a.m., that list might change and grow even even more so.
Right, we're trying to put together a comprehensive list, so we do encourage you as you're waking up, if you have any questions about whether your business, your school, your institution is open or holding the meetings that they were supposed to have, as this has become, a statewide issue, not knowing where this man is, please check our website, and we would encourage you, if you own a business or operate a school or have, something scheduled for today, please call into our system and let us know so that we can keep that list as updated as possible for everyone out there.
So all this started, according to State Police, 6:56 p.m., about 9.5 hours ago at this point. Spare Time Bowling Recreation Center in Lewiston. That's where our Hannah Yeshivi is. She's not at the site. She's a little bit moved away because it's an active crime scene right now. But Hannah has the latest of what's going on there. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee and Sharon. I'm here, as you said, where it all started, around 7 p.m. last night. 40-year-old Robert Card, suspect who is still at large, right behind me, went into this bowling alley as people were trying to have a fun time with family and friends. And we know as of now, according to NBC, we're reporting 15 to 20 people shot and dead in this mass shooting, and that number is expected to go up. But just to set the scene a little better for you guys, I'm here. This is Main Street. To my right, I have the Legend Sports Bar and Grill, and to my left, I have a Subway, and this is the entrance of Mollison Way. Yep, Mollison Way. Main Street behind me, and it's 4:26 a.m. I have seen throughout the last few hours a little more traffic than usual, and maybe that's because people are starting to wake up. Some people are trying to figure out if they should go to work or not. And something that I've been saying, which caught my attention as soon as I pulled into Lewiston, was that big sign saying shelter in place. So that shelter in place order in Lewiston and neighboring towns is pretty much active. We have not heard otherwise. We are still reporting that 40-year-old Robert Card is at large. Hundreds of police officers, statewide, local, are looking for him. And we've seen a lot of cruisers. 2 are behind me blocking the area, so I don't have a clear sight of the bowling alley where this mass casualty happened. I am 5 minutes out of it, but lots of cruisers behind me. It's a quiet scene here. I've only spoken with one neighbor who's been the only person who showed up. She told me the first thing she did at midnight when she woke up to the news was run to her mother's house to lock the door right there. And she says people here, just like her and her mother, don't lock their doors. It's a pretty safe town and state, and she did that, and she decided to come here just to see. She lives here, she works here, she breathes here, and it's a very traumatic day for a lot of people and neighbors here. Some of them go to bed early and they're waking up to this news, and it's almost 4:30 a.m. This is the information that I have from the scene. As I said, 40-year-old Robert Card, person of interest who is still at large, and we will bring you all the latest details as we learn more. Lee and Sharon.
All right, Hannah, thank you. And it's important to note, as we showed you the picture of Robert Card and Hannah was talking about him in the details, Commissioner Sawchuk was very clear to let people know they want information if you happen to see him. They don't want you to approach him. They don't want you to engage. And if you see somebody who resembles him, they want you to call your local authorities and try to get some type of a pinpoint idea of where he might be. So, right. But they classified him as armed and dangerous. Don't approach him, but please let somebody know if you happen to see somebody who looks like him. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Caution, being of utmost importance.
Sure.
Of course, this is a story, obviously, centered here in Maine that has captured the attention of the entire nation and people around the world. Thank goodness we live in the time that we do, with the kind of technological connections that we have that allow us to check on the people we know and love in different communities. Maine is a small state. We all know each other. There are lots of text messages and reach outs happening, pinging all across the state for us to check on each other. I know my cousin in Florida texted to check in on us, and we do have statements from several officials here in Maine just reaching out to Maine and the nation to express what they're going through.
The best way I saw it put on Twitter or whatever it's called now, the state of Maine, one giant town. And I feel like that's a pretty accurate way to sum it up. Governor Mills releasing a statement earlier tonight saying, in part, I'm aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement. I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials.
We also heard from the mayor of Lewiston, Carl Saleen, released a statement. His says that Lewiston is currently under a shelter-in-place order that's been in effect since last night. He goes on to say, and it is critical to prioritize your safety and the safety of those around you. Please follow all recommended guidelines and stay home. We will continue to monitor this situation, and state police will provide updates. I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come.
And the former director of Maine CDC, Dr. Nirav Shah, tweeting about the shooting a little bit earlier, maybe just after midnight. He's saying, tonight we are all Mainers. As Maine grieves, so does the nation. Speaking of the nation, President Biden had reached out personally to both Senator Collins and Senator King to express his thoughts and sympathies and support for anything the state of Maine might need. Senator King, last I heard, was going to wait and come home tomorrow after an important vote in Congress, and now he's not, and he's going to be coming home now, first flight out, so he should be back soon.
You know, not to get too far ahead, because we're still in the throes of this situation with the shooter out there somewhere. That is the primary concern. Also working exceptionally hard to try to identify the victims. We want to know more about the people who were affected by this, because at the end of the day, that's what this is really all about. But I think the mayor of Lewiston expressed it exceptionally well, that in the days ahead, one thing that Maine is known for is coming together and getting through the most difficult things. And although we have not experienced anything close to this in our history, we will do it again.
There are just right now so many unknowns, and it's kind of been a recurring theme as we've spoken through the night about when you know something, you can find a way to deal with it and get through. It's the unknowns that are unnerving. We don't know where Robert Card is, and there are too many people right now that don't know where their loved ones are, that didn't get to the reunification center, or the people went to the reunification center and didn't get an answer of where their person that they're looking for is. So there's just a lot of stuff that we're waiting to get answered.
That reunification center is set up at Auburn Middle School, yes, which is where our Raya Wooten is, bringing us updates this morning. Good morning again, Raya.
Good morning, Lee and Sharon. Yes, I am at Auburn Middle School at 38 Falcon Drive. This area is designated as a reunification center for families who are looking for their loved ones who may have gotten caught up in the mix of this mass shooting that happened last night. It's also for families who may be seeking some type of counseling, people who may be looking for answers that they haven't been able to find. Our teams have been here all throughout the night, and previous teams, they saw people coming in by dozens, people of all ages here, really just looking for answers. And unfortunately, some people didn't get the answers that, they were hoping to have. We previously spoke with a woman named Maria Wilson, and she was looking for her significant other, and she came here to seek for answers, and she was directed to go to the hospital nearby. And unfortunately, she did not find him there. And one of the things that she said when she spoke to one of our previous team members, she said that how does she go home and talk to her 14-year-old daughter and tell her that dad is not coming home? And that is the reality that a lot of families are facing right now. A lot of families are trying to figure out how they bring this conversation up to their kids, how they talk about this with their kids. It's very easy to prep for things when it's not actually happening. And when it's not actually in the moment, I know earlier in the broadcast, you all have mentioned that it's not something that Maine has not been preparing for in the case that something does happen. But when you're in the mix, when you're foot to ground, and when everything is unraveling and there's so many unanswered questions, it's hard to figure out how to navigate that. So that's what this Unification Center is really for. We've seen some families come in. This area is guarded. There are police officers that are around, and they're pretty much checking people as they arrive and asking questions just to maintain safe. But people, we've seen come in. We just recently saw someone walk up to the building. It's very unclear about whether they were coming in to check for family or whether they were coming in to seek some help and assistance to work through those emotions, because there are some behavior liaisons here, and there's also some counselors here that are here on the ground to help people through their emotions and kind of walk them through this process of just really taking in and picking apart what we've all seen just progress over the night and over into the morning. So being that this is still an active situation, being that the person of interest is still at large, it's something that people are still sitting in. And it's something that people are, still reveling in and trying to really grasp and understand what the next steps are. So I'm pretty sure into the morning, later today, maybe even tomorrow, will look very different from people's normal routine. And we're going to continue to keep you as updated and informed as we possibly can. We are live in the field and we'll continue our coverage on into the morning. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Raya. If you are just joining us, because presumably there are many people in our state who heard the news about this last night, what little was known last night, got some sleep, and are now maybe just joining us, let's recap what we know so far that has happened. A mass shooting at 2 locations in Lewiston last night. Schmeggy's Bar and Grill, and also the Spare Time Recreation. Police have named a person of interest in the case. We do have surveillance video of an armed man. We also have a mugshot of a man who police have identified as 40-year-old Robert Card from Bowdoin. We don't know a lot about him. He is still at large. However, according to the Associated Press, Card was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility here in Maine. Card also reportedly was committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks this past summer and reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. These shootings did not happen in Saco. They happened in Lewiston last night. The latest information we have is somewhat vague: 15 to 20 dead and as many as 50 wounded, taken to 3 hospitals in Maine: Central Maine Medical Center, St. Mary's, and Maine Medical Center.
And just to be clear on those wounded, as we understand it, it's not necessarily 50 people wounded from gunfire. Some of them wounded in trying to escape from the situations they were in. So we're waiting for more details on that. When the police had first identified Robert Card, they also identified the car he was in, which was a 2013 white Subaru Outback. Police were able to trace that car to Lisbon on Frost Hill Road by the boat launch there in Lisbon. And in Lisbon is where we're going to go now. Samantha Olson is standing by live and has some updates for us. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. I'm in Lisbon Falls right now, standing right outside of the high school. Police say this area is still active as they are still searching for suspect Robert Card. Police found Card's car at a nearby boat launch not too far away from here last night. But right now, this area is pretty quiet. Portland Police tactical vehicles actually pulled into the high school parking lot with crews full of tactical gear. We haven't seen those crews come out of the school yet, and a chopper was in the air searching over this area for about 2 or 3 hours at some point during this morning. But as I said, it is pretty quiet right now. A few cars are going by, but just to recap, Robert Card's car was found not too far away from here, and while this scene is pretty quiet this morning. Police are still looking in this area for the suspect. Lee, Sharon.
All right, thank you, Sam. And, you know, as soon as we hear any updates on whether police have located him or apprehended him, of course we will bring it to you. But in the meantime, we're just waiting for the next general update from authorities.
That one is not scheduled until 10:30 this morning, so about 6 hours from now. We did hear from the Commissioner of the Maine State Police, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk last night, and here's some of what he had to say.
And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well.
Commissioner Soschuk talking about the shelter in place. Androscoggin County Public Safety actually releasing earlier last night that the entire county was in a shelter in place. And in fact, that shelter in place made all the way to Maine Medical Center in Portland, where they decided they were going to shelter in place out of an abundance of caution. They did acknowledge that they were taking in at least one that they acknowledged patient from the incident in Lewiston. They took in one. They decided to shelter in place and shut down the hospital basically. So just the doctors, the nurses, employees, and patients, only people that were allowed there. So really everybody, again, the abundance of caution to be safe, to shelter in place, stay where you are. You know, first and foremost, because Robert Card is still out there, and until that's resolved, nobody really knows where they're safe.
Right, and the last thing we want to do, of course, is be alarmist about this situation, but it has been several hours now since we've had any type of indication of his location. Obviously, being very aware of your surroundings throughout the day until we get more information is of utmost importance, no matter where you live in the state.
So that has been the common theme of just staying safe. And if you do happen to see something, certainly contact your local authorities, give them a little tip or a heads up, and then that might be helpful.
Absolutely. So. All right, we're going to continue this coverage for as long as it takes to bring you the most updated information, but we do also want to bring you up to date on what is also important to you this day, which is our weather forecast. So Todd is standing by with that.
Sharon, Lee, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. We're starting out with a look at the satellite, the radar. We do have a lot of clouds that are overhead, acted as a blanket last night, so it's a very mild morning. There's also a little action being detected on radar to our south right now. As I close in on southern Maine, there could be a few very light showers that kind of stray through Cumberland, York County, maybe southern Oxford County. But that's about all the action we're going to see over the next few days. All the rainfall that we've had has been very light and will continue to be until late in the weekend. Look at these temperatures, though. They're very mild for this time of the year, mid to upper 50s. Both Bangor and Portland are at 56. Augusta's 58. Even up in north and in the mountains, it's not bad. Greenville and Moosehead Lake happens to be the warmest spot in the state right now at 60 degrees. We have a front to our north, so we're now in the warm sector, and this pattern is going to continue to pump in the warmth for the next several days, right up through Saturday afternoon. And then this front will come through Saturday night, cool us off for Sunday, and a storm system is going to develop along that front and likely bring us some cold rain Sunday night into Monday. This morning, you'll have a chance to see some breaks of sunshine. While a lot of us have clouds right now, there will be some breaks of sun. But just like the last couple of days, clouds will pretty much dominate our weather pattern here. By midday, it's mostly cloudy. By the afternoon, it's also partly to mostly cloudy. Can't rule out a stray shower or two at really any point, but for the most part, we're looking at dry weather. Today's high will reach the upper 60s, close to 70, with partly to mostly cloudy skies. Friday looks very nice. We'll be around 70 degrees, partly sunny. Loving the way Saturday will look. Remains warm, low 70s, partly sunny. and then we cool off rather dramatically on Sunday, back down into the upper 50s. I do expect some rain showers to roll in Sunday afternoon, and they'll stick around on Monday, and the air mass will be getting colder at that point too. So these will be very chilly raindrops on Monday morning. We'll be in the 40s, a raw, wet morning. Mountains in north could actually see the first accumulating snow of the season too. By Tuesday, that's Halloween, drying out. Be cold in the 40s, but at least there won't be any rain or snow, and we're watching the middle of next week for our next chance for any storm system. That's the latest weather forecast. Today, mild, pretty quiet, not much happening. Guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. We appreciate that. And we'll be checking in with Todd throughout the morning for updates. One of the things that's sort of hard to wrap all of our brains around right now is the human toll that this is taking and will take and continue to take throughout the days, weeks, months, and years to come.
Well, and it's an onion, right? There's a lot of layers to this. It's the physical pain that people have suffered. It's the emotional pain that people have suffered who were directly involved and then indirectly involved. We're a small state, right? I mean, we know if we've talking about somewhere maybe around 70 people that we know of right now that were possibly affected here, we know these people. We're going to be connected. We're going to find out names and go, oh my gosh, that's so-and-so, 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 right? It's what, and so it's going to get worse. It's going to be harder for us to process once we know more. Right. But again, that's after, right? Because now we're still present, right? And we're still current, and so that is first and foremost for most.
And so the immediate issue for a lot of people right now is finding out who was directly affected by this, and it's there are 3 hospitals involved that the dead and wounded were brought to: St. Mary's, also Central Maine Medical Center and Maine Medical Center. There is the Reunification Center. These are all sources of possible information for people who are looking for loved ones and family members. But in the meantime, that information is presumably trickling out to the people affected, which is excruciating.
Sure. Spare time bowling, we talked about. Henny Yeshivi was there earlier as one of the locations where some shooting happened tonight. Schmenge's is another one. It's a bar there. Leroy Walker is a city councilor for the city of Auburn. His son is a manager at Schmenge's. Mr. Walker has not been able to get in touch with his son, and he spoke with our Jack Mulmut earlier.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, so he would have called us because he manages Schmenge's. So I know he was there.
And a thank you to Mr. Walker for sharing his situation with us. As we know, dozens and possibly hundreds of other family members are going through the same thing. And you know, this is the important part of this story, is coming together in the aftermath of this for the people who will be suffering and grieving.
And it's been happening, and we heard from Commissioner Soschuk about the hundreds of members of law enforcement and public safety that are involved. That's just within the state and the FBI. I mean, it's, you know, everybody has come to help and to help our state get through this from within and from outside the state. And that is, you know, not lost on us. It is, you take some solace in knowing that you've got people who will come help you at the same time you try to reconcile the fact that you even need the help in the first place.
Right. And then, of course, on the other level is the number of police and investigative agencies that are now involved in this active search for the shooter. And to further the investigation, to identify the dead and wounded, to get the information out to the public. We're talking about local, state, and federal agencies all involved in this process.
That bar Schmenge's, where we just heard from the city councilor, put a statement out on social media tonight can't really see that. So it basically speaks of the heartbreak that they're feeling. It's a tragic night for them, for the community, and they're sharing their thoughts and their pain with their community as one of the places where this carnage happened last night. So,
meantime, the entire state on edge this morning as we wait to hear more information, as we wait to kind of put together more details on what happened. We're right there with you, spinning our wheels, just kind of trying to process what we know so far, trying to get a handle on what the current situation is, trying to look forward to how we're going to get through this. And unfortunately, time is moving in slow motion right now in many ways as we wait for more information.
Especially for those who have been up since 8 o'clock last night when the news first started to kind of spread, because at that point you're like, okay, if you were able to, everybody plays the amateur detective, right? If you were able to figure out this, then why has it been so long since the next step has happened? Listen, nobody wants to find Robert Card more than the people who are looking for him. And there are people who are still awake in large part because he has not been found yet, and therefore there's that uncertainty and they just can't sleep. And that's a problem for us until it's settled.
And while Maine is a small town in feel and in camaraderie, it is it's an expansive state geographically. So this search is going to be very difficult.
Woods and rivers and streams and nighttime.
Right.
So listen, everybody's on it and they're looking, and hopefully they'll find him soon. Hannah Yeshivi is going to join us live. She is in Lewiston. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee and Sharon. I'm here on Main Street in Lewiston, and this behind me is Mollison Way. And Mollison Way leads up, it's a 3-minute walk to the Spare Time Recreation bowling alley. As of right now, I just noticed police officers blocking this road behind me with the yellow tape, with an additional yellow tape, just to make sure as more people get here to try to figure things out and more reporters show up from out of state to make sure that they're not heading that way. It's a very active scene. Lots of cruisers, police officers here trying to determine what happened here. A 40-year-old Robert Card is still at large as of what we know. And it's 4:51. People are starting to wake up. They're trying to make that decision if they should go to work or not. The shelter-in-place order is still up and running, especially here in Lewiston and in the Auburn areas and neighboring towns. Schools have been closed for the day. And I do want to let you know that I'm about 9 minutes, it's a 9-minute drive to the second location where the second shooting happened, the Shemengi's Bar and Grill. And I wanted to read this post that Shemengi's Bar and Grill posted on their Facebook page. This was about an hour ago, and it reads, "My heart is crushed. I'm at a loss of words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone." And once again, that's the location of the second shooting. And that's a feeling that neighbors here, I spoke to one of them who was just here in the morning, that it's a feeling people have here. They're in shock. This lady lives just a few blocks away from me. She was saying the first thing she did was run to her mother's house to lock her door. And she left. She is sheltering in place, but she just wanted to take a look for herself of this traumatic situation that is unfolding here in Lewiston. And then another thing that I did want to share with you guys is Lee Goldberg, a friend texted him saying that a group of 8 people last night right at the bowling alley were having a night, were trying to enjoy themselves. And of those 8 people, we know that 5 of them were shot. 2 of those 5 have been dead and 3 were not hurt. And this is a friend of Lee's who texted him just letting him know that they had a group of people there, and this was a community of deaf people who were trying to enjoy a night out on a Wednesday night at the bowling alley. So that's all the information that I have for you guys right now here, as I said, by the Spare Time bowling alley in Lewiston. Back to you.
Thank you, Hannah. That must have been an incredibly difficult text to receive.
Well, I mean, listen, so talking about touching home, right? So this is a friend of mine. These are 8 deaf people who in a moment like that don't have a translator there, don't have somebody who can interpret what's happening, and they're trying to figure out what to do. And so communication is already hard in a chaotic situation. And tragedy because 3 of the 8 of them who went bowling for the night on a Wednesday got shot, and so it's horrible, and yeah.
It's hard to find words. Yeah. It's hard to find words at this point when it brings it down to the individual people who are affected by this, which is what's going to unfold in the days and weeks ahead. Meantime, we've talked a lot about the person of interest in this case. There was also a car of interest found. That was found in nearby Lisbon, and that is where our Sam Olson is this morning. Sam, let's hear the latest from you, please.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. I'm in Lisbon Falls, and as you can see behind me, there are a couple police cars in the area, but overall, this area is pretty quiet. Police are still looking for the suspect, Robert Card, in the area. Just down the street to my left on Frost Avenue, police found his car last night empty, and right off to my right is the Lisbon High School. Police have brought tactical vehicles into the parking lot throughout the night, and crews went into the gymnasium with tactical gear, and we haven't seen them come out. I know throughout the morning there was a chopper in the air for about 2 to 3 hours searching over this area looking for Card. And I know that Androscoggin River is also right behind the high school, so it seems as if police are looking on land and on the river. And the Lisbon Falls High School is closed tomorrow, but that is the latest, Lee and Sharon.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, we have the facts of this case, which we are trying to bring you often. Much of it is on repeat because there haven't been a lot of new details released since last night, but we know that as the morning hours continue, more and more of you are joining us, and so at 5 o'clock we're going to start again to bring you all the basics of what has occurred last night and throughout the overnight hours. Meantime, we're also focusing obviously on the emotional side of this.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot. This happened at 7 o'clock last night, right? Kids are still awake, they're not in bed yet. And every adult's phone is going off, or they're getting the notifications, or they're finding out what's happening somehow. So the kids are seeing this. There's going to be a lot to talk about. So we had Greg Marley from NAMI in to talk about how to take care of this for yourself and how to take care of this if you have to mention it and bring it up with your kids.
We want to bring back in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance for Mental Illness Maine chapter. That conversation is a real one. How do parents navigate it?
Kids are going to need reassurance. They're going to need a whole lot more physical hugs and cuddles. They're going to need simple messaging and the first step is for that parent to calm themselves so that they're delivering it in an even way, giving them just the facts based on their age and stage, Zach, not over their head. And expect them to have lots of questions and to react in their own style and their own age.
We've mentioned a lot of schools, even not near Lewiston or Lisbon, closing tomorrow, recognizing the scope of this. But you yourself, you spoke with the Department of Education earlier tonight. How are they planning to move forward with something like this, to talk with their kids?
What the department was doing was trying to get out information to the administrators and the clinicians and the teachers on how to support kids when they're back in school, to how to hold the conversations, what resources are available in the state and nationally to help inform that around, it's called psychological first aid, that engagement to help ground and settle someone who's just jangly after this kind of traumatic event.
You also mentioned that you have been speaking with coordinators in the Lewiston, Auburn area tonight. How are they preparing for all of this right now?
Well, I had an email just a few minutes ago with Catherine Ryder, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Tri-County Mental Health. And she said that her crisis response, critical incident response team is out tonight working with law enforcement on death notifications and support. And they're going to be, across the community tomorrow doing the same work, supporting people doing that critical incident response to help stabilize folks.
So are you working with other agencies across the state, or do you expect to be working with other agencies across the state to support those kinds of efforts as this unfolds?
I think my schedule tomorrow is going to go out the window as I'm trying to support this, what happens in the aftermath of this event.
Absolutely. A whole nother force of important humans comes into play after the fact. Absolutely.
Greg, thank you for joining us again. This is all very, what you said, psychological first aid, just had never heard that before, and it's incredible to hear that, because that is it's sort of like, how do we treat what's on the inside now?
Because we know enough about trauma, we know how people react, and we know some steps that can really help to settle someone. In that reassurance, that normalization, kind of giving them some information about what's going to happen in their body, what's likely to happen emotionally, and to help ground them. And we're all going to need that in the days ahead.
Yeah, we are. Greg Marley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, for those of you just joining us this morning, good morning. I'm Sharon Rose. Lee Goldberg is here.
Yeah, we want to get you caught up at the top of the hour with the latest of what we know that's going on.
So there is a massive manhunt happening right now in Androscoggin County as police try to find the person responsible for a mass shooting in Lewiston.
Now, NBC News confirmed somewhere between 15 to 20 people were killed. Obviously not an exact number, that's the information they have. Up to 50 others were hurt when a gunman opened fire at Schmenge's Bar and Grill and at Spare Time Recreation in Lewiston last night.
The two businesses are about 4 miles apart. Maine Department of Public Safety spokesperson Mike Sawchuk says the first shots were fired just before 7 o'clock last night. Now, people who live in Lewiston and Lisbon are being asked to shelter in place right now as police try to find Robert Card. He has been named as a person of interest in connection to these shootings. We heard from Sawchuk a few hours ago and expect another update to happen later this morning at 10:30.
So there's the nuts and bolts of it. Ending with Robert Card, the man who is the person of interest and is specifically named as a person of interest and not as a suspect, is not captured yet as far as we know. So
right, and we don't know much about him, by the way. We know that he's 40 years old. He's from Bowdoin. According to the Associated Press, he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility here in Maine. He also reportedly was checked into a mental health facility this past summer after threatening to carry out a shooting at a military facility in Saco.
So you were also warned by Commissioner Sawchuk that if you happen to see Robert Card, to not try to approach him yourself. Don't try to apprehend him. Just notify your local police department, wherever you happen to be at the time, and go ahead and report that so they can try to pinpoint an exact area of where he is. Hundreds of law enforcement officials in our state. The FBI is here, so plenty of people out there looking for him right now, with the ultimate goal of catching him and at least getting that part of this puzzle figured out.
Right, and there is that shelter-in-place order that covers all of Androscoggin County, but obviously statewide, be alert, be aware of your surroundings. If you see anything suspicious, police want to hear from you, but also put your safety and the safety of your loved ones as an utmost priority until this is sorted out.
The victims from this incident have been taken to 3 different hospitals to kind of handle all this. Obviously, Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston is the closest one. St. Mary's is right there as well. And at least one that has been confirmed has come to Maine Medical Center in Portland. Life flight helicopters were flying all over the last time when Jack Mulmud was at Central Maine Medical Center late last night before that died down a little bit as far as that much activity in the hospital goes, but 3 different hospitals servicing all the people in need of medical care.
All right, we've got much more to bring you on this story, wall-to-wall coverage as we search for more information. But in the meantime, let's take a quick break to hear from Todd on the weather, and then we'll be back with more.
Yeah, definitely, Sharon Lee. Good morning. Good morning, folks. Quick weather update here. We do have a lot of clouds still overhead in the state of Maine. And as we look south, where there's a little bit of a front, there's some shower activity. I don't expect much wet weather, but just like the last couple of days, there could be a drop or two here or there. Radar returns are on the light side. Temperatures are very mild because of last night's clouds. They kind of acted like a blanket, and it's a warm start on this Thursday morning with temperatures in the mid-50s. This time of the year, that's abnormally warm. That's closer to our average high. Bangor right now 54, Portland 55, Lewiston 53. It's even mild up north and in the mountains too. No 30s out there this morning. Front is to our north. We're in the warm sector now. We remain in it through Saturday. Temps way above where they should be. And then Saturday night into Sunday, we cool off as another front passes through. That cools us off. That also brings us the chance for some rain by late in the weekend and early next week as well. We may see some sunny breaks today. Best chance for that is going to be this morning. And then as we get into the middle of the day, there'll be a lot of clouds out there again, mostly cloudy skies. Again, a few blips showing up here or there means a sprinkle is possible. Late in the day, it'll be partly to mostly cloudy, but our temps abnormally warm, getting up close to 70 this afternoon. We'll go for 68. Tomorrow, partial sun around 70 as we wrap up this work week. We get into the weekend. It remains warm on Saturday, partly sunny, low 70s. And then things cool off kind of dramatically here on Sunday. Most of the day is rain-free, but in the afternoon, showers roll in. They'll become steady Sunday night through Monday morning. And with that steady rain, chilly temperatures too. It's going to be a raw and wet early start to next week. The high in the afternoon after the showers taper off about 50. Even colder than that for Halloween and the middle of next week. At least Halloween is looking dry at this point, but the kids will be shivering as they're trick-or-treating with temps in the 40s, and it stays in the 40s on Wednesday. We'll watch the potential for another storm system middle of next week. Sharon and Lee, back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you. And aside from the weather, another sort of, sidebar, something that you may be wondering about as you're just waking up this morning is what's open and what's closed. There are a number of schools that have closed out of an abundance of caution this morning. There are also businesses and institutions that are closed or have canceled events. We do have a running list on our website. We've heard from many of them this morning. You can check our website. And again, we want to encourage you to call those into our system here at News Center Maine so that we can keep that list updated for everyone.
And it's not just schools actually in Androscoggin County. Schools outside of Androscoggin County will not be operating tomorrow. The DMV in Lewiston will not be open tomorrow. So there's lots of different things today. Yeah. So just make sure that you check ahead if you had an appointment somewhere. Make sure that today they're actually going to be open for a place for you to go. All right, so one of the things that's come out of this is they set up a reunification station at Auburn Middle School for people to go looking for their loved ones to see how they're doing, if they're doing well, where they might be if they have not been able to connect. Raya Wooten is there right now and joins us for the latest on that.
Hi, Sharon and Lee. We're still here at the Reunification Center at 38 Falcon Drive. This is where families would be coming if they're looking for a loved one, if they have questions, if they're looking for some support through this process. Earlier, teams spoke with an Auburn City Council member who says that his son is a manager at one of the locations where the mass shooting happened. And his son's name is Joey. And we got a chance to talk to him, and he says that he speaks to his son just about every day, and today was just different. So take a listen.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know I'm standing here telling you. because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, or he would have called us because he manages Shemingi's. So I know he was there.
That was Leroy Walker, who you just heard from. He is a city council member for Auburn in Ward 5. And he says that he just knows in his bones that, you know, his son is not here with us anymore. And that's something hard to take in, especially when you're frantic and you're looking for answers and you're not getting any because you don't have a way to get in contact with your loved one who you're searching so desperately for. And that's just the case for a lot of people, you know, tonight. That's the reality for a lot of people here tonight. Just a few moments ago, we saw a group of people exit the building, and clearly they seem to be going, you know, through some type of emotional distress. They were standing off to the left of me, and it's pretty much most of the action that we've seen this morning. It's been fairly quiet over the morning. There are police officers that are guarding this area, pretty much watching who goes in and who goes out. And they're asking questions to make sure that people here are safe. But if you are looking for a loved one, or if you have questions, or if at all you're looking for some type of support, there are behavior liaisons here. There are also counselors here. But if that is your reality tonight, then this is the reunification center that they have designated for people to be able to come and get the help and assistance that they need throughout this tragedy that we're all seeing unfold. So the reunification center is located at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that is 38 Falcon Drive. The mayor said it'll be open and available for as long as Mainers need. With so many unanswered questions right now, it's fairly hard to tell how long this space will be needed, but there are some people here who say that it's very useful. So back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Raya. We want to put up the pictures that you probably have already seen, but in case you haven't, surveillance pictures of the person who has been named as the shooter, and also a picture of Robert Card, 40 years old, from Bowdoin, who has been named by police as a person of interest in this case, the person that police are actively searching for this morning. Again, he is considered armed and dangerous, so if you think you know where he is or if you think you catch sight of him, please report it immediately to 911 and do not approach him.
Now, one of the reasons that people might have gone to Shemingi's last night was to celebrate the opening of a new NBA season as the Celtics got underway last night, and the Celtics hearing about the tragedy here in Maine and going to social media to express the franchise's thoughts, saying that our thoughts are with everyone in Lewiston, Maine. That coming from the Celtics last night. Also last night out in Sacramento, California, 3,000 plus miles away, right? The Sacramento Kings, their head coach's name is Mike Brown. I don't know if Mike Brown has ever been to Maine. I don't know if Mike Brown knows anybody in Maine. But after last night's game, kicking off the season, supposed to be a time of happiness, when asked about his team's game, he wanted to talk about Maine. Take a listen.
I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely disgusting, and it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be, this is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right in front of us.
All right, again, echoing a sentiment that we're feeling in droves here in Maine, but is being felt across the country.
and a sentiment that we have gotten used to over the years feeling for other places.
Right.
And now those feelings coming our way, which listening to somebody like Mike Brown so far away talk about us, oh wait, that's us he's talking about. Yeah. It's just jarring.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's obviously something the likes of which Maine has never seen before. According to Giffords Law Center, which is run by former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, Maine received an F grade in its annual gun law scorecard. Giffords' attorney her attorneys track gun legislation in every state and assigning grades based on the strength of gun laws and policies.
So the grades are created by assigning point values that are based on strength of gun laws. Points are added up. States get assigned letter grades, and the grades are compared to most recent gun rate data that's released by the CDC. Giffords' tracking since 2010 says states with stronger gun laws experience lower gun death rates.
And also putting this in perspective with with regard to Maine is that we just had reports that Maine has one of the lowest violent crime rates in the country, depending on how you configure it, the lowest. And there were 29 homicides in all of Maine last year, and the estimated death toll in this one mass shooting is between 15 and 20, with more wounded. So that will be a number that, you know, the needle may move up or down as we get more information.
Yeah, according to the FBI data, there were 50 events back in 2022 that they identified as active shooter incidents. The FBI's definition of an incident like that would be one or more individuals actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill people in a populated area. That marks an 18% decrease from 2021, but the number also roughly a 66% increase if you compare it to 2018.
In total, 313 people were injured, with 100 deaths and 213 people wounded across all 50 states. 13 of those 50 active shooter incidents met the federal definition for a mass killing incident, which the Department of Justice defines as any incident in which at least 4 people are murdered with a gun.
34% of incidents in 2022 involved the shooter being at multiple locations while active. And when we look at how those active shooter incidents were resolved, the shooter was arrested by law enforcement in 29 cases. 7 were killed by law enforcement. 2 other cases, the shooter was killed by an armed citizen. 9 shooters committed suicide. 3 other ones were not arrested or killed and have actually still not been located. The FBI also shows that in 48% of the incidents, the shooter had a known connection to the location where the shooting occurred, or a known connection to at least one of the victims.
Now, no known connection was identified in 52% of these incidents. When we look at the number of active shooter incidents from last year, the FBI's data shows that Texas had the highest number with 6. Yep, that's followed by Arizona, Florida, Michigan, and New York. Each of those states had 3 incidents, the second highest number in the country.
So the types of guns vary, though, by incident, with shooters using handguns in 29 cases, rifles in 26, shotguns in 3, and 3 others in which the type of weapon could not actually be determined.
All right, looking again at that FBI information from 2022, the type of location of these shooter incidents happened at varies quite a bit. Of the 50 incidents in 2022, 23 of them happened in open spaces like parks, streets, public parking lots. In 14 circumstances, the businesses, malls, restaurants, bars, theaters, and event venues. Some of those 14 also happened in business spaces that are not typically open to the public, like warehouses, manufacturing centers, and packaging and distribution facilities. And 4 of the 2022 active shooter incidents occurred at schools or colleges, 4 others at public or private residences, and 2 happened at government properties or facilities, and 2 were at houses of worship. 1 active shooter incident in 2022 occurred at a healthcare facility.
So if we look at Pew data from the Pew Research Center, they primarily use the FBI and the CDC to compile their information. 48,830 people in the United States died from gun-related injuries in the year 2021. That number does include murders, suicides, accidental gun deaths involving law enforcement, and others where the circumstances of the death could not be determined. According to the CDC's data, 43% of U.S. gun deaths in 2021 were murders, 54 suicides, 8 out of 10 murders in 2021, 81% involving a firearm there, and that is the highest percentage since 1968. That is the earliest year that the CDC has online records for.
The record high number of gun deaths in 2021 shows a 32% increase since 2019. More specifically, murders involving a gun increased 45% between 2019 and 2021. In 2021, there were 14.6 gun deaths per 1,000 people. That's the highest rate since the early 1990s, though it is still below the peak of gun deaths in the U.S. in 1974, which was 16.3 per 100,000 people.
According to information from the Gun Violence Archive, which is a nonprofit that maintains an online database of gun violence incidents in the U.S., 706 people died in mass shootings in 2021. When you look at the FBI data going back to 2000, there were only 3 cases the agency identified as active shooter incidents. By 2021, that number had gone up to 61. Pew Research Center's data also showing that the gun death rate in the United States is significantly higher than most other countries. A 2018 study of 195 countries done by researchers at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation at the university from 2016 showed that the U.S. ranked 20th overall in gun death rate that year and 10.6 per 100,000 people as well.
All right, that is much higher than one of the countries that borders the U.S., Canada, which stood at 2.1 per 100,000 people in 2016. European countries also ranked much lower, with France at 2.7 per capita, Germany 0.9, and Spain at 0.6. However, the study did find that the U.S. was ranked lower than several countries in Latin America, like El Salvador. That country had a gun death rate of 39.2 per 100,000 people, or Colombia, which stood at 25.9.
So a lot of stats,
a lot of numbers,
a lot of numbers there, and the bottom line after all of that is now the state of Maine is going to have a mass shooting that's going to be part of the next batch of numbers that comes out, and that in and of itself is a pretty sobering thing to have to say.
Yeah, it sure is.
At this time.
It sure is.
Sam Olson is live for us in Lisbon Falls. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Lisbon Falls town crews have just actually started blocking off Lisbon Street at the intersection near Frost Hill Avenue. Behind me are several police cars, and this morning the Lisbon Police Department actually posted to Facebook urging folks, all people who live in Lisbon, to stay sheltered throughout this morning, and especially if you live between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. So if you live in that area specifically, police are urging you to stay put where you are as they continue looking for the suspect. I'll repeat that one more time, especially if you live between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. Police are especially urging you to stay put. There is not a large police presence here this morning, but within the past 10 minutes, we actually heard a drone above us searching for the suspect. Right down the street to my left on Frost Hill Avenue last night, police found the suspect's car empty. And right off to my right is Lisbon High School. We saw police from Portland in tactical gear go into the gymnasium, and we haven't seen them come out. We know that Androscoggin River is right behind the high school, so it seems as if police are searching in this area on land and along the river. And as I said, it's a pretty quiet scene here. It's some steady cars going this morning, but can't say a whole lot is going on. I know the chopper was in the air for about 2 to 3 hours this morning looking, but we haven't seen it since. Lee, Sharon?
All right, Sam, thank you from Lisbon. And speaking of Lisbon, the police department just putting out about a half an hour ago a statement on its social media saying, at this time, we continue to recommend that Lisbon residents continue to shelter in place with an emphasis on residents right between Mill Street in Lisbon Center and along Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. Businesses located within the area especially will be mostly closed until safety concerns have been addressed. Your cooperation with this recommendation is greatly appreciated as we work with several other law enforcement agencies to assure the residents and businesses in the community that can go about their daily activities and do so safely. We will provide updates as soon as possible when the shelter-in-place recommendation is lifted. Again, that is in the Lisbon Police Department. And there is a shelter-in-place, a blanket one for all of Androscoggin County. Lisbon pointing out that that is still in effect, and they'll let you know when it's not. So.
Right. All of Androscoggin County, but the bottom line is that we all need to do today what we need to do to feel safe. This is an ongoing situation. The person of interest in this case is still out there somewhere, although, to be honest with you, we don't know where he is or whether he's even alive or dead at this point. However, Maine is swarming with law enforcement right now, but you just need to do whatever you need to do today to feel safe.
All right, let's take a break from all of this talk and get to something a little more pleasant. That would be the weather, and Todd's here to do that.
Lee, Sharon, thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's Thursday morning, and it's pretty quiet across most of our state. There are some areas of clouds out there, and across the far south, there have been a few stray showers every once in a while, so there might be a few drops on windshields, or the ground might be a little damp in York County. A shower just came through the Portland area too, so it's not perfectly dry, but for the most part it is. It's also very mild for this time of the year. We're in the mid-50s, some places upper 50s. Ironically, Moosehead Lake, Greenville is the warm spot in the state this morning. 58 degrees. Even the coolest spots, Berlin, New Hampshire, Calais, Maine, are not in the 30s, and there's certainly no frost out there early on. We are now in the warm sector and will remain there for the next few days, right through Saturday evening, and then a front will sweep through with some cooler air. Area of low pressure will form on that front and bring us the chance for some more significant rain by the end of the weekend and early next week. We will see some sunny breaks today. Best chance will be this morning, actually. By the middle of the day, we're clouding up again, and then during the afternoon and evening, trying to brighten up a little bit, but there will probably be just a little filtered sun around. Other than that, pretty quiet. It's all about the temperatures, and they'll be nice and mild, hitting 70 in many spots like Bangor and Augusta and Freiburg. Kittery and Portsmouth, probably 70, 71, upper 60s for Casco Bay, including Portland, mid-coast upper 60s down east, up north and in the mountains, 60 to 65 degrees. This is at least 10 degrees above average, and will stay very warm tomorrow with partial sun. Saturday, mix of sun and clouds, 72 degrees. And then we get a dramatic drop for the end of the weekend. Sunday, we're back into the upper 50s. By the afternoon, showers are returning, so most of Sunday still rain-free. 1, 2, 3 o'clock, some of these showers return, and they'll stick around Sunday night into Monday morning. And these will eventually become very chilly raindrops, so chilly that far northern Maine, mountains, higher elevations, could actually see their first snow of the season. We'll dry out on Halloween, but get a colder here. Upper 40s, trick-or-treating time will probably be in the low to mid 40s. And it stays pretty chilly middle of next week, watching the potential for another storm system on Wednesday. Lee, Sharon, let's get back to you now.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. Obviously, there are a lot of schools, businesses, institutions closed today, not just in Androscoggin County, but far beyond, especially schools, out of an abundance of caution, so as not to provide any large gathering places, and also to make sure that children are home safe. This morning, we do have quite an extensive list on our website. It is ever growing, so if you are one of those businesses, schools, institutions that has a closing today, please call it into our system, and that is a good central place for those of you who are watching, who are wondering whether you should even go to work today or send your kids to school. Check that list on our website for the very latest.
All right, do we have that sound that we were talking about? Yes, good. All right, so earlier tonight, Chris Costa spoke with a professor at Bates whose literal job is to study gun violence, and he studies mass shootings all across the country. And where the college is situated is right between the two locations for tonight, the Spare Time Bowling and Schmenge's. And we spoke with him tonight as he's now living what he teaches about.
Well, the research on mass shootings in particular, or mass public shootings, is relatively new in terms of gun laws. The types of laws that seem to be effective in terms of reducing, and I don't necessarily want to say reducing, but they're associated with a lower level of mass public shootings. The types of laws that seem to be effective there are permit laws, and so requiring a permit, which is somewhat similar. Universal background checks, I think, are sort of a common sense approach that we may take. Our research didn't show a direct correlation between that and mass public shooting incidents or casualties. But the magazine capacity is also a major factor, and so reducing the types of magazines that can hold many rounds, it tends to be associated with fewer mass shootings, fewer fatalities, I should say, when there's a mass shooting.
Professor, I saw you tweet at your students saying, Bates students who see this, please reach out and let me know you are safe and let us know what you need. What was going through your head when you sent that out?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the students that I have in my classes, and we talk about these issues all the time, and it's often in the abstract, and then something like this happens and they are in a situation where there's not a lot of information. They know that they're in a lockdown. Some of the students have been telling me that they're stuck in a particular building and they're afraid they're going to have to spend the night there. They don't really know exactly what's going on. And so, especially for the students who have taken the classes that I teach on these topics, it can be something that is that affects you a little bit more different than if you hadn't really been aware of these types of issues. But, in general, just making sure that the students have what they need and that they feel safe and supported, I think is really important. And so I've reached out to my classes and I'm the chair of the sociology department. And so I've reached out to sociology students as well, just trying to make sure that they have what they need and that they know that we're thinking about them and that we're there if they need us.
I had seen, obviously, from Mary, the fact that the campus is still on lockdown. Have you heard anything about when that lockdown may lift?
So the lockdown is going to be in place until the situation is resolved. The suspect is apprehended. We just got an email from the campus that says that school classes are canceled for tomorrow. The lockdown is not going to be lifted until there is more information about the suspect and whether the threat has been resolved. So class is canceled tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of changes moving forward as we try to process. Again, we don't know who is involved, and Bates is a community. Bates is a community that's integrated within Lewiston, and Lewiston is a small community, and so it's very. This is going to be something that we're going to take some time to take some time to heal.
And my hate to say thoughts and prayers, but my thoughts, my feelings, my prayers, my strength. All of us here at News Center sending that to you, your students, your staff, your community. And I just appreciate your time in this. Do you anticipate a heightened level of security around campus over the next few days? Does that typically happen after something like this? Yeah,
so I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of things that happen. We have planned the inauguration of our new president happening on Friday, and we have students who are now going to be needing a lot of support. We have classes and assignments and things that we have to figure out. I'm assuming that in order to ensure that students feel safe, there will be more security measures in place. One thing that we actually have in place because of COVID is buildings are locked, and you need a card to access them. There was talk about that being removed as we move forward in the semester, but I would be surprised if now we move away from that as an added security measure.
Professor, I don't want to keep you longer than is necessary, but I want to give you an opportunity. If there's something we've not covered that you think the public needs to know about events like this and the work that you've done to explore and understand them, is there something we haven't covered that you want to make sure the public understand?
Yeah. So I would say that I don't want the public to think that because of this event, Maine is a dangerous state or Lewiston is a dangerous city. These are events that every one of them is horrible. Every one of them is tragic. They have been increasing in recent years. That is not something that is just made up by the media, but they remain incredibly rare. And the people are safe, generally speaking, in places like Maine and in places like schools. That does not discount the fact that there is a risk and that people have been killed and injured. But I want people to to feel safe as they walk about their community, but also be safe as well.
Professor Michael Rock, Department Chair of Sociology at Bates College, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you
Be
so
safe.
much. Thank you.
I appreciate what the professor had to say there, but you just can't help but feel right now, the words we've already used this morning, violated and hurt, and that our state has been hit with something that we never thought would happen here. I certainly hope that would never happen here. So if you're just getting up, it's 5:34. A lot has happened since you went to bed last night, and we want to get you caught up on that.
Right, so here are the basics of what we know so far about the situation that we're covering wall to wall here. There is a massive manhunt happening right now, centered in Androscoggin County here in Maine, as police try to find the person responsible for a mass shooting in Lewiston last night.
So NBC News is confirming somewhere between 15 to 20 people have been killed. Up to 50 other people have been hurt. This is after a gunman opened fire at Schmenge's Bar and Grill, as well as Spare Time Recreation last night.
Those two businesses are about 4 miles apart from each other. Maine Department of Public Safety spokesperson Mike Sawchuk says that the first shots were fired just before 7 o'clock last night.
People who live in Lewiston and Lisbon are asked to shelter in place right now as police are trying to find Robert Card. He has been named as a person of interest in connection to the shootings. We heard from Commissioner Sawchuk just a few hours ago. We are expecting another press conference to happen later on this morning, about 10:30, so about 5 hours from now.
Now, we don't know a lot about Robert Card. He is 40 years old. He's from the town of Bowdoin. The Associated Press is reporting that he was trained as a firearms instructor for a U.S. Army Reserve training facility right here in Maine. Also reporting that he was checked into a mental health facility this past summer after saying that he heard voices and threatened to shoot up a facility in Saco.
We mentioned Spare Time Recreation Center as one of the places where people had gone out for a Wednesday night of bowling. That's where some of the shooting happened. Just outside of that is where our Hannah Yashivi is standing by live now. And Hannah, what do you have for us?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Lee and Sharon. I'm here on Main Street in Lewiston, and right behind me is Mollison Way. And just to give you more context, for those of you who live in the area or know the area, this is just between Legends Sports Bar and Grill. To my right and to my left, I have the Subway. And for those of you who don't know the area too well, there's a big Martin store, and there's a Salvation Army store around here, just to give you guys a little bit of more context to where this bowling alley is located. It's just about a 3-4 minute walk from where I'm standing. This area has been completely blocked off by police officers since we got here and hours prior to that. And now I just noticed that police officers added another layer, that yellow tape that you see, and it's probably just to make sure that nobody is crossing into that active scene. There's a lot of tension here and anxiety. You can feel it even from the people that are waking up and driving by, the reporters that are showing up from other states, and even the police officers who are just driving past Main Street nonstop. Many of them have gone up and down Mollison Way. And this is just a 9-minute drive from the second location where this mass shooting also happened, the Schmenge's Bar and Grill. We know that the owner or maybe a staff member recently posted on Facebook just to express the trauma of this mass casualty. NBC News is reporting 15 to 20 people have died. And it's important to mention that 40-year-old Robert Card is still at large, and he's considered armed and he's considered dangerous. And I also want to mention that right here in Lewiston and in Lisbon, it's the two towns that we know that have a shelter-in-place order. As soon as I got to Lewiston about 3 hours ago, I did see that big sign that read "Shelter in Place." Those orders are still active for both of those towns. So if you live in this area, lock your doors. School has been canceled for the day here, but that's the latest information that I have for you guys. Leanne, Sharon, back to you.
All right, Hannah, thank you very much. Obviously, with this number of wounded, up to 50 people wounded that we know of, some by gunfire, others in the trampling that happened as mass panic set in at these two locations and people were trying to get out of harm's way, the Red Cross is going to need our help in the coming days.
Yeah, they say that they're working with hospitals all across the state to provide more than 120 blood products in response to last night's shooting. They're standing by to provide additional blood products if necessary from the organization's national inventory as well.
The Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is currently in lockdown, so you won't be able to go there to donate. The Red Cross says any scheduled donors will be notified if the center's hours change because of orders from local law enforcement. Right now, we're waiting to hear from American Red Cross representatives on whether more blood donors will be needed to help. If you do want to donate, local blood drives can be found on Red Cross's website, though again, we don't really know yet if more blood will be needed to help these victims of this incident, and we don't know, exactly what's being held, exactly what's open, exactly what's being canceled. So you can put a call in, you can check our website, you can check the Red Cross's website to see if there's anything that you can do.
Yeah, and to a little bit bigger point, people reaching out to ask what they can do has been a common theme since this started, last night. So whether it's people in state, out of state, law enforcement coming from other places, it's kind of what we're known for, and it's unfortunate that it's this kind of a situation that we're helping each other in, but we are, and we will continue to do so.
Yeah, and we'll be seeing that, I'm sure, throughout the days and weeks and months ahead. In the meantime, there's really not much any of us can do. And that helpless feeling, that feeling of the unknown is one of the most difficult things to handle right now. We're feeling it right along with you. Whatever you can do to try to keep yourself calm, to try to keep the situation in perspective, to realize that law enforcement the presence is everywhere right now. It is all hands on deck. They are actively searching for Robert Card. In the meantime, they are very concerned about keeping everyone as safe as possible. So I guess the thing you do right now is hug your loved ones and keep yourself and them safe.
We talked earlier about back during COVID when we used to show the moment of Zen at the end of every newscast, 30 seconds of the ocean or of leaves or birds or whatever it is. And this seems like a pretty fitting time to just kind of take a breath, relax a little bit. Also an important time, as Commissioner Sawchuk alluded to in his press conference last night, is just to be very careful of where you're getting your information and what you do with it, because social media can be very valuable. We need it in a lot of ways to help get information to people, but at the same time, not everything that you see and you read and you hear is true, and any kind of misspreading of that misinformation could be a big detriment and certainly not healthy for you or helpful to anybody. Right. So just be careful where you get your information. Make sure you know it's real before you decide to pass it along.
Fair enough. All right, what are we doing next? All right, we do have some information. We spoke to a witness in Lisbon where a vehicle of interest was found last night, very close to Lewiston. Let's hear what this person has to say.
I've seen a lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car. Just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, like I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now and he can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. Like, I really hope he doesn't wake up, and because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
Yes, and that is a big question for all of us right now. How do we talk to our kids about this? On a personal level, my kids are older. They understand what's going on. They're able to bring it into perspective. But those of you who have young children, this is going to be a difficult conversation.
Yeah, and it's a conversation that I was actually actively having with my kids last night while here talking to you. My older kids who don't live in Maine anymore, but obviously are connected here. And my younger kids who saw me go to work at 8 o'clock at night and I'm supposed to be going to bed. So, it's going to be hard for parents to unwrap and unpack it. It's just important that you do it in an appropriate way. You don't pretend it didn't happen. You address it properly. You make your children feel as safe as you can. And that's what you do.
And look, we've been talking about this all through the night. How do you talk to your kids about this? Bottom line is, your kids. You can do this. It takes a deep breath, but your children, how to talk to them. You got this.
In our next half hour, oh, by the way, we will have somebody from NAMI. Greg Marley is going to come here, and he'll join us live on the set, and we'll ask him some of these questions as well to help give you guys just some guidance as you process your own feelings about what's happening, and then how to pass those along to the people that you care about as well.
All right, let's take a quick break to hear more about the weather. Todd has that for us, and then we'll bring you more coverage.
Sharon Lee, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thursday morning here in Maine. Very, very mild and pretty quiet, too. We do have some clouds. And across the far south, there are some scattered showers. Every once in a while, there are a few drops that have fallen in the Cumberland County area, down through York County as well. You can see some very light returns there on the radar. This is the biggest story and will remain the biggest story for the next several days. How mild it is, how warm it feels, strangely warm it feels. 54 in Bangor, 55 in Portland. Up north, it's actually even a little milder. Greenville's the warm spot in the state. Average high is in the 50s, and they're close to 60 right now. Front is north of us. We're in the warm sector here. Stays like that for the next 3 days, and then Saturday night, the next front comes through, and that will cool us off by the end of the weekend. And our next chance for more significant precipitation arrives Sunday afternoon and sticks around into Monday as well. We will have some brightening and some sunny breaks today. The best chance is early and then again late. By midday, it'll be cloudy again across the entire state. And then we'll try to thin these clouds out in the evening and get a decent sunset or at least some brightening in the afternoon. But the temps are going to be the biggest story, as I mentioned. We'll be up around 70 in a lot of spots. There's Bangor, there's Augusta, there's Sanford, Portsmouth, probably the warm spot, along with Kittery at 71. And others aren't far behind. Portland, Wiscasset, the rest of the coastline, upper 60s. We'll be in the mid 60s across the north. Rangeley, 65 for late October. That's pretty incredible. 70 degrees tomorrow, partly sunny. We'll be seeing some sunshine to start the weekend too, and it'll be probably the warmest day, 72 degrees. And then a cool down comes, and it'll be quite dramatic here. Sunday dropping into the 50s with showers arriving by the afternoon. Those drops continue through the night into Monday morning with temperatures also sliding. So these will become chilly raindrops, so much so that far northern Maine likely sees the first snow in Maine for the season Sunday night into Monday morning. We're going to dry out on Halloween, partly sunny skies. That's good. The bad is it gets even colder. That's the high on Tuesday, not when trick-or-treaters will be out. When they're out, it'll likely be in the lower to mid 40s, and it stays pretty chilly middle of next week with another storm threat there on Wednesday. Sharon and Lee, that's the latest weather forecast. Let's get back to you.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. We do have reporters out in various locations pertinent to the ongoing situation. Our Hannah Yeshivi is in Lewiston, where the shootings happened last night. We also have Raya Wooten, who is at what is being called a reunification center. It's a place where people can go if they don't know the status of their loved ones after last night's shooting. That is happening at Auburn Middle School.
And Lisbon has been a point of interest as well, as that's where police were searching for the car of Robert Card. Earlier, they believe they had found it at 196 Frost Hill Road at a boat launch there. Our Sam Olson is in Lisbon Falls and joins us with the latest. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Police say this area is still an active search for the suspect, Robert Card. Right now, I'm on the corner of Lisbon Street and Frost Hill Avenue. And as you mentioned, Lee, police found Robert Card's car at a boat launch not too far away from here. And right to my right, actually, is the high school. And Portland police have brought in tactical crews into the high school, and we saw them go into the gym, but we haven't seen them come out yet. I know the Androscoggin River is right behind the high school, so it seems as if police are looking for Card on land and along the river. And the Lisbon police posted on Facebook just a little over an hour ago that they are recommending all residents continue to shelter in place. They say especially those people who live between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. Police are urging those folks especially to stay sheltered in place. Town crews actually also started blocking off Lisbon Street right to my left, and there is starting to become more traffic this morning. Overall, though, for a police presence, it is pretty quiet. About 20-25 minutes ago, police actually put a drone up in the air because we heard it. But besides that, there are a few police cars out here, but that is the latest. That's the latest. Lee, Sharon?
All right, Sam, appreciate that very much. This is an ongoing investigation. We don't expect to hear from law enforcement again until 10:30 this morning, which seems light years away at this point. It does for us, and I'm sure it does for you too. Important to note that Public Safety Commissioner Mike Sawczuk said earlier that that their main priority right now is keeping people safe and trying to find this person of interest in this case. And then their secondary responsibility is to try to put out information. And I'm sure as soon as they have new information, they would put it out to us. But at this point, we don't expect any updates on the basic facts of what's going on out there until 10:30 this morning.
And that's the hard part, because if you've been along this ride from the beginning, it started at about 7 o'clock last night, and here we are at almost 6 o'clock this morning, and still looking for a resolution to this, and that is unnerving and unsettling, and has a lot of people probably still awake from when they started this journey yesterday. So
and as people,
that is an answer that we all would like to have.
Yeah, so. and as more people wake up, and more people, we're just beginning to hear from more people who have been directly affected by this incident. We do expect to have more information for you and more reaction to what's happened throughout the morning, but we may not get any more information about the facts of the case until much later.
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been a hard night. It's a hard day. It's hard for Mainers. It's hard for anybody who loves this state and has connections to it. So we've certainly heard from people far and wide. President Biden reached out to Senator Collins and called her. The senator spoke about that and how the president pledged all the support that the state would need. Senator King also relaying similar information that President Biden had called him and pledged his support for whatever the state of Maine might need. And Senator King also saying through his spokespeople that he was on his way home now to get here and to try to help in any way he possibly can. So everybody's aware, obviously, everybody is willing to help, and this needs to. They need to find Robert Card.
Right. So that's one thing we're focusing on. The other thing is trying to bring context to this situation, a broader view of what's happening. Our Chris Costa spoke to a Bates professor, Bates College being right sort of at the epicenter of what's happening here, who is a specialist in gun violence. Let's hear that.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just
yeah.
Are you? So do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure. But also concerned, I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration, really. Frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far. And we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal. And so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
And if you don't mind expanding on maybe helping the general public understand, one of the focuses of your most recent publication, right, was about the comparison between thwarted mass public mass
Absolutely.
shootings and actual completed attacks. Can you help kind of give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's a serious and versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're, complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But cutting across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing, that is a warning that lets us know that something is happening and we need to take it seriously.
And to that point, Professor, there's some information that is circulating that we have not yet been able to verify about what knowledge our Maine Information and Analysis Center may or may not have known about this person. I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And, without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
Well, and Professor, I don't know, I apologize, I'm not going to have the year immediately correct, but within the last 8 years, the state of Maine has taken a vote on whether or not to have universal background checks for all purchases of firearms. The people of Maine voted that down.
Yes.
Is that one step that your research has shown would cut down on something like this?
Well, the research on mass shootings in particular, or mass public shootings, is relatively new in terms of gun laws. The types of laws that seem to be effective in terms of reducing, and I don't necessarily want to say reducing, but they're associated with a lower level of mass public shootings. The types of laws that seem to be effective there are permit laws, and so requiring a permit, which is somewhat similar. Universal background checks, I think, are sort of a common sense approach that we may take. Our research didn't show a direct correlation between that and mass public shooting incidents or casualties. But the magazine capacity is also a major factor, and so reducing the types of magazines that can hold many rounds, it tends to be associated with fewer mass shootings, fewer fatalities, I should say, when there's a mass shooting.
Professor, I saw you tweet at your students saying, Bates students who see this, please reach out and let me know you are safe and let us know what you need. What was going through your head when you sent that out?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the students that I have in my classes, and we talk about these issues all the time, and it's often in the abstract, and then something like this happens and they are in a situation where there's not a lot of information. They know that they're in a lockdown. Some of the students have been telling me that they're stuck in a particular building and they're afraid they're going to have to spend the night there. They don't really know exactly what's going on. And so, especially for the students who have taken the classes that I teach on these topics, it can be something that is that affects you a little bit more different than if you hadn't really been aware of these types of issues. But, in general, just making sure that the students have what they need and that they feel safe and supported, I think is really important. And so I've reached out to my classes and to I'm the chair of the sociology department. And so I've reached out to sociology students as well, just trying to make sure that they have what they need and that they know that we're thinking about them and that we're there if they need us.
I had seen, obviously, from Mary, the fact that the campus is still on lockdown. Have you heard anything about when that lockdown may lift?
So the lockdown is going to be in place until the situation is resolved. The suspect is apprehended. We just got an email from the campus that says that school or classes are canceled for tomorrow. The lockdown is not going to be lifted until there is more information about the suspect and whether the threat has been resolved. So class is canceled tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of changes moving forward as we try to process. Again, we don't know who is involved, and Bates is a community. Bates is a community that's integrated within Lewiston, and Lewiston is a small community, and so it's very. This is going to be something that we're going to take some time to take some time to heal.
And my hate to say thoughts and prayers, but my thoughts, my feelings, my prayers, my strength. All of us here at News Center sending that to you, your students, your staff, your community. And I just appreciate your time in this. Do you anticipate a heightened level of security around campus over the next few days? Does that typically happen after something like this?
Yeah, so I would imagine that there's going to be a lot of things that happen. We have planned the inauguration of our new president happening on Friday, and we have students who are now going to be needing a lot of support. We have classes and assignments and things that we have to figure out. I'm assuming that in order to ensure that students feel safe, there will be more security measures in place. One thing that we actually have in place because of COVID is buildings are locked and you need a card to access them. There was talk about that being removed as we move forward in the semester, but I would be surprised if now we move away from that as an added security measure.
Professor, I don't want to keep you longer than is necessary, but I want to give you an opportunity. If there's something we've not covered that you think the public needs to know about events like this and the work that you've done to explore and understand them, is there something we haven't covered that you want to make sure the public understand?
Yeah. So I would say that I don't want the public to think that because of this event, Maine is a dangerous state or Lewiston is a dangerous city. These are events that every one of them is horrible. Every one of them is tragic. They have been increasing in recent years. That is not something that is just made up by the media, but they remain incredibly rare. And the people are safe, generally speaking, in places like Maine and in places like schools. That does not discount the fact that there is a risk and that people have been killed and injured. But I want people to feel safe as they walk about their community, but also be safe as well.
Professor Michael Rock, Department Chair of Sociology at Bates College. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you
so
much.
Be safe.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you to Chris Costa and the Bates professor there. We have passed the start of a new hour, so if you are just waking up and just joining us, we are on the air for as long as necessary to bring you the very latest on the mass shooting in Lewiston last night that we're quite sure you have probably heard about already, but let's bring you up to date on what we know so far. There is a massive police presence here in Maine this morning, local, state, and on the federal level. A big search in Androscoggin Muskegon County as police try to find the person responsible for that mass shooting last night.
So NBC has confirmed somewhere between 15 and 20 people have been killed. Up to 50 others have been injured. This is after a gunman opened fire at Schmenge's Bar and Grill, also at Spare Time Recreation. Again, this happening last night.
Right, those two businesses are about 4 miles apart from each other. That is an active crime scene. We've been told that the victims of this shooting, those who were wounded, some of them in the shooting itself and others in the stampede that happened as people panicked and tried to get out of harm's way, have been taken to 3 hospitals here in Maine: Maine Medical Center in Portland, as well as in Lewiston, Central Maine Medical Center, and St. Mary's.
The Maine Department of Public Safety spokesperson Mike Soschuk says the first shots were fired just before 7 o'clock last night, and people who live in Lewiston, Lisbon right now asked to shelter in place. Auburn as well. In fact, all of Muskegon County police are trying to find Robert Card.
Yes, he is 40 years old and from Bowdoin. He has been named as a person of interest in connection to these shootings. These chilling pictures that we're sharing with you now of the shootings as they happened. We also have a close-up of Robert Card. Not a lot is known about him, but he is considered armed and dangerous, and police say if you do happen to see him, do not approach him. Call 911 immediately. The Associated Press reporting that Card was a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine, and also was reportedly committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks this past summer after reporting that he was hearing voices and after he had threatened to carry out a shooting at that military training base, which is in Saco. But again, these shootings last night happening in Lewiston.
Now, we did hear from the Commissioner of the Maine State Police, Mike Soschuk, a few hours ago. There's another press conference scheduled for 10:30 this morning, so about 4.5 hours from now. That is the next scheduled time that we will be expecting to hear from Maine State Police. Obviously, if something happens between now and then that might change.
Right. Now, as we wait for official word about the situation and the people who've been injured and killed, we are now beginning to hear from some people, including from the wife of one victim this morning. Her name is Christy Strout. She said her husband Arthur was 42 years old and a father of 5.
In a statement, Christy told us Arthur was a strong-willed person. He loved his kids. He loved his family. He made sure he always put us first. There was never a doubt that he wouldn't take care of us. And I really don't know what I'm going to do without him. That statement was given to News Center Maine's Raya Wooten, who is outside of the Auburn Middle School right now. That is being used as a reunification site and a place for, in the worst case, families to find out about their losses. Raya, what else can you tell us about how Christy would love the world to remember her husband?
Well, when I saw Christy, she was simply in shambles. Walking up to her, the only thing that I could think to do was to give her a hug because she was crying and clearly under distress. Christy says that they raised 5 children together. They share one together. She says that there's so many unanswered questions and that she can't believe that somebody would just go and take lives from people this way. Christy says that she's not sure how she's going to explain this to her 13-year-old daughter, as well as to their other children that they have. And she also says that she's undone. It's unsettling for her. And she says that the most upsetting thing right now for her is that there are so many questions that she has and not a lot of answers. So I did ask Christy to clarify whether or not she knew for sure that her husband, Arthur, was killed in these shootings. She said that when she went to the hospital, they told her that he was there and that he was alive. And then they came back out, and she says that in so many words, they say that he may no longer be with us. She did say that they're still waiting for the medical examiners to confirm all of these things. So she's kind of just in a limbo. And honestly, this is something that we see happen a lot. Families don't get a lot of information on the front end of these things because the people who are kind of organizing and trying to keep down confusion are usually trying to make sure that they give people sound information so that they're not in a situation where their heart is broken double time.
Before we let you go, I do have a question for you. Your location there at the Auburn Middle School set up as what's being called a reunification center, a center where people can get information about their loved ones, whether they were harmed or not in this mass shooting. I did get a message from a Facebook friend of mine who was a little confused by the situation because there is also that shelter-in-place order for all of Androscoggin County, and then yet right at the heart of it, there is a place where police are saying you can come to get information. I did see some police officers crossing behind you just recently. Got to assume that it's under pretty heavy police guard if they're asking people to come there.
Yes, so there are police officers at the entrance, and then we've seen police officers kind of circle this roundabout area as the time that we've spent here giving coverage. And yes, there is that order in place for people to stay in home if they possibly, can. If they don't have to leave out for any reason, then law enforcement isn't suggesting, they are suggesting that you stay home, but truthfully, you're in a situation where a tragedy has happened to you, and people that are coming here, most of them that are coming here, they're coming here because they believe or have some reason to think that a family member was caught up in the tragedy, and they're looking for answers. And simply, sometimes there's just no rules when you're in that situation and that's your reality.
Again, there is a police presence there. Thank you, Raya, very much.
All right, let's take a quick break from this and get to something a little bit lighter. Todd's here to give us a kind of look at the forecast. We could use anything better than what we've been talking about.
Yeah, we could. Lee, Sharon, good morning. Folks, Thursday morning, actually pretty quiet across the state. We have some clouds and a few stray showers over the far south. Every once in a while, there's a sprinkle. Cumberland County, York County, some showers just passed off the coast, so it might be a little damp in spots. But in general, this is a very dry pattern with no significant rain, and most importantly, a very warm one. Look at these temperatures early in the morning, late October. This is very abnormal. Even the coolest spots, Berlin, New Hampshire, Calais, are out of the 30s, in the 40s. Most are in the 50s right now, including Bangor at 52 and Portland at 57. Front is north of us, so we're going to keep this warm thing going today, tomorrow, Saturday as well. And then this front is going to pass through, cool us off rather dramatically here for the end of the weekend, and offer up our next more significant chance for any precipitation. Now, I do think there will be some sunny breaks out there. Our best chances will be this morning and then again late in the day, but clouds are also going to be a major feature, especially for the midday hours. In the afternoon, we'll try to brighten things up a little bit, maybe a little filtered sunshine, but it's still all about these temperatures. The wind won't be much of a factor. We're going to get up to about 70 degrees, including Bangor, including Augusta. A warm spot looks to be Kittery and Portsmouth at 71. But even the rest of the coastline is up very close to 70. Northern Maine and the mountains, 60 to 65. Our normal high is in the 50s. Tomorrow, partial sun, 70. Saturday remains very warm. We'll be in the low 70s with a mix of sun and clouds. And then there you go. The temperatures drop on Sunday into the 50s. By the afternoon, our shower chance is rising. There'll be drops in the afternoon, but we get the first half of the day rain-free. Those drops continue Sunday night into Monday, and the temperatures will be sliding as well. So these raindrops will be very chilly ones. So much, in fact, that northern Maine probably sees the first snow of the season in the state, sometime Sunday night into Monday morning. Rain will taper off in the afternoon. Halloween, a dry day. That's good. Look at that temperature in the 40s and gets colder for the middle of next week with another chance for a storm that we will be watching. So that's the latest forecast. Sharon and Lee, I'll send it back to you.
Todd, it's a beautiful forecast. I wish we could, enjoy it more than we are right now, but at least we've got some nice weather to back us up right now.
Well said, Sharon.
Thanks, Todd.
So Shemengi is one of the sites where some of the shooting happened last night in Lewiston. A bar, an area to go gather where probably people did to watch the Celtics. Their season opener was last night. It was a night of celebration. The Celtics, realizing what's happening in Maine, put on their social media account that their thoughts were with the state of Maine. As you can see, the Celtics putting it out from their Twitter account and the thoughts in Lewiston. Also in the NBA world, the Sacramento Kings, right, could not be probably any further away from Maine than any other team in the NBA. Their first game of the season was last night. Their head coach's name is Mike Brown. I don't know if Mike Brown has ever been to Maine, but he felt very strongly that when his game ended last night, when he was asked about his team's the way they played, he only really wanted to talk about what has been happening here. Take a listen to Mike Brown.
I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely disgusting, and it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be, this is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right in front of us.
Incredibly well-spoken and poignant words. Sometimes it's hard to find the words in situations like this. Obviously, this is a situation that we've seen played out across the country many times over, and now it's hitting close to home, as we suspected it probably would at some point, sadly. And it feels like there are kind of two ways you can go when you experience something like this, and when you see it over and over and over again on the news. It either affects you very deeply, or you kind of create a hard shell around it.
That's the thing that struck me, though, is we've seen coaches in sports and leaders in different communities speak out when tragedies happen somewhere else, and this is us. Right? And this is us. And when I hear him talking, he talks about Maine. I'm like, wait, that's us. Like, it's just we've been talking about this for hours and hours. I still can't get used to the fact this is happening in our state. Greg Marley's back. He was with us last night with NAMI Maine, and we really appreciate you being here. Your organization and what you do and provide is going to be so important to parents, to adults, to everybody of all ages. So first and foremost, let's start with the kids. Okay. I'm guessing some parents' initial instinct will be shield, right? We're not going to talk about this. We're going to maybe pretend it didn't happen. We're going to go on with our day. Let's go get an ice cream. I'm also assuming it's pretty important to talk about this and to make sure you have this conversation. They're going to know about it. Everybody's going to be talking about it. And you as the parent should, I'm assuming, be the one to have that conversation.
I think you're absolutely right. Particularly if your child has a cell phone, if they're connected to the internet, they know because they're friends and have been texting back and forth, probably all night. And what they need is reassurance. What they need is the basic story, the facts. But let me start with the parent. What the parent needs to do is manage themselves. If they can come into this conversation calm, collected, that's going to be really important. So breathe, ground, get your own emotionality down. So when you connect with them, your state of mind and emotions are not, it's triggering them even more. So that's step one. Have a short description of what happened, basic facts, no details, and let them know. And then be ready for their questions, for their feelings, for their fears. And you're going to be providing a whole lot of hugs. That physical contact is going to be really important. Reassurance, let them know where safety is at home, that you're here, you're not going anywhere. If they're today going to school, if their school is open, talked about who can they talk to at school. There will be help at school as well, so that they're oriented and do not believe at any moment that they're alone in this distress.
You talk about reassuring them, which is different from dismissing their feelings. How do you walk that fine line?
Well, let them express their feelings, let them express their fears, but then put those in perspective. If they're up in Aroostook County and they fear that man is going to come after them, say, well, we're far away. You're safe here. You're safe at home. You're safe at school today. I understand you're frightened. This one, you don't have to be frightened of.
I think one of the difficulties in trying to talk to our kids about things like this, I mean, we know what's going on. We know we want to reassure our children, but it's hard for us sometimes to remember what it's like to be 7 years old and what the thought processes are of that age group. Can you help us? I think it's easier to find the words if we could kind of remember what it's like, what the thought process of an elementary school student, a middle school student, a high school student is, and what their concerns are likely to be. Can you take us through that a little bit? Can you help us get into their minds? Yeah.
For that preschool child, that one who's for them, if you're mom or your dad, their feelings are going to be based a lot on yours, and they're going to have a lot of magical thinking. It's not going to necessarily be grounded in reality, but the fear is there. So they need that reassurance. A 5, 6-year-old may not know about the universality of death, that there's one way. And so you're going to need to reassure them about what happened and what's real, and then listen to their fears and kind of put them into perspective.
Okay.
That's why I say those hugs, that reassurance is really important. As someone gets older, they're going to, ask them, this is what I know, this is what I'm telling you. What have you heard from your friends? So that you know the story they have and you can put it in perspective. And use really brief, short sentences to describe what you know, that there was this gunman down in Lewiston who killed a lot of people, and it was a tragedy, it was horrid. And there are a lot of people hurt. But here we're okay. So, if you go to school, I'm sending you to school because it's safe there today.
What about, though, the people who are in, like, say, Androscoggin County? That's a different conversation with your kids.
And I'm hoping that most parents are saying, we're going to stay right home today if we can. And you're going to be with me, or you're going to be with your grandmother, you're going to be with your aunt. There's going to be people who love you. And we're going to keep you close.
As important as it is to not understate what's going on and have that conversation, how important is it to not overstate it? Where, because this happened, that doesn't necessarily change. We just this week, Maine is one of the safest states in the country when it comes to violent crimes. Yeah. This happens, right? And now we are besmirched with this forever. It has now happened here. How do you maintain that level of confidence in Maine and what Maine is all about and what we've taken such pride in for so long that is now today forever changed?
And our kids, from probably age 8 on, they are hearing things on the news, they're watching the news, they know what happens around the country. The tragedy is, last night, it visited Maine. So it's close. So the fear can be real, but also to put it into perspective, this is the first mass shooting we've had in Maine in a long time, and never have we faced anything like this. So the likelihood it's going to happen again is really low. Let's put that reassurance into perspective. And you're safe right now. You're safe today. These are the steps. This is what we're going to do today. This is where you're going to go. I'm going to be nearby if I need to go to work and you're going to be with somebody else. This is my number. You can call me. I'll be checking in with you. All those reassurances.
All right, let's talk about adults, because we have feelings around this too, a lot of feelings. And as I mentioned, I think it's kind of this weird dichotomy of every time you hear about this, if you dive in and you really, especially when we start hearing about who was killed and wounded in this, and we start getting their stories, that's when the emotions really well up. Yeah. In the meantime, like I said, I think others have sort of put a hard shell around themselves around this. You somewhat become desensitized after you see it happening over and over and over. And even now when it's close to home, there may be people who are tempted to protect themselves, but I'm assuming that shell breaks at some point.
And I think, yeah, we have pulled the Band-Aid off of that scab of protection last night. It's going to feel close to home for everyone. So there's a couple of things. If you're somebody who's had trauma, if you've had violence in your life, you're going to be much more sensitive. You're going to be more reactive. Those feelings are going to come up based on this tragedy and everything that's happened to you before. So grounding, calmness is going to be really important. Where do you feel safe? Where do you, in your home, in your community? Who with? Try and not be alone, and try and not overwatch the news. So that if you hear the story, you know what it is. Don't watch those scenes over and over again if it's getting you more and more upset.
This is going to be the first time a lot of people in our state have experienced something like this directly, indirectly, somebody they knew or connected to somehow. Where do they go for help? Where do they go for resources? How do they find the help that they might need for themselves, for their kids? You know, how do they get in touch with that?
Especially with, I'm sorry to interject, but you know, especially with the state of mental health care as it's in right now, you know, even before this happened, people are on waiting lists to get counseling, for example. This is tough.
Yeah. So right now, I'm going to say triage. Recognize who really needs the help today. And if they've been impacted by that loss directly, if it's in their family, let them get that help that's professional today, because there's going to be grief counselors, there's going to be trauma counselors around and available. So where can you get it closer to home in an informal basis? Your pastor, you know, that trusted family member who's got that sense of wisdom and calmness, you know, neighbors, co-workers. Where do you get that close in to help you manage right now? And if it's still bubbling up and higher, call your primary care office. If you have access to something that's a little bit more formal, use it. Call the Maine crisis line. Call the intentional warm line for adults. I suspect that our NAMI teen text line is going to be really busy today with kids who just need that reassurance but not crisis. But recognize where you are in that continuum of need.
All right, and for someone who is the person who's being reached out to, if you know someone who's in crisis, what's the most important thing you can do for someone who's falling apart over this?
First and foremost, whether you're that parent and you're for your children, whether you're the neighbor, whether you're that trusted adult, put your oxygen mask on first. Take care of yourself so you can be available to support other people. And then in any of those roles, you're listening to what their fears are, you're acknowledging where they're real, you're trying to ground them in today, in the moment, that they're safe, that their feet are on the ground. Encourage breathing, give them something to drink, something warm, give them food, support that. Basic comforts are really important. Take a walk.
Time to engage our active listening skills for each other too, huh?
Greg Marley, thank you so much for being here from NAMI. We appreciate you being here basically with us all night long and now into the morning, and I feel like we'll be seeing you again throughout the day here. We'll put you up in a hotel and we'll keep you nearby. So appreciate your presence. It's very important to have you here. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Sam Olson out in the field in Lisbon for us as Maine State Police expanding the shelter in place to another community, and Sam's here to talk about that.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Maine State Police are expanding the shelter-in-place advisory and school closings to include the town of Bowdoin. Maine State Police say there are more than 100 investigators, both local and federal, looking for the suspect, Robert Card. The Lisbon Police Department this morning is recommending all Lisbon residents to shelter in place, but they are specifically putting an emphasis on the residents in Lisbon who live between Mill Street in Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. So if you live in that area especially, police are urging you to stay put and stay where you are. Police actually just blocked off a section of Lisbon Street at the intersection off of Frost Hill Avenue, and right behind me actually I'm right outside of Lisbon High School, and you can see Portland Police Department brought 2 tactical vehicles, and crews went into the high school full of gear, and we have not seen them since they walked into the gymnasium. But overall, the morning commute is starting to pick up here in Lisbon Falls. There isn't a heavy police presence, but We actually, within the past hour or so, there have been police drones up in the air looking for the suspect in this area. But Lee and Sharon, that's the latest from Lisbon Falls.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. It is 6:30 now, and we know that some of you may just be joining us after hearing about this mass shooting in Lewiston last night. Let's bring you up to date on what we know so far. There is a huge law enforcement presence here in Maine. State, local, and federal agents from the FBI all involved in this investigation, while a massive manhunt is going on based in Androscoggin County as police try to find the person responsible for that mass shooting last night.
So NBC News does confirm somewhere between 15 and 20 people were killed, up to 50 others were hurt when a gunman opened fire at Schmenge's Bar and Grill in Lewiston, as well as at Spare Time Recreation. This happening last night just before 7 o'clock.
Yes, we're talking about a sports bar and a bowling alley on a Wednesday night here in Maine, where people had gone out to enjoy some recreation, supposedly to enjoy the Celtics game last night, and then this happened. The two businesses just 4 miles apart. Maine Department of Public Safety spokesman Mike Sawchuk says that the first shots were fired just before 7 o'clock last night.
So people who live in Lewiston and Lisbon were asked immediately to shelter in place. Police are trying to find Robert Card. That's the car he was driving, and he has been named as a person of interest in connection with these shootings. These are surveillance video screenshots sent to us by law enforcement. Police believe he is armed and he is dangerous. If you do see him, police are advising you to not approach him and just to alert your nearest authorities that you have seen him or think you have even seen him. Sawchuk, the commissioner there of the Maine State Police, saying that he is armed and dangerous, and they are expecting the police have another news conference for us later on this morning about 10:30. It's been probably about 6.5 hours or so since we've last heard from them, and there has not been an update since.
Our Hannah Yashivi is near where all this started last night, near those two businesses. Let's check in with her for the very latest from there. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, Lee and Sharon. Good morning, everyone. And before I give you a little more detail on where I am here in Lewiston, just about 3 to 4 minutes away from the bowling alley, I do want to make it very clear that there is a shelter-in-place order in the town of Lisbon and the city of Lewiston. And the reason I bring this up is because I just saw about 10 to 12 minutes ago a young male getting detained, and a Lewiston police officer took him out of the scene on a cruiser. This is not the person of interest, but this just shows you how active this situation is. This area is completely blocked off as police are trying to find 40-year-old Robert Card. He is considered armed and dangerous, and just as this area, there are many others around this town that have a lot of police presence. Just a 9-minute drive from where I'm standing here is where Schmenge's Bar and Grill is located, and that's the second location where this person of interest also went on to kill more people. And I do want to give you a little insight of what was happening inside the bowling alley. Lee Goldberg sharing with me that a friend of his texted him saying there was a group of 8 people. They were deaf. It was Wednesday night. They went to play this game of bowling, trying to have a night, enjoy themselves, and some of their lives were cut short. 5 of them were shot. 2 of those 5 died, and 3 were not hurt. I repeat, it's just an example of a group of 8 people who were inside the bowling alley yesterday night around 7 p.m. when this unfolded. And of those 8 people, 5 were shot, 2 were killed, and 3 were not injured. That is the very latest information that we have going on here. As we have been repeating all morning long, it's a very active scene here. 40-year-old Robert Card is still at large, and if you can shelter in place and if you can lock your doors, police officers are encouraging you to do so. Lee and Sharon, back to you.
All right, and being part of thank you, Hannah, being part of the morning crew here, we were home when all of this happened, and we got the news of it just like most of you did. That must have been very hard getting that text last night.
Yeah, I mean, Maine is a large town, right? And I'm old and I'm from here. So, we know a lot of people, and eventually I feel like we're all going to be touched somehow by this. So yeah, getting that text doesn't make it necessarily better or worse, but these These 8 youngsters are deaf, all 8 of them, and went out to go bowling for the night. So in the midst of all the chaos, they also were struggling with the communication of what to do and where to go because there wasn't someone there to interpret and tell and watch 3 of your friends get shot. So to have that interaction with a friend of mine, it's heartbreaking. And you know, we're all going to be touched in some way by this, and it's just an awful tragedy. So.
And we will be hearing more stories like this as more information comes out about who was affected by this. So you know, it's put on your oxygen mask, as Greg said earlier, because this is not going to get easier as we go along.
Your Thursday is going to look a lot different for what you thought it might. Schools are canceled in a lot of places, not just Androscoggin County. So if you have a child that goes to school, just check in your area. It is widespread, the schools that are not going to be happening today. And it's not just schools, businesses as well in areas around the state. So best bet, head to our website. We're certainly updating them for you as we find out about them. So there's a very long list of things that will not be open on Thursday. And yet still best practice, if you don't see this on your list, don't just assume it would be open. Maybe give a call before you're going to head out somewhere tomorrow, certainly in Androscoggin County, and make sure that where you're going is actually going to be ready to receive you.
All right, let's take a quick break to check in with Todd for your latest forecast. Todd, you know, I don't know, at least we're experiencing some really beautiful October weather right now.
We got that. And that's about it right now. Sharon, Lee, good morning, folks. It's a Thursday morning, pretty quiet across most of the Pine Tree State. We do have some clouds overhead, and every once in a while, a few sprinkles, especially south of Portland, down into York County. There may be some damp spots because of them, but we're not looking at any significant rain for several more days. What we are looking at, very mild temperatures for this time of the year to be in the 50s. You know, that's abnormal. Bangor 52, Portland 57. The warm spot's actually up on Moosehead Lake. It's 58 degrees, almost 60 right now. So we have a front to our north. We're now in this warm sector. This warm pattern holds through Saturday. And then Saturday night, this front comes through, chills us off rather dramatically by the end of the weekend, and also offers up our next more significant precipitation event, Sunday afternoon into Monday. We will get some sunny breaks out there, I think, or at the very least brightening. Our chances for that will be this morning and then again this afternoon and evening. And in between, it's mainly cloudy skies with, again, a few stray showers, especially across the south. But we'll try to thin these clouds out a little bit to get a nice sunset this evening. Temperatures are the biggest story. Look at these numbers. All of us up around 70. Bangor hits it, Augusta hits it, Sanford hits it, Portsmouth 71, very close to it in other spots, 69, Portland 68, Bar Harbor, even up north and in the mountains. Again, abnormally warm. Tomorrow looks fine, partly sunny, 70. Start of the weekend, beautiful. Look at this, a mix of sun and clouds, 72 degrees. And then those temps drop. We're in the 50s on Sunday. By the afternoon, our rain chances rise and it'll be a wet Sunday evening. Our temperatures will be dropping Sunday night into Monday morning. So these raindrops that keep going on Monday morning will be very chilly ones. In fact, northern Maine, north of Millinocket probably, looking at the first snow of the season here in the state. Tuesday, we're drying out. That's good. We're getting colder. That's not. Trick-or-treating time will be in the 40s, and it stays in the 40s for the middle of next week with another storm threat on Wednesday. So that's the latest forecast. Sharon and Lee, back to you guys.
All right, Todd, appreciate it. Thank you.
We've had people out in the field all night long, and this is hard. This is our job. It's our job to get information and to tell it to you. A lot of us are from here. A lot of us have spent most of our lives here, and this is personal in a lot of ways as we try to do our jobs to the best of our ability. We also have a lot of new people to the business, to our state, that are out here trying to process all this in a situation our state has never seen before, certainly not to this magnitude. And Raya Wooten is one of those people who has just been doing such a great job for us and gathering the latest information and bringing us the personal side of this, because she's over at the reunification station at the Auburn Middle School, where she's standing there as the people go to get information about their loved ones. Raya?
Yes, so I am at the Reunification Center that's located at 38 Falcon Drive. It's a designated area. that has been here for over the night and most of the morning, where people can come and they can get information, get questions answered. People who may be looking for a loved one who may have unfortunately been a victim in this terrible catastrophe, and also people who were looking for guidance, possibly counseling. There were some behavior liaisons here, and here to really support the community. Even the mayor of Auburn was here last night, kind of helping people navigate through their emotions. We have seen this scene die down for most of the part. There have not been any circling police cars within the last 30 minutes or so, but we are starting to see some people that are still coming in. I know that there is the question of the stay-in-place order and what people should be doing if they are out. They should be staying in place, as law enforcement has ordered, just to make sure that people are safe. That is what they are telling us, being that the person of interest is still at large. But there are some people who, like I said, are still arriving here. And I know sometimes they may have those questions that they're asking, and this was the place to do it. So a little earlier, if you're just now joining us, we spoke with a woman who says that her husband was a victim. His name was Arthur Strout, and her name is Christy Strout. She says that he's 42 years old. They share 5 children together, one of which is their biological child together. And pretty much what she says is that she went to the hospital and they told her that he was there and alive, and then they came out and gave different information that led her to believe that he was killed in the mass shootings, but it has not been confirmed yet. She said that she's still waiting for the medical examiners to confirm that information for her, but she also said that they said in so many words that it was not the best, and that's just the reality for a lot of families. A lot of families are getting bits and pieces of information and then trying to piece together what their new life will be like, what their new reality will be like. And I know for so many people, especially in such a tight-knit community and state as Maine is, that's really hard. It's really hard to digest. So what the law enforcement is encouraging people to do is to, yes, follow those stay-in-place orders. This is a place that they have designated as a reunification center for those families who may be impacted by this tragedy. Again, like I said, we are seeing this to die down. So we'll continue to keep you updated and informed, and it's back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Raya, so much. And we are hearing from many officials in Maine and politicians. We'll share some of those statements with you now. Maine Senator Angus King's office released this statement. Senator King is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He is receiving regular updates and awaits further details from local authorities and will be headed directly home to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. Given the shelter in place currently underway, he asks all Androscoggin County to allow first responders to address the threat, stay indoors, and report any suspicious behavior to the local authorities.
We also heard from Congressman Jared Golden posting a statement on social media last night saying, "Like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of authorities as they conduct their work." We also heard on camera from Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque. They ended up being the host city, if you will, for the reunification center at the Auburn Middle School. Mayor Levesque speaking with us earlier last night.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
One person who has not been able to hold a family member is Auburn City Councilor Leroy Walker. His son is a manager at Schmenge's Bar and Grill, the site of one of the shootings. He was gracious enough to speak with us last night as he was getting word about what was going on there.
As a counselor, what's this tragedy like for your community?
I don't think any of us can actually answer that question. We have seen so much of this on the TV all over different states and even other countries that we never thought anything like this would ever happen here. This is absolutely beyond the capability of me thinking that a man can come in with a weapon like that and just shoot people and then run to another place or drive or fly, whatever way he got there, and shoot more people.
All right, so again, he's dealing with this on both an official level as being one of the leaders in the city of Auburn and also on a very personal level because his son was a manager there and he had shared with us that he does feel quite sure that his son is gone. And still, like many people in the same situation, that many people in the Lewiston, Auburn area are in this morning, still waiting to hear official word from authorities. We have not heard a single name yet from authorities officially of anybody who has passed. We only have 2 accounts from family members who have identified their family members so far as victims of this shooting. So that will be something that will unfold as we go along.
No surprise at all that Mainers have been reaching out instantly asking how to help in this situation. Red Cross says it is working with hospitals all across our state to provide more than 120 blood products in response to the shooting. They're standing by to provide additional blood products if it's necessary from the organization's national inventory. The Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is currently in lockdown, so you won't be able to go there to donate, but the Red Cross says any scheduled donors would be notified if the center's hours end up changing due to orders from local law enforcement. So right now we're waiting to hear from American Red Cross representatives on whether or not more blood donors would even be needed to help out here. And if you'd like to donate, local blood drives can be found on the Red Cross's website, though again, we do not know yet if there is even more blood that is needed right now to help the victims specifically in this incident.
I think that that feeling of helplessness right now, the sense of the unknown, because we only have limited facts about what's happening. The shooter is still out there somewhere, so we don't know exactly where he is or what the status of the investigation is. That alone can make you feel really uneasy, and the go-to for a lot of us is to say, okay, what can I do? I want to do something. I want to help. I want to be reassured. I want to know what's going on. And unfortunately, for the time being, we are just in a state of kind of like hold steady, trying to remain calm, keeping yourself and the people in your life safe, and taking care of one another and hugging one another is pretty much all we can do in this moment.
And in that vein, we have not heard from Maine State Police or any law enforcement since long before midnight last night.
Right.
Obviously, they're busy. They're not waiting around to talk to us. They've got work to do. But that not hearing any updates adds to the unsettledness and the unknowing of, okay, you haven't found him yet.
Right.
And until that happens, there's a lot of people that are consistently and have been constantly uneasy until Robert Card is found.
Yeah, and the next update that we know of that will come from authorities, unless, of course, they do apprehend him or find him, and we're assuming they'll let us know as soon as they possibly can with regard to that. Otherwise, we're not expecting to hear from them again until 10:30 this morning. So we'll continue to bring you information as people wake wake up. We are getting trickles of information in from people directly affected by this, but the next time we expect to hear from authorities is 10:30 this morning.
All right, so all of this started just before 7 o'clock last night between Spare Time Bowling, which is one of the venues where there was a shooting, as well as Schmenge's. Our Hani Ashivi is in that vicinity right now in Lewiston and joins us live this morning with more. Good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, Lee. Good morning, everyone. If you are just joining us, I am just about 3 to 5 minute walk to the bowling alley where 40-year-old Robert Carr walked in around 7 p.m. last night and killed about 15 to 20 people, and that number is according to our affiliate NBC News. I'm here on Main Street. It is 6:51 in the morning. Traffic is starting to pick up. People are heading to work. This is a very active road here in Lewiston, but the scene is pretty much active. Lots of cruisers, lots of police officers from the town, from the city, from the county, statewide. We have seen a lot of police presence, and they are trying to look for that 40-year-old Robert Carr, who is still missing, and that's why there is still a shelter-in-place order in the town of Lisbon and right here in the city of Lewiston. Lee Goldberg shared with us just a story about a family who was there at the bowling alley last night. Some of the lives of those 8 people were cut short, and just to be exact, I have it right here in my notes. 2 of those 8 people, it was a group of 8 friends. 2 of those have died from yesterday's incident, and this is just a little glimpse of this tragic mass shooting that happened here in our state. I did speak as soon as I got here around 2 a.m. in the morning. I spoke with a neighbor. It was the only person here. She said people here don't lock their doors. The first thing that she did when she woke up to the news was run to her mother's house to lock her door because this is the type of environment here in Maine where a lot of cities and towns, people live in a safe environment. They don't need to lock their doors, but officers are encouraging you to do so. It is a pretty active scene. This person is still at large, and right now we are still here trying to gather more information, but we will bring you the very latest. There is a press conference happening at 10:30, and we will bring you the very latest information after that press conference. Lee and Sharon.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. So much to unpack here as we try to find out more information, as we try to reconcile our own feelings about what's going on, as we have to deal with our children. If that's your situation, to help with all of those things, no pressure. Greg Marley from NAMI is here. Where do you start? Like, what you wake up today, like, what's the first thing you do?
Well, the first thing everyone's going to need to do is breathe and kind of recognize that this is real, Get some food in your gut, because, a relatively full belly manages emotions better. Make sure you're breathing. And every one of us who has a family are going to be thinking, where are my children? Where are my cousins? Where are my siblings? Where are my parents? So know who is safe and where they are. Stay in close touch. And even though I'm sitting on a news station right now, ration how much overexposure to images you're taking in today.
Right, as more information comes in and we learn more about the victims, that's going to become even more important. What about those who are directly impacted by this? This may be too early of a question to ask, but it's on my mind. These people are going to need some triage. These people are going to need some services right away, and services are scarce already in the state of Maine. Any sense of what might be available for the people directly affected by this?
Well, I received word earlier from the executive director of Tri-County Mental Health and she has a team on standby, and she let me know that the FBI's kind of trauma response team has been mobilized and will be on the scene. So there are resources that are moving toward the Lewiston area, and people, I've been fielding emails and texts and calls from people saying, how can I help? I was talking to a former crisis director who's now deployed with the Special Forces down in North Carolina. And so she's saying, let me know if I can help connect you with folks. Her cousin was at the bowling alley last night and not harmed, but was there helping clean up. So everybody, her in North Carolina, is still affected.
That's good to hear.
A lot of the schools in Cumberland County, not directly affected by what happened, offering support for the kids there. And I've seen a lot of schools offering services and support if the kids need it. How, as a parent, do you identify that your kid does need it? Do you just assume that they want to talk about it? Do you assume that they maybe need some help? Do you wait for a sign before then you react to that? Or?
Well, I think that's a perfect thing. So before your child goes to school, you're going to talk to them about who is at school they can turn to, that they're going to have extra people there. That's a wonderful thing about schools. If school is open, it's a place you can bring resources. But kids first are going to want to talk to who they know. I know you, I trust you. And so that's where they're going to start sharing. And then the schools can kind of do that triage. If someone is really upset or there's too many, we have these other people. Let me introduce you to this person. They're really nice and they are so smart, yeah. And for older teens, the same way, but different language, yeah, with teens.
And then as you pointed out earlier, like, we're all going to be relying on our close network of family and friends as we go through this.
Exactly, yeah. Who do you turn to? Who do you rely on when there's been that hard place? Because they're still, they're going to be buffeted by this, but they're going to still be stable. So turn to them.
And to be fair, we're literally at the very beginning of this onion that's going to have so many layers, because we don't know who the victims are, and we don't know who their families are, and who they might know that we might know, and then it becomes more personal maybe than just a number on a screen. So this is not going to be, let's fix it in a day or two. This is going to be an ongoing process that needs to have proper attention paid to it.
Yes, and today is the time of the highest chaos, because there's a lot we don't know. We don't know who's most impacted, and there's a lot of people scared and destabilized. Yeah. This is a time to begin to ground and orient. And if you've got a group of teens do really well, kind of that peer support, particularly if you've got an adult that they trust who can be there to help guide it. Yeah.
All right, Greg, thank you so much for being here. We're going to continue to check in with you throughout the morning, because as you keep saying, Lee, there are many layers to this. There are many, different ways that this is going to affect different people. So we appreciate your insight, and we'll check back with you in a bit.
I'll be here.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, well, we need a minute to take a deep breath ourselves here. So to give us a few-minute break, as Mr. Gutner, to talk about something much more pleasant, and that would be the weather.
Yeah, these temperatures especially, they're pretty nice. Lee, Sharon, good morning, folks. Good morning. It's Thursday morning, and it's real quiet across Maine. There are some clouds. There have been a few stray showers, especially south of Portland and York County. Nothing showing up on the radar at this time, but there were a few that just passed off the coastline. So there might be some damp spots out there, but it's really about these temps, 50 to 55. Even 60 degrees, the warm spot up on Moosehead Lake. No one in the 30s. It's late October, so this is abnormal. We're going to keep this warm thing going right through Saturday evening. And then this front sweeps through, cools us off rather dramatically too on Sunday, and offers up our next more significant precipitation event. Looks like showers will return to the area by Sunday afternoon. We will see some sunny breaks today. The best chance for that will be this morning, and then again this evening, and in between there'll be a lot of cloud cover. So this morning we'll start to clear out a little bit, but by midday it's mainly cloudy out there. Maybe a shower across the far south. Afternoon and evening, there you go. It tries to brighten up a little bit, maybe some filtered sunshine. But again, it's really these temperatures that'll grab your attention most of the day. Right up around 70. That'll be the case in Bangor, the case in Augusta, 70 in Sanford. Portsmouth and Kittery hit 71. And even if you don't hit 70, you're super, super close. Upper 60s, Portland for the rest of the coastline too. As you get up into the mountains and north, it's 60 to 65. Tomorrow, equally as warm, maybe even a little bit warmer, 70, and then we go into the lower 70s on Saturday. Both days, some sunshine, also some clouds out there. By Sunday, though, those temperatures drop. We're back into the upper 50s, and by the afternoon, there are some showers breaking out, and they'll become steadier Sunday evening, Sunday night, with some steady rain Monday morning, at which point our temperatures will be in the 40s. So those will be very chilly raindrops. So chilly that they won't be raindrops, most likely, in far northern Maine, getting the first snow of the season. By Tuesday, drying out for Halloween and trick-or-treating, but it is going to be cold. The high on Tuesday is 48, but it'll be more like 43 or 44 degrees for trick-or-treaters, and it stays chilly for the middle of next week with another storm chance that we'll be keeping an eye on. That's the latest on the forecast. Sharon, Lee, let's get more of this, unfortunately.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. And we want to thank you for sticking with us because we are continuing our wall-to-wall coverage here on News Center Maine, and will not be turning it over to the Today Show this morning. If you're just joining us, here's the latest on what we know.
Yeah, massive manhunt happening all across our state, specifically right now in Androscoggin County, as we understand it, as police are trying to find the person responsible for a mass shooting that happened in Lewiston last night.
Right, and we are getting confirmation that between 15 and 20 people were killed and up to 50 others hurt when a gunman opened fire at Schmenge's Bar and Grill and at Spare Time Recreation Center last night.
So those two businesses are about 4 miles apart, and the Maine Department of Public Safety Commissioner Mike Soschuk says the first shots were fired just before 7 o'clock last night, and people who live in Lewiston and Lisbon asked to shelter in place. In fact, all of Androscoggin County being asked to shelter in place as police are trying to find Robert Card. He is the one who's been named as a person of interest in connection with the shootings. And police do believe he is armed and dangerous. We did hear from Commissioner Soschuk just a few hours ago. There's another press conference scheduled for an update at about 10:30 this morning if nothing happens between now and then. But here's what the commissioner had to say a few hours ago.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Soschuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information in reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School. So in the neighboring community of Auburn at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the City of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not.
That was Michael Soschuk, the commissioner of the Maine State Police, speaking last night at the news conference. The next scheduled news conference is at 10:30 this morning, about 3.5 hours from now. There's been no sound from anybody in law enforcement since that. So we wanted you to hear what he said last night in case you were asleep and missed it. And we certainly are very much looking forward to some type of an update here within the next 3.5 hours.
Yes, and we do share your frustration, and we understand how it feels not to be able to get more information. The questions that still remain: where is this man, and how long is it going to take to apprehend him? Of course, nobody knows the answer to that. Also, we are very slowly, little bit by little bit, hearing a little bit more about some of the victims and the people who were directly impacted by this mass shooting. We will be learning much more about that in the hours to come. And then, of course, there is a natural curiosity of how could this happen? Why could this happen? Who is this man who police have identified as a person of interest as of right now? But we know very little about Robert Card. We know that he's 40 years old, from Bowdoin, that he was trained as a firearms instructor, according to the Associated Press, at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility here in Maine, and that he was checked into a mental health facility for a couple of weeks over the summer after reporting that he heard voices and was threatening to carry out a shooting there at the military training facility in Saco. So I've heard from, I do live in that area, I've heard from some of my friends, what's the connection to Saco? That's the only connection that we know of. So far, this entire investigation that we know of is still centered in the Lewiston, Lisbon, Androscoggin area.
One of the things that Commissioner Soschuk mentioned that kind of stuck with me is the role of social media and where people gather information. Obviously, we live in a world, you want to know what's going on, you grab your phone and you start looking at things. It is very easy to buy into what could be misinformation and cause unnecessary panic and unnecessary worry. If you see something, you don't know where it's from, you just take it as truth, and then you pass it along and you pass it along, and it becomes an awful game of telephone where the wrong information is getting passed through. So to the commissioner's point, as you're trying to learn for yourself what is happening, like everybody's doing, please, before you pass it along, just make sure you've done your own work to make sure, okay, this is real and I can trust this person, where it came from, or so forth. So it doesn't make it worse than it already is. It's bad enough. The actual truth is bad enough. So,
well, and there was already an example of that. Let's talk about the specific example that already happened.
There was a video out there that people were putting on Twitter saying, here's video of the man getting arrested. This was 7 hours ago. No, that wasn't it. But it was shared and shared and shared and shared and shared. And then, as that spreads, people think, well, they got the guy, it's already over.
Right.
None of that was true.
Right. So. And this isn't said to sound judgmental or anything.
No,
totally understand the hunger for new information and the sense of relief it is going to bring when we can finally report that he has been found and or apprehended one way or another. But again, we are trying to be very careful, and we would encourage you to do the same.
So just be careful, and certainly be curious and be careful. We did hear from former U.S. Representative Gabrielle Giffords, who released this statement saying she visited the community in Uvalde, Texas, and is devastated to see this happen yet again. The entire community should not have to live in fear of an active shooting. My heart breaks for the Lewiston community, the victims, as well as the survivors.
Now, according to Giffords Law Center, which is run by former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, Maine received an F grade in its annual gun law scorecard. Giffords' attorneys track gun legislation in every state, and then they assign grades based on the strength of gun laws and policies. Grades are created by assigning point values based on strength of gun laws, and then points are added up and states are assigned letter grades. So the grades are compared to most recent gun rate data released by the CDC.
So Giffords tracking, since 2010 anyway, says that states that have stronger gun laws ultimately experience lower gun death rates. So according to some data from the FBI, there were 50 events back in 2022 that they identified as active shooter incidents. The FBI's definition of that is one or more individuals actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill people in a populated area. That marks an 18% decrease from 2021, but the number also roughly a 66% increase if you compare it to the year 2018.
Yeah, so there are a lot of numbers that we could throw at you with regard to mass shootings, where Maine stands. Another angle on this, though, is that up until this moment, Maine had and likely will continue to have one of the lowest rates of violent crime in the country, if not the lowest, depending on how you configure what you're looking at. In all of last year, there were 29 homicides here in the state of Maine, 29 in the entire state. That actually sounds like a lot to those of us who live in this state, which is so safe. This one incident where NBC News is reporting, and we're confirming that 15 to 20 people have been killed, up to 50 wounded. So we don't know what that means. How severely are they injured? Where are they now? Will some of those people maybe not make it who are in hospitals right now? So we're waiting to get hard numbers on this, but I think that number is so striking when you compare 15 to 20 at least in one fell swoop to the 29 in all of last year. It changes the landscape in Maine.
Well, it also violates our self-perceived cone of protection that the state of Maine has. People move here because it's safe. Mm-hmm. People come to Maine on purpose to escape maybe a place that isn't as safe. Yes. So when something like this happens here, and not to think for a second that nobody ever thought this would happen here, you could wish that. Maybe it was inevitable, maybe it wasn't, but now it's here. So now Mainers will have to deal with the reality that they're not in the state where it's never happened before. And and that's hard too, because there's obviously a tremendous sense of pride of the way life should be. I mean, that's not for nothing. That matters to us.
And to be sensitive to those who have experienced, there have been mass shootings in Maine before, just not to this magnitude. Yep. So want to acknowledge that as well.
All right, Raya Wooten is in Auburn for us at the middle school and joins us now live with more from there.
Good morning, you all. We are still here at Auburn Middle School on 38 Falcon Drive. It's morning now, and many people went through the night just with this horrifying details of the mass shooting that is progressing. We're still learning information about that. So this scene is dying down. We haven't seen very many families come here. This is the site that has been set aside as a reunification center, pretty much where people will come if they're looking for a loved one who may have gotten caught up or may have been a victim of this mass shooting, or if they're looking for answers, or if they were seeking some sort of counseling, because there were some behavior liaisons here that were helping people work through their emotions here. Earlier throughout the morning, there were police officers that were kind of circling this area every so often. And then when we got in this morning, there were also police officers stationed at the front before you enter into the parking lot, which is where I am right now, just to give you an understanding to set the tone of the scene. Also, just a few minutes ago, before you all took me live, there were 2 helicopters that were traveling going this way, going to the right, because as far as we know, the person of interest in this mass shooting is still at large. So a lot of people are unsettled with the lack of information, the lack of answers. There are some families who don't know whether their loved one was killed, who don't know whether their loved one was injured, or don't know whether their loved one may have suffered injuries from trying to escape rather than actually being shot. So people are really questioning a lot of things right now, not just their safety, but also they're questioning what their day-to-day life will look like, because as many of us know, if you've ever lost anyone who's close to you, your every day is not the same after something like this. And Mainers, every day will not be the same after a tragedy like this. So, and that's really why this reunification center was set, so people can, come here, see if their family was here. We did over the night, our team who covered our night coverage, Alex Haskell, he said that there were people of all ages that were here. There were people in large groups that were coming in, and there were some happy stories where people were reunited with their loved ones. But then there were also some sad stories where people were not. I even encountered a woman here who was in shambles. She believes that she may have lost her husband, and although she is not sure, what she says is that in so many words, doctors at the hospital did not give her good signs of whether or not her husband was still living or whether or not he's no longer here with us. So that's just the simple reality that people are in, and that's a lot to take in. So people are in distress. There are still some stay-at-home orders in place. Law enforcement is still asking people to follow those orders. Like I said, although this reunification center has been open throughout the night and also throughout the morning, it has died down. We're not exactly sure if it's somewhere where people can still come to get the answers that they're looking for, or to find family members who may have been displaced or who may have been injured or who may have, be lost, or if it's still open or available for people to get counseling from those behavioral aides and counselors. So we're going to continue to keep you updated, continue to keep you informed from this scene, and it's back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Raya, thank you so much. And we want to also just mention again that if you're wondering if your school or business is open today, we do have a running list of closures on our website that you can check.
All right, so it's daylight, and God willing, that will help in the search, because certainly easier to find something in the light than the dark. A point of interest, an area of interest, I guess, Lisbon Falls, where there's been a big police presence for a while now. Sam Olson is there. What's happening there now, Sam?
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Just a couple minutes ago, about 10 cars just left Lisbon High School. There were a couple tactical gear vehicles with men armed with weapons. There were a couple vans also full of men with gear, and an ambulance also followed them with some police cars, and they made a left onto Lisbon Street. And police say in this area it is still an active search for the suspect, and his car last night was found empty a couple blocks away down on Frost Hill Avenue. And again, I'm right at Lisbon High School, and there have been Portland tactical vehicles that pulled in early this morning, and up until just 5 or so minutes ago, it was a pretty calm scene when it comes to police presence. There's been a few obviously just steadily driving through the area, but up until just then, the law enforcement is going obviously to go search for Robert Card. Back to you, Lee and Sharon.
Yeah, that is our
All right, Sam.
The Army.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a quick break from this coverage for a second, catch our breath for a minute, check in with Todd, get a look at the forecast, and we're going to talk more about this in a second. Todd?
Yeah, Lee, Sharon, good morning to both of you folks at home. It's a Thursday morning. Thankfully, it's pretty quiet across Maine. Weather taking kind of a back seat right now. There are a couple of stray showers every once in a while south of Portland and York County. Radar's not picking anything up at this point, but earlier this morning, so there were, and there may be some damp spots because of it. This is the biggest story right now, and for the days ahead, how mild it is. We're in the 50s right now, and 60 degrees up on Moosehead Lake for late October. That's rather abnormal. Front is north of us. We're in the warm sector for the next 3 days through Saturday evening. And then another front comes through, cools us off pretty dramatically for the end of the weekend, and offers up our next more significant precipitation chance. That'll be Sunday afternoon through Monday. We will see some breaks of sun today. The best chance for them will be this morning and then again this evening. And in between, I expect mainly cloudy skies, a lot like what we've had the last few days. Can't rule out again a few drops or sprinkles from time to time. End of the day, try to get you a nice sunset, but clouds will be working their way back in for the overnight hours too. Biggest story, these temps way above where they should be. 70 Bangor, Augusta, Freiburg, Sanford, 71 in Kittery, Portsmouth. And those that don't hit 70 won't be too far from it. Upper 60s for the rest of the coastline, including Casco Bay and Portland. Up in the mountains, mid 60s, far north, 60 degrees. Tomorrow looks good, partly sunny, 70. Start of the weekend, great, lower 70s with a mix of sun and clouds. And then those temperatures drop. Again, quite a bit there for Sunday, back into the 50s. Showers will arrive in the afternoon, and we're going to get a steady rain Sunday night into Monday. By then, the temps will be in the 40s, so there'll be chilly raindrops, so much so that they won't be raindrops likely in northern Maine, the first snow of the season in the state. Drying out for Halloween, trick-or-treating time, it'll be in the mid-40s, the afternoon high upper 40s, so it's a cold Halloween, and it stays pretty chilly for the middle of next week. That's the latest on the forecast. Sharon, Lee, back to you.
All right, Todd, thanks so much. And we want to thank you for sticking with us as we override the Today Show today to bring you continuing coverage of the mass shooting in Lewiston last night. It is pretty much the only thing that is on Mainers' minds this morning. A couple of different angles to this. One, of course, is the hard facts, of which are few and far between at this time. And then the other piece of this, of course, is the mental health impact that it's going to have on all of us in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, this is something that the state has never seen in this magnitude before, and we are all going to need some help with this. So we've got Greg Marley with us from the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We call it NAMI, but just so you understand what that is. Okay, National Alliance on Mental Illness. And Greg, we thank you for being here all night and now into the morning. So as your colleagues are waking up, as you start your conversations with, did you see this, did you hear this, what kind of conversations is your profession having right now to get ready for what today is going to bring?
Well, what I'm hearing and receiving texts and emails and calls around are people offering help, which is what Mainers do. How can, I've got some CISM, crisis intervention, stress management trained folks. How can they help? How can I be of assistance? So that's a big piece of it. And people are underscoring what resources are available. Underscoring the availability of the Maine crisis line, the 988 or the 1-888-568-1112 line. That's they're staffing up to have more people be able to handle calls. Which is a really good resource. NAMI's helpline, as we move into the morning, are going to have extra people responding to calls or emails or texts. So for people looking for resources, that's what those calls are coming in for. We're available.
So important to know those resources are there. And, it's a sort of a life lesson I learned is that when you're feeling physically ill, don't try to push through. Take that first day and give yourself a little triage, and you're going to get over it much faster. Translate that to mental health, because I'm sure there are a lot of people who are, the anxiety is building. The anxiety is building. Oh, I don't need help yet. I don't need help yet. And maybe don't wait for it to get to a crescendo. Maybe nip it in the bud before it gets there.
Sharon, I think you hit it right on the bud. The whole idea is right now we are flooded. We are flooded with this, and particularly when we don't have all the facts and we don't know for sure where the risk is, we're going to be flooded more. So think about how you manage yourself, how you can release some of that stress, who you can connect with and talk to on an informal basis. Who do you trust? Who's in your circle?
Proactive versus reactive.
Yeah.
Right? So in your profession, all of us count on you to help us and to help us help our children, to have you help our children. In situations like this, who helps you guys?
Well, and my wife is going to be really happy that you've asked me that question.
Is she the one?
Well, she is such a strong connection to that. She knows me well. She doesn't hesitate to kind of knock me upside the head and say, Greg, you need to practice self-care. How are you taking care? Have you had breakfast this morning? Is what she texted me earlier this morning. Yeah, so we all need people in our lives. And, you know, I have been bouncing off of a lot of people over the past 24 hours in terms of who I am looking for ideas and support and resources and that connection.
One thing that comes to mind is as you know, Lee, you've mentioned this many times throughout the night and the morning, that Maine being such a small town and everybody knowing everybody. I mean, I rarely meet a new person anymore who doesn't know someone I know, right? And we're all going to be connected to this, or most of us are in some way, shape, or form. And I think we feel something of this magnitude, especially, we are just at a loss of words, of what to say to somebody who's directly impacted. Do you have any advice around that?
Yes, I think the big thing is don't deal with the details of what happened, deal with the feelings and how they're getting support. You know, what's going to help ground them. This morning I got a text or an email from a woman who's a school counselor up in Danforth, right up on the Aroostook-Washington border. And she says, thank you for what you're doing. You know, this is in our schools as well. And how do I talk to my kids? How do I do that? That's the information we need.
Another thought that occurs to me when I've been through, you know, crises of my own in my own life is when somebody reaches out and says, how can I help? Most of us, and Mainers especially, don't know even how to ask for help. But if somebody brings you a lasagna, if you just bring someone a lasagna, whether they like lasagna or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it ends up in their belly or the trash. It means something that someone did that. So maybe those little acts of kindness, it can't be misconstrued. It can't be, right?
Well, it can't be misconstrued, and what you can do is when you accept that gift, you're also gifting that person that's offered it to you, because it benefits both of you. As we give of our time, our energy, our lasagnas, and how could that end up in the garbage? You know, that's also validating for the individual who's giving. So accept, and I had to learn that to be able to graciously accept when that is offered.
Right, and no matter what you do as a gesture of kindness, it doesn't matter. It matters that you reach out and say, hey, I'm here, or go ahead and deliver that lasagna, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think it's also important, and I'm hoping you'll agree, to stay with it. This is not even really day one of what we're getting into. So what we deal with today that we know, we still don't know what we don't know. So this is going to be an ongoing thing that's going to take continued care and not just throw a Band-Aid on it and call it good. This is going to be something that's going to require attention for likely quite a while for some folks. So we wanted to get this up on the screen, and Peter, Greg, we thank you for the numbers here. So 988 for some help there, 1-888-568-1112. So these are numbers that are be important to you if you find that you need some help, or you know somebody who might need some help.
And again, by the way, I know we just said this, but want to stress enough that even though this is being called Suicide and Crisis Helpline, these are numbers people can call for any type of help, correct?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is the mental health crisis line, so it's mostly in that area, but they'll redirect you as necessary, and they recognize on a day like today, everybody is just way up.
Right.
And so they're going to need some support, they're going to need some reassurance. Recognize other resources that are available for you in your community, because this is in everybody's living room today. Everybody.
All right, Greg, thank you very much.
You're sure welcome. Happy to be here.
Appreciate you being here for sure, no doubt about that. I'm going to go back outside. We'll go to Lewiston. Hannah Yeshivi is not far from where all of this started, just before 7 o'clock last night. Hannah?
Hey, good morning, Leanne, Sharon. Good morning, everyone. The sun is up, and this is a very fluid situation. Right behind me, this police officer that you see there has been here ever since I got here about 3 to 4 hours ago, and right past the officer up here on Mollison Way, about a 4-minute walk, is where the bowling alley is located. 9 minutes away from where I am is the second location of where this 40-year-old person of interest, Robert Card, stopped by. This is the Schmengi's Bar and Restaurant. So those are the two locations where Robert Card stopped, and yesterday killing more than 15 to 20 people, according to NBC News, our affiliate. And two big things that I want to point out and make clear. There are still, besides Robert Card still being on the loose, there are still shelter-in-place orders here in Lewiston and in Lisbon, and that's because Robert Card, this suspect, and to better phrase it, the person of interest is still at large. He's missing. Hundreds of Maine police officers are out on the look for him. And just to give you another idea of how much this has extended past Lewiston, I just read a Facebook post from Holden. Holden is an hour and 40 away from here, and they just posted that they have extra police officers today monitoring schools and just the area of Holden in general. As I said, this is and this is because Robert Card, 40-year-old, is still missing and at large, and they want to provide that extra layer of protection. This is a very active scene, same as where Raya is standing. I've seen 2 helicopters just now, and I will continue to bring you the very latest information that we have as soon as I get it. Lee and Sharon, back to you guys.
All right, Hannah, thank you. So the hope here is as daylight comes at 7:30 in the morning, maybe people went home, certainly not law enforcement that's out there searching, but maybe there's now a reset now where there's a regroup and we have a better idea of a plan and more details of what's happening. Besides the press conference, which is scheduled for 3 hours from now.
Right.
So that we're certainly looking forward to, but that's, when we first started talking about that news conference, it was 9 hours away, and now it's only 3 hours away.
We're inching toward that, but we understand your hunger for new updates, new information as the details continue to be fairly sparse. What we knew overnight is what we know now. Most of you have heard that by now. We are getting, source information trickling into the newsroom, which takes us time to check it out. We are also waiting to hear the latest from law enforcement. It is interesting, as Hannah mentioned, that she's seeing helicopters. She is seeing, officers and cruisers and on all levels, local, state, and federal throughout the area.
Okay, we just left Hannah, who was in Lewiston. We have Sam Olson, who is in Lisbon Falls, and she joins us now live. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Maine State Police say there are more than 100 investigators looking for the suspect, Robert Card, who lives in Bowdoin. He's 40 years old. Police say he's considered to be armed and dangerous, and members of the public are advised to not approach him or make contact. So right now I'm at Lisbon High School, and last night police found Card's car just a few blocks away on Frost Hill Avenue. And this morning, actually just probably about 10-15 minutes ago, about 10 tactical vehicle gears and vans full of men in gear with rifles actually just left the high school. So it seems as if they are trying to continue the search this morning for Card. And overall this morning, the police presence hasn't been too heavy until that burst through the parking lot when they all just took off. We will continue to bring the latest here from Lisbon Falls. Sharon, Lee.
All right, Sam, thank you very much for that. So, yeah, we're all on a quest for information, and it's just not plentiful at this point.
It's not. And again, encouraging you to be careful what you see on social media. You can go to our website. We have the basics about what we know so far posted there. You can click on to our streaming broadcast there. For those of you who are in Maine, maybe you have relatives out of state who are wanting the very latest, let them know that they can go to our website. They can click on our streaming coverage and get what we're bringing to you to them to get the very latest, to know what's going on with the situation. We also have a list of business and school closures that are happening today. They are plentiful throughout the state, so our website is somewhere where you can go to get that information as well.
And at 7:34 at this point, you should probably have heard from your school if you're not going to have school at this point, but if you're not sure, jump onto the website and you'll get.
And again, it also includes businesses, so businesses, starting at various times.
Yeah, that is true. All right, Sean Stackhouse is also out in the field for us this morning, and Sean joins us live. Hey, Sean.
Well, Lee, just a few moments ago, you said quest for information. This has really been what's happening here at the Auburn Middle School on Falcon Road here. This has been a reunification center and a point where folks in the community have been coming throughout the evening looking to try to connect with family members that they have lost touch with after the shooting began around 7 p.m. Last night. Now, right now, we are not seeing much activity at the reunification center. It was a different story just several hours ago. But as the sun has come up, we've seen police cruisers leave the area, and we actually are not able to see any police that are in this area right now. But really, we're starting to see some of the humanity and learn about some of the lives that were lost as a part of this, or at least what folks believe they have lost. Now, one Auburn City Councilor, Leroy Walker, he's with Ward 5. He says that his son, Joey, is one of the managers of the bar pub that was one of the locations as a part of this mass shooting event. And he says he has not heard from his son in that time, and says that's very uncommon every day, and stay in touch. 10-4-25. He's fearing for the worst. That our colleague Jack Molman spoke with him outside of Central Maine Medical Center early this morning. And just a few hours ago, my colleague Raya Wooten spoke with a woman, Christy Strout, who believes that her husband, Arthur Strout, a 42-year-old, was also one of the victims in this incident. Now, those have not been confirmed by police, but what loved ones are telling us that they have not been able to make contact with those individuals. They were in situations nearby, and as time moves forward, we're beginning to see the true impact that this had on our friends, our neighbors, our loved ones. And we're going to be continuing to keep you updated on the impact that this has had throughout the Lewiston, Auburn area and throughout the small town of the state of Maine, and the impact that this is going to have going forward. But for now, I'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, Sean, thank you. And speaking of impact, this just supermarkets, and I'm going to read this to you as it's read here. We join all Mainers in being deeply saddened and horrified by the tragic events in Lewiston. All Hannaford stores in the state of Maine will be closed until at least 10 a.m.
Give me a second, and I will run them again. Today. I think I did, and I may have erased it. Not sure.
Shelter-in-place advisories and guidance from law enforcement. This is an evolving situation. We'll provide updates as soon as possible. The health and safety of our associates and customers is our top priority, and our thoughts and prayers are with all of our associates and community members as we collectively cope with this heartbreaking tragedy. So all Hannafords in the state of Maine, no matter where you are, closed at least until 10 o'clock this morning.
At least, and we'll bring you updates.
The baddest one from Hannaford. What's his date of birth? I have numerous in the system.
A lot of people staying home with that shelter-in-place order. Also, a lot of schools closed, so people need to stay.
Okay, that answered my question. I know exactly which one it is now.
Androscoggin County, because we don't know exactly where this shooter might be, and people are on edge. This expands throughout the state.
All right, let's take a break from all of this. Take a breath. Here's Todd with some much better news, which is about forecast.
Yeah, glad you're here, Todd, by the way.
Well, the forecast is a nice one. You know, the temperatures are very comfortable. They're going to be on the warm side these next few days.
The baddest one.
Mother Nature kind of.
He has 4 sets of bail conditions. I'll run them for you in just a second. No 24 material other than one from out of state, non-extraditable.
But the latest radars show that isn't the case. There's nothing coming out of those clouds right now.
You're welcome.
This is the biggest story today. We're beginning with these warm numbers, above 50 in many spots. It's even 60 up on Moosehead Lake right now in Greenville. The front is north of us, so we're going to keep this warm thing going through Saturday night. Then the next front sweeps through, chills us off rather dramatically on Sunday, and offers up our next more significant precipitation chance. I do see the opportunity for sunshine today, both this morning and again this evening. And then in between, we're looking at quite a bit of cloud cover. These are the midday hours here. It's mostly cloudy. Later in the afternoon, trying to clear out a little bit for a solid sunset. But again, the biggest story, these temps right up around 70. Bangor hits it, Augusta does, Freiburg, Sanford, Portsmouth 71. And if you don't hit it, you're going to come really, really close. 68 for Bar Harbor, 69 in Portland and Wiscasset. Up north, 60 for Caribou, Rangeley, 65. We all get a chance again tomorrow, 70 over the weekend. Saturday, very warm, lower 70s. And then we're cooling off on Sunday back into the 50s with some rain moving in the afternoon. That rain will become steady Sunday night and be steady Monday morning, at which point the temps are going to be a lot lower. So these will be cold raindrops on Monday, so cold that they probably freeze up. Our first snow of the season likely in far northern Maine, sometime Sunday night into
County Sabatis 1.
Some minor accumulation that we'll be tracking. Tuesday, drying out, but turning even colder with temps in the 40s for trick-or-treating.
Sabatis 1, first set of bail conditions, standard 3, not to return to the Masonic Hall, no use of possession of illegal drugs or their derivatives, and will submit upon articulable suspicion. Second set, standard 3, must not have direct or indirect contact with a JASA prop.
Sociology from Bates College, specialized.
Third set, standard 3, not to return to the Holy Family Church at 607 Sabatis Street and the Masonic Hall at 1021 Turner Street, and will not use or possess any illegal drugs or their derivatives. Number 4, standard 3, and will submit upon articulable suspicion.
Can you help kind of, give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's the serious versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're, complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But cutting across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing, that is a warning that lets us know that something is happening and we need to take it seriously.
And to that point, Professor, there's some information that is circulating that we have not yet been able to verify about what knowledge our Maine Information and Analysis Center may or may not have known about this person. I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And, without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
All right, now we also spoke with a man who ended up having to shelter in place at the height of all this happening last night. His name is Joe Grenier, and he's from Lisbon Falls.
A lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car. Just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
Which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now and he can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. I really hope he doesn't wake up, and because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
All right, again, trying to get as much information from eyewitnesses and people who are directly affected by this as possible. One of the very first people we heard from last night after this all happened was Leroy Walker, who is a city councilman in the city of Auburn.
And when we approached him, I'm not sure which clip we're going to have from Leroy, the question that Jack Mullen was asking was, as a city councilor, your thoughts on what's happening. And it evolved into Mr. Walker having a son involved in what's going on here.
Manager at Schmeggy's Bar and Grill. So someone who was working that night. So Mr. Walker is dealing with this both from a city leader perspective and a father perspective. And here's part of what he had to say to us last night.
If you had my gut right now, I feel like I'm squashed with a vice. My neck and the back of my head feels like there's a vice squashing it the other way. And I don't know, telling you the truth, what kind of night this is going to be from now until tomorrow when I wake up to the true facts that my son is dead, and I know he's dead. I know it as well as I know. I'm standing here telling you because he's not here and he's not at any other hospital and he's not running the streets, so he would have called us because he manages Schemengees. So I know he was there.
Guys, we know that is hard to hear and hard to digest. We do have a professional here with us to talk more about the mental health aspect of all of this, and we're going to be talking to him throughout the morning and throughout the day. In the meantime, we do have more coverage of what is going on the ground with law enforcement officials as well.
Yeah, Hannah Yeshivi is live in Lewiston, just outside where this whole thing started almost 13 hours ago at this point. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee and Sharon. I'm as close as I could get to the Spare Time Recreation bowling alley, and I just saw 2 Maine State Police cruisers pulling out just about 20 minutes ago. 2 helicopters circling the area. They're still looking for 40-year-old Robert Card, who is still missing and considered dangerous. I do want to give you that description of what Robert Card is wearing, because Lewiston police officers about 4 hours ago posted on their Facebook page the pictures of this person of interest. He is wearing a beige jacket, dark blue pants, and of what I can see, it's like white or beige shoes. He has a beard, and the picture shows him with a big gun. Hopefully our producers pulled up that picture for you. Police officers, hundreds of them, are looking for this person of interest. They are not encouraging you to do that. If you live in this neighboring area, you should actually shelter in place. There is an active shelter-in-place order in Lewiston and in Lisbon and in neighboring towns. School has been closed. Hannaford will open at 10 a.m. If some of those stores open, some businesses are closed for the day for the same reason. And as I mentioned, Holden, an hour and 40 away, the town of Holden has extra police officers. Just to give you an example of the extent of this, police officers are trying to find this suspect. He is still missing. He's considered armed and dangerous. And that's the very latest information that I have for you guys.
All right, thank you, Hannah. And yeah, it's a slow crawl to 10:30 when we expect next to hear from law enforcement. They, of course, their main priority is finding the shooter, bringing him into custody, and then continuing on to build a case and build this investigation. But in the meantime, we are hungry for more details.
We just got information from the governor's office. Governor Mills will be present at that 10:30 news conference. It's going to be held in Lewiston, I believe at the City Hall. So that's coming up, 2.5 hours away for that. So closings are continuing to roll into. We've talked a lot about this, is to go to the website and get the updates, and we're going to get them up there as quickly as we can. But closings are coming in from all facets. They're not just schools, they're not just elementary schools. University of Maine, Orono, canceled for the day. USM, canceled. Hannaford supermarkets, not opening until at least 10 a.m. To start with. So this is a multi-pronged thing that is taking over really everything. And I mean, it's not for us to guess why, but it has to be a huge part of this is they're still looking for someone, and we don't know where this person is.
I have to say, and not to sound like we're putting on too many platitudes here, but first of all, there's the safety aspect of all of this, right? As far as we know, the search and the investigation is happening and centered in the Lisbon area, the Lewiston area, Androscoggin County. Emotionally, this has a statewide impact, and in terms of safety of children, especially a lot of schools, even far from the crime scene, are exercising an abundance of caution in closing today. And I think it shows a lot of heart for the businesses that have decided to close, maybe not because of any safety concerns, but from a humanitarian perspective, because they know people want to be with their families today. People need to be with their children today. So I just kind of want to give a hats off to the businesses who decided to close for that reason. And
are allowing their employees, in fact, then to stay home and to be with their loved ones who need them a little bit extra today, like we all really do. Sam Olson is in Lisbon and has an update for us. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Right now I'm at Lisbon High School, and police say the area is still active as they continue to search for Robert Card. A few minutes ago, I actually heard a chopper going over this area, but I couldn't see one. But at about 7:15, about 10 vehicles, including several tactical vehicles and some vans filled with men with gear and rifles, actually piled out of this parking lot at the high school and made their way towards Lisbon Center. Lisbon Police Department is recommending all Lisbon residents stay put where they are and stay sheltering in place. And they want to put an emphasis on the people who live between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. So if you are in that area specifically, police are urging you to stay put as well. And all Lisbon schools and town offices will be closed today. Last night, police found the suspect's car empty on Frost Hill Road, which is probably about half mile from where I'm standing right now. And I've been here for about 5 hours this morning, and it was not a heavy police presence throughout the day. until about 7:15 when those 10 vehicles took out of this parking lot and made their way towards Lisbon Center. And as I said, a couple minutes ago, I heard a chopper flying over this area, but I couldn't see one, and now it must have taken out of this area because I can't hear it anymore. But they are definitely out there searching for Card. Lee, Sharon.
All right, Sam, thank you so much. Thanks for the continuing coverage overnight as well. This is a story, as we've mentioned, or a case that we've mentioned, that has brought in law enforcement all the way up to the federal level. And likewise, those covering this story range from the local level all the way up to the national level as well.
Yeah, there is national media on site. In fact, we're going to try to take a look at a live shot from, this is a helicopter from NBC.
You know, obviously trying to hone in on yeah, and I'm sure they are too, in the process of trying to gather information, just as we all are. But again, this is a story that, although we are overriding the Today Show is doing its own coverage for the rest of the nation on what is happening here in Maine this morning.
Yeah, we're just, you know, we're hurrying up and we're waiting as we're trying to learn more, you know, as you want to learn more and we want to learn more to give to you. So,
and if you're waking up feeling a mixture of, you know, a number of emotions, right, from sadness and frustration to this really surreal feeling. I mean, I have to tell you that we're right there with you. It's going to take some time for this to sink in. It's been hours now that we have been talking about this, that we've been sharing the information that we have for you. It still in some ways doesn't feel real.
No, and I wonder to myself when I'll realize that. Yeah. I feel like, you know, in work mode, it's fairly easy to compartmentalize and, you know, and do our jobs and try to get the information. But as I hear the stories that are coming in from the people who have been directly affected by this, and I see the messages, and I just can't believe this is my state, right? I mean, this is where we're from. So yep. This is just hard, and it's just, again, not something I ever thought that we would go through, and we are going through this, and obviously we'll get through this, but right now we're in the middle of it. So.
At the very least, we hoped that we wouldn't have to be doing this. It's been a reality across the country for years now, and now it hits close to home and is being acknowledged across the country that this is what we're dealing with here today.
All right, we are about 2.5 hours away from our scheduled news conference. The governor is planning to be there as well with Maine State Police to give whatever updates they may have. We have had no updates since late last night. And so we don't know what new information, if any, they will be sharing, but that is the next scheduled news conference 2.5 hours from now at 10:30.
In the meantime, hey Greg, you want to join us back on the set? Again, we're dealing with the, of course, emotional fallout from all of this, and Greg Marley has been gracious enough from NAMI Maine to be joining us throughout the night and into the morning hours, foregoing sleep and I'm sure some food and some self-care to join us and to share his expertise in the area of mental health with us. We've talked throughout the morning about how to talk to your kids about this, how to take care of yourself throughout this, and also what resources are available for people. And you brought up a really good point. Trauma can be cumulative. Oh, yes. So people who have experienced any type of violent trauma in their history are likely to be even more deeply affected by what's happening and what they're seeing on their screens this morning than anybody. Also, it's a fact that some people are just more sensitive than others and are probably going to be affected more deeply. And then you brought up a really good point that the people of Lisbon recently went through something fairly traumatic, and now this is piled on top. Want to talk a little bit about that?
So about 2 weeks ago, there was on the street in Lisbon a homicide and suicide that was witnessed by some people. It was in that small community. They were not people of that community. And so that was already destabilizing. It's traumatizing for some people. And so keep in mind, if you were involved in that and felt the world felt less safe 2 weeks ago, and then this is added on, that's going to be more. So who do you connect with? Who do you reach out to? Who do you talk with?
Let's talk about the resources available again, because I think that's really important.
Yeah, and so you can always contact the Maine crisis line, the 988 system. During the day, you can always reach out to the NAMI helpline. We're going to have extra staff responding to those calls and texts today. And reach out to your community, to your support system. If you're a parent, talk to other parents, to other family members, to the people you trust in your life. If you're talking with your kids, and we're trying to help kids deal with the trauma. And your job as a parent, those call psychological first aid, are listen to them, listen to what's going on, actively protect them for what they're experiencing.
10-4, my time 0758.
Professional help if it's needed. And for the vast majority of our kids, that won't be needed, but they are going to need to know they're safe.
There are a lot of kids that won't be in school today in communities all around our state. As important as it is to have the conversations and talk about this as you start your day, how important is it to not talk about it for the rest of your day? Maybe go for a walk. Maybe,
unless they ask questions,
yeah,
right?
But I mean, maybe do something else, because I think the adults want to be glued to what's happening, what's the latest, but the kids don't necessarily need to be around for that. So how do you balance the need to know versus let's take a walk?
Yeah, Lee, and that's the right word when you say balance. It's a matter of how much is helpful information and how much is overwhelming information. And as a parent, monitor that for your kids. And taking a walk is a perfect thing. Getting out, kicking leaves, getting a little exercise, which also helps to get those stress hormones out of your system.
We talked about this much earlier, but let's talk about it again. Kids of different ages are going to react differently to this. About age groups, and the interesting thing about this is, and I don't mean this in an offensive way, but this is something that every time something like this happens, I feel like we talk to a mental health expert about how do you talk to your kids about this, but it's something that until it affects you and you have to deal with it, you might brush over it. So it's worth talking about again now that this is hitting close to home. So
I totally agree with you, Sharon. And depending on the age of your kids, under the age of 7,
10-4-11.
Factor is your response, how stressed out you are and are showing it. So monitor your own gut, take care of yourself, reassure them. They're going to want a lot more physical touch, a lot more hugging, and not over details of information. Kind of let them learn what the story is that they have by their telling you, and then give them just the basic facts. For those, say, 7 to 13, they're still going to want a lot of reassurance. They may get a little bit backward in some of their behavior, but they're going to want to know the story. They're going to want to know a little bit more about how it's affecting their peer group, their friends. So a little bit more information, and how do they take care of themselves? Can you read a book? Can you watch a movie? For adolescents, they're going to be really focused on their peer group. They're going to be getting a lot of information from media and social media, so pay attention to that. But it's about reassurance and they would call it curating. How do you help them to understand that too much information tends to overwhelm them?
And also reinforce the idea that I know you've been talking about a lot, and we've been talking a lot about this morning, that take a break from the social media and from the chat groups and where you're getting information that may be information or maybe misinformation, and maybe take some time to delineate how important that is to our kids about that.
And I love what you've said all morning long about putting your own oxygen mask on first, right? You're not going to be much help to someone else if you haven't taken care of yourself, and that's equally important. So you are available to the people who need you to take care of yourself as well. So, all right, Greg, appreciate it. Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
All right, let's take a break and get a look outside on this day. Speaking of fresh air and going for walks, Todd, it's gonna be a good day. We can do that. Maybe
we need a little sunshine.
Yeah, I think Mother Nature is going to give us that opportunity to get those breaks and to kind of remove yourself from all that's going on right now in our local world. We do have some clouds out there. It's a quiet morning though across Maine. Every once in a while, especially earlier this morning, there were some very light showers or sprinkles that were falling in York County south of Portland, but it seems like they're gone for now. Our temperatures are the biggest story. We're in the mid 50s. Even the coolest spots aren't bad. Berlin, New Hampshire, Calais. And then you've got a really warm spot, 60 up on Moosehead, Greenville. Front is north of us, so we're in this warm part of the air mass here for the next few days. Front comes in Saturday night, sweeps the warm air out to sea, replacing it with cooler stuff, and also a big chance for precipitation. We have very small chances between now and then, but late in the weekend, early next week, those numbers really start to go up. There will be some sun out there, both this morning and again late this afternoon. In between, lots of clouds probably, kind of like yesterday, mostly cloudy skies, but we'll still manage temperatures climbing up there, close to 70. And then late in the day, hopefully we'll see a little clearing or some filtered sunshine. Clouds roll back in later tonight. We're going to be really close to 70. We get there in Bangor, we get there Augusta, Freiburg, Sanford, Portsmouth, and Kittery, 71. And those that don't get there will be really close. Portland, Wiscasset, 69, 68, Bar Harbor, even warm up in the mountains and north. Tomorrow, again, right around 70. Saturday, lower 70s, and then it cools off quite a bit. Sunday, temperatures drop into the upper 50s. We'll get rain showers to break out in the afternoon. They become steady Sunday night into Monday. And not only that, they'll become chilly ones, too. It's going to be a cold rain here on Monday morning, so cold that it won't be rain. Up north, across Aroostook County, maybe the Katahdin area in the central Maine Highlands, there will likely be the first snowfall of the season in that part of the state. We dry out behind that for Halloween, although trick-or-treating will be in the 40s this year, so that's pretty cold. Wednesday also stays chilly in the 40s, watching the potential for another storm system, which we'll keep an eye on. That's the latest forecast for now. Sharon, Lee, let's get back to you.
We don't know a lot about the victims yet. We are slowly starting to learn about them. I got a text from a friend of mine last night that there was a direct connection, that her nephew was one of 8 people that went together to the bowling lane last night, and 5 of them were shot. 3 of them ended up dying. So this is a friend of mine telling me about this, and obviously she was searching for information, and the area to meet up hadn't been established yet, so we're just trying to funnel some information on where they could go and get some more information. So that is something that is close to home, and we just showed a picture of another situation that we've learned about as well. So
right, this is a woman who spoke to our Raya Wooten in Auburn, sharing with us that her husband was one of the people who was killed in one of the shootings. She shared with us that they have 5 children between them, one of them a biological child. She described her husband as someone who was very family, and she, of course, in her shock and grief, was gracious enough to let us know that this was her loss in this situation, and we really appreciate that she was willing to share that with us. In such a time of crisis, and she'll be having hard conversations with their children throughout the day. So this is about as far as we go with identification of any of the victims, and this is what we want to know: who was hurt, who was killed in this terrible situation.
And the other thing we also know as a fact is that Robert Card has not been found yet. So he is the one who has been described as the person of interest here, born April 4th, 1983. And he has been looked for quite some time now, and again, to our knowledge, not found yet. But this is the person that police say, if you happen to see, if you're in a community where there isn't a stay-at-home order, and maybe you're out and you happen to see him or even someone who looks like him, and they're very specific about that, don't hesitate to call. Better to call, be safe than sorry, even if you think that you've seen Robert Card, and report it to your local law enforcement. And we're expecting to get an update from Maine State Police as well as Governor Mills 10:30 here, so about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so from now. That will happen in Lewiston. So
Card, a resident of Bowdoin. You mentioned his birth date, 40 years old, that we don't know a lot about him. We do have on our website, and we've shared throughout the morning, that he was trained as a firearms instructor at installation here in Maine. And Associated Press reporting that just last summer was checked into a mental health facility, reporting voices, and also threatening to carry out a shooting at that training facility, which is located in Saco. And at this point, that's all we really know about him and his background. Again, Police are not calling him a suspect. They have released a photo of him. They're calling him a person of interest, and he is the person they are actively searching for today.
And I think this is the collective frustration of our state, is not knowing more. I think we've talked about this. I feel like we've talked about everything for the last 12 hours, but we've talked about the known versus the unknown. And knowns you can deal with. Knowns are hard, but knowns you can deal with because you know what you're dealing with. And we don't know what we're dealing with exactly here with the situation right now, besides what we have been told. But there's more. There's more we're going to find out, and that is, it's an unnerving feeling to not know exactly what the situation is. Chris Costa last night and I were talking about when they do the active shooter drills, which the law enforcement has done, the schools have done, our kids have practiced what happens if, right? In all those scenarios with first responders and with law enforcement and with students and teachers and such, those practice sessions are resolved, right? Those sessions end with the bad guy gets gotten.
Right.
And right now we don't have that resolution. We have an open-ended book that we don't know the ending to yet. And that's not something that gets practiced. You don't practice that the guy gets away.
Right.
So this is all just very something we have not been through as a state to this magnitude, and certainly something that we're living through and dealing with as it happens.
Well, and the other point that's been made is that these drills happen in places where large groups of people gather, where we know people are going to be every single day. Institutions like schools and such, and government buildings. There's no way, or it would be very difficult for every individual small business person in Maine to create some kind of protocol to try to deal with this, and yet this is where it hit. It hit two small locally owned businesses right in Lewiston on a beautiful Wednesday night in Maine, where people wanted to be out and about. It was, the Celtics game at the sports bar, the bowling alley, where people were, going out for a nice time. Hopefully you don't walk around in your life thinking that this is going to happen at any moment, but certainly even more so, little mom and pop places like this, you're not prepared for something like this to happen. There's no way you can prepare for something like this to happen. So it comes as even, in some ways, more of a shock.
So we're all dealing with it, obviously. What happened in Lewiston last night is the 36th mass killing in the United States this year. That's according to a database maintained by the Associated Press and USA Today in partnership with Northeastern University.
Yeah, reporters from major networks around the country are following what's going on in Maine right now, including NBC's Amelia Kaida. Amelia, what's your team learned so far?
Hey there, we'll just give you some perspective of where we're standing right now. Just down the road from here is a bowling alley where some of that violence had played out. It led to chaos and confusion inside when those shots rang out. Some people, witnesses describing literally hiding
10-4901.4, my time 0811.
And according to a city official, the shooting spree continued several miles from here at a bar and grill. In total, the numbers we have right now from our law enforcement sources are between 15 to 20 people have died. And that fluidity in the numbers speaks to just how rapidly developing this situation is. We're also learning that up to 50 people may have been injured in this violence. Police have released surveillance images of a man carrying a long gun. He had cargo pants on. The gun appeared to have a scope on it. And notably, he was not concealing his face. I'll tell you, here today, this morning, we're seeing a heavy police presence on the ground. We know there are hundreds of officers at play here, officers from every single level of law enforcement. And they're searching for a person of interest who they have identified as 40-year-old Robert Card. And we're learning a little bit about his background. First of all, they say he is considered armed and dangerous. But from a law enforcement intelligence bulletin, we are learning that he was previously a firearms instructor. They also believe he has military training. They also say that he recently reported mental health issues, including hearing voices and threats as well. But on the ground here, I can tell you just absolutely utter heartbreak and also shock, because you think about a state like Maine where there's little serious crime crying. Just 29 homicides recorded across the entire state for last year. And now in a single night, at least 15 lives brutally taken. Just the shock here is truly palpable. Right now, we know there are government buildings, there are schools, there are roads that have been closed as the search for the gunman continues, and they continue to ramp up those efforts. We know that the White House, President Biden has been briefed on the topic. We expect to learn and hope to learn more information later this morning when there is a news conference. I'll tell you one other thing. Just around the corner from here, there's a reunification center, and that is where people who have questions or are looking for loved ones are encouraged to go. And the mayor of Auburn, the city where the reunification center is located, points out that even sometimes when people are showing up hoping to find loved ones, that is when they are coming face to face with the horrific reality that their loved one is actually lost. Guys.
Emily, thank you so much for that report, and please accept my sincere apologies for mispronouncing your name. Things are happening very rapidly here, so we appreciate you. We'll be checking in with you again, and thank you.
All right, we're going to get to Sam Olson now. She has been in Lisbon for us all morning long and has an update for us there. Hey, Sam.
Hi, Lee and Sharon. Yeah, right now I'm outside Lisbon High School and there hasn't been a major police presence here this morning, but at about 7:15 an hour ago, about 10 vehicles drove out of this parking lot. Tactical vehicles with men in gear with rifles that piled out of the parking lot and headed towards Lisbon Center. The chief of the Lisbon Police Department told CNN, "We have a lot of intel and we're just working in conjunction with the state and federal partners. Everybody's involved with this, just trying to keep the community safe. Obviously, it's a very tragic incident that happened and we're doing our job the best we can, to the best of our abilities, to locate the suspect." Maine State Police says there are more than 100 local and federal police officers looking to locate Card. And actually, just mid-sentence, a police car just there are now probably 3 or 4 police cars speeding through Lisbon Street. Yeah, and it looks like there is some action going on past Lisbon High School right now. So back to you, Lee and Sharon.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. You know, in some weird way, it's kind of reassuring to know that there is some activity going on, because we're hoping that it signals some sort of break in the case. We're hoping that we'll hear sooner rather than later that a man has been apprehended in connection with these mass shootings. I think we'll all breathe a collective sigh of relief when that does happen. So although it's a little unsettling, I'm sure, for Sam to see that happening right before her eyes as she's trying to impart information to us, in some ways we're hoping that it's encouraging news. So we'll be checking back with Sam as soon as we can to see if she has learned any more about that.
So heading up the Maine State Police part of this is Commissioner Michael Soschuk, who was the chief of police in Portland before he took this job with the state police. We're expecting to hear from him, Governor Mills, as well at 10:30 in Lewiston. He did speak late last night. It's the only time we've heard from him or anybody in law enforcement about this. So we want to give you just a little bit of what Commissioner Soschuk had to say last night. Is the last time we've heard from him, and here's what he had to say.
We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
Yeah.
All right, there's Commissioner Soschuk. You okay? We thought we had more time.
You know, we had to have one moment this morning where we could maybe take a breath and I could do something stupid to lighten the mood, and hopefully that was it for you.
Some good vertical.
Kind of what we're known for. Yeah, I'm 5'4", in case you didn't know, and these chairs are tall. All right.
Anyway, we've been on TV for a long time right now.
Pardon us.
I feel like we've been saying the same things over and over again because it's all we know. It all started, just before 7 o'clock last night, and so we're on our 13 and something hour of talking about this with very little new information, and it's not for lack of trying or waiting. So we've all certainly been doing a lot of that. So
yeah, for sure. And if you're by some chance work an odd shift or whatever, and you're just tuning in just to bring you up to date on what's happening here, we are planning to stay on the air until further notice. We're planning to stay on the air to bring you what we do know, even if some of it is repetitive, even if some of it, sounds like you've heard this all before. We're going to continue to do that because we realize people may just be tuning in and people need to know what's happening in our state right now. This is absolutely, I think we can say unequivocally, the most horrific in terms of scope and biggest story that we have covered in our careers here in the Center Maine.
It's the thing we've all been waiting for and hoping for not to happen at the same time, right? I mean, this is what we've all feared might happen someday, right? And our day is today. And I still can't get over the fact that this is happening. Right. This is my home. This is my life has been here for 55 years. So this is a lot to take in and try to process it, that we're even having these conversations and that we're dealing with all this, but we are. And I do know certainly very well that in times like this, we will come together, we will get through this. I'm not worried about that. We just want more answers, right? Like everybody just wants more answers.
Yep, that's what's happening right now.
All right, Jack Mohammed was covering this for us last night when this first happened. He was in Lewiston, and he ended up speaking with somebody, I believe, on the Central Maine Community College campus.
I'm a little freaked out. I want to know, you know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that this is an act.
All right, so that's Jack Mohammed last night, who was speaking to that woman who could not find her son at the time. And at that point, the reunification station had not opened yet. So we don't know how that has all turned out. But at the time, she could not find her son, was obviously very frustrated by that, and talked to Jack, as you can imagine.
Can't imagine the
if
panic.
you had a loved one and you knew your loved one was at one of these locations and you can't get in touch with them, obviously that's the reaction that you get. All right, breath. You don't fall out of your chair. Todd, give us a look at what's going on today outside.
Yeah, a little timeout for you guys to, maybe get a sip of water, go to the bathroom. I got the next 2 minutes for you here. Real quickly, we're looking at some pretty solid weather today. It's quiet, at least here across Maine. Temperatures are abnormally warm. Every once in a while, there may be a sprinkle or a light shower that falls in York County, south of Portland. Right now, nothing really showing up on radar, so things are fine. This is the biggest story, these temperatures. We're in the mid-50s right now. Greenville, actually 60 degrees up on Moosehead. Even the coldest spots, Berlin, New Hampshire, and Calais, are not in the 30s, and that could easily be the case at this point in the year. Front is north of us. We are in the warm sector. We'll be there for the next 3 days. Saturday night, the next front comes in and sweeps the warmth out to sea. Unfortunately, by Sunday, the temperatures are dropping quite a bit, and that's when we get our next chance for any more significant precipitation. Now, I do see the opportunity for sunny breaks, both this morning and again late this afternoon. In between, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies, again, a sprinkle possible. Try to get you a decent sunset, but clouds will be rolling back in tonight, and there'll be some showers up in the mountains. Highs today right around 70. Bangor does it, Augusta does it, so does Freiburg and Sanford. Kittery and Portsmouth, you get to the lower 70s. Even those that don't hit 70 today will be very, very close, like Portland and Wiscasset and Rockland and Bar Harbor. Up north, it'll be in the mid-60s. It'll be around 70 again tomorrow, lower 70s on Saturday. And then on Sunday, those temperatures drop. Upper 50s Sunday afternoon as the next round of rain moves in. It'll be steadiest Sunday night and Monday morning. Temperatures continue to slide. Monday morning is going to be chilly, raw, wet. Those temps in the 40s. Up north, they'll be in the 30s. And there's a chance that we see our first snow of the season for far northern Maine. Drying out on Halloween, but it will be cold for trick-or-treaters in the 40s and stays pretty chilly for the middle of next week. Sharon and Lee.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. And again, thank you for sticking with us as we continue to cover the mass shooting in Lewiston last night and the search for a suspect in the case.
There's going to be a news conference scheduled for 10:30. Obviously, the state police will be there. Governor Mills also expected to be there. The governor releasing a statement last night saying, in part, I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement, and I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials.
Lewiston Mayor Carl Saline released a statement as well, saying Lewiston is currently under a shelter-in-place order, and it is critical to prioritize your safety and the safety of those around you. Please follow all recommended guidelines and stay home. We will continue to monitor this situation, and state police will provide updates. I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come.
The former director of the Maine CDC, Dr. Nirav Shah, tweeting out about the shooting just after midnight, saying, quote, tonight we are all Mainers. As Maine grieves, so does the nation. And again, we are expecting to hear from Maine State Police about the situation later this morning at about 10:30.
I think it's, you know, I don't envy those in positions of public service this morning here in Maine or you know, and our congressional delegation. It's very, very difficult to find words to express, you know, what is happening and how we all feel about it without sort of sounding trite, because we've all, you know, talked about this and expressed these things for people in other parts of the country when it's happened there, and now it's just happening here.
So again, that presser with the hopefully latest updated information 2 hours from now. What we have right now from public comment from law enforcement is what Public Safety Commissioner Michael Sawchuk had to say last night, the last official word that we've heard from them so far.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources, I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the City of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have.
All right, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk there speaking last night. We are going to wait 2 hours pretty much from now until we next hear an update there. So.
All right, and one thing that's sort of an ongoing, thing that we're keeping track of this morning is a lot of schools have closed. By 8:30, you probably know whether your school is open or closed, but there are a lot of businesses that have closed or are closing. One of the big ones, we heard that all Hannaford stores will be closed at least until 10 o'clock this morning. Sounds like they're trying to get a handle on the situation with their employees, what employees would even be available to come in, which ones need to be staying home with their families right now. And so we're waiting, for an update from Hannaford on whether that will shift or move. And then we just got another big one.
And that's, just to be clear, that's not Hannaford in Androscoggin County.
Right,
that's all
Hannaford
Hannafords
stores
in the state of Maine. I mean, that's literally everywhere. Also, LL Bean is going to close until at least 11 o'clock this morning. So the business that never closes is now closed until at least 11 o'clock, and they will update as the situation evolves. 11 o'clock will be, in theory, just after the news conference, and there'll be more information out there. But LL Bean closed, which never happens. So fitting for something that's never happened to this magnitude in our state either. So a lot of first things happening here. So, all right, we're gonna pick on Greg Marley again, who's just been a lifeline for us to help you and to help us. I feel like I'm getting as much out of this as our viewers are just having you here. I appreciate you being here from NAMI to just help guide us through what do we do now. It's 8:30, the kids are up, we're up, new day, no new information yet. And we've got to get through this day, right?
We have to get through this day, and we're going to get through this day in 5-minute increments, a time, an hour at a time. And one of the things that always helps many people is, how can I be helpful? And one of the things you can do in your family, in your life, think about the adults in your life who might be isolated, who might be more vulnerable, they've had their own trauma or their own mental health needs. Reach out to them. That's something you can even have your kids do. Send them a text, send them an email, check in with them, say you're thinking of them, because that's really important on a day like today.
That's a good point. And then in terms of resources for people who need to reach out for help, what can you tell us about that?
The resources, I would say, always consider, if it's anywhere approaching a crisis, reach out to the Maine Crisis Hotline, reach out to NAMI's mental health helpline, 6225767, or the 800 number, either one. And we have extra staff who are on hand today to manage those calls and texts. Reach out to the resources in your life and in your family and in your community, so you're not alone.
All right, and presumably the schools are getting some extra help today as well.
I understand that the Department of Education has sent out a list of resources and guidance to schools. It's going to be really helpful for those schools that are open today, because all of them are destabilized as well.
Yeah, this is certainly an all-hands deck, on-deck approach here that's going to be necessary for everybody that's in your field and for the people who are going to need that extra support, adults and kids alike. And we're here to let you know there are resources available to you. Look for them, please. Don't feel like you can do it by yourself. It's too important of a thing that we don't have experience with to try to tackle by yourself, and that's why we have people here. So.
And that's why we survive so well as a state. We work together. We support each other, particularly when time gets tough. And times are tough today.
Yeah, and we fully expect that to be happening throughout the days and weeks to come. I do want to share this on a personal note. I just posted something on my Facebook page. It's a guided meditation off YouTube, and it's a meditation for chaotic times. And I've used this in my life many, many times. I feel it's so appropriate today. Might be a little too woo-woo for some of you. You might not be into that kind of thing, but maybe just find a quiet space to sit down and listen to it, because it can't hurt, right? Yeah. It can't hurt. We all need to be breathing deeply right about now.
And connecting to something outside of ourselves, whether it's meditation, whether it's good music, whether it's prayer. We all have our ways.
Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm not here and I'm going to go home and I'm going to talk to my kids, and we're going to talk about what happened and what we know, and then we're going to the beach, right? I mean, that's my zen. That's my place where I just want to walk on the beach and meditation. Just breathe and hear it and smell it, and I don't care how cold it is or not. Just yeah. And I feel like that's that part that you keep bringing up about your own oxygen mask first, then you can help others. It's such an important tip, and I appreciate you sharing that with us this morning for sure.
And allow your kids who know you've been here all night, allow them to take care of you as well, because that's important that our kids have a role to support others.
That's a good point.
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Greg. Obviously we're going to pick on you again in a couple minutes, so we'll let you sit for a second. Right. We've talked a lot about the reaction that's come in from the state, from people who have connections to the state. There was just an interesting reaction. It's relatively random, but it just kind of struck me. The head basketball coach of the Sacramento Kings, right? Sacramento, California. Okay, thousands of miles away. NBA opening night was last night. Relatively speaking, not a big deal considering what we're talking about now. But 3,000 miles away on the opening night and the beginning of a brand new season for his team, Mike Brown was asked about the game. And
after winning the game?
Right? I believe they won.
Oh, okay.
I don't actually know that one.
Okay.
So, but when he's asked about the game, he wanted to talk about what's going on in Maine, and it just kind of struck me here. Listen to what he said.
I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely disgusting, and it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be, this is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about, because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right in front of us.
That is Mike Brown, head coach of the Sacramento Kings, who played, ironically, in Utah last night, Salt Lake City. They did win. Sacramento won. The Boston Celtics also had their first game last night. Could be a reason why a lot of people went out to Schmenge's last night to watch the Celtics opener. And the Celtics also won and also had their eyes on us. So on their Twitter account, our thoughts are with everyone in Lewiston, Maine. That's from the Boston Celtics.
I mean, very simply spoken, but still poignant nonetheless. Because again, how do you find the right words?
So we don't have anything to compare this to, right? So the magnitude of this has not happened before. We can't call back to the last time. We can,
thank goodness.
We can find, amen. We can find tragedies, right? We can find hardships. We can find the ice storm of '98. We can find times when we've been up against it and we've rallied and we've come together. And already in the infant hours of this, people are doing the same thing. What can I do, right?
Right. So the Red Cross is working with the hospitals across Maine to make sure that they have the blood products that they need to treat those who were wounded in this shooting. They say they're standing by to provide additional blood products if necessary from the organization's national inventory. As far as how you can help, the Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is in lockdown, so you won't be able to go there to donate. Red Cross does say any scheduled donors will be notified if the center's hours change because of orders from law enforcement. Right now, we're waiting to hear from American Red Cross representatives about whether more blood donors will be needed to help. It wasn't that long ago that we were sharing that blood supplies were critically low, so you can only imagine whether they put out the call or not. That is something that you can do just to help on a general level, whether it's for this situation or in general. Local blood drives can be found on the Red Cross's website, though again, we don't know yet if more blood is specifically needed for this or not.
Yeah. We were just talking last week, right, about how the state of Maine was one of the least violent states in the country and had one of the lowest rates of violent crime in recent memory, and then we would deal with something like this, and we're going to continue to deal with this for a while, and it hurts. It hurts our state and what we're all about, and the sign when you come in, right, the way life should be.
Right.
So this is not the way life should be. So, but this is what we're dealing with now, and we'll get through this as well. So, we did just touch on relatively random closings that you wouldn't expect in something like this. Hannaford.
Closing at all Hannaford stores across the state, closing until at least 10 o'clock this morning. And then LL Bean
the place
closing
that never closes, right?
Until 11. And we've just received this statement from them. Due to the tragedy in Lewiston and out of an abundance of caution, LL Bean will be closed until at least 11 a.m. today. We will update as the situation evolves. Most likely, obviously we all need our necessities, but shopping not being high on the list of what needs to get done today for most people.
Yeah, no, I think that list of needs got a lot shorter, actually, over the last 12 hours. Right now your needs are, your basic needs are hug the people you love, and just keep everybody close to you right now until we find out what's going on, and certainly until Robert Card is finally apprehended. So
one thing that is beginning to trickle into our newsroom as we wait for official word from law enforcement, we are beginning to hear from some people who in one way or another were directly connected with what happened last night. It takes us time to verify this information before we pass it on to you. We're trying to be very careful about what we do share, but I understand we do have some a statement from a witness that we're going to share with you right now.
The police stormed the building when we alerted them to the fact that one of the back doors had been left ajar. So we were told quite sternly to get out of the building there were about as many police officers in the building as there were knitters.
Oh, wow. Is this a big building?
Seniors Plus?
Yes.
No, it's just a one-story building. Fortunately, almost all the lights are motion censored. So if anybody had come down any of the hallways or something like that, we would have seen them coming long before we would have heard them.
Okay.
So
they evacuated you from the building to make sure that
right now because we're outside standing in the cold.
Sorry, can you say
We're outside standing in the cold. We're as safe as we can be right now.
Because so they took you out of the building because they needed to search the building in case someone was hiding in there. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay, and they didn't.
2 County tonight. 10-4-2.
To the best of my knowledge, the shooter is still loose.
Has anybody told you officially how many shooters there are?
No.
Okay.
And just to be clear, Mary Ellen tells us that she was in a building across the street from Spare Time Recreation, which is, excuse me, one of the 2 businesses where this happened.
All right, we're going to catch our breath real quick and check in with Todd, who's going to give us some good news and a breath of literal fresh air.
Yeah, some great weather here, relatively speaking, for this time of the year. Temperatures super mild. We do have some cloud cover at the moment, and every once in a while, a stray shower works its way through York County. Looks like a couple of sprinkles over near Newmarket and Dover and Durham right now in New Hampshire. Temperatures are in the mid-50s. Mildest spot is up on Moosehead, where it's 60 degrees. Upper 40s are the cool spots in the mountains and out in Calais. Front is north of us. Warm sector now, and we'll be in it through Saturday. Saturday night, front passes, cools things down quite a bit for the end of the weekend and for much of next week. It also gives us our next big chance for precipitation. Right now, the chances are pretty small. What we get is just like a stray shower or sprinkle. There'll be some breaks of sun out there this morning. I'm hopeful we'll get some more late today, but in the middle of it, there should be a lot of cloud cover. Temperatures will be the big story. Late tonight, we'll have the showers return to the mountains especially. Look at these numbers: 70 for Bangor, Augusta, Freiburg, and Sanford. Kittery and Portsmouth, 71. Those that don't hit 70 will be super close. Upper 60s up and down the coastline. Mountains north, you're between 60 and 65. Tomorrow will be good. Partly sunny, 70. Stays very warm on Saturday, probably the warmest of the stretch that we're getting right now. And then it's noticeably colder on Sunday, dropping into the 50s. In the afternoon, rain returns, and that rain will get steady Sunday night and Monday, and they will become cold raindrops on Monday morning. So cold, they probably freeze up. First snow of the season likely for the northern part of the state, up in Aroostook County, central Maine Highlands. We're drying out on Halloween. It'll be chilly for trick-or-treaters in the 40s. Stays cold middle of next week. Watching our next system for Wednesday. That's the latest, guys.
All right. Thank you, Todd, very much. We are coming up on 8:45. We are bringing you continuing coverage throughout the day today on the mass shooting in Lewiston last night. We're presuming that by now most of you have at least heard that it did happen, if not all of the details about it. So we appreciate you sticking with us. We're doing our best to serve you and bring you the latest information. We're now more than 24 hours into this, and which is in hindsight going to seem like, just a very short period of time. Time is crawling for all of us right now as we wait for more answers.
So this happened 6:56 last night is when it first started, and it happened Spare Time Bowling and Schmenge's. They're a couple miles apart, and near there right now is our Hannah Yashivi and has some news for us. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee and Sharon. I am right by the bowling alley behind me where this mass shooting took place around 7 p.m. last night. 40-year-old Robert Card is still missing and at large, and hundreds of police officers all throughout Maine are looking for him. And just to give you a little more context about the situation here in Lewiston, I actually just walk 10 to 15 minutes down the road trying to find a bathroom. Gas stations are closed. The Burger King is closed. And this just gives you an idea of how active this situation is. I've been saying all morning there's a shelter-in-place order here in the city of Lewiston and in the town of Lisbon. Those are pretty much active until this person of interest is found. There is a press conference happening at 10:30. The Maine State Police is updating us on the case, and we will bring you that press conference live. And I actually just spoke with a neighbor. He came from Auburn, and he said he needed to stop here, even if it was for a few minutes, just to grasp for himself the situation that he was looking on his phone and social media, and the situation that he woke up to. And something interesting that I noticed is that he was wearing an armored vest. And take a listen why he decided to do that. Why did you decide to wear that extra layer of protection?
Because if I go outside today, I work a lot during the day, and if anybody shoots, if something happened, I want to know that my chest is protected. Never know if something's going to happen in Lewiston. Today's the first time I've ever put this thing on, and just after all these shootings last night, I'm scared to death. Scared to death.
Can you show our camera the vest just to see what people are going through here?
Yeah, scared to death.
It's scary.
Scared to death. Scared. You know, the sad thing is the kids. You know, I grew up as a kid, and we never feared nothing like this when we were kids. I'm scared for all our children today. I'm really scared for our children.
Lee and Sharon, and that just gives you an idea of what neighbors here who have lived in this town for the past 30 years, that was the case of Mr. Karen, who shared that testimony with us, what they're dealing with, what they're trying to process, their feelings. It's a lot. You can feel it. As a reporter, I can feel it in his voice, what he was trying to communicate with us and the reason he decided to wear that vest. And for those of you who are just waking up and joining us, 40-year-old Robert is wearing a beige jacket. He has blue pants, beige shoes. He is white, has a beard, and that's just a little bit of the description that the Lewiston Police Department has shared and posted on its Facebook page just to alert people. He is still at large, and people are looking for him. And when I say people, I mean police officers. So if you live in Lewiston, neighboring areas, or Lisbon, please stay at home, lock your doors, because the shelter-in-place orders are pretty much active. Back to you guys.
Right, Hannah, exactly. These shootings taking place in Lewiston, and then a car found in nearby Lisbon, presumably belonging to Robert Card, abandoned there. And so that is another central area of this investigation. And the last time we talked to Sam Olson, who is stationed there, she could see some police cars speeding by. Sam, do you have anything to update us on?
Sharon, really just throughout, since I talked with you last, there has just been a steady flow of police cars going on Lisbon Street. Behind me, it appears the gas station is open, but nearby businesses along Lisbon Street are closed. And overall, this has just been a pretty active area right outside of Lisbon High School. Maine State Police say there are more than 100 federal and local investigators searching for Robert Card. The Lisbon Police Department's latest update is still recommending folks in the area to continue to shelter in place. They want to put an emphasis on people who live between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street and Lisbon Falls. If you're especially in that area, police say they want you to stay put. Lisbon schools and all town offices are closed today. Ryan McGee, the chief of the Lisbon Police Department, tells CNN that they have a lot of intel and everybody involved is just trying to keep the community safe. And he says officials are doing their best to locate the suspect, but as we're just waiting for more information and hoping this ends soon. Sharon, Lee.
All right, thank you, Sam, so much. And there again was a picture of Robert Card, 40 years old, from the town of Bowdoin, named as a person of interest in this case. You can take a good look, but again, can't repeat this enough. If you do think you know where he is, or you do happen to see him or anyone who looks like him, do not hesitate to reach out to law enforcement, but do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous.
There was a reunification station set up last night at Auburn Middle School for people who were missing their loved ones and concerned about their whereabouts, to go and get streamlined information all in one spot instead of scattered all over the place. Our Sean Stackhouse is there, I believe, right now, or maybe actually, I'm sorry, it says he's in the town of Bowdoin now. He's moved. So Sean's in Bowdoin and joins us now live.
Yeah, that's right, Lee. We are in the town of Bowdoin, one of the areas that is currently under a shelter-in-place order. Now, to give you a bit of perspective on where we are, right here behind me, this is Route 125 in Bowdoin. This is one of the main state routes that runs through this area. We're seeing significantly less traffic on this road than what we typically tend to see. And we have parked ourselves right near the Bowdoin town office. You can see this sign here behind me. We had gone up to the town office to try to speak with individuals that were not available. There were some would appear to be public works crews that were still on scene, seemingly to be gathering up salt ahead of it, but it has been relatively quiet here in the town of Bowdoin. And again, it's just one of the communities currently under a shelter-in-place order issued by the Maine State Police. What we can tell you is that Lewiston, Bowdoin, and Lisbon are all under this watch. Now, we're told that Robert Card is armed and extremely dangerous, again, not in custody. There's more than 100 different police officers from various units, including state police, sheriff's deputies, and local town police as well that are out taking part in this search. Now, authorities do confirm that Robert Card, the person of interest in this mass shooting, is a resident of the town of Bowdoin. We presume that is one of the reasons that this town has been placed under this advisory. But we have not seen too many cruisers and police vehicles in this area. With that being said, we did see a county sheriff's deputy car parked a little bit further back on Route 125, but that was the only law enforcement vehicle. Again, we can tell you is under a shelter-in-place order along with Lewiston and Lisbon. We'll be continuing to keep you updated on air and online as we learn more.
215 be off on South Lewiston.
But again, police are telling you that he is considered armed and extremely dangerous and not in custody. Again, that suspect's name is Robert Card. Again, we'll send things back to studio.
All right, Sean Stackhouse, thank you so much from Bowdoin this morning. I want to get back real quick to the gentleman we saw that Hannah spoke with in Lewiston, Hannah Shivi, who born and raised in Lewiston. And he goes out today and he's wearing a bulletproof vest. Like, that image just jumped off the screen, that's happening in our state.
Right.
Like, I feel like every time I'm learning more about this, I'm like, gosh, it's not here, right? I mean, and it is here. And you know, this man has a bulletproof vest on as he's going down the streets that he grew up in.
Right.
I mean, it's a lot. Yeah, I mean, here he is, and it's just so sad for our state. I'm really sad for our state and for all the victims, physical, emotional. This is a sad, sad event for the history of our state. And here's this man in his hometown wearing a bulletproof vest walking down the street. I mean, it's...
And obviously, the closer you are to the epicenter of where this is happening, the more shocking it is, probably the more surreal it is at this moment, the more it's going to sink in over time what actually happened in one of our communities here in Maine. And as Mainers, we do all come together. But again, the closer you are to what happened, you know, the more difficult it's going to be. We heard last night from the mayor of Auburn, the sister city of Lewiston, and here's what he had to say.
We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. Been talking with them, and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area, in the whole state, frankly, 10-4-9 now, so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
You know, that's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, there's a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight, was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families.
Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque speaking last night as they were setting up that reunification station, which again, I can't overemphasize how important a role that specific site has been for people, and to go and have one place to go to find out what you needed to know.
Right, and whether the answers were readily available, you know, in the few hours after this incident, or whether it took a little bit more time, obviously it is going to take some time in a situation like this. This situation is, we have two places where the shootings happened, at least. We have another location where the search for the person of interest is located, and then we have 3 hospitals involved in treating those who were injured, and you know, presumably the bodies of those who were killed have been brought. We're talking about Central Maine Medical Center as well as St. Mary's Hospital, and also Maine Medical Center in Portland.
And Maine Medical Center going as far out of an abundance of caution to shelter in place there. So only doctors, nurses, patients, staff allowed in Maine Medical Center. That, as I believe, is still in effect, but it is locked down for anybody on the outside as well. And we just heard from St. Mary's Medical Center that gave us a statement that canceled all elective procedures for today, this Thursday. St. Mary's Health System has activated our emergency response plans, called in all available staff, and is collaborating closely with local partners to ensure a unified effort in treating those impacted by the events that have taken place tonight. We will continue to prioritize the safety and care of our patients, and we are working diligently to ensure the hospital environment remains secure. All elective procedures and surgeries scheduled for today, and practices will be closed. We'll be reaching out to those who have appointments to reschedule them.
So when you think of the agencies, entities, groups of people who are mobilized, it starts with law enforcement, right? So local, state, and federal agents all on the ground and in the air here in Maine, actively looking for the shooter, and also, you know, I'm sure already piecing together evidence at the crime scenes. Then we also have those in healthcare, and I meant to mention this earlier. I mean, those who are being called in to deal with this situation, this is a traumatic situation for them. They're going to be boots on the ground, you know, coming out of COVID and all that our healthcare professionals dealt with that, and just starting to maybe gain their balance again back from that. Now many of them are having to deal with this situation. And then of course we have those in our mental health community. It's another all hands on deck kind of situation, because we know we're going to be dealing with the trauma from this from days and weeks and months to come.
And we might learn differently as more details come out over time on this, but it seems like at first glance, 25 hours into this thing, there hasn't been any disorganized chaos. It seems like when the plan needed to go into effect, it did. They mobilized to the reunification station center. It was set up. The hospitals were ready. Oh, we'll take this, we'll take this, we'll take this. Everybody that had a plan in place in a God forbid this happens situation, and then it happens, it seems, at least for what we know right now, it did go fairly smoothly. We have not heard anything about it was a mess, nobody knew what they were doing. It seems like everybody knew what they were doing and responded appropriately to something we've never seen before in this magnitude in our state.
Right. And as we've been saying all morning, we will be hearing from state police as well as Governor Mills about the latest on the situation at 10:30 this morning. You know, the latest we heard was from Commissioner Sawchuk last night. In case you work a weird shift or have just been able to get to your TV, we do want to share that with you again now.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information in reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the City of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our plan.
All right, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschak, who we are expecting to hear from again about an hour and a half from now. He'll be joined, we're told, by Governor Mills. So 10:30 is the next scheduled press conference, which obviously we'll bring to you live here. And we're very much looking forward to hearing anything because it's been so long since we've heard anything.
Right.
So.
Obviously hoping and praying that the news is that they have a suspect in custody. That would be a big relief to everyone involved here. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see what they're able to share with us at that time. Meantime, Todd has some weather he would like to share with us. Hi, Todd.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, Lee. Weather cooperating, weather quiet here in Maine. We have some clouds out there every once in a while. There's a little sprinkle in southern parts of our state. Radar looks relatively clean at the moment, but can't rule out a stray shower really at any point. Not rain, though. Rain is not the predominant feature here, though. This is. The temperatures, they're on the rise, and already 60 degrees for Portland. Bangor's 56. We have some 40s out there, but there are only just a few. We're in the warm sector for the next few days. Next front sweeps through Saturday night, cools us off for Sunday, and also offers up our next bigger rain potential here, Sunday afternoon into Monday. There'll be a few breaks of sun from time to time, but again, just like the last few days, looks like clouds will be the rule here. The biggest story will be that the steadier showers will stay up across the north and that our temperatures will be warm. 70 degrees Bangor, Augusta does it, Freiburg and Sanford does it as well. 71 in Portsmouth. If you don't hit 70 today, you'll likely do it tomorrow or Saturday. These 2 days will be very warm. A little more sun on Saturday to be seen too. Showers return Sunday afternoon as temperatures are dropping, and we'll get into some steady rain Sunday night and Monday, and these will be cold raindrops. Early next week does not look kind. In fact, there may be our first snow of the season in far northern Maine. Could be some minor accumulation up there of some wet snow. Drying out on Halloween, but colder for trick-or-treaters in the 40s. Stays pretty chilly for the middle of next week. That's our next storm chance. And that's the latest weather update from me, too. Guys, back to you.
All right, Todd, we appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, we also appreciate Greg Marley, who's been with us from the beginning, it feels like, from the National Alliance on Mental Illness, NAMI, such an important organization and so important in times like this. We've talked about, I feel like, everything in the last 12 hours, Greg, but I think Brian had mentioned this is the first time you were on with us. Help us find the light, okay? We know what's wrong. We know how hard today is going to be. We know all the things we need to talk about and address and kind of, tackle. Where are we going to find the light at the end of this awful tunnel?
It's going to be a long tunnel, and there's going to be still darkness, and I think we always make choices, particularly as adults. Where do we focus our attention? Where do we focus our energy? And part of, as I mentioned earlier, what can you do to help? Today, how many emails have I got? How many texts? How many messages? People saying, how can I help? Where can I put my energy? And we can't all come to Lewiston and be useful. How can you help in your own family, your own community? So reach out, and if your skill is baking cookies, or as you mentioned earlier, lasagna, cook for someone. Bring it over, whether that's to the first responders who are supporting, it's someone who's running a phone system, your neighbors. Find a way you can be useful, because that's going to make you regulate better too.
You know what, by the way, it'd be a good time to mention that I'm sure you've been getting the same thing, lots of texts from people, expressing, how are you guys doing? Thank you for that. That is it just makes our hearts grow, and that's the kind of thing you're talking about doing in families and communities and for everybody, who's around you.
Yeah, and it is heartwarming, and it's people. Again, I'm old and I'm from here, so know a lot of people. So it's a lot of people that I've grown up with, a lot of people that we've worked with. You and I have both worked with that don't work here anymore, and to see, what we as a news organization and as humans are trying to convey to you while we take care of ourselves, while we take care of our families, why we learn information live and in real time to pass along. So it is a nice feeling to have that.
Greg, let's talk about what we're likely to see. We're all in sort of triage mode right now, right? But what are we likely to see as this begins to sink in more, as we begin to hear more details, as it becomes more real, especially as we hear more about who the victims were? It's one thing to hear the numbers. We know that this was an awful mass shooting. But I know for me personally, once we start to hear the details about the victims, that's when it hits the heart. So what are we likely to see and experience as a community and as individuals as we move through the phases of this?
Well, right now, that's a great question, Sharon, because right now many people are still in that shock phase. They're still trying to accept and believe that the enormity of this has happened. And it's still a little bit emotional.
County 13.
And as you say, when we learn the stories of the people, whether we knew them or not, that's going to bring it right to our heart. And so we're going to feel that, and we're going to deal with that upswing of emotions. But also, part of that is that's making sense. It's also making sense of what are the limits of the damage. It's not all of us, but it's a community, it's a group of people. And also we can target that support and that care to what's needed.
You're needed. Obviously, no, it's okay. What are you hearing from your colleagues right now in terms of what's happening out there, what resources are available, and how people are taking advantages of those resources?
Well, NAMI Maine is a good example. Initially, we said, all right, let's work from home today. And then we realized we want some extra people to support our helpline. And so we've had people coming into the office to do that, to manage calls, to manage queries from our community and what's needed. So it's that sense of how do we organize and coordinate, and we can do that as a family, we can do that as a community, we can do that as a business. I mean, right now there's no place I'd rather be, rather is not the right term, that I feel like I'm really well used here. But you want to make me cry? It's when my son calls, or when my son texts me and says, Dad, I love you, I'm so glad you're supporting our community. That brings it right to my heart.
We talked earlier about balance, and I think that's going to be such an important thing, certainly right now as everything comes in new and we're all learning new. The balance of needing to know more, and the balance of not overwhelming your own brain and your family's brains with all the latest information every single second.
County 23.
Find that balance, or is that an individual thing?
It is an individual thing, and for some people.
23. I'm going to attach a suspicious vehicle call to your screen.
But
it could be on McGuire Hill Road.
Repetitive.
Callers reporting that a silver Toyota Highlander has been abandoned for a few hours now. She hasn't seen the driver come back near it.
Walk on the beach.
She's not quite sure where the driver went.
Earlier, so you can take that break.
We want to make sure that you all have the resources that you need as you get through this. So we do have those crisis numbers for you. We want to put them back up on the screen if we can. Thank you, Emery. This is where you can reach out if you feel like things are getting tense within you.
So this is the NAMI helpline call, which is not a crisis line, and the crisis number is going to come up on the screen in a second. That's that 888-568-1112 or 988 from a landline. Yeah.
Okay, and you can text those numbers, or
you can absolutely text both of them.
Okay.
All right, Greg Murley, thank you so much.
20TA. I did run the plate for that.
So we certainly appreciate all that.
It's going to come back registered to a Ronald Marcotte.
Different towns.
The registration address is in Newburyport, Massachusetts, but the residence address is going to be in Poland.
House is, and he joins us now there from there live. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Lee. Well, this is a quiet area right now, but one of the reasons we are here in Bowdoin is this is one of the areas that's currently under a shelter-in-place order issued by the Maine State Police. Now, just to give you an idea of where we are here in the town of Bowdoin, we're just outside of the town office. This is also near the Fire Department Public Works facility, and I'll take you over here to Route 125. This is one of the main streets in the town, and you can see right now no cars. This is typically a pretty busy area, but we are certainly seeing folks that are staying home. This is one of 3 communities here in Maine that currently have shelter-in-place orders that have been issued. The others, Lewiston and Lisbon, and again here in Bowdoin. And one of the reasons that we're under the impression that this town of Bowdoin is included in this shelter-in-place order is because authorities are telling us that Robert Card, a person of interest in this mass shooting, is from Bowdoin. Now, we have not seen a very large police presence as we've driven through. We actually only saw one sheriff's deputy cruiser that was parked maybe about a mile or so away on Route 125. So this is certainly not the most active area, but we can see certainly that law enforcement are taking precaution and issuing this shelter-in-place order. Again, that is for Lewiston, Bowdoin, and Lisbon. And we're hearing from state police and other agencies that, there are more than 100 police out searching this area throughout Androscoggin County and beyond, looking for Robert Card, the person of interest in this mass shooting incident. We'll be continuing to bring you the latest as we learn more, but for now, I'll send it back to the studio.
All right, Sean, thank you so much. And as we continue our live coverage, I do want to break away for a second to hear from Todd Guttner, meteorologist, about what a beautiful day it's going to be today, Todd. So when we need a break from all of this, at least we can get outside and get some fresh air.
Yeah, get some fresh air, detach a little bit. Great idea, Sharon. Lee, good to see you. Good morning, everybody. We're quiet here in Maine right now. We do have some cloud cover. Every so often, there are a few stray drops that work their way through York County. Looks like we're about to see a few more in the Berwicks and Elliott and Kittery in the next few minutes. Temperatures are the biggest story, though. We're up around 60 already. Portland's there, Sanford 63, same with Portsmouth. A lot of 50s in our state, mild for Millinocket and for Greenville, where it's 60 degrees. So the front is north of us now. We'll keep this warm thing going right through Saturday night, and then the next front will sweep through and push it all out to sea. And then we'll say goodbye to the warm stuff for a while. Big temperature drop end of the weekend and early next week, along with our next rain chance, big rain chance. Obviously, there are a few sprinkles from time to time, but it's not a big deal. A few breaks of sun are possible, but clouds will be winning out for the middle of the day here. And as we head into the early afternoon, we'll try to thin them out as the sun goes down for a nice sunset. More showers are expected, especially for the North Country late tonight as the next wave of warmth comes in. We'll hit about 70 in Bangor. Same thing for Augusta, Freiburg, and Sanford. Looks like it'll be mildest down to the south. Even in places that don't hit 70, be really, really close. 69, 68, 67. It's going to be very warm, about 10 degrees above average. Another chance at 70 tomorrow, and Saturday is going to be the warmest of the stretch, probably the brightest too, with a mix of sun and clouds. And then we get the temperatures to drop back into the 50s on Sunday. I expect some rain in the afternoon, and that rain will get steady Sunday night and Monday. Along with the rain, our temperatures will be sliding. Monday morning's rain will be cold rain. It'll feel very raw when we get going on Monday morning. So cold that up north, probably the first flakes of the season will be flying. Some wet snow accumulation possible for far northern Maine, maybe the central highlands. We'll keep an eye on that. Drying out for Halloween, but trick-or-treating is going to be chilly in the 40s, and it'll stay chilly middle of next week. Next potential storm system would be Wednesday. We'll be watching that as well. So that's the latest from the weather office. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. And as we continue our live coverage of what is happening throughout our state today, as the search for a suspect in a mass shooting in Lewiston last night continues, let's check in again with Hannah Yeshivi, who is in Lewiston right now.
Good morning, Sharon. Good morning, everyone. I'm standing here on Main Street in Lewiston, which is right behind me. And across from me, we have Mollison Way. And just to give you a little more context, there is a Legend Sports Bar and Grill to my right, and to my left, we have the Subway. But for people who don't know the area, there is a big Martin store just about a 5-minute walk from here that some people might be more familiar with. And that is just to set the scene on where I am right now. Across from me, where I'm pointing my finger, that's where the bowling alley is. And that's the place where 15 to 20 people, according to NBC News, were shot dead yesterday around 7 p.m. when this person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, walked in as people were trying to enjoy themselves and bowl. I was just trying to use the bathroom, and I walked about 15 minutes to see if any businesses were open. They're all closed. The Burger King I can see here on Main Street is closed. The Salvation Army store is closed. There is 2 gas stations which are closed, and that is because there is a shelter-in-place order here in Lewiston and in Lisbon as they try to find this person of interest. There is a press conference happening at 10:30 a.m., which is just about an hour and a little bit more from now, and we will bring you those updates very soon when it happens. But I did talk to one person from Auburn. He actually showed up and he was looking at the scene, and while he was assessing it, I found out it didn't seem like he was a reporter to me. This is filled with reporters, and he did speak to us. And something really interesting that I noticed was that he has an armored vest, and I asked him why he decided to wear that before he left his house. Take a listen for yourself. Why did you decide to wear that extra layer of protection?
Because if I go outside today, I work a lot during the day, and if anybody shoots, if something happened, I want to know that my chest is protected. Never know if something's going to happen in Lewiston. Today's the first time I've ever put this thing on, and just after all these shootings last night, I'm scared to death. Scared to death.
Can you show our camera the vest just to see what people are going through here?
Yeah, I'm scared to death.
It's just scary.
Scared to death. Scared. You know, the sad thing is the kids. You know, I grew up as a kid, and we never feared nothing like this when we were kids. I'm scared for all our children today. I'm really scared for our children.
Sharon, that is just to give you a glimpse of what neighbors here in Lewiston and Auburn and neighboring communities are feeling, and I'm sure that is a feeling that is felt all across the state and that extends across the walls of Maine. I've seen dozens of national reporters here, and this is a tragic day for Maine, and I will continue to bring you the latest information when we get more. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. A spotlight on our state that we hoped would never shine, and here it is.
And I just can't get that image out of my head of that gentleman just wearing a bulletproof vest in his hometown. I mean, this is the state of Maine, right? This is the stuff that doesn't happen here, right. And it is happening. So,
and it is very important, however, at the same time, to try to create some context around this. And our Chris Costa did exactly that, speaking with Michael Rock, who is a professor of sociology from Bates College. Bates being right there, near, not that far from where these shootings happened. We'll take a listen to that perspective.
And if you don't mind expanding on maybe helping the general public understand, one of the focuses of your most recent publication, right, was about the comparison between thwarted mass public shooting, public mass
Absolutely.
shootings and actual completed attacks. Can you help kind of, give the abstract to the viewers at home of what that study entailed?
Yeah, so that study was part of a federally funded study that was conducted with some colleagues at Northeastern University and the Minnesota Department of Corrections. And the study was a 3-year project that was seeking to learn more about mass shootings, mass public shootings in particular, which this case in Lewiston was a mass public shooting, which is far less frequent than the typical mass shooting, which happens in a residence. But we were trying to compile a data set and try to understand some of the correlates and trends of these mass public shootings. We also wanted to learn a little bit more about what makes particular events more newsworthy. Do they spread through some sort of a contagion effect? And another part of the project was, as you mentioned, looking at averted mass shootings. So mass shootings, mass public shootings that were planned, that there were steps taken to perhaps enact the attack, but it did not happen. And that thwarting could be through someone putting a stop to the attack as it was in motion, or the plans coming to the attention of some sort of authority. And what we found was, with these types of thwarted attacks, they oftentimes happen with younger people, and that could be just a matter of us having more information when younger people make threats. I think that young people sometimes make threats even if they're not necessarily serious threats. And so trying to figure out what's the serious and versus a non-serious threat was somewhat difficult, but there tends to be a lot of what we call leakage. People tend to make their plans known, particularly the younger people. And so people who are with peers or surrounded by groups of individuals where they're talking and they're, complaining about things, and maybe they let slip a plan that they might have, or even trying to actively recruit people to be engaged in their plan. These are some of the things that we found. But cutting across the mass shooting literature in general, we know that oftentimes these perpetrators make their intentions known somehow. They have some sort of behavior that could be disturbing. That is a
County 51.
Lets us know that something is happening, and we need to take it seriously.
Before you head out to Wales, could you take a call for me at 25 Birch Drive in Green? It's a well-being check on a Candace Link.
What knowledge or Maine Information and Analysis Center may or may not have known about this person? I don't know how would you recommend corroborating that information for the public?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I have seen the reports that you're mentioning as well, detailing the background of the suspect. And, without that being confirmed, it's difficult to speculate too much on it. But I would say that until the suspect is apprehended, we probably will still be speculating. And then once hopefully that happens soon, then we'll certainly know more. But what has been shared in the media is certainly not uncommon in terms of people who have engaged in these attacks before. I'm hesitant to say that there's a profile. I don't believe that there is a profile of a mass shooter, but there's certainly some characteristics that we see that are that weave their way through a lot of these cases. And so the information that has been shared, if it turns out to be true, is not necessarily surprising, but is again more evidence that these types of events are preventable, and we need to take them, I think, a little bit more seriously. And it's a challenging situation. You don't want to strip somebody of their rights when they have not actually engaged in an attack. But until we figure out a way to take guns out of the hands of people who are intending to do harm, I think that we need to do our best to focus on people who have made concerning comments or behaviors are concerning, and figure out what we can do to ensure that they do not harm others.
All right, that definitely helps put some perspective on this. And as we wait to hear from law enforcement who are at the center of this investigation, the spokesperson for all of this being Public Safety Commissioner Mike Sawczuk, that's happening at 10:30. Of course, this is having a ripple effect to law enforcement throughout the state of Maine, everyone pretty much on high alert. And we appreciate the fact that Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce is on the phone with us now to share his perspective. Good morning, Sheriff Joyce. Thanks for joining us.
I'll be in Unit 53's vehicle with his laptop.
Is can you describe what kind of ripple effect this has had several miles away from the epicenter of this for your law enforcement agency and presumably others throughout the state?
Well, the big question right now is, where's the suspect? I know that the vehicle was found late last night, and but obviously until this individual is found, not knowing, there's a lot of woods in the area. Obviously, we've seen in the past that people use Uber to get out of the area because it's nondescript, and then either get access to a car, steal a car, or something. So I think that surrounding Androscoggin County, we're on high alert. I know that our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of the victims. And we really have to keep in mind when this is all said and done. Having been at the command post last night, the Lewiston Auburn Police Department, State Police, the Fire EMS, they saw some horrific things, so we need to keep them in mind as well. And actually the citizens of Auburn, Lewiston, and Lisbon now. So it's a real fluid situation. And, you know, being a neighboring county, we've offered our support. We were there last night, and we'll be there for them today if they absolutely need it.
Sheriff Joyce, we appreciate your time here. When you train for something like this, at least as I understand it, your trainings end up with an end result. The bad guy gets caught, if you will. How do you train for something like this where we're now hours and hours into searching for somebody and it wasn't resolved at the point of everybody showing up?
Well, statistically, we found in especially bigger cities that the shooting actually is done within 5 minutes or so. And in some bigger cities, response is fairly quick. This was complicated by the fact that you had several scenes. And, you know, I know when I was driving up there were a lot of people phoning in. You know, I see a person, looks like he's got a gun. There's a car speeding away. And we were kind of chasing leads or, you know, in my opinion, in some cases, ghosts. And it provided an opportunity for this individual to kind of get out of the city. You know, now he's in a wooded area. I know that the vehicle was found. There was concern about, you know, whether or not the individual was in the woods waiting for somebody to approach the vehicle to check and see if he was there. They were trying to do some flyovers with drones and helicopters to, you know, and FLIR to see if it would pick up any heat and let us know or let them know whether or not somebody was down there before we started sending people into harm's way. Our big goal today is, or their big goal will be that, you know, we protect the public from anyone else being indiscriminately shot, as well as any of the first responders, law enforcement trying to apprehend him, because we know he's got military training, and, you know, we need to be very careful because we don't want any more casualties.
Sheriff Joyce, let me just make sure I'm understanding what you're saying here. Are you saying that law enforcement has a good idea of where he is, or no?
No, it's my understanding. I mean, you know, we've got the vehicle. One could say probably he's around there, but you know, I've been through this enough to know that people have good ways of getting out of the area. So he could be there. He could be completely somewhere else, and that's the difficult thing.
Right, and it has been several hours now. So how, you know, the shelter-in-place orders for the immediate area around the crime scene have been issued, but how concerned do all of us within a few hours of that crime scene need to be about our own safety?
Well, you definitely want to see something, say something. And, you know, I just would be continually looking over your shoulder. The individual could be out of the state. I mean, you know, there's been plenty of time to get out of there, get out of the state. There's no indication of that, but, you know, I know that when I was waiting to come on, it was talking about MIAC. You know, the MIAC, the state fusion center, is really chasing down leads to see if, you know, this individual might go somewhere or whatever. So the reality is that, yes, it's a lockdown in that particular area, but there's no guarantee from what I'm understanding, or at least what it was when I left the command post early this morning.
Sheriff Joyce, you've been in this line of work for a long time now, and I know, you know, how you feel about this state. Have you even allowed yourself to reflect and try to process what's happening in our state, something that we were prepared for, and at the same time hoping we never actually have to deal with?
I've often said that Maine is a great state. We're pretty safe, but it was not a matter of if, it was a matter of when. We've been lucky, in my opinion. We're seeing it nationwide, and, you know, unfortunately you can't go to a movie theater, you can't go to a bar, a bowling alley, a supermarket, a mall, a school, unfortunately in the world we're living in now, without something like this potentially happening. And that's a sad state of affairs, but unfortunately, it takes two things, or maybe three. A person with mental illness and a firearm, and they can do a lot of damage in a short period of time. And, I don't know what it's going to take for us to, we train on it, and we've tried to do everything we can. I think in the end, it will take, after all this is said and done, the crime scenes are processed and all the facts come out, trying to say, okay, is there anything else that we could have done? We as a system or as a government of the state of Maine or as citizens of the state of Maine, anything we could have done to try to keep this individual from obtaining a firearm if people knew that he had mental illness. And that's the big question that I think everyone wants to solve. And probably if somebody came up with a great idea that shut this down tomorrow, they could retire as a wealthy person.
Well, presumably we will get some answers as to his background and what led up to this and how all that happened as the days and weeks go on. In the meantime, in terms of the immediate situation, as someone who is in charge of law enforcement in a periphery community to what has happened here, what's going on with you guys right now? Was this an all hands on deck kind of situation, and does it continue to be?
Absolutely. We some of our supervisors who live in Lewiston got some calls basically saying we need help. And I mean, the Lewiston Auburn Police Department were doing everything they could. They had their hands full. And once we got enough information, I deployed our tactical team as well as our detectives, knowing that there were a lot of victims, at least to help out Lewiston Auburn and the state police, who are also responding from all over the state. Today, although our people are on standby, and I've offered up to the sheriff, Eric Sampson, anything that he needs, we're just going to wait to be called in rather than be underfoot. Because now's the planning of how do you investigate several crime scenes, how do you seal off and get this guy into custody, and really it's also providing security for some places that are very vulnerable. The Maine Medical Center had victims going there, so Portland had likely had to deal with security there. I know that there were tactical teams protecting the hospitals around Lewiston Auburn area, because again, sometimes these individuals, they appear to leave the area and then they circle back around, and when you got large groups, then there's more victims type thing. So that's a big operation up there. They've got a lot of federal resources coming in due to the magnitude and the size. And when we pulled our people because they were exhausted this morning, and brought in some fresh people, they were kind of trying to get into, okay, what do we have to do and organize things? Because in the first part of it, it's chaos. You're chasing down leads, you're chasing down everything that could happen. You're trying to manage and keep people out of crime scenes. Our detectives worked with ATF. There were 71 witnesses that needed to be interviewed before we cut them loose, so that we had a picture that we could turn over to Lewiston PD or Maine State Police, or who ends up prosecuting the case. So it's basically for us, when we got there, it's like, how can we help? Just let us know what we can do. We'll park cars, we'll provide security. Tell us what you need, and we're there. And today, it's the same thing. I think you'll see some more resources come in, fresh resources, and they will make sure that they get this guy one way or another.
All right, Sheriff Joyce, we appreciate your time and your efforts and your entire staff's efforts. We know probably a lot of you guys have not even slept yet since this started, so we appreciate all of your efforts in keeping everybody safe and you taking the time to come and give us some more information, so thank you for that. All right, our Don Kerrigan is at Lewiston City Hall right now. That's where the press conference is going to be scheduled for 10:30. Let's check in with Don.
Hi, folks. We are at the City Council chambers here in Lewiston City Hall, where we are expecting a press conference in about an hour. We know those things can end up being kind of flexible in terms of time. We presume this is going to have Public Safety Commissioner Mike Soschuk. Governor Mills' office has said she will take part. We're told the Lewiston Police Chief will also take part. We're not sure how many others will be here officially speaking to the news media and therefore to the state and the greater Lewiston Auburn community about all this. I was told by the city's communications director that this may be short and sweet, as the press conference they had late last night was, just about 12 hours ago. That said, there are a tremendous number of questions that we still don't have answers for. Obviously, the search for the suspected killer in all this still goes on. We saw a lot of police activity in the Lisbon area this morning, staging, things like that. The car was found there last night. Don't know the status of that search, and we may not be given many details about that if practice in the past turns true. A lot of times we don't know many of the details of a search until it's over. But there's also questions that we hope to get answers to, not only for how many people have died as a result of this horrible tragedy, but how many wounded. Those, we've been told there's a lot, but we've not had any clear numbers on those sorts of things. Also, beyond that, there's going to be long-term questions about the mental health situation regarding the alleged shooter in this. Also questions about what was done, what should have been done, are there adequate services for that? That's a long-term question. In the immediate, though, we also have questions about is it safe for people to be out and about going to their businesses today in the general area outside of Lewiston and Lisbon? And what about within the Lewiston and Lisbon area? Lewiston itself, as we drove in, pretty darn quiet community this morning and not much going on, but this is extended to a lot of other places. We saw grocery stores on the way here closed. There's schools closed as far away as Portland, questions in lots of other places, college campuses closed. So there's lots of questions about this. As you folks have said repeatedly, we've not dealt with anything like this. This is new. We had that terrible shooting back in April where the man killed his parents and their friends and then shot at some cars. That's kind of the closest we've come to this. So this is a shock to everybody. And you know, it's a tough thing for Maine to deal with. We don't know if we'll hear any addressing of that this morning, but those are longer term. There's a lot of questions to deal with as a result of this terrible tragedy here in Lewiston. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, well put, Don, well put. We are getting, trickling in a little bit more information from various sources and various agencies. I want to mention that Maine's Emergency Management Agency tweeted that the State Emergency Operations Center has moved into a partial activation mode this morning to monitor the situation in Lewiston. Some services in the Lewiston area are closing because of the ongoing situation. Lewiston Auburn Transit will not be operating today. Lewiston's Bureau of Motor Vehicles branch is closed as well. We're keeping a full list of closures, businesses, schools, agencies on our website and News Center Maine mobile app as well.
LL Bean is closed today for now. The company giving us this statement: due to the tragedy in Lewiston and out of an abundance of caution, LL Bean will be closed until at least 11 a.m. today. We will update as the situation evolves. Manager of Public Affairs.
And as we've mentioned, all Hannaford stores in Maine will be closed until at least 10 o'clock this morning. Every single Hannaford store in the state. Representatives for the grocery chain made that announcement a short time ago. They say the health and safety of employees and customers is a top priority, and they'll provide updates as we get more information from police about the ongoing search for the person of interest in this case.
All right, let's get back outside. Sam Olson is live in Lisbon. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Lee and Sharon. Right now I'm in Lisbon Falls, and I just spoke with a man who lives nearby. He says his son and grandchildren are with him at his house right now, and they are flat out scared and nervous. He said he never thought something like this would ever happen in Maine. Now, there is a steady police presence right in this area. I'm right off of the Lisbon High School, and like I said, steady police presence. And this morning, at about 7:15 actually, is when the tactical vehicles left the high school gymnasium. About 10 tactical vehicles and vans with armed men in gear and some police cars and an ambulance filed out of this parking lot and head towards Lisbon Center. And you know, the Lisbon Police Department is saying to all residents, still stay where you are, stay put. But they are specifically saying residents in the area of Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls to stay put. The police are specifically, that's an emphasis area for police as they continue to look for Robert Card. Lee, Sharon.
All right, Sam, thank you very much. Appreciate that. We have been hearing from people today
51, go ahead.
from this morning, Henny Yeshivi talking to the gentleman from Lewiston who was walking around in his bulletproof vest. We heard from some people last
Candace is all set. She's going to contact her family. She had that notes and put me en route to the next one.
Costa ended up catching up with a man.
10-4. That'll be the one in Wales.
In the middle of all this as it was happening. We'll hear what was happening with him.
I've seen a lot of police cars. I think I saw a SWAT car, just a lot of cars in and out of the school. There's a police officer currently parked right across the street that's just sitting there, and it's been sitting there for probably the past half an hour.
Okay.
Which makes me feel a little bit more comfortable. I mean, but a lot of helicopters, I'm hearing helicopters all over the place with spotlights. It's pretty crazy.
How is that making you feel right now, this environment?
Well, it's a little unnerving. Luckily, my son is asleep right now and he can't hear anything. Me and my wife are up and just kind of pacing around, and there's not much we can do at this point.
How old is your son?
He'll be 7 in a couple weeks.
Is this something that you feel like you're going to have to talk to him about tomorrow as a father?
I hope not. I really hope he doesn't wake up, and because he has some anxiety about certain things like this, and I just hate to bring it up right here and now, but maybe later on, once he fully understands the magnitude of the situation, it might be different.
All right, now as we know, this has all been happening since just before 7 o'clock last night, as NBC News confirming somewhere between 15 and 20 people were killed, many others hurt when a gunman opened fire at Schmenge's Bar and Grill and at Spare Time Recreation.
For those with loved ones who were in those places last night, many are still waiting for answers. As you can imagine, this probably goes without saying, a very chaotic scene. We spoke with one woman who went to Central Maine Medical Center to wait for information because her son and ex-husband were in one of those locations last night.
I want to know, you know what I mean? He's a young man. They shouldn't leave us hanging like this. Just tell us. I feel so bad for his wife. I mean, my kid, I don't know what's going on with him.
They told us that this is
And again, we are still waiting for official counts on the number of people dead and injured. Not clear exactly how many of the victims were shot or were hurt in the ensuing chaos. We are expecting that next update from officials at 10:30 this morning.
All right, so about 45 minutes from now, give or take, how they're running as far as time-wise to get to that press conference. Our Hannah Yeshivi's in Lewiston right now. Let's go outside and hear from her. Hannah.
Hey, good morning, Lee and Sharon. And just about a quarter mile down the road here on Mollison Way is the location of the Spare Time Recreation Bowling Alley. The location here in Lewiston on Main Street, where that mass casualty happened yesterday past 7 p.m. We know that 40-year-old Robert Card is a person of interest. Police officers are still looking for him. That person of interest is at large. And right here in Lewiston, neighboring communities, county-wise and state-wise, they have extended that search past the borders of the immediate area, as we just heard from the officer that you guys interviewed back in the studio. But if you happen to drive past Lewiston, you will notice a sign that reads "Shelter in Place." It's a sign that has been up ever since I got here to town about 4 to 5 hours ago. And that shelter in place warning is still up and running for people who live in this area and for people in Lisbon as well.
51 County.
Businesses are closed.
51.
I'm here on Main Street.
If I know what Monmouth has going on, he just went by me code 3 on
all Pond. Businesses that at 9:45 a.m.
Not sure what they have this time. I can inquire.
Closed, and I'm sure that's part of the shelter-in-place order that has been set up. We are expecting a press conference at 10:30 a.m. where our Dawn Kerrigan will be there bringing us the live updates, any information that Maine State Police officials have for us, anything new that we can learn, as we are all kind of on the edge of our seats trying to learn more information about this case. And I am just getting information from a spokesperson from the University of Maine, Tori Ryden. She just texted me saying this is a little piece of information about Robert Card. He attended UMaine in Orono from 2001 to 2004. He was an engineering and technology major student, but he did not graduate. Once again, that was between the years of 2001 and 2004 at the University of Maine in Orono. He was an engineering and technology major student. He did not graduate, and it's just little pieces of information that we have been receiving just as we try to understand.
51. It sounds like a tag team and a helicopter over there. We don't have any further info.
I have for you guys. Back to you.
I'm going to follow them up there.
Of information that's going on right now as all this is happening. I mean, me and all of you we're scrolling on all of our stuff to try to learn the latest. Just another reminder, and Commissioner Soschuk had mentioned this multiple times as well, to just be careful with what you're seeing, hearing, reading, because be careful in the fact of making sure that it's real information and not just somebody saying something, because there's a lot of it out there right now. Some of it quickly disproven, but if you didn't do the extra step to look and then tell somebody and tell somebody and tell somebody. So keep searching.
He's trying to get in the dress. He's actually pulling away from me.
And understand that there are numerous unconfirmed rumors going around on social media right now. Looking to our elected officials to help lead us through this, Maine Senator Angus King's office released this statement. Senator King is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He is receiving regular updates and awaits further details from local authorities and will be headed directly home to Maine. At first, this original statement said once all the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon, but we have since heard word that he'll be coming home sooner, as soon as possible. That statement did go on to say, given the shelter in place currently underway, he asks all in Androscoggin County to allow first responders to address the threat, stay indoors, and report any suspicious behavior to local authorities.
And Congressman Jared Golden posting a statement on social media last night saying, quote, like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of authorities as they conduct their work. Portland Sea Dogs also chiming in with a statement with this.
Do we have that?
I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
Joint County, you have that address.
That is
Negative. I don't have any information. Monmouth doesn't really have any information either. They were just informed that there's a chopper and attack team. Okay, and that's it.
Time after time after time.
I lost the Monmouth unit.
Nothing about it.
Definitely.
It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the power
Mama 2 ASO Prime.
This is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about.
Monmouth unit, go ahead.
Because we don't know.
And we're all heading to the Ridge Road in Monmouth area. Apparently somebody in camouflage is dodging the helicopter.
We will try to get to that in a minute. That was a Sacramento Kings NBA team.
10-4, break 51, did you copy?
Their season opener was last night out in Utah. Sacramento won the game, and the coach was asked immediately after the game to reflect on the game and the win, and opening the season with
51, 10-4, I did.
Instead took that time, as you heard, to talk about what was happening here in our state. So a far-reaching story that is, national, that everybody, all eyes are on Maine as we suffer through this awful event, largest of our kind in the history of our state. So that's the coach of the Sacramento Kings.
Meantime, I do believe we now have the statement that was released by the Portland Sea Dogs. Guys, we're unable to read this from our screen here in the studio. Hang on just a second.
I'll walk over where I can see. We are heartbroken over the horrific events that occurred in Lewiston. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone in our community affected by this tragedy. We are grateful to all the first responders who work tirelessly to serve and protect our communities. And then the hashtag Lewiston Strong. So that from the Portland Sea Dogs is really the sentiment is the same. Everybody is with us. Everybody is watching us. Everybody is hurting for us as we hurt as well.
And we've been very grateful to be having Greg Marley from NAMI, Maine, the North American Alliance on Mental Illness, specializing in all things mental health and support for people of Maine. And he's been with us since late last night, took a little break, came back this morning, helping us with everything from how do we talk to our kids about this to how do we take care of ourselves, what some of the short-term and long-term mental health implications are going to be as the fallout from this continues. Here's a little bit of what he has been sharing with us.
Bring back in Greg Marley with NAMI Maine. That's the National Alliance for Mental Illness Maine chapter. That conversation is a real one. How do parents navigate it?
Kids are going to need reassurance. They're going to need a whole lot more physical hugs and cuddles. They're going to need simple messaging and the first step is for that parent to calm themselves so that they're delivering it in an even way, giving them just the facts based on their age and stage, Zach, not over their head. And expect them to have lots of questions and to react in their own style and their own age.
We've mentioned a lot of schools, even not near Lewiston or Lisbon, closing tomorrow, recognizing the scope of this. But you yourself, you spoke with the Department of Education earlier tonight. How are they planning to move forward with something like this, to talk with their kids?
What the department was doing was trying to get out information to the administrators and the clinicians and the teachers on how to support kids when they're back in school, to how to hold the conversations, what resources are available in the state and nationally to help inform that around, it's called psychological first aid, that engagement to help ground and settle someone who's just jangly after this kind of traumatic event.
You also mentioned that you have been speaking with coordinators in the Lewiston-Auburn area tonight. How are they preparing for all of this right now?
Well, I had an email just a few minutes ago with Catherine Ryder, who's the Chief Executive Officer at Tri-County Mental Health. And she said that her crisis response, critical incident response team is out tonight working with law enforcement on death notifications and support. And they're going to be, across the community tomorrow doing the same work, supporting people doing that critical incident response to help stabilize folks.
So are you working with other agencies across the state, or do you expect to be working with other agencies across the state to support those kinds of efforts as this unfolds?
I think my schedule tomorrow is going to go out the window as I'm trying to support this, what happens in the aftermath of this event.
Absolutely. A whole nother force of important humans comes into play after the fact. Absolutely.
Greg, thank you for joining us again. This is all very, what you said, psychological first aid, just had never heard that before, and it's incredible to hear that, because that is it's sort of like, how do we treat what's on the inside now?
because we know enough about trauma, we know how people react, and we know some steps that can really help to settle someone. In that reassurance, that normalization, kind of giving them some information about what's going to happen in their body, what's likely to happen emotionally, and to help ground them. And we're all going to need that in the days ahead.
Yeah, we are. Greg Marley, thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right, and meantime, we are now just about half an hour away from a scheduled news conference to hopefully finally get an update on the investigation into this entire situation and the manhunt that is now underway, the thing that we have been hungry for hours now.
Yeah, we have been waiting literally to about 10 hours for this moment that's about 35 minutes away. Our Don Kerrigan is at Lewiston City Hall right now. This is where the news conference will be happening. Good morning, Don.
Good morning, Lee. A lot of eyes watching and waiting to watch what's going to happen here in a little over a half hour. We expect to hear from the governor to make some comments. We expect some details from Public Safety Commissioner Mike Soschuk, who had the news conference late last night. We are told we will hear from the police chief as well. An unthinkable tragedy for the Lewiston and Auburn communities, but really for the whole state and beyond. This has become, unfortunately, national news. There's TV cameras and news people here from all over, from far beyond Maine. So this clearly is an awful tragedy that struck a nerve with a tremendous number of people. Here in Maine, we often talk about Maine as being a big, small town. Tragic events, huge events, really cast a very long shadow. I stopped at a store about an hour away from here, near where I live this morning. There was a beverage salesman in there from a company, and it turned out that one of their co-workers was in the bar last night in Lewiston and got shot. So that whole there's a whole company not based in Lewiston, Auburn. They're feeling it. People all over. This is going to have a huge impact on a lot of people. So what is said here this morning, particularly about, we expect we will hear updated numbers on victims, both wounded and killed. But maybe most important, we expect to hear an update on the search. And we don't know where that's at. We know that there's a lot of activity in the Lisbon area as well as this greater Lewiston area. We expect there is police activity in the Bowdoin area where this man lived. So we may not, if practice holds true, we may not hear many details. The search could take a while. People expect these things to be quick, but remember a few years ago.
on 10-6, can you reach out to them? I'm on Ridge Road now, and he must be off the Ridge Road because I can't locate him.
And till they finally found him. We certainly hope this one does not take that length of time, and we hope for an update on that. But a lot of information waiting to be had. I'm sure we're not going to get all of it at this press conference, but we hope at least for some to answer some of those questions on so many minds today. Lee, back to you.
Yeah, Don brings up such a great point. Here we are starving for information and hoping that the oasis will be 10:30, right? When they come out and they tell us everything we've been waiting to know.
May or may not be.
Very well could be limited information at best. We'll find out. Obviously, we'll bring it to you live. This just in from LL Bean. A statement from them reads, "The tragic events in Lewiston last night have shocked and saddened all of us at LL Bean. Out of an abundance of caution, LL Bean's Freeport-based stores will be closed for the day, Thursday the 26th. Our Lewiston and Brunswick manufacturing facilities, Freeport Order Fulfillment Center, corporate headquarters also all closed for the day. Our priority is and will remain the health and safety of our employees and our customers. Our hearts and thoughts are with everybody affected by this tragedy in our beloved home state of Maine."
LL Bean, the store that never closes. Shows you the scope of this. Need a moment of zen? Let's take a look at that 7-day forecast. Todd leaving this for us. He had to bow out, but possible chance of showers today. But look at those temperatures for late October, calling for temperatures up to 70 tomorrow. Another nice day on Saturday, 72. Then a little bit of an interruption with some rain, clearing out for Halloween. We're hoping that maybe by then, maybe by early next week, we'll have some answers in this case. We can, at least for our children, start helping them return to a sense of normalcy, and then continuing with, you know, typical weather for this time of year into the 40s.
Man, am I looking forward to complaining about the weather.
Right.
That'll be a good day when we get to do that again. All right, our Sam Olson is live in Lisbon. Good morning, Sam.
Good morning, Lee and Sharon. Right now I'm in Lisbon Falls, and throughout the morning there has been a steady but active police presence. Within the past 20-25 minutes, we haven't seen many police cars go by, but throughout the morning here on Lisbon Street, police cars have been going back and forth. Around 7:15 this morning, about 10 vehicles left Lisbon High School's parking lot and they filed out. There were tactical vehicles and vans full with men with gear and rifles, along with some police cars and an ambulance that filed out of here. And I actually spoke with one nearby neighbor who says he never thought something like this could ever happen in Maine.
And next thing you know, we got this going on, so it's very scary to have it happen to me. Yeah, I just live a couple of blocks.
Yeah, and this is still an active area. So police are saying to all Lisbon residents to stay put and stay where you are. The Lisbon police chief actually told CNN that they have a lot of intel and everybody involved is just trying to keep the community safe. He says officials are doing their best to locate the suspect, and hopefully that search ends soon. Lee, Sharon.
All right. Sam, thank you so much for that update and also all your service overnight as you continue to bring us updates from that scene. Same goes for our Hannah Yeshivi, who has been live in Lewiston for hours now. Let's check in with her once again.
Hey, good morning, Sharon. And what has remained, I am at the same place, but what has remained the same until the 5 hours that I got here is this police officer blocking the road, adding some yellow tape just a few hours ago on top of that road that has been blocked off, just to make it very clear that this area is active, it's fluid. They are doing an active investigation at the bowling alley right across from where I'm standing here between Main Street and Mollison Way in Lewiston. That is the location where 40-year-old Robert Card, the person of interest, initially walked in at 7 p.m. and started shooting at people. We know that 15 to 20 people have died at that mass shooting event, and that is according to our affiliate, NBC News. Our Dawn Kerrigan will bring us hopefully some updates that we have been all itching to hear, and that is expected to start around 10:30. I did hear just about 10 minutes ago, we are learning little bits and pieces about who this person of interest is, who Robert Card is. The University of Maine spokesperson told me that between the years of 2001 and 2004, he was an engineering and technology student at the university, but he did not graduate. And in case you didn't hear me, because there's a lot of background noise here, it's busy, we know that Robert Card attended UMaine in Orono between the years of 2001-2004. He was a student there. He didn't graduate, and it's just little pieces of information that we're trying to gather and better understand who this person of interest is, a person that is still at large. Hundreds of police officers are looking for him. We have not seen the helicopters that I mentioned a few hours ago, but we do know that the cruisers have been here driving past me all morning long. And I did speak with one neighbor, a neighbor who showed up with a vest, an armored vest. Take a listen why.
Why did you decide to wear that extra layer of protection?
Because if I go outside today, I work a lot during the day, and if anybody shoots, if something happened, I want to know that my chest is protected. Yeah.
For what reason? What was running through your mind when you did that?
Never know if something's going to happen in Lewiston. Today's the first time I've ever put this thing on, and just after all these shootings last night, I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death.
Can you show our camera the vest just to see what people are going through here?
Scared
It's just scary.
Scared to death. Scared, yeah. It's a sad thing as kids.
With
I grew up as a kid, and we never feared nothing like this when we were kids. I'm scared for all our children today. I'm really scared for our children.
That is Mr. Conrad Charles, who you just heard from. He's a neighbor of Auburn. He has lived in Auburn for the past 30 years, and Auburn is just next door to Lewiston. And he came here in the morning for a few minutes. He understood there was a shelter-in-place order, but he just wanted to better understand and take a look for himself on what is going on here in our state today. When I got here at 2 a.m., there was one other lady here with her significant other trying to also understand what our state is dealing with. She said the first thing she did was run towards her mother's house. The door of her mother's house. And I will bring you more information as we learn more, as I interview more people, and as we hear from Dawn Kerrigan's interview with the Maine State Police coming up at 10:30. Back to you guys.
Hannah, thank you. And Hannah, again, thank you for sharing that last little tidbit that we have learned about Robert Card, the person of interest in this case, that he did attend some classes at the University of Maine in Orono. We know that he most recently lived in Bowdoin. We also know that he was trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility here in Maine, and that he was reportedly admitted to a mental health facility for a couple of weeks this past summer after reporting that he had heard voices in his head and also threatening to carry out a shooting at that training facility, which is located in Saco.
All right, our Jack Mulman was on the scene last night and is now back again this morning. Jack, good morning. Where are you and what can you tell us?
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, I am still in Lewiston here today, right outside of Schmenge's bar. Now, if you recall, this is one of the locations where police say was one of the shooting locations, one of several shooting locations that they are looking into and actively searching through. We just got here a few minutes ago. Seems relatively quiet compared to what we were seeing yesterday, but the search for the suspected shooter is still very much hot right now. And if you can see over my shoulder, you see that's the bar that we are outside right now. Now, this is the bar where I also interviewed with a man. He is an Auburn City Councilor for Ward 5. He tells me that his son is a manager at Schmenge's. He talks to his son every day, and he has not heard from his son since yesterday evening, since he heard about the shooting. He's been looking around at every single hospital. I called him first thing this morning and asked him what he knows, and he says there are still no answers for him. So he's just really stressed out, really worried, really confused. And in talking with family members who have been impacted by this, that's really kind of the theme of what we're seeing here, which is confusion, frustration. And it's just really hard to wrap your head around it, for sure, regarding how these people are quantifying this, not knowing if their loved ones are alive or dead. Now, a quick look over my shoulder again. This is the bar location. You can see that there are law enforcement officers walking in and out of that bar. And a little bit just refresher on who police are looking for. They are looking for Robert Card, aged about 40 years old. The Associated Press is reporting that he is the person of interest. He is a firearms instructor trained by the military. We know that he was recently committed to a mental health facility. That's according to a state police bulletin, as reported by the Associated Press. But as I talk here in Lewiston, outside of Schmenge's bar, one of the locations that police were looking at, one of the locations that police say where this deadly shooting took place. We are also well aware of that lockdown in place here, not only in Lewiston, but also in Lisbon too. Police are saying to lock your doors, don't go outside, don't do anything unnecessary to take you out of your shelter, out of your home. And I know that we're all awaiting answers, just real tidbits of information that we've been learning since this all first happened. There's still so many unknowns happening here today, but we are hoping that within the next 10 minutes here at about 10:30, we will learn more information from a press conference here in Lewiston, where law enforcement officials hope to give us some more information what's going on. But for now, we are live here in Lewiston, outside one of the couple locations where police say people were shot, and people were shot here, outside Schmenge's bar. But for now, we're reporting live here in Lewiston.
All right, thank you, Jack, very much. And all of those unknowns just adding to the sense of helplessness that we all feel in terms of this. If there's one thing we know about Mainers, we rally together at times like this, but in this moment, there's not a lot you can probably do directly. What we've heard from experts throughout the night and throughout the morning here is, number one, keep yourself and your loved ones safe. That's priority number one. Priority number two, reach out to anyone you know who may be struggling, anyone you're close to. Just let them know you're there. If there's a small act of kindness you can perform, go ahead and do it. And number three, more directly, people are wondering about like maybe giving blood, for example, because we know there are a number of injured in this situation.
Yeah, so the Red Cross says it is working with hospitals all across our state to provide more than 120 blood products in response to last night's shooting. They're standing by also to provide additional blood products if necessary from the organization's national inventory. The Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is obviously closed right now because of lockdown. You can't go there. Red Cross says if you were scheduled to donate there, you'll be notified if those centers' hours change because of orders from local law enforcement. Right now, though, we are also waiting to hear from the American Red Cross representatives on whether or not more blood donors are actually needed to help. We don't know that yet either. If you do want to donate blood, local blood drives can be found right on the Red Cross's website. Although, again, we do not know if more blood is needed right now to specifically help the victims of this incident. Just another one of the unknowns that we're battling around. So
I think the Red Cross is being very transparent in that because they don't know. But the fact of the matter is it wasn't that long ago that we were reporting that there was a critical shortage, and there has been a shortage for quite some time. So regardless of whether they need that donation specifically for this or not, it will be put to good use. It is a way to help in a general term.
All right, so we have been trying to speak with as many people as we can who have different perspectives on what has been happening and is currently happening in our state. Chris Costa spoke with Michael Rock. He's a professor of sociology from Bates College who literally studies mass shootings like this. His office at Bates College is right in the middle of the two locations last night where the shootings happened. Those were 4 miles apart, and Bates is basically in the middle. And here's what he had to say.
Concerned about my student.
Sorry, I was wanting to ask as a human being. That's just
yeah.
Are you? So, do you want to tell me? Were you on campus when any of these events happened?
No, I was off campus when I heard about the first reports that there was an active shooter in the Lewiston area, and have been just monitoring the situation since.
How are you feeling right now?
I am feeling all of the things that people feel when their community has been attacked. I am somewhat in shock, even though we've been saying that these things can happen anywhere, and they often happen in smaller communities. And Maine has just been lucky for the most part to not have an attack like this. Of course, this is an attack on a scale that is shocking by any measure. But also concerned, I'm concerned about all of my students and my friends who work at Bates and in the community, and hoping that they are staying safe and that they are getting what they need. And again, this is unfolding right now. We don't know who the victims are, and so just kind of holding my breath at this point.
Professor, you find yourself in a very probably unique position where a large portion, the majority of your career has been dedicated to researching these exact types of incidents. What are you kind of coming to terms with now in your head, given all of the research you've done about mass shootings and one happening right in your own backyard?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that goes through your head. Obviously, most people who are following the story have seen the pictures of the suspect with the weapon, and people will draw conclusions about the type of weapon without it being confirmed yet. So I don't want to comment on what type of weapon it was, but it sure looks like some sort of a rifle that can do a lot of damage. And we've done research on the types of guns that wind up causing the most casualties in these types of events. We know that there are certain types of laws that don't necessarily restrict people's freedoms, but also can be helpful in preventing these types of attacks. And so the first, reaction, I think, is frustration that we've been talking about this. We've been trying to put out information about what we know so far, and we know more and more every day about why these attacks happen, how these attacks happen, and what type of policies are seemingly effective. And it does not seem as if there's any traction to get anything done. The two opposing factions arguing past one another, and we find ourselves in a position where now we're attacked at our own home, and that feels personal, and so there's frustration, there's sadness, a little bit of anger as well.
All right, one of the hot spots of this investigation is Lisbon. That's where Sam Olsen has been stationed for hours now to bring us the very latest. Anything new, Sam, that you can bring us?
Hi, Sharon. Nothing too new. This is still an active area as police are continuing to look for Robert Card. This morning at about 7:15, about 10 vehicles filed out of the Lisbon High School parking lot. There were a few tactical vehicles and vans with men in gear and rifles, with police cars and ambulances, and one ambulance, actually, that took out of this parking lot and headed towards Lisbon Center. I just spoke with a man who lives nearby who says his son and grandchildren are with him right now, and they say they are just scared and really nervous.
All right, Sam, thank you very much for that latest update. Again, you know, we feel like we're repeating ourselves. We are repeating ourselves. Apologize to those of you who've been watching with us right now. If it feels that way, it feels that way to us too. Although we want to make sure that anyone who is tuning in is getting the latest.
Currently on pretty much on the corner of Gilman and Ridge Road.
At a very
the attack team has me staged right now, clearing the property.
You have. So you might be just tuning in and catching up on all this. So in the interest of letting you know what's going on and not saying the same thing 1,000 times, we're trying to balance all of those things out. We are about 14 minutes away from a press conference for the Maine State Police, Governor Mills there as well, again scheduled for 10:30. That's going to happen at Lewiston City Hall. Our Don Kerrigan is there. Obviously, we're going to carry that live for you in just a few minutes, where we're hopefully going to learn more about what's going on. So.
Right. In the meantime, we're focusing not only on the investigation, which is ongoing, the search for the shooter, what's happening at the crime scenes, disseminating information to the loved ones of those who may have been affected by this. We're also focusing a lot on sort of the mental health fallout from all of this, and talking about, you know, what you all can do to take care of yourselves at this time. Lee, I don't know about you, lots of text messages, lots of messages in social media. People are legitimately and understandably the wide range of emotions, everything from really scared, people sheltering in place, some of them with weapons at the ready in case anything should happen. Other people may be a little bit farther from the epicenter of where this is happening, just feeling the grief and the empathy for those who are directly affected by this. And so we just want to acknowledge that for all of you who have been with us and who have been watching these events unfold.
And it's funny when you say directly affected, obviously I know what you're saying, and the literal meaning is directly affected, right? We're all directly affected by this. Like this is affecting all of us who are from here, who have lived here for all of our lives, who have raised our families here, who call this home, those who maybe made it their home after some point in their life, and who currently do whatever it is. We're all directly affected by this, and this is gonna be a long time to get through and get over. We will. I mean, it's what we do, so we will. But it's hard. It's just a hard, sad day.
You know, year after year after year, being able to report that Maine is one of, if not the safest state in the nation, with a very low violent crime rate. It's been that way for years. We have seen horrendous crimes before. We have seen shootings and killings where multiple people were killed. Nothing to this magnitude, and nothing as seemingly random as this, all rolled into one event. I was just going to
say, I mean, and we don't know yet, so it's not fair to guess how this all happened, why all this happened. It seems, as we're learning with you, random and senseless. Like it's a bowling alley on a Wednesday. It's a bar down the street. It's just. It looks fairly innocuous on the outside. We don't know, and I don't know that we'll ever know. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. If you are just joining us, it's 10:19. We're about 10 minutes away from a press conference. here's what's happening. There's a manhunt right now in Androscoggin County. It has kind of shifted from town to town as police follow whatever leads they have, and law enforcement is gathering information, obviously in real time as well. And police are just trying to find the person responsible for that mass shooting that happened in Lewiston last night.
Right, and again, one of the things we're hoping for when this news conference gets underway at 10:30 is some more solid numbers. This isn't about the numbers. This is about the people affected, but we have been hungry for information on just how big this is. NBC News confirming that 15 to 20 people were killed. We've heard different numbers for how many people were injured. We're hoping to get some more clarification on that at 10:30. Again, these two shootings happening at Schmenge's Bar and Grill and also at Spare Time Recreation, a sports bar and a bowling alley in the city of Lewiston, places where people were out on a beautiful Wednesday night here in Maine, decompressing with presumably family and friends, watching the Celtics game, getting in a few strings of bowling, having a great night, and it was, came to a screeching halt beginning right around 7 o'clock last night.
All right, we're going to tell you what Congressman Jared Golden had to say, his statement through social media last night, saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston. This is my hometown. And right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and continue to gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of authorities as they conduct their work."
All right, our Don Kerrigan is in Lewiston right now, where the news conference will be taking place, and we are going to be checking in with him in just a few minutes. And Don, of course, as long as he has been in Maine, as long as he has been covering the state of Maine as a reporter, bringing great perspective to us, and we will be checking in with him.
All right, we also had a statement from Senator Angus King, which, depending which one we're going to have for you right here, actually got modified throughout the night. It started with, from his office, Senator King is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He's receiving regular updates and awaits further details from local authorities, and will be headed directly home to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. This was yesterday's statement, which did later get updated to the senator not waiting for that final vote today, and instead, in their words, getting on the first flight available to come back home. So Senator King also sharing with us that President Biden reached out to him directly and spoke with him to convey his condolences and support for whatever the state might need. And then Senator Collins conveying the exact same thing, that President Biden also called her and had the same conversation. So the White House acutely aware of what is happening here, and is fully behind whatever the state might need once we find out what the state's going to need.
It's going to be quite a mark on the state of Maine's history, and one of the things that's happening is that we're hearing, many schools throughout the state are closed today, as well as businesses, including LL Bean, closed today. The company gave us this statement: due to the tragedy in Lewiston and out of an abundance of caution, LL Bean will be closed at least until 11 a.m. today. That was, again, the original statement that then got updated to say they are closing today, period.
And Hannaford stores were supposed to be closed up until about 10 o'clock this morning. They were going to have a delayed open. I have not seen an update from them yet, so I'm not sure if that has carried on and they are now open. But that was every Hannaford in the state. That was not just the Hannaford. In fact, as I'm saying this, one county update. In accordance with guidance from law enforcement in the interest of safety of our customers and associates, the following Hannaford stores located in immediate impacted areas will remain closed until further notice. Okay, so this is a little bit more resolute, if you will. Auburn, Brunswick, the Cook's Corner store there, Brunswick, Elm Street, Gray, Lewiston, Mechanic Falls, Topsom, Turner, Yarmouth. All of them are closed right now indefinitely until further notice. The other Hannafords were able to open at 10 a.m., so about 20 minutes ago. So the ones I just read off, though, will not be open until we get told different.
Right. Very early on, we were told that the victims were being taken to 3 hospitals, those who were wounded, Maine Medical Center in Portland, as well as in Lewiston, Central Maine Medical Center, and St. Mary's Hospital. St. Mary's gave us an updated statement a little while ago this morning saying that they're canceling all elective procedures for today in response to this. St. Mary's Health System, they say, have activated our emergency response plans, called in all available staff, and they're collaborating closely with local partners to ensure a unified effort in treating those impacted by the events that took place last night.
The mayor of Lewiston, Carl Shaleen, with this statement last night. Lewiston is currently under a shelter-in-place order, and it is critical to prioritize your safety and the safety of those around you. Please follow all recommended guidelines and stay home. We will continue to monitor the situation, and state police will provide updates. I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come. That is Mayor Carl Shaleen of Lewiston.
So that gives you an idea of some of the response to this that's coming in from around the state, and also we've heard across the country as well. Meantime, individually, we're all dealing with our own emotions around this, and we do want to share this resource for you. This is the North American Alliance on Mental Illness helpline, 1-800-464-5767.
All right, so about 4.5 minutes from the scheduled start time of this press conference, where we should hopefully get some type of update from the state police. Commissioner Michael Sawchuk, Governor Mills, also expected to be there to speak. And again, as Don Kerrigan mentioned, the last time we saw him, this is at Lewiston City Hall, where Don is, which is where the press conference will be. Boy, we're hoping for a whole bunch, right? We're all sitting here hoping, counting down until 10:30, where they're just going to tell us the things we need to know, and we just don't know exactly what we're going to hear. I mentioned earlier how this search for Robert Card has taken over in multiple towns: Lewiston, Lisbon. We saw Sean Stackhouse in Bowdoin. Sean Stackhouse is now in Monmouth. This is a new town that we have not been to yet. Sean, tell us why you're there. I actually can hear a chopper overhead.
Yeah, well, Lee, that is exactly why we're here. This is yet another area that law enforcement are searching for a person of interest in this incident. Now, I want to step out of the shot just so you can get a bit of an idea at what we are looking at right now. So, to paint a picture for you, we are on near Gilman Road in the town of Monmouth.
Animal complaint call at 144 Pigeon Hill Road.
Downtown Lewiston. It is, about 20 minutes from the area where both of these shootings took place. And right now, what we're seeing here in this area, also in the area of Kabasi Road, or multiple police cruisers. We can see one with its lights on, as well as an armored tactical vehicle. And this is all we've been able to observe on the ground, but what we have been seeing and hearing is a helicopter that has been in the air since we arrived here. We've been in this area for just about 30 minutes, and the entire time we've been here, this helicopter has been flying, searching, presumably in the area. Just taking a look at the app maps on my phone, I'm able to see that there is an unnamed body of water in the area. It also seems to be fairly heavily wooded in the area that the helicopter is flying over. But again, we do have multiple police cruisers and a tactical vehicle in this area, but unclear exactly what this is amounting to. If they're just following on another lead, we'll certainly be able to bring you the latest here. But again, right now we're in Monmouth, about 20 minutes or so from the scene of both of those shootings in downtown Lewiston. We'll be able to bring you the latest on air and online as we are learning it, and any developments we're seeing from the scene here in But now I'll send it back to you, Lee.
It's funny when you're starving for knowledge like we are, and you see Sean now in Monmouth, a new town. We haven't talked about Monmouth all night, with a police presence behind him, with choppers overhead. You say, okay, maybe they're onto something. So Could be nothing, could be something, but this is where we're at. We don't have anything, so we're grasping at whatever happens to be out there.
Well, one thing's for sure that we are hearing from our reporters out in the field is that police are moving around. They are actively moving around. There are a lot of them in the areas that we have been pinging throughout the night and throughout the morning here, and so I don't know if that brings any sense of comfort or not. I know probably if you're in that immediate zone, it may or it may not, but we, by all appearances, they're holding the trail, I guess.
And in fairness, this happened after dark last night. Searching for someone in the dark in Lewiston, Lisbon, Monmouth, all the wooded areas, right, with water. I mean, where you can't see. Not ideal. So from sunrise, the activity has picked up from where Sam Olsen was in Lisbon, and certainly where Sean Stackhouse has been. And
we did hear earlier this morning, we had Sheriff Kevin Joyce from the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department on the phone talking about how it is pretty much a statewide all-hands-on-deck situation for law enforcement here in Maine. Organizations outside the immediate zone of where all of this is happening, not only offering support to those who are, in the zone, but also, bringing in extra to make sure that their communities are safe as well.
Sorry, I had to do that. We're hearing scheduled about 30 seconds until the press conference is going to start. We have an eye on the monitor over there. Obviously, we will keep you updated when they get to the podium and officials begin to speak, because this is what we've all been waiting for hours and hours now, and we'll see what they have to say.
Yeah, and while we've been doing this countdown, and we have been promised that 10:30 is the time that they're going to step up to the podium and give us the updates. Obviously, whatever is happening out in the field there that we may not be privy to is going to take precedence. So we're just hoping that this does happen within a reasonable period of time.
Quite certain that we are not on their timeline. I mean, we are on their timeline. Right. They are not on our timeline. So it's like, got to go at 10:30. So we're all over it. We'll keep you updated. And we mentioned Don Kerrigan is there at Lewiston City Hall where this is happening. Can we take a shot of the podium just to kind of give viewers an idea of what it's going to look like once people approach? There you go. So that's the room with everybody standing around and waiting.
Obviously the questions that we're hoping will be answered when officials are able to get there. Number one, what is the status of the search? What is the status of the investigation? Number two, how many victims are we talking about? Can we pinpoint how many were killed, how many were injured in these two shootings? Number three, possibly the status of those who were injured. How badly were they injured? How were they injured? Because at first we were hearing that not all of them were injured by the gunshots, but some may also have been hurt in the chaos that ensued for people to get out of harm's way. So we're hoping to hear from that. We also, of course, want to, be sensitive to the fact that these are real people in our community.
So I can't believe this guy is still on the run. They haven't caught this guy. So they changed the numbers too, huh? What are they saying? 16, or now they're saying between 15 and 20 people or something like that. That puts 16 for now. We'll see. Whatever they update. Hopefully this presser is more informative than the one they had last night where they were talking, because they didn't really say much last night. I'm on it. Oh, thank you for the plants. Yeah. Plants are hopefully growing.
He's doing a live interview with us about trying to work out to do a vigil once the shelter-in-place order is over.
And it looks like we have pulled up a message from Bishop Robert Dealey. It is with profound sadness that I received the news of the mass shooting in Lewiston. It is heartbreaking.
21 County, I'm 10 in vehicle 114 on laptop 21.
Experiencing lots of people, sharing their thoughts and support as well.
And now here's some video in from our media partners at the Sun Journal of actually people leaving the scene of Spare Time last night. Again, rolling on the camera. This is again, happened just moments after one of the shootings took place.
Yeah, and that officer we heard, earlier, saying, please leave, for your own safety, please evacuate the area, of course. And the president of the Lewiston Auburn Metro Chamber of Commerce spoke a short time ago about the shooting. If we have time, we want to share what they had to say.
Yeah, my closest friend's husband is a police officer with the Lewiston Police Department. He got home about 2 hours ago this morning. There's first responders responding from across our county, across our state, from New Hampshire and beyond. The going joke in Maine is that Maine is the biggest small town you'll ever live in. We're all very close knit. This community is close knit. We're a resilient community that's overcome tragedy before. I have faith in our ability to respond smart and strong to what we're going through now, but it's challenging when the lockdown order is still in place and it's not resolved. There's receiving an outcry of support and willingness to buy coffee and buy pizzas and support first responders and healthcare workers and cover funeral costs. And it's really challenging when it's hard to activate all of those systems when you're still actively locked down, businesses are closed, and folks are remaining at home.
And as we wait for the news conference that's upcoming with Governor Mills and, of course, Commissioner Michael Sasek, also we're going to talk about Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque speaking earlier this morning, saying he knows people who were killed or wounded. Take a listen.
Several of them aren't with us anymore. And the other folks that I knew, it's that were there either as witnesses or family members of witnesses. It's obviously traumatic. It was the
21 County. You have me on the board as 114.
Loved ones after not for so long.
I'm in vehicle 114 on laptop 121.
And waiting. And that probably would never be reunified.
10-4.
Just heartbreaking
It is.
when you hear stories like that.
And, you know, as the mayor, you want to be strong for your community, but as he said, he knows people who were killed and injured in this shooting, so very difficult for everyone who's affected by this. We have some new video just into the newsroom. This was the scene a few minutes ago around 10 a.m. outside Schmidt's Bar and Grill.
See what Twitter's
scene
saying.
of the
Twitter
second
usually got a
shooting
bunch of
last
stuff.
night. Several dark-colored vans and SUVs were seen leaving that scene on Lincoln Street. Those vehicles had been there for several hours prior to departing. Where they're going, we don't know at this point.
Yeah, earlier today we showed video from our sister station, WBZ TV down in Boston. Just the amount of law enforcement officials still pouring into the state to help out. These are from communities in Massachusetts, with Maine State Police in Massachusetts, and other communities down there. We saw Methuen. You see so many police, of course, and law enforcement agencies with their vehicles, their SUVs, police cars. Again, so many people coming to here to help out in the hundreds, and that would be an understatement.
And Just in Time Recreation posted this message on Facebook. Take a look at this, but as you take a look at this, I just want to share, Brad Rogers actually spoke with the owners, and it's just terrifying to hear them, recall what happened. They were bowling last night when the gunman opened fire on his staff and customers. They helped get people out of harm's way through an emergency exit. Justin said, I was bowling and I turned around. I heard a loud pop, turned around and saw an assault rifle. It was aimed at our counter. I went and found some emergency exits. The place was busy. I helped to get people out of the building. We lost some really, really beautiful people, completely unnecessary, completely uncalled for. The place was filled with children. It's not fair, it's not right, and this whole community is affected by it. There were some really great people that were taken from us unjustly. Justin says he still doesn't know who was shot and killed and who was wounded. That's, of course, one of many questions that people still have, and they're hoping to learn during this press conference.
Yeah, we also have, of course, a statement from the city of Portland now. Portland stands in solidarity with the city of Lewiston and the entire community impacted by the senseless and horrific mass shooting that took place last night. City officials and staff are keeping Lewiston community members and their loved ones in our thoughts, as well as the roughly 30 Portland Police and Fire Department members who are helping law enforcement and medical providers keep the community safe and bring the situation to a resolution. We are thankful for their assistance during this critical time. The city would also like to acknowledge that many of its own employees either live in Lewiston or call Lewiston their hometown or have loved ones who reside there. While we don't know yet the full extent of the tragedy, is certainly very difficult to process and the impacts that will be felt for a long time. And again, one of the key things in there, roughly 30 Portland Police and Fire Department members there to help out. Again, they're all brothers and sisters when it comes to law enforcement and firefighters, EMTs, trying to help with the injured and also trying to help in the manhunt as well.
There's a lot of gun talk and arguments going on Facebook. Talking about background checks and stuff. I wanted to see if they had any new information about this guy. I've been listening on and off. Like I was laying down and I was kind of listening in and out. Maine. Oh. There's a few victims being posted on there. Let's see. Sacramento Kings coach Mike Brown emotionally addresses the Lewiston, Maine mass shooting. Let's listen to this while we wait for the presser.
The first thing I'd like to say is I don't know everything that's going on, but I'm not that smart, but I know we as a country got to do something. I'm walking over here and somebody says there was a mass shooting in Maine with 22 dead at a grocery store. At a freaking grocery store, man. If that doesn't touch anybody, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That is absolutely disgusting, and it's sad. And it's sad that we sit here and watch this happen time after time after time after time, and nobody does anything about it.
They came to an end, and now that there is some daylight, so the hope and the theory would be.
It's a sad day. It's a sad day for our country. It's a sad day in this world. And until we decide to do something about it, the powers that be, this is going to keep happening. And our kids aren't going to be able to enjoy what the United States is about because we don't know how to fix a problem that's right in front of us. Sad. I feel for the families. I don't know what else to say.
Mike, no easy way to transition out of that, but from an NBA standpoint,
Go back to the points.
how do you feel the league does, or how much do you appreciate, I guess, the league and their platform and the work that they do to send messages and try and prevent things like this, or do what needs to be done, I guess?
You know, you commend Adam Silva and the players that lead this league. You know, Chris Paul, LeBron James, to name a few that stand up and.
Are they about to start? Here we go.
County Mech 5, you all set? Yeah, we're all set.
We all in?
Mute this.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. As you may notice, my voice is a little hoarse after working through the night. As you all know, last night, locals, county, state, and federal law enforcement officers from around the state of Maine responded to reports of an active shooter at several locations in Lewiston, including Spare Time Recreation and Schmenge's Bar and Grill. These law enforcement officers, in the face of danger, responded swiftly, selflessly, and with great bravery. Bravery that they continue to demonstrate today as they search tirelessly for a person of interest in connection with last night's events. On behalf of all Maine people, I express my deep gratitude for your response and for your continued service. I also do so for Maine's hospitals and other medical emergency responders. I'm profoundly saddened to stand before you today to report that 18 people lost their lives and 13 people injured in last night's attacks. In memory of those we lost and in honor of those who were injured, President Biden and I have ordered all U.S. flags and state of Maine flags to be lowered to half-staff immediately for the next 5 days. Maine State Police have issued a shelter-in-place order for Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin as the manhunt for that person of interest, Robert Card of Bowdoin, continues. I will let law enforcement speak to the ongoing manhunt and to their investigation, but Mr. Card is considered armed and dangerous, and police advise that Maine people should not approach him under any circumstances. I continue to strongly urge Maine people to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement amid this ever-changing situation. Please, if you see anything suspicious, please call 911. There are still many things we don't yet know about these attacks, but the full weight of my administration is behind law enforcement's efforts to capture the person of interest, Robert Card, to hold whoever is responsible for this atrocity accountable under the full force of state and federal law, and to seek full justice for the victims and their families. We cannot and we will not rest in this endeavor. My administration is coordinating closely with local, regional, and federal officials to respond to this shooting. I have spoken twice with President Biden. I've spoken with Vice President Harris, Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas, and Secretary of Health and Human Services Becerra, all of whom have called me last night to express the Biden administration's full and unwavering support and to offer any and all help that we, the people of Maine, might require. The governors of our neighboring New England states and of other states have contacted me to offer aid, and I am sincerely grateful for their friendship and support. We've been in touch with every member of the Maine congressional delegation, all of whom have offered their full support, for which I am also grateful. I also spoke with Mayor Carl Chalene and Auburn Mayor, Jason Levesque last night to reiterate that we are standing by them and that we are ready to provide any help people in these communities need and to deploy all available state resources, including grief counselors and other mental health services. We need to help our communities heal. If you or a person you love needs someone to talk to during this difficult time, please call or text 988 for free and confidential counseling. 988. Look, Lewiston is a special place. It's a close-knit community with a long history of hard work, of persistence, of faith, of opening its big heart to people everywhere. Lewiston is where I worked for years. It's where I met and married my husband and where our girls went to school. I love this place just as I love our whole state with my entire heart. I'm so deeply saddened, as is every one of the 1.3 million people of this beautiful state. This city did not deserve this terrible assault on its citizens, on its peace of mind, on its sense of security. No city does, no state, no people. No words can truly or fully measure the grief of Maine people today. Our small state of just 1.3 million people has long been known as one of the safest states in the nation. This attack strikes at the very heart of who we are and the values we hold dear for this precious place we call home. All Maine people are sharing in the sorrow of the families who lost loved ones last night. Loved ones normal people who were killed or injured while unwinding from a day of work or while spending time with their family and friends, socializing. So on behalf of the 1.3 million people of the whole state of Maine, I hold these families and this city in my heart today. I know that the people of Lewiston are enduring immeasurable pain. I wish I could take that pain off your hearts, off your shoulders, but I promise you this, we will all help you carry that grief. I ask Maine people to join me in offering our comfort to the families and friends who have lost someone, and in offering our prayers for swift recovery for those who are healing in Maine's hospitals today. This is a dark day for Maine. I know it's hard for us to think about healing when our hearts are broken. But I want every person in Maine to know that we will heal together. We are strong, we are resilient, we are a very caring people. In the days and weeks ahead, we will need to lean on those qualities more than ever before. As we move forward, struggling as we may, let us wrap our arms around one another and offer comfort and solace and love. I know the Maine State Police will continue to release information to the public as we confirm it, and information about any steps that the public might take to support the people of Lewiston at this time. May God bless the people of Lewiston and bless the memories of those we've lost. Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Sasha.
Thank you very much, Governor. We certainly appreciate your support. The city of Lewiston does, the state of Maine, and certainly our first responders. We feel that love every day. And thank you very much for that. I would also say that we want to say thank you to really a large number of other elected officials across our state, whether that's the federal delegation, local elected officials, and many others that are part of organizations or law enforcement agencies that truly wanted to join us today at this particular press event. And wanted to speak on behalf of their communities. And as the governor had mentioned, and everybody else will reiterate, our reality for today is that this suspect is still at large. And we want to provide community support for the victims, for the families, and the communities across the state. But we also have an incredibly strong laser-like focus on bringing this suspect into custody and ultimately to justice. So because of that mission for this particular event and today's activities, we're keeping the list of speakers and the agenda pretty tight. And that will include next up at the podium would be Chief Dave St. Pierre from the city of Lewiston. And some other members of his command staff are present. What I will say to the city of Lewiston, and you know this because you feel it every day, but you're lucky to have a chief like Chief St. Pierre and his entire law enforcement agency. From every level, those officers put their heart and their soul on the line on behalf of their community last night and into today. And they're doing it for the right reasons. They do it because they care. So the city of Lewiston and truly our co-responder family across the state of Maine is lucky to have Dave and his team in the mix with us. And we're also going to hear from Colonel William Ross from the Maine State Police. And Bill will highlight some of the timeline things that you're probably concerned about and certainly interested in from a story perspective. So the Colonel will come up and speak to that. And we'll also have Jody Cohen. And Jody is the special agent in charge for the FBI out of the Boston field office. And Jody will highlight some of those federal partnerships and some of the things that our federal partners are bringing to the table, bringing to bear to help us with this investigation. We also have a bunch of people here. Once you start naming people, you're going to have a problem because you're going to forget somebody or screw something up. But I would also tell you that a couple of our other federal partners are here. Kevin Neal, who is the U.S. Marshal for the District of Maine. We also have James Ferguson, and Jim is the special agent in charge from the ATF for the Boston Field Division. They are heavily invested with staff along with the FBI, and we can't thank them enough for all that they're doing on behalf of our state. I would also tell you that we are going to close with a brief Q&A, and we're going to try to get some of those questions out there. We appreciate your time, your patience, your professionalism, your partnership at getting this information out. I would think that those questions are going to be brief because, again, we do have a suspect at large. And while you can help us with that, we also need to get back to our teams to push forward on that. So with that in mind, I will be back up to the podium to kind of steer that a little bit. But for starters, I would like Chief St. Pierre to join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Sawchuk, and welcome media partners, and thank you, Governor Mills, for those kind words. I'm going to keep this short. What I would like the very most is to express our deepest sympathies to the families and friends of the victims of this heinous crime. This is truly a tragedy that goes beyond comprehension. I'm confident in our community, that our community has and will continue to come together throughout this endeavor to bring this to a successful conclusion. Although difficult, I do ask the public to continue to be mindful of their own personal safety and also that they be patient with the process as much as possible. There is extensive work and attention to detail that goes into such a large-scale investigation. I'm confident in the expertise and professionalism of our investigators and all law enforcement officials that are currently involved. This is an all-hands-on-deck approach. We have a great deal of collaboration and resources that have been made available to us. There are far too many to name individually, but I think Director Sawchuk named quite a few appropriately. There are far too many, as I've stated, but they are all appreciated more than you know. I want to thank all of our brave men and women of the Lewiston Police Department, Fire Department staff, medical personnel, first responders of any kind that came from far and wide and have come together and continue to work tirelessly in bringing the situation to an end. We hope to locate and hold the person accountable. I think you'll hear next from the state police, who is taking the lead in this investigation. Although that we are working hand in hand with them, I think Colonel Ross will be able to fill you in on a little bit more.
Thank you, Chief. First and foremost, this is an ongoing homicide investigation and search for the person that is responsible for it. We're in the early stages of this investigation, and I just want to let you know we will have updates. We'll be putting some type of a schedule out later on. But again, early stages of a homicide investigation, we want to be careful that we're doing things correctly. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I'm going to give you a bit of a timeline here to kind of fill in some of the blanks and give you some of the facts as we know them right now. A lot of this information will then be transferred to the Attorney General's office, as they will be the lead prosecutor, again, in any homicide investigation. Last night, October 25th at approximately 6:56 p.m., the Auburn Communications Center received a 911 call of a male shooting in Just-in-Time, or the Spare Time Recreation Center in the town of Lewiston, located at 24 Mollison Way in Lewiston. Shortly after that, at about 7:08 p.m., the Communications Center received multiple 911 calls about an active shooter inside of a Schmenge's Billiards at 553 Lincoln Street in the town of Lewiston. A large law enforcement response from multiple surrounding agencies assisted the Lewiston Police Department in trying to identify who this individual was and what was happening. As you can imagine, this was a very fast-paced, fast-moving, very fluid scene, very dangerous scene that these guys and girls were going into. 18 people are now deceased at this time. The victims at the Just-in-Time establishment, 7 people are deceased there, 1 female and 6 males, all from an apparent gunshot wound. Victims at the Schmegli's Billiards, 8 are deceased. 7 males inside the establishment, 1 male outside of the establishment. Again, also apparent gunshot wounds. Multiple people were transferred to area hospitals, Central Maine Medical Center, St. Mary's, and Maine Medical Center. 3 people that were transferred to those hospitals are deceased, for a total of 18 people deceased at this time. The investigation into the person responsible for this identified a vehicle located at the Przebscott boat landing in Lisbon. That person, through the registration of that vehicle, was identified, as has been stated earlier, as a Robert Card, born in 1983. Several of the deceased have been identified, and their families, next of kin, have been notified. Approximately 8 people at this point have been identified. 10 people, 10 of these victims still need to be identified at this time. Currently, there is an arrest warrant for 8 counts of murder for Mr. Card. And the reason it's 8 counts because 10 people have not yet been identified. As those people are identified, the counts will probably go to the total of 18. He should be considered armed and dangerous. Based on our investigation, we believe this is someone that should not be approached. This is someone that should be, if you come into any contact with this individual or someone that you think looks like this individual, you were to call 911, and I'll provide some tip line numbers at the conclusion of my briefing. The Lewiston Police Department, federal, state, county, and other local municipalities are involved in a coordinated search at this moment for this individual. So there's the ongoing investigation and there's a search to apprehend this person. Both happen simultaneously. I can't stress this enough. This is an ongoing investigation in the early stages. More information will come out in conjunction with the Attorney General's office as the lead prosecutor. We can't share all of our information right now, and I'm sure you understand that. I'm going to give out 2 numbers that go to a tip line. 911 is also appropriate for this, but if anyone can call these 2 numbers, this would go to the State Police tip line. Area code 207-213-9526, 207-509-9002. And we'll be sending something out later that has that information in it if you weren't able to grab that now. Again, this is a very fluid situation. We have a lot of resources, as Chief St. Pierre had mentioned earlier, that are on the ground in a coordinated effort to apprehend this individual. We've notified the Department of Education, and they have determined what they're going to do with the schools. A lot of schools, area schools, were shut down today based on our conversation with them. Again, as more information comes in, we'll be providing it to you. Thank you for your time. This is a very difficult time for, I think, the community of Lewiston, difficult time for obviously the victims' families, and it's a tough time for law enforcement. It was a rough night last night. But we're committed to bringing, whoever's responsible this to justice. And again, we are currently looking for Mr. Card right now, someone that we'd like to apprehend. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. And FBI Special Agent in Charge, Cullen, if you could join me, please.
We're ready for the Q&A part.
Thank you. My name is Jody Cohen. I'm the Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston Division, which covers the state of Maine. Our hearts go out to everyone who is impacted as a result of this senseless violence. The FBI is working hand in hand with our law enforcement partners. Our evidence response team is here processing these very extensive scenes. We are providing investigative and tactical support, as well as our victim specialists are working with those affected by this tragedy. As this very active investigations continues to unfold, we're asking the public to stay vigilant and come forward with any information that you might have that you feel is helpful to our investigators. My pledge is that the FBI will carry out this investigative case with rigor. We will work day and night alongside our law enforcement partners to get the answers to the questions this community deserves. We thank the public for your continued cooperation and patience as we continue to work this very active investigation. Thank you.
Appreciate that. And I would say that the reality here from a resource standpoint is that when we've asked for anything, the answer's been yes, period. Tactical teams, evidence response teams, full-blown investigative units, detective units that have come from multiple states, whether it's the commissioners from Vermont and New Hampshire reaching out to me directly, Massachusetts saying, what do you need, Mike? What can we do for the state of Maine? So we are now prepared to try to take a few questions and keep in mind, again, that we may not be able to answer as in-depth as you would like, and we don't plan on taking a great deal of questions. I think follow-up press events will allow for that. Sir?
So no one has really talked about the weapon that was used here, the AR-15 style, so I hope someone can talk about that. But the other thing here is there are reports that this individual had mental health issues, that he made threats to shoot up the National Guard. So clearly there were some signs here that he was on someone's radar. The question becomes, why was he in possession of this weapon? And certainly, why wasn't he stopped sooner?
Yeah, I think those are all valid questions, and certainly questions that we are looking into now, but not questions that we can answer today. Considering that this occurred last night, there's still an active search for the suspect in question, so I can appreciate those questions, but not something we're going to be able to answer right now.
Is it something that you're investigating and looking into?
It is certainly one of those things that we want to follow up on, all aspects of that. Go ahead, right here. Yes.
Can you give us a sense of the ages of who has died, how many are under 18 and how many are over 18?
I'm not sure we have that information with us today. We wanted to break it down by gender because that's something we had readily available. We did not break this down into age ranges at all.
Sir, what can you tell us? What can you tell us about the background of the suspect in this case, or I should say the person of interest, because I noticed the language is very clear. You're saying person of interest, not suspect. So
right.
Why use that terminology, and what can you tell us about his background?
Yeah, I think we used person of interest last night for half of the room that was here for that press event. As the Colonel had mentioned, there is now arrest warrants for murder for this particular individual, Mr. Card. So he is viewed as a suspect, and there is a full court press by all of our partners to bring him into custody. What was the second piece of that question?
What can you tell us about his background? Shimon had asked a second ago about the idea that he had voiced concerns about his own mental health, right? Had been committed, according to language in the police bulletin, to a mental health facility for weeks. How could someone that fits that profile still be in possession of semi-automatic weapons?
Well, I do think that the statutes around firearms and the possession of those are pretty complex. I know that we will be reviewing that information as we move forward.
It's the
but that's
same
not an answer
ish
we're prepared
all
to
the
give today.
time.
Because that leads to motive. You're talking about behavioral health issues and how that impacts this situation. I would expect you'll hear back from us on that in the future. Right here, sir.
Yeah, I've got a question about, we've seen helicopters as far north as MANHUNT. Can you tell us anything about what's leading you that far north of the scene where you come from?
Yeah, sure. So we have law enforcement assets that are deployed over a number of communities doing follow-ups on a number of different things. So as you can imagine, there's a great deal of search warrants that we're following up on. We do have partners, that helicopters from the New Hampshire State Police. That copter was here last night to assist us as well. So whether we have tactical elements out or we're searching an area, some of those air assets would be very, very valuable for us. So that's what they're doing.
Is leading you there?
We're not going to speak to what brings us to a specific community one way or the other. Yes, ma'am. Right here.
Identifying the unidentified victims, what are people encouraged to do? Is there DNA being, tested from family members who may have missing loved ones? Like, what's that approach right now?
Yeah, so we did have a family a reunification center opened last night. We do have behavioral health liaisons that are fully engaged to work with families and work with loved ones and work with victims, for that matter, that may be in the hospital and seeking treatment. So those things are actively occurring. We are dealing with each one of those situations separately. So do we need DNA on that? Are we just waiting to find a loved one, some kind of family member that we can make a notification? I think that varies across the board. I'm going to take two more questions. I'm going to take two more. Right here.
Yes, was there some sort of trigger triggering event? Is that something that you're investigating?
I think we're always concerned around motive. That you say triggering event, that's a motive for us. Again, that's not something we're prepared to discuss today, but I do appreciate the question. It's clearly something that's important. One additional follow-up from you.
Can you help us understand why these locations, why this bar, why this bowling alley? Was he looking for someone? Was he looking for something?
I think that does speak to motive, so I appreciate the follow-up, but not something we're going to be prepared to answer today. I'm going to have one more question right here, sir. Right here.
Can you say, is card, first off, to clarify, with the arrest warrants issued today, and can you say if card is still in the state or even still alive?
Well, we're actively searching for him. If I knew the answers to those questions, and this would be a different press conference, I would assume. So we don't know his location, and I'll leave it at that. And we are working with the Attorney General's office reference to those warrants. So with that in mind, we're done taking questions for now. So we are going to actually take off at this point. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate that.
Thank you, everybody.
Have there been any credible sightings? We've not really gotten many answers.
Thank you.
And that wraps up the news conference that has just been held by Governor Janet Mills and a number of
So,
law enforcement
18
officials, including the man who just
deceased.
finished things up, Mike Sawchuk, who is the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Maine.
And they said, I think they said only 8 identified so far, 10 unidentified. I wonder if they were able to reach out to all the families. I guess not. That's pretty crappy. If there, people out there wondering, missing, This guy, this is weird. So they have a bunch of people after him, looking for him, and he's still evading police. I'm surprised. I didn't think I was going to wake up to him still being on the run. And some people were saying, Danilo Cavalcante, I think last night, which this situation seems to be worse. Because I just wonder if this guy, would he target another place if he's out of his mind? Or I guess he's out of his mind, but not that out of it as far as running and invading police and the FBI and all these people coming after him. So Robert Card was committed to a mental hospital after hearing voices. Firearm instructor spent 2 weeks in mental health facility this summer for killing. They're saying 22. The numbers fluctuated a couple times. Now it's 18, I guess. So the person of interest, which now they finally called him a suspect, even though I heard them multiple times reference him as a person of interest, I think at this presser too. But finally at the end they're saying, because now he's been charged. He's been identified as a trained firearms instructor who spent 2 weeks in a mental health facility over the summer. Richard Card, 40 years old, is the subject of a police manhunt in connection with the massacre in the city of Lewiston last night. Card is from Bowdoin, Maine, a town that's kind of weird. Population of over 3,000. Okay, and is an Army Petroleum Supply Specialist who enlisted in December 2002. He's had no combat deployments. Card grappled with mental health issues, recently reporting hearing voices and threatening to shoot up a military training base. Over the summer, he was committed to the mental health facility for 2 weeks. A criminal background check retrieved by local media suggested that in 2007, he was charged with a misdemeanor offense for operating under the influence, which he was found guilty of. Picture him right here. Card was a keen fisher and hunter, so I guess he could survive out there in the woods. Wanted to live off the land, probably. He's understood to have studied engineering at the University of Maine between 2001 and 2004. His house was located around 10 miles from Lisbon, where he reportedly abandoned his car following the deadly shooting. So as far as much as crazy, local, whatever he's saying, hearing all his voices, he's still coherent enough to get rid of the vehicle, be on the run, evading police. He was forced to pay $500 fine, spent 48 hours in a cell, and had his driver's license suspended for 90 days. It is not currently known what he was under the influence of when he was arrested. His X account now suspended. Dang, they got it. They removed it. revealed that he followed and liked posts from several prominent conservative pundits. Oh, Lord. Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson, and Dinesh D'Souza, I think it's however you say it. In March, he liked a post by Donald Trump Jr. that read, "Given the incredible rise of trans/non-binary mass shooters in the last few years, by far the largest group committing as a percentage of population. Maybe rather than talking about guns, we should be talking about lunatics pushing their gender affirming bullshit on our kids." Which is crazy. This guy liking that post, the shooter, right? He also liked the post by Dinesh that read, ban assault weapons, ? Well, cars kill more people than guns do. Do we blame the drivers? We don't ban large or fast cars. We understand that cars, like guns, don't act by themselves. The blame lies within the people who operate them, who operate these mechanical devices. Common Sense 101. Card study at this university. The gunman opened fire at a bowling alley and a local bar. A separate shooting at a Walmart distribution center was not believed to be connected. Okay. Oh, so this was him at the bowling alley. Just saw that video. His last known address was 941 Meadow Road, Bowden, Maine, around 10 miles away from Lewiston, where he reportedly abandoned his vehicle after the shooting. A phone number listed for the alleged shooter was not in service. The Associated Press reported authorities have reiterated that Card is only a person of interest and refused to call him a person a suspect, which now they have finally. Well, check this out. Oh,
downtown Lisbon, downtown Auburn, trying to find, of course, the person of interest that during the news conference they finally called a suspect.
Yeah, a lot of them were, hoping that once the sun came up, it would be easier, obviously, to see and to, get boots on the ground, get these canine units in place to continue searching for this person of interest. Let's send things now out to Owen Kingsley, who was there
to give
live.
as much time for them to swap.
Yeah, Owen, what can you tell us about what you took away from this press conference?
Well, I heard what you guys were just saying, sort of wrapping up what happened. A lot of important information released just now. Let's get to some of the most important information, which I think was that timeline. Jeff, I heard you go through some of it. Let's go through it one more time, if we don't mind. Colonel William Ross with the Maine State Police said that this is an ongoing investigation, but it began at about 6:56 p.m. last night when they got a 911 call for a shooting at Just in Time. That is the first location from last night at 7:08. They say they received multiple 911 calls for a shooting for an active shooter at Shemenji's, which is that bar and grill. Right now, 18 people are dead and 13 more are injured. Of the 18 that are dead, 7 were found dead. 7 were found dead over at Just in Time. One of those was a female and 6 were male. 8 more people were found dead at Shemenji's. 7 male inside, 1 male outside. They did not specify if these were adult men and women or if these were minors. So that is something that we asked. They do not have that information right now. Of those 18 people who have died from these multiple shootings, 8 of them have been identified. 10 of them so far have not. So if you're doing the math at home, that's 7 who died at Just in Time, 8 victims at Shemenji's. They also mentioned 3 more people died en route to local hospitals. So again, that adds up to 18 total people as of right now. As far as Robert Card, he is now being upgraded to a suspect, not a person of interest, which is what they're referring to him over last night's press conference here at Lewiston City Hall. Now he's being considered a suspect because he's now been charged 8 counts of homicide right now. The reason that's 8 and not 18 is because they have not identified the other 10. Colonel William